He acquired a fractured system, and from that moment his life transformed. The phrase wealthy intertwined with his existence in the latter half of his life. What school beauties, female streamers, or starlets known could resist the allure of his financial prowess? Chapter 1. Exam number: XXX. Name: Enluo. Scores: Chinese, 33. Mathematics, 57. English, 60. Enluo's hand trembled. Should he continue to flip through? Farewell, 985. Farewell, second-tier universities. Farewell, vocational colleges. Farewell, Lanxiang Vocational School. No. Who would even consider Lanxiang? Not even a score of 0. Ding. Would you like to share this in the Q group? Enluo clicked no. How could he dare to bubble up in the group after such dismal results? Where's the dignity? Ding. You have shared in the Q group. Wait, didn't I just click no? Is my phone malfunctioning? It can't be malfunctioning. Could it be infected with a virus? The Q group had erupted in chaos. Enluo opened the Q group. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have activated the godly rich mode, acquiring the I Am Money super system. What on earth? He aimed to join the Q group, but was bombarded with this system. His phone displayed two options: live, share, and a phrase below: live or share is the only way to activate the godly rich mode. Who claimed that 5G phones were reliable? The one provided by the telecom company was utterly unreliable. The system detected that the host had activated the sharing mode, sharing the 2019 college entrance examination results. Authorizing. Unique permissions acquired. Ding. Host. Enluo, please confirm via facial recognition. Godly rich level, 0. Beginner tasks, 15 total tasks, 5 completion progress, 1. Task completion progress, completed. Reward, Technomars 63. A system? What the? Technomars 63. The fabled pocket yacht, a new project by Lamborghini, but, as far as he knew, this vehicle had yet to be released. Enluo was a car enthusiast. The system had left him astounded. This amphibious Lamborghini model? This was more than astounding. It had struck him to the core. Just a week prior, Lamborghini had released official information about the Lamborghini 63, a collaboration with the Italian Marine Group, a genuine luxury car capable of sailing on water. The starting price was officially set at $3 million, equivalent to nearly $20 million in local currency. He had merely shared his abysmally poor exam results, yet had acquired such a top-tier luxury vehicle. Could this all be a scheme by someone with ulterior motives, hiding various viruses within a mini-program? Was this system not the hallmark of a narrative's golden finger? Could it truly descend upon him? On the phone screen, a gleaming car key materialized. With uncertainty, Enluo clicked accept, and in an instant, the key was in his hand. Was this a prank? Everything felt real. This uniquely designed key, which had emerged from his phone to land in his hand, this was not an illusion. Beginner task step 2. Please complete facial recognition. Isn't this a bit redundant? Since the system already recognized him as the host, why the unnecessary step of facial recognition? Note: facial recognition is a fundamental requirement to activate the godly rich system. Please grant permission. The system requests access to the camera. The system requests permission to share local files. Camera access acquired. Please complete facial recognition according to the demonstration. Please blink. Please open your mouth. Please nod up and down. Processing. Ding. Host. Enluo. Basic information. Height: 1.85 meters. Weight: 86 kilograms. Body hair coverage: 0.3. Body fat: 20 to be improved. The system even assessed his body hair coverage. This was a first. Detection complete. Host data recorded. From now on, everything the host says, every step he takes, every action he performs, every person he meets, everything will be retained by the system or shared externally. If there are no objections, please sign at the end of the authorization document. Upon completion, the extraction location for Technomar 63 will be revealed. Agreed. Ding. The godly rich system is officially activated. Breathing detected. Breathing steady. Each breath is valued at 1 yuan. Breathing counts as money? Enluo exclaimed. Detection noted that the host spoke. Each word is valued at 1 yuan. Wow. Enluo exclaimed again, and his earnings jumped from 5 to 7 in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had earned 7 yuan merely by speaking. Wow. Enluo took 2 steps forward. Detection noted new movement action defined. Walking each step earns 1 yuan. Wow. Speaking earns money. Walking earns money. This is simply exhilarating. Enluo clutched his phone. Overwhelmed by the swift arrival of happiness, the novice trembled with excitement. Humph, another one who has fallen into the pit. A couple was startled by Enluo's actions. In today's online world, Earning money by walking, sleeping, or watching videos have become rampant. Yet, those were indeed traps. One could only earn a few dimes a day that couldn't even be withdrawn. The couple regarded Luo as a victim for saying such things. Earning money by walking, what about running? And Luo gripped his phone and began to quicken his pace. Action defined. Running each step earns 1.5 yuan. The system was astoundingly intelligent, accurately distinguishing between walking and running. Haha. And Luo lay on the grass. Happiness coming too swiftly now. Every gesture was worth money. 985. No way, no way. Learning leads to hair loss, and his hair was far too precious. 211. No way, no way. The quality of girls there was too low. Now, doing nothing, merely walking and speaking, he already surpassed the monthly salary of a white-collar worker earning over 10,000. Should he go and stir up trouble with the class beauty he had secretly admired for so long? At that moment, the class group was in uproar. The rabbit only eats the grass by its nest. Oh dear, in Luo, this big waste truly is an eyesore. His total score is less than 300. Such terrible results, and he still dares to share it. I feel sorry for him. Magic is never a little fairy. It seems Lanxiang is an option. Hasn't in Luo always been interested in machinery? Perfect for him to learn excavating there, starting salary at 8,000. Harry Potter's Emerald Earl. Isn't Luo insane? Scoring so poorly, yet so carefree, sharing left and right. Isn't this more audacious than Fanjine's success? The class leader of the troublemaker class. This guy is ridiculous, posting in the Q group, in the V group. Damn, so shameless. Even the school forum hasn't been spared. What on earth is he trying to do? As the group erupted in chaos, and Luo unexpectedly by Chenxi. Hey, bye, how about dinner night? At Xinjiai's private restaurant. 7 o'clock, will you come? I'll be waiting, don't be late. This only set the chaos ablaze further. The class leader of the troublemaker class. And in Luo is inviting our class flower, the academic star, to dinner. Look at by Chenxi, provincial liberal arts champion, scoring 720, best major at Magic University. Just one question, and Luo, is your neck long enough? Bystander as Overlord Gun was already polished. Still daring to go to Xinjiai? A wild dog from the mountains can afford KFC, let alone Xinjiai. With his mere 200 yuan weekly allowance? The group was filled with ridicule. Some even by Chenxi. And Luo, this insufferable fool is inviting you out for a meal. You ought to inform this insufferable fool to Q 10 miles away. Ha! In an instant, by Chenxi's gray avatar lit up, summoned forth unexpectedly. The class flower and academic prodigy, typically aloof and rarely seen, today also revealed her avatar. Meet or not, we shall not part. By Chenxi replied with merely 4 words, causing nearly everyone in the group to stir restlessly. What is this? Simultaneously, a livestream account named Please Call Me in Luo God began broadcasting simultaneously across major video platforms worldwide. Douyin, Youku, Kuaishou, internationally, YouTube, Vimeo, Livestream, Twitch. Mobile phones began to split screens, entering the live stream of Please Call Me in Luo God. Snore. And Luo lay sprawled on the wooden bed of his small rental apartment, dreaming blissfully, his posture utterly unrestrained, resembling a turtle in repose. Who would have thought someone could live stream their slumber? Yet it mattered little, for in Luo's live stream was devoid of viewers, the barrage of comments utterly fanciful. After all, in the realm of live streaming, he was but a mere nobody. Occasionally, a comment would flicker across the screen. Boring. All merely transient visitors. Having floundered in the college entrance examination, his spirits both crushed and elated, and Luo aimed to ready himself before 7 o'clock to meet the goddess of his dreams. Moreover, even in sleep, he was earning money. 10 yuan per second. Sufficient slumber was the prelude to a splendid life. Additionally, and Luo had yet to fully awaken to the implications of live streaming. He believed sharing was as simple as sharing in a group chat. Live streaming. At this juncture, he had no intention of activating this endeavor. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment his identity verification was completed, from the instant and Luo signed his name, he had no choices left. In his hand, he clutched a shimmering, peculiar key, the system informing him that he would receive the vehicle only after several hours, as it was still in the process of assembly and transport. After all, it was a car not yet available on the market, requiring time to navigate various channels. And Luo had ample time, for his time equated to money. Since acquiring the God-level system, the most basic reward was 10 cents per second. This meant and Luo earned money effortlessly. 1 second earned him 10 cents. 1 minute equated to 6 yuan. 1 hour brought 360, and 1 day amassed 8,640 yuan. Ding! A voice emanated from his phone, and Luo sat up, unlocking his device. Congratulations, host. You have completed an hour of golden slumber indeed. Spring sleep is unaware of dawn. Gold abounds everywhere, and the night is filled with the sound of song and dance. How many garments have fallen? While Luo lay sprawled. Chapter 2 Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving an hour of golden sleep. Sleep rewards, 50,000 RMB, Vitality 1, Health 1, Skin Vitality 1, Peach Blossom Index 1. The rewards for such slumber are astonishing. In just 1 hour, one could earn a sum that a white-collar worker might toil for an entire month without guarantee. The RMB has been credited, of course, to the system account. Gazing at the substantial balance, Luo mused how wonderful it would be if he could directly transfer it to his bank account. Ding! The system detected the host's desire for withdrawal. Would the host like to share a video to gain the eligibility for a withdrawal of up to 100,000? Although Luo was currently endowed with a lavish system, he found himself lacking in cash. How could he possibly meet the goddess by Chenxi without jingling coins in his pocket? Share! Luo immediately authorized the action. Before sharing, the host could enhance the video with special effects, acquiring a special effect package for just 0.5 renminbi. Please enjoy. A special effect package appeared on the system interface. Thunderous snore effect. Note: during the golden sleep, the host emits a thunderous snore lasting 3 seconds. Effect: viewers on the host's live streaming platform will be unable to resist the thunderous snore, meaning anyone online during this time, be they visitors or streamers, will be overwhelmed by Luo's snoring. Luo was simultaneously streaming on nearly 100 platforms, and it was estimated that over 1 billion users were online at this moment. This was beyond just a mere 0.5 renminbi special effect. Even a top-tier hacker would struggle to replicate it. However, such a commotion might attract the attention of the internet police. Safety disclaimer: the effect has undergone technical processing and is unlikely to be detected by technicians. Even if discovered, the effect is authorized by a super VIP from the main platform, ensuring no legal disputes. A super VIP package authorization agreement appeared before Luo, signed by Qin Jian. With this agreement as assurance, why should he fear any disputes? The authorizing party was the platform with the largest traffic, Douyin. With determination, Luo decided to unleash the thunderous snore effect. Ho! 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 At that moment, a sound like an explosive thunder resonated in Luo's headphones, striking him like a bolt. He nearly couldn't bear it, removing his headphones, feeling a sense of unease. Could everyone online hear his snores? Just 3 seconds? Surely, the system was not deceiving him. Meanwhile, on platforms like Douyin, Kuaishou, Huashan, and YouTube, the number of online users soared to approximately 320 million. All over the world, these users' headphones, sound cards, phones, and computers echoed with the thunderous snores for 3 solid seconds. Regardless of what the online audience was engaged in, watching movies, playing games, reading novels, live streaming, or even in the restroom, they were all captivated by the sound. All the viewers became mesmerized, each moment being captured in screenshots and shared on a renowned forum. Concurrently, the super traffic platform Douyin experienced a 5-second freeze due to overwhelming traffic. To think as a programmer, I was utterly incapacitated by a mere 3 seconds of snoring. A post emerged on a popular forum. Friends, you are not alone. What is happening? I heard it too. I was reading, and suddenly my headphones blared that fearsome snore. I was walking, and that snore startled me so much I nearly collided with a lamppost. I swear, my dog heard it too. I was cleaning up after it when my beloved pet went wild, unable to tolerate such a dreadful noise. The post's popularity skyrocketed, quickly earning trending tags. Discussions continued, speculating that the snoring originated from a Douyin live stream, which had apparently crashed for 5 seconds, potentially due to a hacking incident. I noticed that it indeed came from an external link from Douyin. However, it was puzzling how it synchronized across other platforms. If this were Douyin's special test, it was indeed remarkable. A well-meaning user began tallying the number of those who heard the snore. Those of you who heard it, please report. This could be the biggest scandal of the century. If this is not a platform test, it must be the work of top-notch hackers. Douyin's customer service forum was inundated with complaints. What is going on? I demand an explanation. Who gave you the right? Please remain calm. Our technical department is currently investigating, and we will provide you with an explanation shortly. The customer service representative's voice was soothing, yet I was puzzled how Douyin managed such a widespread phenomenon. It seemed there were only about 97 major live streaming platforms worldwide. This vast nation, alongside foreign lands, seemed to be affected. We cannot fully confirm that all channels of transmission originated from our platform. This requires further verification from our technical team. In any case, please disregard this unpleasant incident while we await a final conclusion. If it was indeed malicious, our technical team will surely identify the culprit. Just as the customer service representative was speaking, the voice suddenly switched to that of a man, and then the customer service forum itself was hacked. And Luo noted that within just 2 hours, the buzz surrounding the thunderous snore had surged into the top 10 trending topics of the day. The Baidu index was spiking, with discussions, attention, and replies all escalating rapidly. Soon, news broadcasts began to cover the event, with various media outlets eagerly capitalizing on the wave of traffic. Small media outlets were also scrambling to take advantage of the situation. To think that a mere snore could create such an uproar filled Luo with pride. The system detected the host's joy, noting that such elation could bring about marvelous changes to his physical state. System rewards: skin quality 1, eye brightness 1, hair smoothness 1, teeth brightness 1, body fat percentage 1. And Luo scrolled through information as the event continued to evolve. Ding! Sharing task completed. Congratulations! Host, you have gained the eligibility for a withdrawal of 100,000 RMB. Please enter your bank card information. There will be a 6-hour delay for the transfer, so there is no need to rush. The system prompted him to input his bank card details, which Luo accurately entered. With a 6-hour delay, by the time the sun rose tomorrow, he would be able to enjoy a delightful lunch with the goddess Bai Chenxi. Just the thought filled him with bliss. Why was Luo so confident in openly tagging Bai Chenxi in front of their classmates? Bai Chenxi was the class beauty, hailing from a privileged background, an academic prodigy, embodying both beauty and talent. And Luo was neither an academic prodigy nor a failure, and although he possessed striking looks, his academic performance consistently placed him within the top 15 of his class. This level of achievement would suffice for admission to a second-tier university. However, due to his family's circumstances, having emerged from a remote area where his parents worked in environmental restoration, he was not well regarded. Throughout his high school years, Luo remained single, sighing in solitude while those less attractive than him boasted about their past relationships. With a meager allowance of 200 yuan per week, which was quite standard, it became a joke in this somewhat elitist school. Feeling inferior was inevitable when surrounded by wealthier peers who excelled academically. He had harbored feelings for Bai Chenxi for a long time, ever since the first moment their eyes met. 3 years had passed. With his current academic performance, attending university was no longer a realistic possibility, and he felt that he and Bai Chenxi belonged to entirely different worlds. Despite his 3 years of unspoken affection, he was hesitant to express it, fearing the vast disparity in their circumstances. Yet, if he had already lost everything, what was there to fear? Even if Bai Chenxi reprimanded him, at least he would understand her stance. Bai Chenxi, too, was somewhat of an enigma. She had no close friends or boyfriend and often kept to herself. And Luo wondered if she had ever perceived the electric glint in his eyes. Even the slightest acknowledgement would suffice for him. To his surprise, Bai Chenxi did not scold him. It seemed that was not her style. Instead, she agreed to meet him, and the phrase "let us not part" held immense significance in Luo's heart. The next morning, Luo checked his bank account, his heart racing as the balance reflected an unexpected increase to 100,005 yuan. This was real. He had been anxious the previous night, worried about how he would pay for their meal at the private restaurant, which had a minimum expenditure of 500 yuan per person, making the least budget for two at least 2,000. After all, this was his first date with a beautiful class representative, and he couldn't afford to appear timid. With money in his pocket, he felt a wave of calm wash over him. Moreover, he had not seen the enchanting waitress at the restaurant for quite some time. 3 days remained until he would possess the luxury car of his dreams, and the thought of it filled him with delight. Chapter 3. Luo tidied himself up and hailed a small yellow taxi, heading straight to the restaurant. To his astonishment, he found Bai Chenxi had arrived even earlier than he did. Instead of driving her own car, she had opted for a low-key, eco-friendly bicycle, a stark contrast to her usual BMW. They exchanged smiles as they entered the restaurant and found a table. Bai Chenxi did not immediately order, but looked at Luo with a hint of surprise. Luo, why did you specifically tag me? Do you like me? Her directness made Luo's heart race. He fumbled with his phone, attempting to divert the conversation, but the camera flashed unexpectedly, indicating it was in need of repair. Could you please put your phone away and answer my question? Bai Chenxi asked earnestly. The phone was in Luo's golden goose, the source of his newfound wealth. How could he possibly turn it off? Yet, avoiding her question felt equally inappropriate. Yes, Bai Chenxi, I like you, he admitted candidly. Oh, then I'll order, she replied nonchalantly, proceeding to request an array of dishes. Hey, Bai Chenxi, something big happened yesterday. Did you know that many streaming platforms and Luo? Stop fixating on that trivial streaming drama and focus on your own life. Oh, do you have enough money? The question made in Luo slightly uncomfortable, but he was confident about his finances. Bai Chenxi ordered nearly every specialty dish on the menu, occasionally glancing at Enluo. He maintained his composure, which surprised her. Enluo thought to himself, you can order everything on the menu, but it won't amount to much more than 20 or 30,000 yuan. I can't be stingy. This is the most important date of my life. Once she finished ordering, Bai Chenxi busied herself with her phone, seemingly oblivious to her earlier admonition to Enluo about excessive screen time. As the dishes began to arrive, Enluo stared at the mountain of food before him. Realizing this date was becoming awkward, Bai Chenxi seemed uninterested in engaging with him, despite her earlier advice. He took a glance at her live stream account and was taken aback by the sheer number of her followers. Babies, I have insider information about yesterday's incident. Enluo had intended to share his thoughts about the event, but upon hearing Bai Chenxi speak, he fell silent. The situation felt sour. What did she know about the so-called white hat hacker? Ding! A notification appeared. Warning. The host is experiencing a surge of emotions. Please remain composed and refrain from disclosing any system information, or face dire consequences. Enluo felt a mixture of confusion and frustration. This date was far from what he had envisioned. It felt more like a lesson on love than a romantic outing. As the dishes continued to pile up, Bai Chenxi showed no signs of eating, and Enluo found it challenging to interrupt her live streaming. Looking at the food that resembled a small mountain, he felt a profound emptiness. What kind of date is this? He pondered. Enluo, do you see all this food? What are your thoughts? Bai Chenxi suddenly asked. Having concluded her live stream, though it may seem wasteful, life is about pursuing happiness. There is nothing wrong with that, he replied. You're mistaken, Enluo. You still don't grasp my meaning. Do you know why I agreed to this date after careful consideration? Her words were somewhat confrontational. Ding. System has detected an unexpected occurrence about to unfold. Would you like to share it live and experience a life-changing moment? System, please refrain from meddling. I'm feeling quite overwhelmed, Enluo thought, dismissing the option. Bai Chenxi, I'm a bit confused. Can we keep this simple? Dates are meant to be enjoyable. Bai Chenxi picked up a silver spoon and lightly tapped it against two dishes. Our relationship is like these two dishes, parallel yet never intersecting. If we force a mix, it results in a chaotic blend. Enluo realized this was not a date, but rather an elaborate way for Bai Chenxi to impart her views on love. He finally understood her intentions. Let us consider our current reality, Enluo. You are undoubtedly destined to enter society and toil relentlessly for a living, while I am determined to attend a prestigious university and ascend in my academic pursuits. Moreover, I have a boyfriend. Before Bai Chenxi could finish her sentence, a series of beeps resonated from the entrance of the restaurant. A Porsche glided in, and Bai Chenxi dashed out of her seat. Moments later, she appeared before Enluo, accompanied by a handsome man. This is my boyfriend, Chen Jian, a supervisor in the legal department at a popular social media platform, and a graduate of Harbin University of Commerce. Upon hearing Chen Jian's name, Enluo couldn't help but smile bitterly, for he was the very supervisor responsible for the signing of her super VIP agreement. What a pleasure to meet you. I hear from Shi that your college entrance examination results were less than ideal. But fret not. The Gaokao is not the sole path to success. Bai Chenxi even shared such personal matters with Chen Jian, leaving Enluo at a loss for words. What a date this was, where she would merely foot the bill, playing the role of an unwelcome third wheel, while listening to their condescending advice. I hear you've harbored feelings for my dear Shi for over 3 years. Such devotion. Whenever I hear Shi speak of you, it reminds me of my own tumultuous past. Despite my current success, I once found myself reduced to washing cars to make ends meet before I met Shi. Thus, I told Shi that the one who ties the knot must also undo it. So, Enluo, Shi agreed to date you to offer guidance. Worry not, we won't make you pay for your own date. The implications behind Bai Chenxi's insistence that they would meet again were masked by Chen Jian's insincere demeanor, and Enluo felt a wave of nausea. And Luo, the best choice is about finding what suits you, much like that little yellow bike, quite comfortable unlike my experience. A 3-mile ride left my hands raw and bleeding, truly not accustomed to it. Bai Chenxi flaunted her unscathed hands, playfully flirting with Chen Jian. Since the food is ready, let us indulge. Oh, and I brought a lovely bottle of wine. Chen Jian was opening a bottle of red wine, while Bai Chenxi recorded the moment. Wait, and Luo, you don't mind, do you? I'm live streaming this date. You probably don't know that I'm a prominent relationship expert on a certain platform, Bai Chenxi said, showing in Luo her verified status. Gold medal expert in the field of relationships, freelance writer, founder of the She emotional platform. A slew of titles emerged, revealing Bai Chenxi's utter lack of modesty, making her seem rather peculiar. Without in Luo's consent, she had conducted a subtly damaging yet highly insulting private live stream. A burden in Luo found hard to swallow. We are classmates, surely you can understand my predicament, in Luo. This is compensation for your likeness. Bai Chenxi placed 20,000 yuan before in Luo. And Luo was at a loss for words, laughter escaping her lips instead. To her astonishment, she discovered an unexpected influx of funds in her account, reminiscent of when she shared her exam scores in the group chat. There were also several reward records. Riding the little yellow bike, eco-friendly, 10,000. Arriving on time for the date, credit record 1, 10,000. Dressing appropriately, date impression score 1, 10,000. Not rudely rejecting a date, 50,000. Maintaining composure and avoiding conflict, 50,000. Keeping a cheerful disposition despite being insulted, 100,000. This was undoubtedly a bounty from the system. As for the live stream, lacking special effects, men in Luo's Please Call Me in Luo, the great live room, remained desolate. With 0 followers. You needn't pay, for I too live stream this date. If I accept your money, would it not mean I owe you as well for infringement of likeness? And Luo replied coldly. Bai Chenxi glanced at in Luo's streaming platform and burst into laughter. 0 followers. And Luo, what are you even streaming? She noticed in Luo's other data. 1 work, 0 gifts, 0 likes, 0 followers, 0 shares. 0 shares? And Luo herself was taken aback by her lackluster streaming statistics, which seemed illogical given the viral nature of the incident. Chapter 4. And Luo was not particularly concerned with her data. After all, she had already earned a substantial sum through the live streaming and sharing of the incident. She was also surprised to find that the greater the heat surrounding the incident, the more inexplicable funds flowed into her system. In essence, while others fervently shared the topic, and Luo would also reap benefits, despite her own statistics being as clear as water. I simply seek amusement, it's a trend right now, and I am merely following suit, and Luo confessed. With that single statement, and Luo could earn enough for a bowl of beef noodles, which was her true joy. Though who would understand? Seeking amusement was synonymous with being an amateur. Live streaming truly was not her forte. And Luo, I believe you should adopt a more grounded approach. Even starting from the construction site. As long as you are willing to endure hardship and labor, this era will not leave you hungry. Chen Jian chimed in. If you insist on entering this field, you must remain humble and learn from others. Look at Shi. Just during this meal, she has garnered over 100,000 likes, nearly 500,000 gifts, and 15,000 shares. It was hard to believe, but Shi's live streaming was akin to Luo's approach, merely for fun. Yet there were various ways to play. And Luo gazed at Bai Chenxi's live streaming platform, where her most recent work was titled prominently. Shi the streamer advises her boyfriend to be a better person and work diligently. Better person, work diligently. It was not only harmless but also deeply insulting. In contrast, and Luo's stream lacked a title altogether. The video content was the same, yet. And Luo, I hope you will pixelate my image. You cannot ride on my wave of popularity, Bai Chenxi insisted. This hypocritical individual, who had not asked for Luo's image to be pixelated in her video, now demanded that Luo pixelate her in the live stream. No. Shi the streamer. You see my data. What are you worried about? If it comes to that, will you not pixelate me in your video? And Luo, this is a segment dedicated to heartfelt confessions. If I pixelate it, it loses credibility, and I am willing to pay you. Wasn't this double standards? And Luo refused. I do not want your money. Is it not acceptable for me to seek my own amusement? Bai Chenxi, do you truly see me as so insignificant that I require your guidance on how to live? And Luo quietly pulled out a cigarette, disregarding the setting, and lit it, puffing smoke towards Bai Chenxi. Startled, Bai Chenxi quickly turned off the live stream. After a moment of silence, and Luo finally spoke. This is a public space. Please abide by the rules. Bai Chenxi was nervous, for she was a somewhat well-known streamer, and such footage would not pass scrutiny. Yet Luo, an unknown, was of no concern to anyone. And Luo had tolerated this for far too long and was finally able to see Bai Chenxi's true colors. He had little regard for decorum. I could not care less about public decorum, Bai Chenxi. My life does not require your kind of expert guidance. If you dislike it, step aside. Spare me your convoluted thoughts. Is this amusing to you? And Luo exhaled another puff of smoke towards Bai Chenxi. Bai Chenxi coughed, while Chun Jian seethed beside her. The live stream had concluded, and now there was no need for pretense. Who knows, Bai Chenxi seems to be quite unfinished, and has opened a live stream once more. However, the scene is somewhat chaotic. Chun Jian snatches a large red braised pig trotter and hurls it at Luo, who deftly dodges and retaliates with a hefty bone that strikes Chun Jian squarely in the face, causing him to topple. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Chenxi attempts a surprise attack on Luo, but just as she grabs a roasted chicken, Luo retaliates with a tomato, splattering her face with pulp. Chun Jian, regaining his footing, grabs whatever food is within reach. The entire private room descends into madness, transforming a pleasant gathering into a food fight, culminating in Bai Chenxi and Chun Jian's hasty retreat. Nevertheless, Bai Chenxi is not entirely heartless. Despite their chaotic exit, she takes responsibility for all the damages incurred. And Luo, feeling utterly disheartened, reflects on how he had intended to lend her a helping hand, but now finds himself in this predicament. After Bai Chenxi settles the bill, she drags Chun Jian away in a vehicle, leaving Luo amidst the wreckage of their gathering. To make matters worse, within mere minutes of their departure, Bai Chenxi alters the video by cutting it down and posts it online, where it quickly garners popularity, racking up thousands of comments in no time. The title has been changed to reflect a sensational narrative. The streamer Cici and her boyfriend advise a lovesick young man to behave, only to face his violent resistance. The so-called violent resistance is merely a reference to the food fight that ensued, while the footage of the chaos is omitted and replaced with jubilant music, leaving the video devoid of any blurring or censorship. The discussions surrounding the live stream have spiraled into contentious debates, with opinions sharply divided. Supporters of Bai Chenxi proclaim her actions justified, claiming Luo is a lost cause unable to improve. Conversely, those rallying behind Luo argue fervently that individuals should live their own lives free from the interference of others. Bai Chenxi's efficiency is remarkable, as she swiftly monopolizes the narrative, rendering herself a veritable thief of attention. Naturally, the food fight also draws commentary. Some lament the wastefulness of food, while others revel in the joviality of the event, pondering whether this is the fabled good parting. To further incite Luo's ire, Bai Chenxi has already shared the video with their classmates, triggering a wave of mockery. One classmate quips, "Haha, the annual comedy of errors. Is this what Luo envisioned for his secret date? Well done, Bai Chenxi, making this fellow see reality is crucial." Another adds, "At the moment Bai Chenxi said we'll meet again, I expected a different story. How disappointing." Comments abound, mocking Luo's perceived failures and emphasizing the disparities between their worlds. As the conversation escalates, Bai Chenxi divulges details about Luo's live stream, even taking a screenshot showcasing his dismal statistics. Luo, glancing at his live stream GIFs, notices an influx of over 40 rotten tomatoes, leaving him in a state of disbelief. The number of clicks has increased by dozens, yet his engagement remains at zero. No fans, no likes, no comments, only a surplus of rotten tomatoes, all of which are mockingly attributed to his classmates. In a moment of chaos, a message erupts in the group chat. "Haha, have you all thrown rotten tomatoes at Luo's live stream? I noticed there are 44 tomatoes. Just a heads up, 2 of them weren't from us. Curious who the culprits are? White Hat, I love you." This classmate, known for dabbling in hacking, soon reveals that one of the tomatoes was thrown by their homeroom teacher, Shi Tai, and the other by their Chinese teacher, Wang Zhongxia. The chat explodes with laughter, as the teacher's involvement adds an unexpected twist to the unfolding drama. As the summer heat intensifies, Luo contemplates his bank balance and the progress on purchasing a car. In just 3 days, he muses who among his classmates could rival him, even if they boast affluent parents and flashy vehicles. None possess what he is on the verge of attaining. Amidst the banter, the teachers also weigh in, with Wang Zhongxia clarifying that his intention was merely to encourage Luo, hoping that no student would be left behind at the farewell party. Shi Tai echoes this sentiment, further emphasizing the importance of unity among classmates. Faced with the barrage of comments, and Luo reflects on his place within the school hierarchy. He has never been one to boast or gather a close-knit group of friends. He is simply an ordinary high school student, overshadowed by the brilliance of others. The narrative continues to unfold, revealing the complexities of adolescent relationships and the stark realities of their disparate worlds. In this day and age, it is rare to find young women engaging in pure and innocent romances. Even in schools, whether they be high schools or middle schools, the narratives revolve around reality and self-interest. Xiaohu, lacking a car and a wealthy father like Luo, merely flaunts her presence in front of others. When it comes to the matter of Baiqinxi, Xiaohu feels uncertain. Her car pales in comparison to Baiqinxi's, and her monthly expenses are nowhere near as high. In fact, Baiqinxi's monthly beauty expenditures are enough to leave Xiaohu in awe. Moreover, Baiqinxi has never offered Xiaohu a kind word, as Xiaohu embodies the typical image of a social misfit. Little do they know, Baiqinxi's aspirations reach far beyond, favoring mature, stable, affluent men. To her, Xiaohu and Luo are merely fledglings, naive to the ways of the world. Xiaohu's words brimmed with provocation, instantly silencing the lively group chat. No one spoke or reacted. Only her statement dominated the screen. Others remained silent, eager to observe Luo's and Baiqinxi's reactions. Baiqinxi, too, chose not to engage, preoccupied with numerous comments awaiting her response. Xiaohu's frustration was understandable, and Luo consistently outperformed her in practice tests, while the object of her affection, Baiqinxi, had never acknowledged her. Finally, the opportunity arose for Xiaohu to revel in Luo's misfortune, relishing the satisfaction of seeing Luo's college entrance exam results being overshadowed. After all, she herself was capable of entering a 211 university. Yet, why did Luo not respond to Xiaohu? At that moment, Luo felt as if he were on a roller coaster, his mind consumed by the wonders of a peculiar system. He scrolled through a plethora of reward records, while others counted money until their hands ached, and Luo simply swiped his screen until dizziness set in. Beyond the basic rewards from the system, every word and action of Luo was evaluated and rewarded. In contrast to Xiaohu's aggressive remarks, Luo was far more intrigued by the following records. Detecting a new emoji from the host, Database 1, reward of 5,000. A subtle facial expression garnered 5,000 in creative earnings without any deliberate performance. Detecting a new action pattern, cross legs 1, stylish cigarette lighting 1, one-handed cycling 1. A new action database generated. A new database package appeared on the screen, accompanied by an unexpected grand red envelope. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the emoji management mode, action management mode, and a red envelope reward with an unknown amount. Upon opening the envelope, Luo found a generous 5,000 inside. The system was exceedingly generous. The records were extensive and detailed, chronicling Luo's every movement, speech pattern, expression, and emotional state throughout the day. Every gesture and utterance translated into money. Even his nonsensical ramblings could yield income. What was Xiaohu, after all? A mere 211 university student? With his spirits finally lifted, Luo broke the silence with a reply. Xiaohu, your words are merely entrenched prejudices. What qualifications do you have to lecture others? Xiaohu retorted without reservation. You may have read more than others, experienced more, or even be wealthier, but you might also find yourself jobless, struggling to make ends meet, possibly even sleeping on the streets while competing for daily wages. Do you really think such a life is convincing? Xiaohu was clearly confronting Luo. He responded merely to fulfill the obligation of a reply, granting Xiaohu a modicum of dignity, only for her to escalate the situation further. When one has prejudices run deep, what does education matter? What does attending a 211 or 985 university signify? Once one steps outside the classroom, the future remains unpredictable. I may have failed, yet I find joy. You may have succeeded, yet you find joy. We each have our happiness. What is the issue? Luo replied, inciting discontent among his classmates, who had always harbored disdain toward him. The earth is round, but I am square, one classmate retorted. Even AQ thought the same when he was drawing circles. If you want to aim high, aim for Harbin Institute of Technology. 211 is meaningless. 985 is meaningless. What matters is you, the keyboard warrior who can type away. Another classmate, a notorious drunkard, chimed in, Luo, I prepared a basket of rotten tomatoes for you. I'm also from a 985 university, and I can't stand your sour words. Calm down, everyone. Let us not bully Luo, another voice intervened. In Luo, teacher Shirtai has advised you multiple times. Your thoughts are quite radical and may have a detrimental effect on your mental health. You must learn to accept others' opinions. Yet, it was evident that those seeking to attack Enluo were not the teachers, but rather his peers. Enluo had seen enough of their true colors. He typed a final message to the entire group, including the two insufferable teachers. This is my last reply. I have no desire to remain in this group. I will attend the farewell party simply to see what you can do about it. Goodbye to a bunch of self-righteous fools, including the two teachers, especially you, Mr. Wang. Have you divorced yet? Enluo showed no respect, even disregarding the authority of his homeroom teacher. After sending the message, he exited the group. This small act of defiance netted him a few hundred yuan, as the system ensured that money was no longer a concern. These failures had yet to grasp that a day can change everything. Now that he was financially stable, what was wrong with sharing insightful thoughts? The system detected fluctuations in Enluo's emotions, advising him to calm down, reminding him that it was not worth being upset over trivial matters. It activated a soothing music mode. Enluo was astonished. The system seemed to treat him like royalty, meticulously aware of his every move, providing unparalleled service. Please activate the massage tool from the commonly used tools. He triggered the skill for self-care. A data package illuminated the screen, revealing that learning skills and practicing massage techniques would also yield rewards, even for self-administered massages. He marveled at the system. Every moment of his life was now steeped in wealth. The wind he had breathed, the missteps he had taken, even the chance encounters with strangers, all resulted in profits. Who could claim that systems lack emotion? Such assertions were absurd. Within Enluo's experience, this was simply untrue. In a mere 2 days, he had become a millionaire within the system. Yet in reality, he remained in a dilapidated apartment where the walls shook from the raucousness of neighbors. The apartment, priced at 600 per month, possesses but a single window for ventilation, with the restroom located in a communal stairwell. Dining is accompanied by the incessant buzzing of mosquitoes and flies. Enluo, fortunate enough to acquire a 5G mobile phone through an online contest, found himself entangled in an unexpected set of conditions. The stipulation required him to distribute promotional materials for the telecom operator for at least half a month. Standing in crowded shopping centers during the sweltering summer, clad in a bear costume and thrusting flyers into the hands of passers-by. Initially, it seemed that merely disseminating materials for half a month would suffice. However, the operator imposed additional conditions, recognizing that Enluo was not their ideal candidate. Yet his exceptional performance in the contest had defied the odds. This improbable stroke of luck bestowed upon him a model of phone seemingly absent from any online listings. Following the system's activation, Enluo suspected that such good fortune could not be solely his. Upon searching, he discovered no information regarding this mobile model. The merchants involved in the contest had not even provided a manual. He had to rely on trial and error to activate the device. Aside from occasional command malfunctions, there were no apparent flaws. After all, it was a free acquisition, demanding only his physical effort, yet inadvertently activating a system that transformed his life dramatically. The system's prompt piqued Enluo's curiosity, particularly regarding his favorite character, Lolita. He whimsically sang a song by the band Crazy Radio, but his spirits dampened upon viewing his system task count. The solitary red numeral indicated a mere 20% completion of the task, orchestrating the snoring entity incident, which still held a place on trending lists. It seemed unlikely that the progress would advance on its own without further engagement. Completing 100 such tasks felt as distant and elusive as the celestial Lolita herself. Previously, the system's rewards had been personal accolades, not part of the main task narrative. Only by fulfilling the snoring entity task could he unlock the next one, yet no guidance was provided on how to achieve this. A daunting 80% gap loomed ahead, a small step along a long journey. Enluo, however, remained unfazed. He had recently attained a withdrawal privilege of 100,000. With such a sum in hand, who would still reside in a dilapidated apartment with shared facilities and vermin? He envisioned a more affluent lifestyle, deserving of a villa given his newfound financial prowess. Yet, thoughts of his ailing father quelled these aspirations. Upon vacating his rental, Enluo secured a seaside villa for 6,000 a month, a stark contrast to the previous arrangement. This new residence, while not the most opulent in the city, was a significant upgrade. He promptly transferred 60,000 to his father's account. As the family struggled with mounting medical expenses for his father's peculiar ailment, which required surgery costing 200,000, an unattainable sum for them. Enluo's father. in his efforts to support in Luo's education, had saved a meager 30,000, unwilling to part with it. Given in Luo's academic performance, admission to a second-tier university was assured, a remarkable feat in their rural context. However, he pondered how to face his father with such a fabricated narrative about his achievements. Yet, he rationalized that if his father could find joy in the limited time remaining, what harm was there in a little deceit? As he contemplated these matters, his stomach grumbled, not from hunger, but a call for nature. It dawned on him that he had earned several thousand while eating. An idea struck him. Could the system generate income for such natural functions? The system, almost omniscient, detected his need for gastrointestinal activity. He hurried to the lavish restroom, which was astonishingly clean compared to the unsanitary facilities of his previous lodgings. The system congratulated him on his mixed gastrointestinal performance, reporting a 99.9% waste elimination rate. The notion seemed utterly preposterous, yet the system rewarded him with 15,000. This single act earned him a sum equivalent to what a white-collar worker would toil for a month. Simultaneously, he casually browsed information regarding the snoring entity incident, which had escalated in public discourse, targeting a particular video platform. The platform's representatives scrambled to address the fallout, with the legal department's head, Chen Jian, facing mounting pressure for an explanation. And Luo observed that with each surge in the incident's popularity, his task completion progressed incrementally, suggesting the system's tasks were adept at gauging real-time developments and adjusting accordingly. Other irrational voices have been mysteriously erased by the platform, leaving behind comments that are distinctly purposeful. In stark contrast to the heated discussions surrounding the snoring phenomenon is Onluo's live streaming room. The live stream, titled Please Call Me Onluo the Great, continues its orderly routine. Of course, avoiding any mention of sensitive matters such as alternate accounts. Occasionally, a few visitors might wander in, leaving only fleeting traces, devoid of any inclination to comment. Suddenly, a rose appears. A resplendent rose gifted to Onluo. His heart stirs with emotion. However, upon glancing at the giver's username, Princess Cici, his heart sinks. It is evident that the one who sent the red rose is by Chensi. Below lies a small message. Onluo, remember, your debut was broken by me. Keep this in mind. The tone of the message unmistakably reveals it to be by Chensi. Rotten Tomatoes surely have her share. She initially intended to toy with Onluo, throwing Rotten Tomatoes and now presenting a red rose. Onluo's heart is truly a tumult of emotions. After leaving the group, he initially expected a wave of classmates to retaliate in his live stream by hurling rotten eggs and tomatoes. Yet to his surprise, they seem utterly indifferent. His 3 years of high school have been encapsulated in this live stream, and even now, he finds himself in a dim corner, quietly unnoticed. Even Xiaohu, who repeatedly declared he would strike him at the farewell gathering, has yet to appear. Indeed, being invincible can be quite lonely. Onluo sways his body to the dance of loneliness, a dance that has captivated the internet for many years. He believes he dances quite well, yet no one lingers. This is the nature of live streaming. Those with significant traffic are regarded as the forefront, those with decent traffic are called professional streamers, and those with minimal traffic, like Onluo, lack even the identity of a streamer, merely indulging in self-entertainment. Onluo muses that he does not rely on this live stream for income. He will come and go as he pleases. After all, the system's rewards alone could sustain him for several lifetimes. Onluo's snoring phenomenon has already been transformed into a sound pack for sale on a certain platform, along with related products like breathing devices and anti-snoring medications, all capitalizing on this wave of popularity. The progress of his tasks has advanced slightly, and as he observes the snail's pace of progress, he cannot help but feel both amused and exasperated. At this rate, with 100 system tasks, will he never see Lolita in this lifetime? The agonizing college entrance examination has finally concluded. Although he did not achieve the desired results, the 3 years of stifling high school life have come to an end. He has bid farewell to a small room and moved into a spacious suite. Fortune has smiled upon him, granting him a remarkable system. Now, not to raise a fine wine glass and sip a bottle worth over 10,000 would be a disservice to himself. Onluo has specifically ordered a bottle of exquisite wine from the winery. Is not his ideal sophisticated life characterized by sipping red wine, embracing beauty while dancing, driving luxury cars, savoring gourmet delicacies, and exploring extraordinary landmarks? Now he has taken another step closer to such a life. A visitor's comment appears in the live stream. So vulgar. Who still plays this kind of joke? It reveals your age, old man. This comment feels like a slap in the face to On-Law. When did savoring fine wine and experiencing the colorful tapestry of life become a trivial and lowbrow affair? Is time progressing so swiftly? Yet, he possesses the visage of a youth, and this visitor foolishly calls him old man, refusing even to address him as young man. Chapter 7. The current landscape of live streaming is exceedingly diverse. Various streamers masquerading under the guise of positivity while selling flesh, promoting dubious products, or feigning sincerity have left On-Law feeling somewhat aesthetically fatigued. As for talents, the displays are hardly worth mentioning. Those who once flaunted their tattoos have been ousted. Some have even faced incarceration, while others have been expelled from the streaming industry. A new trend has emerged where streamers pretentiously present themselves as groomed sons-in-law, feigning an air of superiority. Alas, like a passing breeze, this trend too has waned, giving way to yet another gimmick. Alright, I'm done pretending. I am Triple X. I've revealed my true self, and I am the wealthiest. There are also those who playfully reveal others' identities, claiming, I am Triple X. My mother owns 1,000 houses in Dubai. On a whim, On-Law posted a dynamic update. I am Triple X, the true identity of the snoring phenomenon. To convince others, he even simulated the snoring sound previously released. Given the current popularity of the snoring phenomenon, he thought it would be no issue to garner attention. However, after posting, time dragged on. On-Law returned after drinking some wine, only to find 0 visits. He fetched another bottle of wine, yet still 0 visits. After downing half a case of beer, he finally received 1 visit. Another comment appeared. Die, you blowhard. Rotten Tomato number 1. In the face of the towering mountain of traffic, On-Law found that he could not even catch a whiff of attention. He revealed, I am the true identity behind this snoring phenomenon. By chance, he stumbled upon a post gaining traction, titled Earth's 8 Gods. To his surprise, he discovered others shared his sentiments, albeit expressed in a different manner. While On-Law merely blew smoke in the live stream, Earth's 8 Gods appeared to be engaged in serious matters. The post was a reprint from a technical forum, and Earth's 8 Gods boasted a clear profile on Baidu. Earth's 8 Gods is a top hacker from a certain white hat base, known for writing violent mobile hacking codes. Following the snoring incident, it was treated as a hacking event, prompting many to flock to the new hacker, Earth's 8 Gods, seeking answers. Admit it, 8 Gods, this is your masterpiece. Earth's 8 Gods was taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation. The mysterious trio behind him convened a small meeting. Presently, many are directing their attention toward us, attributing this incident to us. We have 2 choices, to admit or deny. 8 Gods stated. The trio, apart from 8 Gods, included Xiao Wu and Su Qing. Xiao Wu specialized in cracking codes, utilizing 8 God scripts or breaching others' codes. Su Qing, while not technically savvy, enjoyed associating with the 2 experts, thus acting as a representative for 8 Gods and Xiao Wu. The trio functions as a work unit, occasionally engaging in business ventures for profit. Earth's 8 Gods gained fame by cracking the bank system's ATM, implanting code to make it dispense money automatically. While the technology is impressive, they dared not apply it due to legal implications. This technique could only be tested within a limited scope. After testing, 8 Gods was promptly summoned for tea, resulting in a 3-year prison sentence, which ultimately led to his rise to fame. Not long after his release, the snoring incident occurred, and in light of his previous misdeeds, both insiders and outsiders began to mock him. Regardless of their admissions, the blame was placed upon them. This prompted 8 Gods to organize the secret meeting. We could deny it, but we cannot escape the suspicion surrounding this wave of traffic. Admitting might present another avenue to fish out the true culprit. This dubious idea was proposed by Su Qing. Earth's 8 Gods published a post under his name, declaring, "We are the true identity behind the snoring phenomenon." This post was even launched a mere 3 minutes after On-Law's boasting post, yet the reception was vastly different. While On-Law's calm live stream remained quiet and still, Earth's 8 Gods post garnered over 50,000 shares, 6 million views, 30,000 likes, and 68,000 followers within 10 minutes. The risks associated with acknowledging their role as the true identity behind the snoring phenomenon had not gone unnoticed by the 8 Gods trio. Should this matter escalate, they could find themselves facing another lengthy incarceration. Given the violent destruction of public resources involved, this transcended mere triviality, and they could potentially face joint lawsuits from major traffic platforms. Did 8 Gods truly have a lapse in judgment to comprehend such intricacies? In the realm of the 8 Gods, the stunning beauty Su Qing, despite her lack of technical expertise, possesses an exceptionally high intellect. Prior to the release of this post, the meme acknowledging oneself as the true essence of the snoring body had already reached its peak, creating a tremendous wave of attention. Behind this orchestrated maneuver stands Su Qing, who has amassed a considerable number of IDs from Earth's 8 gods. Within a mere 3 minutes, Enluo was the first to reveal his identity. Yet his post garnered no attention whatsoever. In that brief span, at least 100 influential accounts emerged on the forum, claiming to be the true embodiment of the snoring body. Some of these IDs were manipulated, while others were not, as it appeared that certain individuals had been inspired by the Earth's 8 gods, sensing a lucrative opportunity for fame. This revelation reignited the fervor surrounding the snoring body, propelling Enluo's progress forward. Su Qing's strategic smokescreen aimed to dissociate herself from potential future legal entanglements. Had only the Earth's 8 gods come forward. Without this motley crew, they would undoubtedly have attracted the attention of legal authorities. Now, with everyone stepping forward, it becomes difficult for legal entities to pinpoint any one individual. Su Qing observed the various confessions with satisfaction, though her focus lay elsewhere. She was meticulously sifting through the data of all the confessions. Both the 8 gods and Xiao Wu were curious about her intentions, prompting Su Qing to smile and muse, "I am merely intrigued. Were we the pioneers of this confession meme? Considering the fervor we have ignited, it seems this trend will linger for days." As she sorted the confessions chronologically, a particularly selected ID captured her attention. "Please call me Enluo the Great." This individual had revealed his identity 3 minutes before them. It piqued her curiosity as to why his data was so dismal. Su Qing remarked with intrigue as she observed Enluo's live stream statistics. The disparity in resources leads to differing influences. Our ability to amplify this trend stems from our vast network resources, while this fellow is merely an amateur. The 8 gods scoffed. "Look at what he streams." However, he is quite clever. He posted a video of himself sleeping the moment the snoring body began to trend, hoping to ride the wave of popularity. Unfortunately, he lacks the skills to optimize keywords, trending topics, or traffic generation. He is just a fledgling. Xiao Wu scrutinized Enluo's streaming data. Yet, the material he used for the snoring body is rather similar. This person does possess some talent, but streaming is not as simple as that. Let's send him 2 red roses as encouragement. Su Qing's hand trembled at the mention. Simultaneously, Enluo's eyes brightened at the sight of 2 red roses alongside those gifted by Chensi, now possessing 3 roses in total, which at least indicated he wasn't entirely alone in this venture. The fervor Enluo had generated had now become the concern of others, completely detached from him. The snoring emoji had been applied for cultural patent, and sporadic sightings of people donning snoring merchandise began to appear on the streets, with the snoring body incident oscillating between the top spots on trending lists daily. However, dissenting voices emerged, calling for a boycott of such trivial and lowbrow content, lamenting the excessive attention given to something as mundane as snoring, thus wasting public resources. Unfortunately, online popularity is not swayed by the will of a few. The rankings remain, especially for those events that are irksome yet inescapable. In just a few days, Enluo had become indifferent to money. The system had established a close connection with him, effortlessly generating tens of thousands in income. Even a simple instant noodle meal yielded 3,000, while a moment of meditation brought in a modest sum. Remarkably, after having previously earned over 10,000, it felt as if every hair follicle he lost now translated into profit. While tidying up, a strand of hair fell onto his shoulder. Ding! Detection reveals the host has lost 1 silver strand. System compensation, 60,000 RMB. Intelligence points increased by 1. Silver strand stored. Storage reward, 30,000. In the system's eyes, what was a thick, dark strand of hair was regarded as silver, with a recovery yielding nearly 100,000, also enhancing his intelligence points. Oh my, what is money? To speak of money is so mundane. Money is me. Enluo now comprehended fully that in the system's realm, simplicity is key. Being oneself is the path to wealth. The crux lies in withdrawal. He now qualified to extract 10,000 from the system. Although this amount would suffice for a comfortable life, it wasn't a daily occurrence. Since his last withdrawal of 10,000, the option had remained inactive. Ding! Detection reveals the host has a strong desire to withdraw again, indicating a deeper understanding of the system. Please activate the system sprite, Xiao Qing. From now on, Xiaoqing will be your system companion. A sprite appeared on the system interface, and Luo clicked to activate. Xiaoqing performed a dance while explaining, "Greetings, host. I'm your assistant, Xiaoqing. You can interact with me in 3 ways: voice, text, or video. After activation, I can be nurtured, but my food must be purchased from the system warehouse." Just as she spoke, Xiaoqing feigned hunger, rolling on the ground with her eyes rolling back. Chapter 8. Luo found the system warehouse and selected pet food. A package of pet food appeared on the interface, and upon seeing the price, Luo nearly fainted. Pet food, exclusive for Xiaoqing, level 1, price, 500,000. The cost of a single package was staggering, but given his recent earnings, it seemed trivial, akin to plucking a sesame seed from a sesame pancake. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase, and Xiaoqing enjoyed her food. "Xiaoqing, could you enlighten me about the qualifications for withdrawal?" Naturally, this was Luo's primary concern. Xiaoqing promptly responded, "When the host interacts with the system for the first time, the 10,000 withdrawal is a complimentary gift from the system. There are 3 levels of system withdrawals: 10,000, 100,000, and 1 million. This is the first level, term beginner withdrawal. 1 billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. This is the second level, known as intermediate withdrawal. 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion. If you reach this level, congratulations, you will be advanced. The above withdrawal standards are limited to Earth." Xiaoqing's explanation was succinct. "Why is it that after my 10,000 withdrawal, the withdrawal button remains inactive? Are there any conditions or rules?" You utilize the system's complimentary withdrawal opportunity. Simply complete the system's minor tasks to activate the withdrawal feature. However, activating the withdrawal function requires completing the system's withdrawal task. As expected, there were conditions. How do I complete this? The task for the 10,000 withdrawal requires you to earn 1 million in real life without relying on the system to permanently activate it. Luo felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. As a failed college entrance exam candidate, without any social resources, could he possibly earn 1 million in reality within a month, without the system as assistance? Moreover, if he failed, he would have to wait another 50 or 60 years for the next activation opportunity. Earning 1 million in a month or waiting decades. Would he even be alive then? Even if he were, what good would money do him? A month. Wait, hadn't he just acquired a luxury car worth millions? Selling that should suffice, right? But truthfully, even if he possessed the car, it was of no use to him, for he lacked a driver's license. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the system chimed in. The luxury car, a Lamborghini, is bound to you and cannot be bought or sold in reality. It can only be used. Violating this will lead to misfortune. Luo began to feel quite unsettled. How did you know I intended to sell the car? As your assistant, Xiaoqing selectively comprehends certain thoughts of yours. This is a fundamental principle of my role. So, Xiaoqing, I ask you, if I truly complete the system's 100 tasks, will my phone transform into a lowly tower? Well, like the host? Xiaoqing cannot provide a definitive answer until she has developed further, so please understand. Now, Xiaoqing, if I can earn 1 million in such a short time, why would I opt for the system's 100,000? Will the system truly account for this? Luo jested with Xiaoqing. Haha, but by then, if your system contains hundreds of millions in revenue, would you forsake 1 million for that? Moreover, the withdrawal of 100,000 is monthly. This calculation, my master, you wouldn't consider. Xiaoqing's words indeed left Luo momentarily stunned. Who would be so foolish? Master, Xiaoqing is tired. Please remember to provide her sustenance regularly. Good night, farewell. Xiaoqing vanished. Where in the world can one find a free lunch? It is impossible to possess mountains of gold and silver without effort. How can one earn 1 million within a month? Currently, the money at hand is scarce. Having given 60,000 to my father and paid several thousand for rent, my bank account now holds less than 10,000. Money, when one feels secure, seems insignificant. However, once anxiety creeps in, it becomes a source of torment. Where to find 1 million? Working is unrealistic, business ventures require capital, and I lack the audacity and skill for theft. Missing this month's deadline means waiting 50 or 60 years. What significance does that hold? Hence, Luo is resolute in accomplishing this task. Luo pondered and clung to a glimmer of hope. His uncle. He had previously sent 60,000 to his father, claiming it was a loan to his uncle, who reportedly contracted construction projects worth over 100 million in this city. Seeking his uncle might provide a pathway. Luo promptly called his uncle and hi. feigning a desire to gain experience after finishing high school, to which his uncle readily agreed. His uncle even dispatched a long van carrying a dozen street workers to fetch Luo, who squeezed in among them, his face becoming quite swollen. His uncle's construction site was located far out in the suburbs, where wolves could be seen roaming, and the mountains loomed high, shrouded in clouds. Upon arrival, Luo regretted his decision. His uncle prepared a lavish spread to celebrate Luo's arrival. Luo, how many books have you completed? Luo could deceive his father, but he could never fool his uncle. Uncle, I haven't completed any. I flunked out and came to learn how to make big money. Luo, your uncle earns hard-earned money. Look at this swirling yellow dust. He exchanges his life for money. These days, business is tough and projects are difficult to manage. I heard your father is ill. Take these 20,000 for emergencies. His uncle was notoriously frugal, knowing well Luo's father suffered from an incurable ailment. He offered only 20,000, which was hardly sufficient. Although 20,000 might not suffice for his father's urgent needs, it could alleviate Luo's immediate concerns. He was aware of the dwindling balance on his card. Not getting into university is inconsequential. Come work with your uncle, and he will guide you. Hearing his uncle's words, Luo felt a surge of joy, and his spirits lifted as he glanced at the records of wealth within the system. Uncle, may I inquire if there is a way to earn $1 million in a month? Luo, in his eagerness, posed an overwhelming question. You ambitious little rascal, fresh out of school and knowing nothing. There are many ways to earn $1 million in a month, but they are not for people like you and me. With your uncle, I can ensure you earn over 10,000 a month. Upon hearing this, Luo's enthusiasm waned. What use was earning over 10,000? Even if he managed to pull off a significant task, it would still be merely system currency, which, once eligible for withdrawal, would translate to real money. Seeing Luo's change in demeanor, his uncle promptly tossed a chopstick at him. $1 million a month? Luo, do you think money grows on trees? Look at how hard your uncle works. Do you know how much he earns in a month? $1 million is a child's fantasy. Uncle, how much do you earn in a month? His uncle, with only a few workers under him, earned around 200,000 to 300,000 from a project worth over 100 million. Luo, one must be pragmatic. You are far too restless. Don't believe those motivational quotes that claim one can easily earn over 10,000 a month. Those are poison. Making money in reality is no simple feat. Luo's heart sank. Even if he matched his uncle's diligence and competence, he could only hope for 200,000 to 300,000 a month. Moreover, such a prospect was nearly impossible for him, who lacked the qualifications even to carry bricks. In his uncle's eyes, Luo's words seemed impudent. Fine. If you cannot earn $1 million a month, what difference is there between you and an ant? This young lad, just stepping into society, thinks so highly of himself, having barely handled 10,000. Yet such words, spoken to someone as seasoned as an high, were seen as audacious, even pretentious. All right, $1 million a month? An ant. If your uncle wishes to be an ant, you pursue your heroics. You are not welcome here. In his uncle's perspective, Luo's statement was a challenge. He was promptly expelled from the construction site, the gate slamming shut behind him. Uncle, it's desolate out here. It's nighttime. You must take me back. Luo, now awake to reality, pleaded. Take you back? Not a chance, you little rascal. Go earn your $1 million and don't return to me. His uncle was indeed furious. Otherwise, he would not have been so cold-hearted. The dark, rugged mountain path resembled demonic eyes, accompanied by the howling of wolves and croaking of frogs. Hoping for a change of heart from his uncle was a mere dream, and Luo had no choice but to board the 101 bus, stepping into the night. Ding! The system detected that the host was undergoing an unconventional event and congratulated the host on discovering a new map. The system began to simulate the current natural environment. The same mountains, the same roads, even the little trees lining the path appeared identical. Chapter 9 unveiled interval rewards, prompting Luo to exclaim, Xiao Qing. Assistant Xiao Qing, at your service. What may I assist you with? Xiao Qing, what is this interval reward? What about this map? Luo inquired, naming the map Night Road. Upon naming it, he entered a lottery mode, with prizes ranging from 50,000 to 500,000. Master, interval rewards are essentially a gamble of luck, akin to a lottery. Of course, once you possess Night Road, you may explore it to your heart's content, and there are substantial system rewards for these discoveries. Xiao Qing explained in detail. In essence, traversing the Night Road could yield financial gain. Luo was fortunate to win 3,680,000 in a lottery draw. As his horizons expanded, rewards poured in. His vision detected a natural sapling, yielding 1 vision, 1 energy, 2 mood, and 500 in cash. He then discovered a natural rock, which provided 1 vision, 1 chance encounter, 1 exploration degree, and 1200 in cash. Next, he spotted a night vision frog, its materials scanned and archived, granting him 2 vision, the acquisition of night vision scanning skills, and 5,000 in cash. Suddenly, Enluo realized that the frog, which was hidden in a puddle somewhere in the darkness, was visible to him as clearly as if he had infrared vision. He could even discern the anxious expression on the frog's face and the patterns on its skin. Enluo's vision then detected a venomous snake lurking in the grass, prompting an urgent warning from the system. Please avoid immediately. At that moment, a snake, as thick as an arm, slithered from the roadside brush, completely disregarding Enluo as it passed by. The scanning revealed the material, and congratulations were in order for Enluo as he acquired the cobra material. Had that just been a cobra that slipped past him? A chill ran down Enluo's spine. How could he have grown up without knowing what a cobra looked like? He had been completely oblivious, not observing closely enough. Wait, the material library. Xiaoqing, how do I open the material library? Xiaoqing cheerfully presented a system menu operation guide. Master, at your current level, you can only grasp these basic operations. The operation guide Xiaoqing provided was indeed quite simple, comprising just 2 types of operations. One involved invoking system skills from the skill library. Upon opening it, Enluo found only 1 skill, the newly acquired night vision. The other operation pertained to the material library, where Enluo could access all the materials captured by the system. When he clicked on the material library and selected the cobra, the system's vision displayed the cobra that had just slipped away, demonstrating various movements: crawling, flicking its tongue, hiding, and coiling. The demonstration lasted 50 seconds, accompanied by informative text detailing the cobra species, characteristics, advantages, and disadvantages, even discussing the unique traits of cobra skin. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for completing a material demonstration. You have gained new knowledge about the cobra, knowledge level 5, 3,000 yuan, and a piece of Loretta skin fragment. Enluo's eyes were fixated on the Loretta skin fragment. What was this? After completing 100 system tasks, the system will transform into Loretta. Loretta consists of 10,000 skin fragments. Collecting all 10,000 fragments will yield a portrait of Loretta. This further confirmed that after completing 100 tasks, the system, his humble phone, would metamorphose into the enchanting Loretta. The form of Loretta would depend on the skin fragments he collected. The green glowing fragments intrigued Enluo. He was eager to discover which part of Loretta they represented. He prepared to click on the skin fragment for a visual feast. Ding! Incorrect execution command. Invalid action. Warning. Invalid action. The system issued a warning, and Xiaoqing giggled beside him. Master, the fragments cannot be opened. They must be collected all at once. 500 meters ahead, a shadow wandered by the riverbank, dragging a furry tail. It was a wild wolf. The vision indicated a wolf possessing superlative attack power, cautioning that the wolf was approaching him. Please prepare for defense. The display in Night Road clearly revealed a gaunt wolf slowly advancing toward Enluo. No, it wasn't just one. There were 3. The 3 wolves swiftly spread out, encircling him, ready to launch an attack. They emitted a pre-attack signal, the howl. Following the howl would come the charge, and then the hunt, a trilogy of wild wolf predation. Xiaoqing, I've encountered wolves. How should I defend myself? Enluo, being merely a high school student, never anticipated facing wolves in such a scenario. To his surprise, Xiaoqing was even more flustered. Master, don't panic. The system is urgently searching for a safety manual. In this area, the wolves were extraordinarily formidable, unlike the previously mild creatures such as frogs, fireflies, or nightingales. The system's vision nearly failed against the wolves, unable to identify their species or provide any means of evasion. Various knowledge databases flickered within the system, and the warning sounds intensified. In this critical moment, a gunshot rang out behind Enluo, reverberating through the night. A bullet struck one of the wolves before him, causing it to howl in agony before fleeing, while the other 2 dashed away in fright. In the darkness, his uncle, gripping a hunting rifle, fired 2 more shots at the retreating wolves. You think you can escape? I took a couple of swigs and came out only to find no one around, seeking death in this desolate wilderness. Are you? In a crucial moment, relying on the system was futile. Its ultimate suggestion was to flee. The 36 stratagems recommend retreating. With 2 legs, Could a human outrun four legs? The system was utterly unreliable, and Luo felt a rush of emotion, nearly brought to tears. This was his first encounter with hungry wolves at such a late hour, an experience that moved him profoundly. Naturally, this sentiment came with rewards, as the system resumed its usual function, meticulously recording in Luo's emotional fluctuations and bestowing generous rewards. Get in the car. I'll take you out. With that temper of yours. If it weren't for me waking up in time, you might have been wolf food. And Luo climbed into his uncle's vehicle, who seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, still upset with Luo for his lack of prudence, while Luo remained shaken. The mere thought of the cobra made his scalp tingle, but the wolf. Remembering the scene where the wolf appeared before him, he was left in a daze, his legs trembling in fear, unable to shake off the lingering shock. Upon opening the material library, the wolf that had charged at him was indeed recorded by the system, and Luo gazed at the display of the wild wolf on his phone. His uncle stole a glance, instantly infuriated. You fool! Your life was nearly lost, and you were thinking of recording it? What is going on in that head of yours? His uncle assumed that Luo had been filming the encounter with the wolf, aware that some modern youths, in life and death situations, prioritize recording over their own safety. He hadn't expected his nephew to fall into such a category. His uncle held in high regard those who were diligent, hardworking, and humble, disdaining anyone who aspired to be anything else. This only fueled his disappointment. Initially, he had intended to lend Luo a helping hand, but now he perceived him as a useless burden, akin to mud that could not adhere to a wall. And Luo pondered the system's imprudent suggestion for several hours in his new room, unable to grasp the rationale behind such a blunder in a moment of crisis. He could not inquire of the system. He could only pose his questions to Xiaoqing. Master, the system, like you and me, is also in a process of growth and development. It utilizes algorithms and filters to simulate the optimal solution from millions of alternatives. Though the solution may appear inadequate to you, it is indeed the best option after careful selection. And Luo found this explanation unconvincing. Such errors could be fatal, and the cost was exorbitant. Ding! Detecting dissatisfaction in the host's emotions. Please accept the Emotional Relief Gift Pack, which provides a boost of positive psychological energy, rewarding 3,000. In such unconventional and perilous environments, the system could only rely on its own database. Master, if it were you, what would your best solution be? Xiaoqing countered. Indeed, if it were him, what would his optimal solution entail? There was no such thing as a best plan. He was paralyzed with fear, unable to think clearly, let alone devise a strategy. And Luo found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Xiaoqing. If he possessed a hunting rifle like his uncle, he would undoubtedly have fired it by now. However, bereft of any weapon to confront the wolves, lacking the prowess of Wu Song against tigers, and devoid of the escape skills of a nimble-footed athlete, he pondered what he could possibly do. At best, he would be left to feebly struggle when the wolves descended upon him. Reflecting on this, Luo's frustration began to dissipate. After all, it was he who had chosen to traverse this night road. So whom could he blame? He indulged in a deep, restful slumber, and upon waking, he noticed an increase in his system balance by an entire digit, now surpassing 10 million. Yet, the matter of withdrawal remained nebulous, rendering this fortune seemingly meaningless. And Luo cleared his mind, relished a nutritious breakfast, and opened his live stream. The statistics mirrored those from the previous day, a glaring abundance of rotten tomatoes, only a few red roses, 0 fans, and 0 shares. While others soared on the Ferris wheel of live streaming, he found himself stuck in a rut, unable to resist. And Luo ventured into Bai Chenxi's live stream, where the fervor left him astounded. Bai Chenxi was showcasing her talents with a dance, and gifts were pouring in profusely. Upon preliminary calculations, Luo estimated that, from just the gifts, Bai Chenxi had earned nearly 50,000 in mere 2 hours. This was the epitome of a 6-figure monthly income. Unlike his uncle, who, despite his relentless hard work and endurance, had limits, Bai Chenxi thrived in this realm, effortlessly raking in tens of thousands daily with her charm and talent. In the world of live commerce, there were indeed tycoons earning millions monthly. Some top streamers would amass over 10 million in a single session. And Luo contemplated inviting Bai Chenxi out, but ever since the incident at Shun Jiai's restaurant, he lacked the courage to extend another invitation. Nevertheless, he steeled himself. Xiaobai, how about a meal together? Bai Chenxi replied, haven't you been knocked out of your senses yet? It's just a meal. When she stated, I don't have time, and hung up, and Luo gathered his resolve once more. She, please, let me treat you to a meal and discuss a few matters. What matters? Can we meet instead? It's too difficult to explain over the phone. Again, she insisted, I don't have time. And Luo understood that hope was dwindling. Lost in thought, the system chimed, detected that the host has a strong desire to invite someone for a meal. If this intention can be concentrated to 100%, a special system gift will be granted. The strong invite package. The strong invite package. Concentrating his thoughts to 100%, and Luo glanced at the progress bar, which showed only 60%, still lacking 40. He envisioned Bai Chenxi, and this scenario was not unfamiliar. Yet this time, it ignited a fervor within him. Mere thoughts were insufficient. He printed a large photo of Bai Chenxi, placed it respectfully, and prepared himself with a bath and incense. This indeed accelerated the progress, soon reaching 95%. Just 5% remained, and Luo was racking his brain, fully aware that the system's affirmation of his focused intention rested upon his intimate thoughts of Bai Chenxi. A bold idea sprouted. He kissed the large photo of Bai Chenxi. Ding! Progress reached 100%. He obtained the strong invite package. Would he like to use it? Yes. Simultaneously, while Bai Chenxi was engrossed in her lively stream, she received a text message that made her complexion pale upon opening the link. The message was from Luo, containing a link revealing her secret relationship with a high-ranking executive, someone who had been Chen Jian's superior and whom she had met through Chen Jian. The message was dispatched by the system, unbeknownst to Luo, who merely sought to validate the efficacy of the package. Ding! The system detected a slight wave of anxiety from the host. No need for concern. Trust the system. Now, a 5-second countdown will commence. When it reaches 0, the other party will return your call. And Luo began the countdown, knowing that with each tick, he could earn money. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In that moment, after much inner turmoil, Bai Chenxi gritted her teeth and dialed in Luo's number. And Luo, I'm sorry for losing my temper earlier. Please don't take it personally. And Luo was entranced. Such a tone from Bai Chenxi was rare. Had she truly fallen under the system's spell? He chuckled, intending to convey joy, yet to Bai Chenxi, it sounded like a threat. And Luo, you set the time and place. Bai Chenxi, weren't you too busy? If I set the time, will your schedule allow it? And Luo felt a flicker of schadenfreude. After all, she had rejected him twice, and it was impossible for her to be unaffected, though he couldn't comprehend her sudden change of heart. Ultimately, the system's strong invite package had worked its magic, and Luo couldn't resist taking a jab at Bai Chenxi's pride. As classmates, and Luo, don't be sarcastic. You're quite the enigma. And Luo replied. Enough with the chuckles. Time and place, she insisted, unwilling to waste precious moments on idle chatter, knowing that each second spent on the phone could cost her thousands in lost orders. Since you're in such a hurry, let's go with now. The location is Shun Jiai's private restaurant, just you and me. And Luo hastily decided on the restaurant closest to him, recalling that the owner had a beautiful daughter named Luolita, whom he hadn't seen in ages. He emphasized his intention firmly, recalling how their last meeting had been marred by Chen Jian's presence, which had left him discontented. Just one person, he asserted. Now, I need to go live shortly. Can we delay it by 2 hours? Bai Chenxi's voice was tinged with urgency, and Luo could detect a hint of desperation in her tone. The more she pleaded, the more insistent he became. This package was a hard-won treasure, and he was not about to relent. 2 hours? I have a busy schedule too. I can only delay by 2 minutes. 2 hours? Let us not meet at all? Haha. All right, and Luo, you're quite something. Fine. We'll do it your way, Bai Chenxi retorted, her voice laced with irritation. And Luo, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you're unwilling, then don't come. We were classmates, after all. Let us leave some room for future encounters. She replied, and the line went dead. And Luo couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement at the thought of Bai Chenxi's furious reaction to the abrupt end of their call. What had transpired? What magical power had the system bestowed upon him? The strong invite package was remarkably potent. After hanging up, Bai Chenxi felt a wave of unease. What was Luo up to? How did he uncover her secrets? The implications sent chills down her spine as she realized she might have underestimated him, recalling how he had seemed so naive in school. Soon, she finished her makeup and left her streaming room, driving her small BMW to Shun Jiai's restaurant. Frustratingly, Luo had yet to arrive. The restaurant owner beamed at the sight of Bai Chenxi, recognizing her as a lucrative patron. During her last visit, they had ordered an extravagant feast, one that had cost her dearly, yet she had been more than willing to pay, being a big spender. Seated in the same private room, Baiqinzi awaited Luo's arrival, growing increasingly impatient. She had already messaged him multiple times, only to be met with excuses about a malfunctioning bicycle. Though she offered to pick him up, he declined, and Luo was intent on testing Baiqinzi's resolve, especially after the last encounter had left him feeling humiliated, with her sharing the video in their class group, leading to a barrage of mockery. As time passed, and Luo remained absent, Baiqinzi's frustration grew. Today, her willingness to endure discomfort stemmed from the leverage she now held over Luo. Under normal circumstances, she would have walked away by now. At that moment, a stunning young woman emerged from the restaurant, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Her beauty was such that it would be a pity if she did not pursue a modeling career. Baiqinzi felt a pang of envy. This exquisite girl was Shun Xinmei, the beautiful daughter of the restaurant owner. And Luo had never formally met Shun Xinmei. He had merely caught a glimpse of her while passing by Shun Jiai's restaurant. That single glance left a profound impression on him. And since Shun Jiai was a very authentic and tasteful private dining establishment, and Luo decided on this venue for his first date with Baiqinzi without a second thought. Shun Xinmei gracefully approached Baiqinzi and inquired with a smile, "Sister, shall I prepare the dishes in advance, or would you prefer to wait?" Baiqinzi glanced at her phone and then at the empty street. "Let us wait a little longer. One more person is on their way." As she spoke, and Luo arrived, riding a rather wobbly public bicycle covered in dust. He parked the bike, and upon entering the restaurant, to his surprise, the first person he noticed was not Baiqinzi, but Shun Xinmei. She stood by the window, lost in thought, and when she looked up, she caught sight of Luo observing her, eliciting a peculiar feeling within her. On his way, Luo had been splashed by a luxury car, leaving him covered in mud. When he stepped inside the restaurant, Shun Xinmei immediately retreated to fetch a clean outfit for him to change into for a more pleasant dining experience. "Xinmei, what are you doing?" The restaurant owner, Shun Jiai, inquired. "Mom, the guest got splashed with mud, and I'm looking for something for him to change into. He can't possibly dine like this." "Huh? Xinmei, since your father left, we don't have any men's clothing at home. Don't worry about it. They'll manage with what they have. Do you think they'll eat all those dishes?" "Huh?" Shun Jiai chuckled. "Mom, are the dishes not meant for eating?" "Huh? These people have a peculiar mindset. The last time 3 of them ordered a huge spread and only touched a few dishes. The rest were used for a food fight." "Ah, are there really such eccentric people in this world?" Shun Xinmei found it hard to fathom. "Isn't that wasteful?" "Ah, wasteful? They paid for it 3 times over. The wealthy don't concern themselves with waste. Just think if they were forced to eat those dishes, they might overindulge and suffer. Even if not, those dishes would just turn to waste, but if they're smashed, they can be repurposed for the chickens or dogs." And Luo chuckled as he animatedly recounted the scene of being splashed by the luxury car to Baiqinzi. However, Baiqinzi remained composed. When she urged Luo a second time, he mentioned he was on his bicycle, which displeased her. She discreetly dialed an old friend. Upon receiving a photo of Luo, her friend drove his luxury car to look for him, finally spotting Luo looking rather pleased with himself by a puddle on the roadside. This was an opportunity he had been waiting for. Thus, Luo's appearance did not surprise Baiqinzi, as the lesson had been a result of her own doing. Initially, she had considered being harsher, but she felt the situation had not yet escalated to that point. And Luo was elated because this material had been absorbed by the system, earning him at least 100,000. To be splashed with mud and gain such a reward, who wouldn't be thrilled? Chapter 11 began with Shun Jiai, wearing a smile, appearing alongside Shun Xinmei. "I apologize. My husband left early, and we don't have any men's clothing. Otherwise, I would have changed." Baiqinzi chuckled to herself. Women's clothing would suffice. Look at him. He has turned into a mud creature, quite unappetizing. Shun Jiai appeared momentarily taken aback as Shun Xinmei suddenly spoke up. "I see you have a similar height and build to mine. If you don't mind, would you like to borrow some of my clothes?" Shun Xinmei's eyes sparkled with kindness, though the size difference was significant. And Luo, feeling the awkwardness, nodded and swallowed hard, glancing at Shun Jiai. "Aunt Shun, this is your daughter, right? It's been quite a while since we last met." Shun Xinmei immediately turned and went to fetch some clothes. And Luo's words slipped out. Since he had last seen her peering through the window, it had indeed been several years. "You've met Shun Xinmei?" Shun Jiai's demeanor shifted to one of alertness, while Luo felt a bit embarrassed. "Oh, It was a long time ago when I came for a meal with friends. Your daughter was the one serving us. I haven't seen her since. Oh, Shinmei. Had some matters to attend out of town? Shinjiai replied, her expression somewhat troubled. Shinshimei returned with her largest outfit, and Luo changed inside. When he emerged, everyone burst into laughter. Bai Chenxi, however, remained stoic, and Shinjiai and Shinshimei sensed the awkward atmosphere and retreated. And Luo stood in a stylish dress, gazing intently at Bai Chenxi, who had never been so cold toward him before. Bai Chenxi, if this is too much, I'll take my leave. And Luo stood to depart. Realizing he couldn't leave looking like this, he would surely draw unwanted attention. Bai Chenxi had been holding back her laughter, and now, unable to contain herself any longer, she broke into a chuckle. Go ahead, Luo. If you dare to take a stroll outside, I'll give you 10,000. Bai Chenxi was clearly having fun at his expense. Ding! Congratulations, host. New material acquired. Original flavor of a youthful girl's outfit. Aesthetic value 2. Taste 2. Total 5. 000,000. And Luo thought he had misread the reward. 5 million for Shun Shinmei's outfit? Such a price was astonishing compared to previous materials. But the balance didn't lie. He had indeed profited immensely from this muddy splattering. Moreover, wearing Shinshimei's personal attire was undeniably refreshing. And Luo, let's cut to the chase. What do you want from me? Bai Chenxi directly inquired, sensing his ulterior motive. Just as Luo was about to respond, a horn blared outside, causing both him and Bai Chenxi to feel irritated. Chen Jian parked his luxury car and swaggered into the private room. And Luo held a strong aversion to Chen Jian, and Bai Chenxi, feeling guilty about her own transgressions, shared his sentiments. Did I interrupt your private gathering? Chen Jian smirked, his eyes lacking any kindness. Not at all. It's not an inconvenience. And Luo invited me, claiming he needed something. Go ahead, and Luo, Bai Chenxi said, feigning composure, while Shun Jia beamed with delight, having finally gathered everyone together. Let us serve the dishes. Shun Shimei was blissfully unaware of Shun Jia's words. But if she had witnessed the 3's antics, she would have understood immediately. And Luo? Should I say something? With Chun Jian present, and Luo hesitated to voice his request, feeling it would be absurd to express his desire for Bai Chenxi's assistance in making 1 million each month before arrival. However, Bai Chenxi misinterpreted Luo's silence as a jab at her, and with guilt weighing heavily on her heart, she was unprepared for what he might reveal about their relationship. Thus, Bai Chenxi's expression shifted. If it's inconvenient to speak, let us change the subject. Chun Jian, could you update us on the recent developments with the Hulu project? Any insider information, dear? Bai Chenxi asked sweetly, causing Luo to shudder at her tone. Well, Luo, from now on, call her by her full name. The nickname Cici is reserved for me. Regarding the Hulu project, we're in serious trouble. We're facing numerous legal challenges from other platforms, accusing us of infringing on their rights. Our CEO held a secret meeting just yesterday. Chun Jian, has this matter even reached your CEO? Bai Chenxi gazed up at him in admiration. Our CEO finds himself in a predicament. The pressure from our competitors is insurmountable, and this situation is shrouded in complications. Chun Jian speaks candidly. What complications, you ask? Firstly, the external links originate from our platform, and secondly, the audio is disseminated simultaneously across all platforms. Technically speaking, without the legal authorization and technical support of other platforms, this is nearly impossible. This alone guarantees ongoing troubles, as our peers perceive this as an aberrant act by our platform. Bai Chenxi possesses an impressive knack for diverting conversations, swiftly shifting Chun Jian's focus. Meanwhile, the progress of Luo's task related to the Hulu body inches forward. I had previously suspected that this matter was orchestrated by those bigwigs from Yashin. Have you not conducted any covert investigations on them? Bai Chenxi inquires. We have investigated, but the issue is far more intricate. Yashin has been ruled out. They lack the qualifications for such hacking intrusions. Our preliminary suspicion points to a connection with the World Alliance's White Hats. Perhaps some foreign hacking forces. Chun Jian's disclosure implies that they are utterly uncertain. Since the external links are from your platform, how can you not trace the source? And Luo interjects. To be candid, the problem lies here. What appears to be a straightforward issue has eluded our technological efforts to uncover the source. Please refrain from disseminating this insider information. If it leaks, it could lead to significant repercussions. And Luo secretly revels in this. Yet Chun Jian's words instill a sense of unease. Our upper management has invested millions to hire a world-class technical team to investigate this matter discreetly. It is said that they have already uncovered a preliminary lead, confirming that the source is a certain mysterious live streaming room on our platform. Should we decipher the name of that live room, the individual behind it will undoubtedly face imprisonment. Chun Jian murmurs in a hushed tone. The task progress for the Hulu body advances yet again, accompanied by a particularly reassuring note for Enluo. Note: do not heed his boastful claims. Those technicians cannot possibly crack it. Even if they do, with legal documents in hand, the host cannot be imprisoned. With this thought, Enluo feels a sense of calm wash over him. It is surprising that the incident surrounding the Hulu body has escalated to the point of potential legal disputes. How amusing. $1 million, you say? This time, your boss must be incurring significant losses, hiring a team to counter threats from competitors. Will your platform collapse? Bai Chenxi echoes Enluo's sentiments. You are still too naive. Our boss is quite pleased. First, we have gained an extraordinary influx of traffic from this incident. The traffic generated by the Hulu body is estimated in the billions. Secondly, we have stimulated traffic related to the Hulu body. Just look at how many live streams are now capitalizing on this traffic. Are you not concerned about the heightened legal risks and the possibility of your platform facing bans? Bai Chenxi questions. If it were to reach that point, we would merely be a group of idle bystanders. As long as we silence our competitors, there is no risk involved. We stand to gain the most. I do not hesitate to inform you that our competitors are also desperately vying for this traffic. In the face of such formidable traffic, who can maintain an air of calm? Chun Jian takes a somewhat boastful stance. There are indeed those who can remain unperturbed, standing right before the two of them, Enluo. Despite the commotion surrounding the Hulu body, Enluo remains unappreciated in real life. The true owner of the Hulu body is himself. However, should this information leak, he would only receive disdain and ridicule. The Hulu body has dominated trending searches for an entire week. Yet Enluo's live stream has not garnered a single new follower, while the Hulu body thrives in a frenzy across various social media platforms, with Enluo remaining the same unnoticed figure. This mountain, Enluo naturally can bear. Now, some enterprising individuals have begun selling merchandise related to the Hulu body, such as cultural shirts, snacks, health supplements, and novelty toys. However, aside from the millions gained from the system, Enluo has not earned a dime in real life. I have shared so many insider details with you. Enluo, what do you intend to discuss with Bai Chenxi? Chun Jian shifts the conversation towards Enluo. Enluo, of course, refrains from revealing his intentions and can only respond. I have arranged to meet Bai Chenxi because there is a farewell gathering the day after tomorrow, and I wish to inquire about her thoughts. Bai Chenxi feels a surge of anxiety, genuinely fearing that Enluo might disclose the unsettling matter. Enluo, why are you fretting over a failed candidate? Regardless, I am determined to help our Bai Chenxi shine, right? Bai Chenxi appears awkward, questioning why Enluo would attend a classmate reunion. Well, Chun Jian, perhaps another time. It is inappropriate to bring family to the farewell party. Begin thankfully declines Jin Yan's suggestion. Chun Jian's expression shifts. Do you take me for a fool? Does a farewell party require you two to converse privately? What is the matter here? You two should clarify it. There is truly nothing amiss. Enluo grows anxious, pondering why Bai Chenxi is attending the gathering, a detail he remains unaware of. Bai Chenxi feigns a smile. You are overthinking it, Chun Jian. There is genuinely nothing going on. Aren't you busy with something important? Please attend to it. Chapter 12. Chun Jian lights a cigarette. I shall not take my leave today. Until this is clarified, I shall remain. So you are conspiring against me? Are you? Chun Jian pulls out his phone and begins snapping pictures of Enluo, who is dressed in women's clothing indiscriminately. What are you doing? Enluo exclaims in terror, though internally he feels a flicker of joy for her. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a modicum of focus. Cash reward of 50,000, charm index of 3. Congratulations, host, you have completed your first cross-dressing appearance. Physique index of 1. Reward of 40,000. What cross-dressing appearance? This is Enluo's natural reaction after being photographed so aggressively. Thus, one can earn 90,000 in this. Bai Chenxi, burdened with thoughts, was scrolling through the forum, her mind far from the recent prank. Chun Jian, you are breaking the law. Without my consent, you are infringing upon my likeness. Enluo finally managed to utter after a long pause. Go ahead and sue me. Did I tell you? In these high school forums, registration requires no authentication. Can you prove that video was posted by me? Chun Jian, who specialized in legal matters, should be aware of such details. Hey, Yon Yi. It was my fault. I apologize for any offense caused. Here as to you. And Luo abruptly changed his demeanor, bowing and scraping to Chun Jian. Chun Jian's antics were merely a way to provoke Luo. Whether Luo had an affair with Bai Chenxi was no longer relevant. Chun Jian had been with Bai Chenxi for years and had grown weary of it. He was simply bored. Wasn't Luo experiencing a pang of conscience? Not quite. He was just worried that Chun Jian had not touched his drink for too long, fearing that the effect might wear off. Good on you and Luo. By the way, your cross-dressing looks quite impressive. You possess a talent for modeling, Chun Jian praised with a hearty gulp. Suddenly, an unusual silence enveloped the room, and Luo became serious, engrossed in his phone, entirely dismissing Chun Jian, which infuriated him. Bai Chenxi, displeased by Chun Jian's sudden disruption, ignored him entirely. Chun Jian had initially sought to assert his presence, but now, and Luo was counting down the moments for him. Suddenly, a gurgle erupted, and Chun Jian immediately clutched his stomach, his face flushed with embarrassment. Bai Chenxi noticed as well. Are you unwell? Aye. Chun Jian's eyes darted around before he dashed toward the kitchen, only to be met with a shriek from Xinjiai, whose voice had gone off-key. Sir, you cannot come in here. Where's the toilet? The restroom, where is it? Xinjiai quickly understood. The guest was urgently searching for a toilet. Unfortunately, the only restroom was occupied by her daughter. She promptly pointed to a shed outside, telling Chun Jian, I'm sorry, our restroom is under renovation and cannot be used. There is a temporary toilet outside. You can go there. Fuck, I want to lodge a complaint. Your food is problematic and there's no toilet. Fuck. Chun Jian, red-faced, bolted out of the kitchen and the private room, with Luo following closely behind. And Luo was live-streaming the entire incident on his phone. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the second live-streaming task. Live-streaming Chun Jian's urgent need. This task counts towards the system's objectives. And Luo felt a surge of delight. His first task was already at 80% completion, and now the second task had been triggered. If this continued, he hoped for the coveted lowly tower. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the live stream of the great Luo. I'm your host, Luo. Today, while dining at Xinjiai's restaurant, I stumbled upon something amusing. It seems our legal supervisor, Chun Jian, has encountered some discomfort after his meal and is frantically searching for the restroom. Let us follow him with our camera. The camera turned. Fuck. Chun Jian exclaimed, for in front of him stood the so-called temporary toilet, which was nothing more than a makeshift structure made of hay bales. A setup with a pit beneath and a board on top where flies buzzed in the summer. It was a relic of a bygone era. A makeshift outhouse. Madam, is this really the temporary toilet you mentioned? Is this fit for human use? Chun Jian turned to Xinjiai, questioning her. Sir, it is indeed for human use. Please bear with it. It hasn't been used in many years, but I've cleaned it personally. It's still fairly clean. Stop it. What are you filming in Luo? You. Are you allowed to film me in women's clothing, but not my emergency situation? If you have the guts, don't hold it in. Let us all see how the legal supervisor ends up. And Luo fully engaged in his feud with Chun Jian, while Bai Chenxi emerged to observe the commotion, amused by Chun Jian's state. Feel free to film, but don't post it. We can negotiate this. Oh, I assure you, I won't post it. This is a live stream. I hope it can attract some followers or gifts for my channel. As Chun Jian dashed behind a half-hidden makeshift toilet, a cacophony ensued, followed by a foul odor wafting through the air. Yet Chun Jian sighed in relief. The next moment, however, a startled scream escaped him as he lost his balance and fell into the adjacent field. A rat! A rat! And Luo rushed over, pinching his nose, as a golden-haired rat scurried near the makeshift toilet. Chun Jian was thoroughly frightened, while the rat was equally alarmed. It merely sought food, but upon encountering someone as large as Chun Jian, it shrank back in terror. Poor Chun Jian, however, was not so fortunate. His leap had landed him 2 meters into the field, and Luo stood dumbfounded as his live stream suddenly gained traction. First, an astonished emoji appeared, followed by a surge in views, flowers, and comments skyrocketing over 1,000 in mere seconds. And Luo realized that the response was far greater than what his mere live stream could generate. Someone influential had shared it. Upon checking, he discovered it had been reposted by a prominent figure on a popular platform. explaining the overwhelming reaction to the video. Chun Jian had stealthily found a safe spot to clean himself and adjust his pants, climbing back up from the 2-meter-high earthen embankment. Your food has issues. I want to file a complaint. Sir, if our food was indeed problematic, why are these two fine? Shen Jia countered. I suspect it might be your digestive system that is the issue. Chun Jian had finished the glass of wine spiked with potent ingredients, and Luo seized the opportunity to embellish the tale, unwilling to let this prank affect the business of Shen Jia's restaurant. After all, this quaint eatery had its unique charm, especially with Shen Xinmei, whose beauty was simply captivating. Chun Jian, I've eaten the same dishes as you, and by Chensi, we're fine. You're just blaming them. I saw you mixing drinks, white wine, red wine, sometimes at room temperature, sometimes with ice. Tell me, how much ice did you add? And Luo interrogated. Chun Jian, his head spinning, had yet to respond when his stomach gurgled again. Cautiously, he approached the makeshift toilet, tapping it with a stick to scare off the golden-haired rat. But as he peered inside, his face turned pale. The golden-haired rat remained, and it was feasting on a dead creature. Get out of the way. Don't block me. Chun Jian shouted at the rat. Startled, the rat leaped into the pit. Chun Jian trembled, standing on the rickety wooden boards, which were precariously balanced, leading to a bottomless pit of darkness below. The live stream had to come to an end, continuing would breach regulations. And Luo was well aware of this. He ended the stream, glancing at the view count comfortably exceeding 500,000, with flowers totaling 5,000 and comments surpassing 10,000. Chapter 13. And Luo pinched his nose, preparing to leave when Chun Jian suddenly grabbed his dress. Hey, buddy, keep me company for a bit. It's quite scary alone. The golden-haired rat had jumped into the pit. But that did not mean it wouldn't return to cause trouble. Get off me. I'm not in the mood. You didn't seek me out when you were in women-esque clothing. Now, Chun Jian, the golden-haired rat has a penchant for nibbling on behinds. Chun Jian went from merely holding onto Luo to wrapping his arms around his leg. Brother, I implore you, I have harbored a fear of mice since childhood. You cannot fathom. When I was a little one visiting my grandmother in the countryside, a mouse bit my ear in the dead of night. From that moment on, I've been terrified, and Luo pondered for a moment, feeling a twinge of sympathy for Chun Jian. Surely, one cannot let a mouse scare them to death. But even if one were to accompany him, it ought to have some value. Isn't Chun Jian rather affluent? Fine, but I will only engage in valuable companionship. Can you afford it? And Luo relented. Brother, tell me the amount. I can manage it. 1 million. And Luo did not flinch. 1 million, and Luo. You. Chun Jian's expression immediately changed. I knew you couldn't afford it. Well, goodbye. And Luo pretended to leave. But Chun Jian clung to her tighter. Don't go, and Luo. Let's negotiate. How about 100,000? That's not a small sum. 110,000. 30,000 should suffice for you to start some business. 150,000. Oh, 1 million. That's my final offer. 1 million. And Luo. I will pay. You truly wish to? How foolish of you to be so generous. Your willingness is irrelevant. A signature is binding. And Luo had already produced an electronic version of the contract. He wasn't foolish. Without a contractual obligation, Chun Jian, being a legal professional, could easily accuse him of extortion, leading him to a tea house. Chun Jian stared blankly at the contract, still hesitating. Squeak, squeak. Suddenly, from a hidden corner came the sound of a golden-haired mouse, fortuitously aiding in Luo at this critical moment. Whether to sign or not, I wouldn't sign either. That is 1 million after all. If I don't sign, I'm leaving. Rest assured, this golden-haired mouse will certainly not emerge from the cesspool. The more Luo insisted it wouldn't come out, the more Chun Jian's mind conjured the opposite. I'll sign. Chun Jian finally capitulated, signing the business contract. With the signature, and Luo was astonished at how absurdly easy it was to earn this 1 million. Yet, Chun Jian was still tightly gripping in Luo's thigh, which made her quite uncomfortable. And Luo, let us keep this discreet. Please don't let it slip, after all. It's 1 million. Don't worry, Jian go. Not even a shishi will I mention it. Let go, it stinks here. I'll climb a tree to keep you company. Right next to the latrine stood a jujube tree. But what if a mouse emerges? Chun Jian was not foolish. He simply wouldn't let go. If he released her, how could that still be worth 1 million? Ding. The system detected that the host was in an abnormal environment, experiencing severe air pollution. The system activated air purification services for the host. A fragrance of jujube blossoms wafted through, diluting the nauseating odor that nearly made Luo retch. Chen Jian, however, could not withstand it and ended up vomiting from his own actions, resulting in a terrible stench. The polluted air wreaks havoc on the human body, and the system would compensate for the damages endured by the host. Respiratory pollution compensation 50,000. Intestinal peristalsis compensation 60,000. Anxiety and mental distress compensation 60,000. Unpleasant sensory experiences from odor stimulation 70,000. While both endured the odor, Chun Jian suffered from the severe stench while facing a monumental loss. And Luo swiftly acquired 1 million. And within this brief span of minutes, the system world had earned him another 300,000 or 400,000. What is money? I am money. Yet a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Although the agreement for the 1 million was effective, would he actually receive it? What if Chen Jian reneged? He was a legal expert. Couldn't Luo outmaneuver him? Was there any certainty in this endeavor? After finishing up, Chun Jian washed his hands repeatedly, but did not return to the dining table. Instead, he swiftly departed in his BMW. Finally, having dispatched the troublesome fellow, Luo returned to the restaurant with Bai Chenxi. Luo, you did quite well to endure Chen Jian in such a foul place. For so long. Your taste is quite heavy. Bai Chenxi teased Luo. At your age, nearing 50, how can you still be so afraid of mice? How pathetic. Luo deflected. However, I am curious, Miss Bai, what sudden whim compelled you to invite me out for a meal? Luo continued to inquire. Don't you know? Bihini ritortit. Luo shook his head. I am quite surprised, but I am unaware. You're pretending. Pretending at what? I am merely curious. Keep pretending. Luo, when did you set your sights on me? Set my sights? Ha! From the very first glance. Quit jesting. Let us discuss something serious. It was precisely then. Bai Chenxi understood that Luo was not inclined to speak frankly, and there was nothing she could do to rush him. You must be short on cash. If so, just tell me. A few thousand won be an issue for me. But can you please stop pestering me? I am genuinely busy. Striving to earn my tuition and living expenses, it's quite arduous. Luo was taken aback by this statement. Wasn't it Bai Chenxi who had invited him out? Now she accused him of pestering her. It was rather perplexing. I'm not short on money, nor do I intend to pester you, Bai Chenxi. Your skin is too thick for my taste, and why should I be accused of pestering you? Luo directly questioned. Bai Chenxi was momentarily speechless, and Luo, not wishing for the atmosphere to become too awkward, immediately showcased the prominent figure who had shared his live stream to Bai Chenxi. Little Bai, don't you find it strange? This big shot, a complete stranger to me, has surprisingly recognized my worth and shared my content. Upon seeing the individual's profile, Bai Chenxi was left agape, her face flushing red and pale in succession. Luo was showing her the former superior of Chun Jian, who he had been secretly dating, the current head of operations at a certain video platform. Luo was being intentionally obvious, having sent her a private video, while pretending not to know this prominent figure, displaying remarkable pretense. The truth was that the big shot, named Hao Jian, held a grudge against Chun Jian, particularly due to Chun Jian's existing relationship with Bai Chenxi, which made him secretly envious. Coincidentally, Luo had footage of Chun Jian's embarrassment. If he wouldn't target Chen Jian, who else would he? Luo was blissfully unaware, which is why he chose to share it with Bai Chenxi, oblivious to the underlying dynamics. Not knowing, Bai Chenxi's expression immediately soured. Luo displayed no sincerity and refused to open up to her, which infuriated her. Luo truly could not decipher a woman's temperament. She invited him out, yet treated him poorly. What was this game? Perhaps it was fate. Bai Chenxi realized she had overstepped, knowing her leverage was in Luo's hands, so she quickly sought to remedy the situation. Wow, the clicks have surpassed 10 million. Ha! Luo was ecstatic to witness his live stream take off. He was momentarily elated. Over 10,000 fans, up from 0 yesterday, within just 2 or 3 hours. He gained 15,000, 60,000 flowers, 80,000 likes, 96,637 comments, 2,333 shares. Luo excitedly reported his statistics. Enough, Luo, don't get too carried away. This data is quite ordinary, okay? It doesn't even compare to my worst performing work. Bai Chenxi did not intend to undermine Luo. She merely stated the facts. To Bai Chenxi, Luo's modest figures were insignificant. Suddenly, a highly discordant comment appeared. Xianjiangua, have you always thrived in darkness, damn? How can a piece of trash like Luo rise? Everyone, this streamer just failed the college entrance examination with scores of triple X, and he is a pervert. Having previously posted videos in women's clothing, links. Bai Chenxi also took note of this comment. And Luo, what conflict do you have with Xiaohu? He seems to be targeting you everywhere. What conflict could Bai Chenxi possibly be unaware of? This was clearly a leading question, and Luo chose not to respond truthfully. My relationship with Xiaohu is quite pleasant. Yet one summer, I visited his home only to find him absent. His sister was there, taking a shower, with the door left ajar. This incident, while seemingly trivial, was a source of amusement for Lu, who felt no obligation to be courteous to Xiaohu, whom she deemed lacking in decorum. His sister is truly beautiful. Xiaohu, on the other hand, is quite unattractive, weighing perhaps 300 pounds, a mere mass of flesh. Pale and unappealing. You are rather mischievous, Lu, remarked Bai Chenxi, sorting through the details. So it wasn't peeping then? You were openly watching? Lu felt cornered by the academically inclined Bai Chenxi. Whether it was peeping or watching openly, neither was favorable. Peeping was sleazy, while watching openly was hypocritical. In this scenario, how could one claim to be forthright when it was undoubtedly an act of hypocrisy? Xiaohu is acquainted with a few people socially. Perhaps it would be wise to skip the farewell party. I have matters to attend to, Lu. Please let me off the hook. Bai Chenxi feigned a pitiful expression. Lu felt a twinge of frustration. Little Bai, I haven't done anything to you, so why should I let you off the hook? Aren't we still friends? Rest assured, I will attend the farewell party. Do you think I fear Xiao? Absolutely not. If I were to care about someone of his caliber, how would I manage in the future? Bai Chenxi knew Lu's words were insincere. If she were honest, this matter would have been revealed long ago. Her intentions were transparent. She merely wished to toy with him. Chapter 14. The popularity of the live broadcast was soaring rapidly, and Lu recalled the previous task involving 1 million. She promptly checked the progress, 60% complete. Wasn't the task accomplished? Lu was puzzled until Xiao Qing suddenly interjected. Master, until the money is secured, the task remains incomplete. Indeed, the 1 million was merely a business arrangement with Chun Jian, yet the forthcoming tasks appeared straightforward. 1 million would surely be within reach. One must accept the stakes of the gamble. Aunt Shun the bill, please. Lu waved to Shun Jai, who smiled in response. That lovely young lady has already settled the bill. Shall I pack these dishes for you? Unexpectedly, Bai Chenxi displayed utmost sincerity in handling the payment, doing so quietly. Oh, that's unnecessary, Aunt Shun. I truly apologize for the previous incident. Lu felt the exuberance of the last time had perhaps been excessive and immediately offered her apologies. It's quite all right. You simply cannot leave like this. Shun Jai smiled warmly, eyeing Lu's outfit. Your clothing has been washed and will soon be dried. You can change before heading out. Shin Shimei had personally laundered Lu's soiled garments, filling her heart with joy. I wouldn't want to trouble your daughter. I can manage it myself. Lu said as she entered the courtyard behind the guest room. Her clothing was hanging on the drying rack. And Shin Shimei was diligently working with 2 hairdryers, perspiration glistening on her forehead. Lu's heart raced with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, on establishing a new emotional interaction with the target, Shin Shimei. Target data. Name, Shin Shimei. Height, 1. 68 meters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Appearance, 96. Measurements, 38-08-103. Zodiac, Scorpio. Personality traits, kind style, slightly lowly. Lu absorbed the data, relishing the rewards from the system. These figures represented more than mere numbers to her. They were a small fortune. I am Shin Shimei. I know. I am 18 this year. I know. My measurements are 38-08-103. I know. This was not a genuine conversation, but rather a scripted interaction generated by her assistant, Xiaoqing. Such a scripted scenario would yield benefits for Lu, as the few lines of dialogue resulted in the system awarding a high score of 9.8. Lu watched as the system credited her account with 120,000 in cash, despite the fact that Shin Shimei had not spoken a word. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward, and Shun Jai seized the opportunity to step away. Clad in Shin Shimei's original outfit, Lu stood awkwardly behind her until Shin Shimei turned, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. Is it still fitting? The clothes will dry shortly. I apologize for the wait. Lu felt a wave of embarrassment. No, I should be the one apologizing. Shouldn't I handle this myself? Shin Shimei, allow me to help. You know my name, Anlu? Shinshime asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Anlu had discovered her name years ago, but it was merely a slip of the tongue now. Shinshime seemed to be meeting him for the first time. How could she know his name? Oh, my mother mentioned your name earlier. She said you both had quite the celebration at our restaurant. Shinshime appeared slightly bashful. No problem. I'm Anlu. Let me assist you. Anlu stepped forward, but Shinshime only handed him one of the hairdryers. You dry this side and I'll dry this side. It will be quicker. This outcome was precisely what Anlu desired, alleviating the awkwardness while fostering intimacy with Shinshime. You rarely appear at the restaurant. Are you still in school? Anlu inquired. I dropped out after finishing high school. What about you, Anlu? Oh, how come you dropped out? I failed the exam. Shinshime's expression turned serious, as if recalling unpleasant memories. I became ill, which led to my decision to leave school. How could such a beautiful girl be unwell? Shinjai was affluent. What illness could she not remedy? Anlu sensed it would be impolite to inquire further about her condition, so he refrained. What are your plans for the future? Ding! No rude inquiries about uncomfortable topics. Host Social Intelligence 1, Emotional Intelligence 1, Social Skills 1. Meanwhile, Shinjai observed the two young people engaging in conversation. An elderly gentleman with snow-white hair approached in a wheelchair, casting a keen gaze at the youthful scene unfolding in the courtyard. Old master, they seem to be conversing quite well, Shinjai whispered. Let us observe. Do not rush to conclusions, the elderly gentleman replied, his voice resonant and firm. Old master, why does he catch your eye? I heard he just failed the college entrance exam, and it appears his family circumstances are not particularly favorable, Shinjai remarked. Yet the old man scrutinized with keen interest. As the emotional interaction with Shinshime deepened, their conversation grew more enjoyable. In this delightful exchange, both Shinshime and Anlu experienced a sense of elation, and Anlu reaped the rewards. Ding! Emotional interaction intensified. Personal Charm 1, Social Skills 1. Cash 50, 000. Suddenly, Anlu's hand inadvertently brushed against Shinshime's, entirely unintentional, a mere coincidence. Shinshime seemed sensitive to the contact, quickly retracting her hand and appearing somewhat flustered. Anlu hastily apologized. Oh, I accidentally touched you. I am so sorry. In his heart, Anlu deemed it an inconsequential matter. Young people engage in light conversation and share gentle touches. What was so unusual about that? This was perfectly normal, a youthful expression of emotions. How else could one release the anxieties of youth? Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first intimate touch with the hand of your beloved, gaining 1 encounter, 1 spirit point, and a cash reward of 120,000. A peculiar sensation reverberated within Luo's heart at the moment he brushed against Shinshime's hand. A dizzying feeling, perhaps the fabled power of love? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a system reward package, obtaining the auspicious Chi Grand gift pack. Would you like to activate it? And Luo joyfully opened the gift and selected to use it. A faint glow of auspicious light appeared behind Luo's head. The elderly man with white hair observing from a distance was left speechless, his words stumbling and faltering. What is the matter, sir? Shinjai asked. You are not in the field. You cannot see. This person, he is extraordinary, emanating auspicious chi. He will surely achieve greatness in the future. The trembling old man was none other than Shinshime's grandfather, the renowned master of physiognomy. Known as the Iron Crutch God, Elder Shinsi. Despite being a high school student, Luo was an enthusiast of physiognomy, though his knowledge was merely rudimentary due to the lack of a skilled mentor. Elder Shinsi, who was rumored to have surpassed 90 years of age, had long settled in the capital city of Kyoto. No one anticipated that he would come to Spring Willow City with his family, living incognito under the guise of running a restaurant. Under ordinary circumstances, Elder Shinsi would not reveal himself, but he found in Luo, with his remarkable aura and vibrant spirit, to be exceptional. By chance, Luo had experienced a muddy incident, donned Shinshime's attire, and encountered her fortuitously. It was evident to all that these two young souls were fated to ignite a spark of romance, prompting Shinjai and Elder Shinsi to keep a watchful eye. While the auspicious chi surrounding Luo was imperceptible to most, it was not lost on Elder Shinsi, who had seen countless individuals and discerned myriad auras. The energy radiating from a person could reveal their character and fate. Old sir, is this reliable? He has no university diploma. Can he take good care of Shime in the future? Shen Jiai was a chatterbox. Elder Shen Si, while calculating, wore a solemn expression. It depends on Shin Mei's fortune. She may not catch his eye. Shen Jiai, one must not judge by appearances, yet this young man possesses an overwhelming aura, proud and difficult to tame. Let's observe. Is Shimei already in her third treatment? Shall we send her back? The clothes finally dried, and Enluo, delighted with the influx of millions, enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Shimei. Shen Jiai intentionally cleared her throat twice. Enluo, now that your clothes are dry, why not change in your room? She, come with me. Enluo took the clothes to his room, closed the door, and halfway through changing, was startled by the sight of a frail old man in the corner. The old man smiled at Enluo. Enluo, having already removed half of his clothing, regretted his haste, realizing too late that there was such a peculiar old man in the room. Young man, come here. Let me feel your pulse. Enluo grew more anxious. This old man seemed quite eccentric, and the request was unnerving. Who are you? I've never seen you before. Where did you come from? Enluo bravely inquired, but before he knew it, the old man had swiftly wheeled himself beside Enluo, grasping his finger and quickly examining his joints. Chapter 15. Old sir, who are you truly? Never mind who I am. Let me examine you first, the old man said, his hands deftly gliding over Enluo's arm joints, then moving to his neck, along the spine, and down to the tailbone before retracing back to the other arm, stopping at the Tianke acupoint. The old man's technique was exceptionally profound, and Luo could not discern his identity, but there was no doubt he was a master. You have a good innate talent, but alas, you cannot enter the realm of physiognomy. Well, I'm done. You may leave now. The old man clapped his hands and prepared to depart. Old sir, what technique was that? Could you teach me? Which esteemed figure from the physiognomy world are you? And Luo pondered for a moment, realizing that the highest authority in Spring Willow City's physiognomy was none other than Mei Tiangao, who fit the old man's age and likely had familial ties with Xinjiai. Humph. He does not even qualify to be my disciple. My identity is unimportant. What matters is that, young man, while you possess great talent, you also face many calamities. In your future life, be wary of those with water and wood elements. They are incompatible with you. To think that even a master like Mei Tiangao would not have the qualifications to be his disciple. And Luo was not foolish and immediately exclaimed, Shen, Elder Shen. And Luo finally made the connection. You know my identity. That is enough. But do not seek me out. Your strong aura prevents you from entering the realm of physiognomy. So it is best to study it as a hobby. And Luo adored physiognomy, but had never aspired to enter its ranks, knowing it required significant sacrifices, often necessitating the abandonment of worldly life, which he was reluctant to do. Ding! Congratulations, host, for encountering your first benefactor in life. The pinnacle master of physiognomy, Elder Shinsi, gaining 2 encounters, a reward of 110,000, and materials from Shinsi. Materials stored, reward 120,000. Elder Shin Si was indeed extraordinary, captivating Enluo with his presence. Enluo felt disheartened as he initially calculated his compatibility with Bai Chensi, realizing the latter had played him. Since you have seen through my identity, consider it our fate. This bracelet is for you. Wear it often to ward off evil. Elder Shin Si produced a bracelet and handed it to Enluo. Ding, congratulations, host, for receiving a benefactor's gift, Heaven Pearl Bracelet. Note, the Heaven Pearl Bracelet is crafted from turtle shells, consecrated by a high monk, and wearing it can ward off evil, enhancing, dispel fire, and nourish the kidneys. Of course, having recognized Elder Shin Si's identity, Enluo knew it would not be easy to leave in peace. Elder Shin Si patted Enluo on the shoulder, saying meaningfully, today's events are known only to heaven, earth, you, and me. If a word leaks, I shall ensure your dreams are shattered. The words dreams shattered sent a shiver down Enluo's spine. With Elder Shin Si's capabilities, such punishment would be executed at will. Elder, I swear on my life that I will not disclose a single word. To encounter such a prominent figure as Elder Shin Si in a small place like Spring Willow City left Enluo satisfied, with no desire to complicate matters further. Enluo understood that Elder Shin Si must have offended many during his travels and concealed his identity for good reason, not just for himself, but for his daughter and granddaughter as well. Enluo changed his clothes, exited Shun Jiai's private restaurant, and rode his bicycle home. The next day, Enluo swaggered into a certain administrative base. The security guard stopped him at the entrance. Why was Luo at such a place? After returning from Shun Jiai's restaurant, he discovered Chen Jian was indeed playing tricks, having promised $1 million would be credited to his account. Yet he saw nothing. He messaged Chen Jian, who replied directly, "Do you really think $1 million is that easy to earn? Come find me if you dare. I'll send you the location. If you can get past the guards, I'll call you Grandpa." You really are naive. The base of the platform is not easily accessible, as expected from what Chen Jian had mentioned. And Luo was stopped, possibly due to explicit instructions from Chen Jian. The two aloof security guards were particularly difficult with Luo. Name? Luo. Place of origin? Chunlu. Luo was unwilling to answer the subsequent questions. What brings you here? Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Chen Jian. Which Chen Jian? The head of the legal department, Chen Jian. Ha ha ha. You think you could just meet President Chen whenever you want? What business do you have with him? I want him to repay his debt. He owes you money? Yes, $1 million. Where's the proof? Luo had already exercised considerable patience. It felt as though the guards were interrogating him, as if he were a criminal. Why should I show you? He retorted, causing the guards to flush with indignation. However, they could do nothing to him. After all, it was impossible for them to resort to violence with surveillance cameras everywhere. Chen Jian was not coming out, nor could Luo force his way in. The guards were hesitant to act against Luo, but he also dared not push his way inside. Standing outside the base, Luo watched the bustling crowd. Meanwhile, Chen Jian, in his office, observed Luo through binoculars, finding amusement in the sight of Luo appearing helpless outside, reminiscent of a stray dog. Damn, he really thinks I'm a fool. $1 million? What a dream. At that moment, Hao Jian entered Chen Jian's office carrying a bouquet of flowers. The magnitude of the situation naturally involved him, as he was the one who instigated it. Accompanying Hao Jian was the administrative head of the platform, who immediately began praising Chen Jian. President Chen, congratulations on bringing nearly $2 billion in traffic data to our company. The higher-ups have decided to award you a bonus. As he spoke, he slid an envelope across the table towards Chen Jian. Despite his anger, Chen Jian knew he could not retaliate against Hao Jian, given that he was his superior, and Hao Jian even brought in his current boss to exert pressure on him. Of course, Hao Jian was also a significant contributor to this situation and would be receiving a bonus as well. Another envelope was pushed towards Hao Jian, and Chen Jian felt a surge of frustration. He had become a laughingstock, especially since Hao Jian's bonus was even greater than his own. Yet, he had no outlet for his anger. Hao Jian, fearing you might be upset, specifically asked me to ease the tension. This isn't aimed at anyone. It's all for the company's benefit. Despite the embarrassment, the silver lining was the monetary reward. Chen Jian accepted the envelope, and the administrative head promptly departed. Hao Jian then pulled out half of the cash from his own envelope and pushed it towards Chen Jian. Here, President Chen, a little compensation. Don't take it to heart. Chen Jian dared not accept it, knowing that doing so would lead to future complications. Hao Jian, no, just consider it a comedy. You keep that. It's the company's acknowledgement of your efforts. Hao Jian had no intention of genuinely offering it. It was merely a jest at Chen Jian's expense. Haven't seen Bai Chenxi around lately. Did you two have a falling out? Hao Jian asked casually. Impossible, we're doing great. Bai Chenxi is heading to university soon, and we're planning to enjoy a little honeymoon before that. Huh, you really can. That girl, Bai Chenxi, is quite resourceful. You should cherish her. Hao Jian gave Chen Jian's shoulder a meaningful pat before departing. No sooner had he left than Chen Jian received a text from Luo. Chen Jian, you're ruthless. You plan to hide forever. Huh? A wager is a wager. But what about your conscience? Ha ha ha. And Luo, even if I come out, you want to catch me. You think your 2 legs can outrun my 4 wheels? Fool. If you have the guts, take your contract to court and sue me. Go ask if anyone gets 100,000 for merely pulling a big one. Does that even make sense? Do you have a brain? Chen Jian retorted. And Luo was silent for a moment. I can forgo the money, but don't regret it, Chen Jian. Just wait. If I don't ruin you, I want to be in Luo. Ha ha ha. You little rascal, if you're not in Luo, then call me father. The call ended. Reflecting on it, and Luo realized he had been too naive, falling for Chen Jian's tricks. He sulked outside the base, while the system continuously provided him with relaxation gifts. Xiaoqing, why are people so despicable, so prone to contradicting themselves? What happened to the integrity of accepting a wager? And Luo lamented to Xiaoqing, Master, it's not just you. Such behavior is common. If you were to sue, you might even be labeled as mentally unstable. Xiaoqing consoled him, and Luo's mood lightened. It seemed the million-dollar task would have to be abandoned. However, Chunjie needed a lesson in life. Just then, a Porsche slowly approached, revealing familiar faces, the Eight Gods Group. The Eight Gods Group was well known in the Chunlu hacker community, and Luo recognized them, especially the stunning beauty Su Qing. The car did not directly enter the base but stopped at the entrance. Su Qing stepped out to smoke, followed closely by the Eight Gods. Su Qing, don't be too excited. This is a golden opportunity for us to learn from Anonymous. Only we in Chunlu are qualified to warm up for them. And Luo gasped upon hearing this. The information Qinjian had leaked was indeed true. The platform had invited the top hacker organization, Anonymous, to investigate the matter. I'm not excited at all. My assistant Xiao, and has an urgent matter. And with all this equipment, who is going to carry it? Su Qing pointed at a van behind her. She glanced at the time, and then at the frail Eight Gods and Xiao Wu. Did they expect her, a lone woman, to handle everything? Su Qing's gaze fell on Luo, who looked rather dejected standing aside. Hey you, can you help me out? Help with what? Be my assistant. 1,000 a day. Paid daily. Su Qing regarded Luo as a casual laborer looking for day work. The equipment certainly had to be moved inside the base, and Luo was in need of a reason to enter. This was an opportunity, although he found the payment trivial. Okay, then go change into some work clothes in the van. Xiao Wu had already handed a uniform to Luo, and time was of the essence with Anonymous' arrival just minutes away. Chapter 16, Luo changed into the work uniform and donned a cap. Ding! A detection indicated the host was attempting an identity change, and the new identity was confirmed and stored. Cashier, 30,000. Experience, 2. Social, 2. New identity, Urban Mover. And Luo's new image was now registered, and he had received significant rewards. When a stretch limousine appeared before the base, the leaders rushed out with smiles plastered on their faces, though their legs could not match the speed of the Eight Gods. Su Qing was the first to reach the front, elegantly opening the car door. Inside sat a man with tousled blonde hair, casting a peculiar glance at Su Qing. He was none other than Benjamin, a core figure of the notorious Anonymous group, whom Luo had followed closely. Benjamin seemed to be around the same age as Luo, but their life paths were vastly different. Benjamin was a prodigy, able to crack game levels at the age of 3 and demonstrating programming talent by 10. After winning the World Hacker Competition last year, he had become a hot commodity, with even top talents like the Eight Gods bowing to him. Without hesitation, Luo shouldered the equipment and followed Su Qing into the base. The two guards did not even notice as Luo blended into the base. The equipment was directly transported to a secure room, and upon entering, Luo was taken aback, seeing hundreds of computers operating simultaneously, with a swarm of programmers working frantically. Upon entering the secret chamber, Yagami stirred a wave of astonishment, which was soon followed by Benjamin's entrance, inciting a tumultuous uproar. The Anonymous has truly arrived. My heavens, that is Benjamin. Benjamin, I adore you, exclaimed an exuberant young programmer, fervently waving his arms. Benjamin, I love you too, shouted an elderly programmer, missing several teeth, equally fervent in his admiration for Benjamin. Mr. Benjamin, this is our workplace. This time, we have invited the distinguished Yagami group from Chunlu City to warm up the atmosphere for Mr. Benjamin. We hope for a delightful collaboration. The Hulu incident has persisted for several days without any leads. The head of a certain platform led a group of mid-level managers to report to Benjamin. Among them was that scoundrel Qinjian. Ha! A trace is left by every passerby. The internet is not a lawless realm. In the eyes of the Anonymous, no one can vanish without a trace, Benjamin stated in his awkward Mandarin. Anxiety inexplicably gripped Luo's heart. With a figure as formidable as Benjamin involved, would these individuals uncover his secrets? Given the power of that platform, could they send him, Luo, to enjoy some tea for a few days? Suddenly, someone nudged Luo's arm. Hey, you move the equipment over there, but be cautious. This device is more valuable than your life, Mr. Hulu. It was Su Qing speaking, and Luo's heart sank. Su Qing referred to him as Mr. Hulu. Su Qing noticed in Luo's dazed expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Apologies. I saw your live stream where you were sleeping. It was quite amusing. I haven't asked for your name yet. Great Luo. And Luo, you are Su Qing. I recognize you, the most beautiful one in the Yagami group, and Luo began to compliment Su Qing. Among the Yagami group, only Su Qing was female. The others, including Yagami and Xiao Wu, were male. Thus she was indeed the most beautiful. Oh, then I suppose we are acquainted. I will compensate you additionally. Thank you so much for your help. Miss Su Qing, what is this equipment for? Could you possibly disclose? Su Qing glanced at the device and then pointed to Benjamin. Actually, I am not entirely sure. This is Mr. Benjamin's equipment. It is said that whether we can capture the true essence of the Holu depends on this device. Meanwhile, Benjamin was being interviewed. Mr. Benjamin, I am a leading reporter from Tech Pioneer, also the exclusive media outlet for the Holu incident. I would like to inquire how confident you are in this decryption. A reporter rushed up to Benjamin for questioning. Since I received the order from the higher-ups of that platform, our team has been working tirelessly to design and create this influenza machine. As long as we input the data stream from external links, intelligent comparison will easily reveal the source. We have even applied for a patent for the Benjamin influenza machine. It is worth having. Benjamin made an elegant expression, and Luo glanced painfully at the progress of the Holu incident in the system, only to discover it had advanced slightly. Ding! The system detected a mysterious machine near the host, which posed a potential threat to the host. A disruption program was initiated to sabotage it. A program package appeared on Luo's phone. However, how to implant it? There was no data interface, and the device resembled an ancient washing machine, making it impossible to locate an interface. Please find the core identification of the device and scan it with your phone. The program package will implant automatically. Core identification. And Luo immediately bent down to take a look. Indeed, most core identifications were located at the bottom of the device. And Luo scanned it with his phone. Ding! Program package implanting. Please enter the destruction scene, which can be extracted from local materials. And Luo glanced at the local materials and, without a second thought, directly included the Chun Jian big model material. He then pressed the violent destruction button. ZZ, ZZ. The device emitted a faint sound of electric current. And Luo, carrying this antiquated contraption, walked step by step toward the designated area. Mr. Benjamin, this device is not powered. How can it produce a sound? Could you enlighten us? A media reporter queried. And Luo, with his hat pulled low, searched the crowd for Chun Jian and finally spotted him stealthily texting behind the leader. And Luo suppressed his fury. This was not the time to confront Chun Jian. He needed to endure. All the materials we use for the device are superconductors. When superconductors come together, they occasionally generate static electricity. It is nothing extraordinary. ZZ, ZZ. And Luo knew that was not the sound of static electricity. It was his violent destruction program taking effect, and he secretly reveled in it. And Luo placed the device at the designated spot and stood obediently to the side as people quickly gathered around. I need you all to compile the external link data from all Holu outbreak periods. Yagami, you are responsible for the data aggregation. I need everything recorded. Benjamin began issuing commands to Yagami and others. Understood, Mr. Benjamin. The Yagami group began to busy themselves. This warming session was the largest order Yagami had received since their release, and they were working with their idol, bringing smiles to their faces. Hao Jian, pour the wine. The leader waved his hand, and Hao Jian, holding a bottle of red wine, poured a glass for Benjamin, who inspected the work progress. Data aggregation was the most time-consuming task. Suddenly, Luo noticed Chun Jian was missing. Chun Jian's figure appeared near the restroom. It turned out this scoundrel had not recovered from his aftermath. And Luo secretly turned and headed to the restroom as well. Inside, there were no other individuals, only Chun Jian happily humming a tune while using the toilet. And Luo knocked 3 times on the door. Chun Jian, Chun Jian. Who the hell is it? I'm busy here. Chun Jian thought a colleague was playing a prank on him. And Luo kicked the restroom door and shouted, "Golden-haired mouse bites the butt." This tactic proved effective. Chun Jian yelped, and his phone fell out of the restroom door, landing perfectly at Luo's feet. And Luo bent down to pick up the phone. "You, how the hell did you get in here?" "You are Luo." "Indeed, I am Luo." "Chun Jian, debts must be repaid. It is only right. You still owe me 1 million. It is time for an explanation." Ding. The system detected that the host possessed new life materials, activating the violent debt collection mode with the material now stored. Cash 30,000. And Luo scrolled through Chun Jian's phone when suddenly a picture appeared before him, revealing Chun Jian in an intimate pose with a plump woman. It seemed this woman also held a high position within that platform, and there were more than one such photo. "Return my phone. We can discuss this. It's just 1 million. You must not look." Chun Jian panicked, hastily pulling up his pants and preparing to open the door to retrieve his phone. However, and Luo blocked the door from the outside. "Oh, my apologies, I have already seen it. This plump woman is quite a figure." Chun Jian lamented from within. This woman had a significant identity. She was Hao Jian's wife, serving as the administrative director at that platform. Because of this, although Chen Jian often endured Hao Jian's bullying, the thought that Hao Jian had unwittingly placed a green hat on him brought him immense satisfaction. If this matter were to leak, his future would be doomed. Unbeknownst to him, and Luo's intimidation had seized upon Chen Jian's vulnerability. Oh, what a coincidence. It seems this plump woman is also present today. I seem to recall. And Luo indeed remembered. This woman was at the scene today. In fact, not only was she present, but Chen Jian's current wife was also there. His relationship with Bai Chenxi was merely that of lovers. If I do not hear the sound of the money being deposited today, Chen Jian, not even Jesus can save you. And Luo issued a stern warning. Please, brother, debts must be repaid. 1 million is no small sum. How about this? I will transfer you 100,000 to start, and the remaining 900,000 I will pay in installments. How does that sound? Chen Jian began to plead. No. Do you think I would still believe your words? If the transfer of 1 million is not completed today, be prepared to be thrown out. And Luo was not foolish. He had learned his lesson the hard way by trusting Chen Jian once before. After a tense silence lasting several seconds, Chen Jian relented. Bro, I can give you the money, but at least return my phone and promise not to leak its contents. All right, I promise. Hurry, make the transfer. Another few seconds passed. Ding. Your bank card ending in 1564. Transferred. Amount 1,000,000. Balance 1,000,521. 00. Chapter 17. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the system task. Cash reward 120,000. You now possess a credit index of 1, personal charm of 5, and you will receive a beginner's task completion gift package. You qualify for a monthly withdrawal of 100,000. Simultaneously activating a new system task. You have a new system task available. And Luo clicked to open it. Earn 5 million in real life within half a month. The use of system powers is prohibited. Task reward. Qualify for a monthly withdrawal of 1 million. Additional reward. Allowed to use non-bound system rewards for transactions in real life. Transaction income counts as the host's real income and can be directly deposited into the bank account. 1 million, a task that seemed impossible, yet here it was so easily obtained. What 1 month? It had barely been 3 days. The ability to sell non-bound system rewards meant he essentially owned a small shop without any costs. Ha ha! And Luo couldn't help but burst into laughter. This joy arrived like a storm. Brother, for the sake of the money, I hope you have a shred of conscience. Return my phone. With a swift motion, and Luo flung the door open, sending the phone flying from Chen Jian's grasp. You want it back up? I'll return it. The phone soared over Chen Jian's head, plummeting directly into the toilet, which was still flushing. Chen Jian, disregarding the foul smell, reached in to retrieve his phone. And Luo, witnessing his corpulent figure exposed before him, lifted his leg and kicked. Chen Jian, consider this a gift for not respecting me. Chen Jian took the kick, but managed to grasp his phone. Leaning against the flushing toilet, he carefully wiped it clean. After all, in this day and age, a phone held more value than a bank card, laden with personal secrets. And Luo, you promise. Chen Jian looked up, but Luo merely made a face at him. Promise my foot. It depends on my mood. Do you think I'm that foolish? It's already in my phone. Ha, you little rascal, call me daddy. And Luo donned a work cap, danced for a moment, and left Chen Jian behind as he returned to the work base. And Luo still felt a twinge of delight, uncertain if the 10,000 withdrawal was genuine. But he decided to give it a try. Ding, withdrawal successful, expected to be credited to the bank in 2 hours. Ha ha ha. And Luo clutched his phone, laughing uncontrollably. At the work base, everyone was quietly waiting for the equipment to decrypt and reveal results. The moment of truth was near. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted, an obnoxious, unrestrained laughter. Everyone turned their disdainful gazes toward Luo. How could Luo not be thrilled? As a college entrance examination failure, he had become a millionaire in less than 3 days after acquiring the system. Immature, lacking in quality, poor taste. Security. 3 or 4 security guards approached Luo. He took off running but was caught by 2 guards. Meanwhile, beep. The device completed its intelligent analysis. Everyone's eyes widened. The results were about to be revealed. What? Ah, the 8 gods are mad. Su Qing, the beautiful goddess. is mad. The work group is mad. The most shocked was Benjamin, who rushed over in disbelief, shaking the influenza machine. How could this happen? What is going on? Who is this? Why are they here? Benjamin was not Chen Jian, yet even Hao Jian realized it. This is Chen Jian. This is a screenshot from the video I reposted yesterday. The leader was furious. Mr. Benjamin, what is this? We spent tens of millions hiring you, and you show me this? This is our company S. Chen Jian. Chen Jian, Chen Jian. The leader erupted in a roar. Just then, Chen Jian, in disarray, rushed out of the restroom, and the leader's shout left him stunned. Chen Jian, explain yourself. How did you end up here? Leader. Wasn't it you who invited me to this meeting? So, of course, I would fulfill my mission and be present. Chen Jian was still trying to understand that here did not mean here. I mean, why are you appearing inside the influenza machine? Only then did Chen Jian realize he had become the focal point within the machine and was momentarily dazed. Today was truly a disaster. What on earth was happening? Could it be that the program was hacked? Yashin quietly suggested to Benjamin. Yashin meant well, but someone like Benjamin would never tolerate being questioned. Impossible. The influenza machine has no data interfaces. Even with a disruptor, it wouldn't work. Moreover, I have implemented security measures to prevent any program language from being written in. There is no possibility. Benjamin could not accept this outcome at all. Benjamin, I don't care what methods you employ. We pay for results. When we signed the contract, you said, in the eyes of us anonymous, there is no perfect crime. Now you show me this. The leader was livid. At the same time, 2 security guards had captured in Luo, twisting his arms, while Su Qing intervened, confronting the guards. Let go. What are you doing? Just because he laughed at an inopportune moment. You treat my assistant like this? And Luo felt a surge of gratitude. At a crucial moment, Su Qing had come to his aid. The guards exchanged glances with the leader, who gave a slight nod, and they immediately released in Luo. Thank you, what is going on? How did this happen? And Luo feigned surprise while also astonished by the system's power. Something went wrong. There were no results, and instead, this video of him using the toilet surfaced. This video even made it to the trending list yesterday, Su Qing explained. How is that possible? He is the renowned Mr. Benjamin. How could this happen? Su Qing did not want to provide Luo with too many explanations. She was also seething inside. Benjamin was her idol, and such an incident surely indicated someone was scheming behind the scenes. Unfortunately, she cursed herself for not having the insight to discern who was causing the disruption. Mr. Benjamin, you can expect compensation. I will sue you for infringing upon my husband's portrait rights. Chen Jian's wife brandished her fists, and Luo was meeting Ms. Jia Yufin for the first time. She was indeed not someone to be trifled with. And Luo took note of Ms. Jia Yufin's appearance, also remembering a rather hefty woman named Shifendai, the wife of Hao Jian, who was actually a relative of a big shot in the entertainment industry. It was through this connection that Hao Jian climbed to the top over Chen Jian. It appeared that Jia Yufin and Shifendai were quite close, as they wore matching outfits, undoubtedly best friends. Benjamin found himself at the mercy of these people, who shouted at him, leaving behind the warm welcome he had previously received. Now, he was met with various doubts and ridicule. Benjamin's face turned pale, holding a half-finished glass of red wine in a daze. Unable to comprehend why a machine that had been tested multiple times without issue could suddenly turn into a farce here. This glass of red wine is quite valuable, worth 18,000. Consider it a cost of your folly. Hao Jian sneered from the side, kicking him while he was down. Expect our legal documents. Really, without the right tools, don't take on delicate work. The leader stormed off, followed by his entourage. Hao Jian took the hefty woman's hand and departed, while Chen Jian's gaze fixated on Luo, his eyes brimming with a predatory glint. However, Luo merely stuck his tongue out at him. This was a loss he couldn't stomach. 100,000, but as a legal consultant, he recognized that pursuing legal action against Luo would be a gamble he was not prepared to take. Moreover, the incriminating evidence he feared was already in Luo's possession, making it all the more perilous to offend him. Mr. Benjamin, shall we move the equipment as well? That is, the movers. Yashin called out to Luo, a remark that irked him greatly. Could one truly refer to someone as a mover when faced with a beauty like Su Qing? How distasteful. At least Su Qing had the courtesy to call her assistant. Though Luo usually admired Yashin, this particular designation exposed the latter's true character. Luo remained unmoved, prompting Yashin to express his displeasure. Hey, what are you staring at? Yes, you. Come over and move the equipment. 1,000 a day. Do you think you're here to daydream? Yet Luo continued to stand still, tossing his hat at Yashing's feet. Apologies, but I am not your mover. I am merely helping the beautiful Su Qing out of respect. Now, I refuse to serve you any longer. Su Qing, let us grab a tea sometime. And Luo had earned 100,000 as a task reward and an additional 10,000 for cashing out. Why would he care about a mere 1,000 for a day's work? With Luo's dismissive attitude, Su Qing felt no need to insist. Thank you for your help. Let us exchange WeChat for future contact. To Luo's surprise, Su Qing took the initiative to add him on WeChat, which only deepened Yashing's frustration. He had pursued Su Qing for quite some time, and she had never shown such initiative toward him. This act made Yashing's heart ache with a twinge of jealousy. What are you flaunting for? He muttered, though he could not help but glance helplessly as Luo returned the work attire to Su Qing. The equipment weighed at least 100 pounds, and with Yashing, Xiao Wu, and Su Qing all hailing from affluent backgrounds, who among them would willingly toil for money lifting such heavy burdens? Hiring someone would require finding a worker several kilometers away, and at this hour, it was unlikely to find anyone willing for a day's pay. I'll manage my own things, Benjamin declared, leaving everyone in shock, including Luo. With a roll of his sleeves, he hoisted the equipment onto his shoulder. If I do not understand the dynamics at play here, then I am not Benjamin. Gentlemen, the mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. This declaration instilled a sense of respect within Luo for Benjamin, who appeared obstinate, yet possessed a spirit that surpassed Yashing's. While this was undoubtedly commendable, Benjamin seemed to underestimate the weight of the equipment despite being merely a programmer. Chapter 18. The one speaking was none other than the stunning Su Qing. She stabilized the equipment from behind, assisting Benjamin in the transport. Count me in. I'm working for free here, she remarked. Su Qing, you're in charge and I can't just stand by and watch. And Luo chimed in. The three of them collaborated to move the equipment out of the base, with Yashing and Xiao Wu trailing behind. Once the equipment was loaded into Benjamin's work vehicle, Yashing sought an opportunity to bid farewell to Benjamin. He extended his hand, but Benjamin pretended not to see him and instead handed his business card to Su Qing. Thank you, beautiful Su Qing. I hope we can collaborate in the future. He then produced another card for Luo. Thank you, young man. Let us stay in touch. I really made a blunder this time. Mr. Benjamin, one setback does not signify defeat. The key is to rise after falling, and Luo reassured him. Indeed, I'll get to the bottom of this. Goodbye. He cast a glance at Yashing. Your warm-up today was satisfactory. I shall repay you in kind. Just wait and see. Was that a compliment? No, it seemed to carry a subtle threat. Benjamin had been preoccupied with the equipment issues. Aside from his own experience, the only other person familiar with it was Yashing. Su Qing lacked technical knowledge, and those in the circle knew that Yashing might be working behind the scenes to undermine him. Mr. Benjamin, we never anticipated this. The response came in the form of Benjamin slamming the car door in anger as he departed. Yashing, equally furious, drove off, leaving Luo and Su Qing behind. Get in my car. I'll give you a ride. Where do you live? Su Qing had driven herself and was reluctant to offer Luo a ride, unwilling to appear indifferent. In her mind, Luo might be a failed streamer, perhaps struggling to find his footing outside the platform, seeking an opportunity. Yet, unlike Yashing's haughty demeanor, she still held a degree of respect for Luo. Before Luo could even enter the vehicle, a horn blared behind him. It was Chun Jian. Luo, we need to talk. Chun Jian had finally found a moment without onlookers. The longer he thought about it, the angrier he became. 100,000. How long would it take to earn that? And yet, Luo had extorted it from him. The crucial evidence remained in Luo's hands. And Chun Jian could not rest easy until he resolved the matter. After sending Su Qing away, Luo confidently hopped into Chun Jian's car, thinking, what else can he do to me? He was not intimidated. Chun Jian, with a smile, handed Luo a can of cola. Luo, you're the boss now. From this day forth, I, Chun Jian, am at your service. I'll take you home. Luo gulped it down, but half an hour later, he slowly regained consciousness, finding himself surrounded by a dozen men in a warehouse belonging to a distillery. These were all Chun Jian's associates, and at that moment, Luo understood the gravity of the situation. Before joining the platform, Chun Jian had been involved in street life, and faced with these tattooed men, Luo felt small, a mere high school student with little courage. How did you transfer the money to me? How do you plan to return it? Chun Jian had seized Luo's phone, rifling through the incriminating documents Luo had sent. Open my files, click. The phone seemed to lag. Click again, he urged, and the screen displayed two phrases. Harmless, but highly insulting. Did you encrypt the document? Chun Jian demanded. And Luo had not encrypted anything. What is the password? Tell me. Chun Jian yanked in Luo's collar. There was no password to provide, as the system was simply protecting itself. As long as the evidence remained within Luo, Chun Jian was unlikely to act against him. Brother Jian, why bother with a password? Just throw it into the shredder over there, one of the burly men suggested. Chun Jian instantly brightened. Right? Why didn't I think of that? Chun Jian, you fool. I uploaded it to the cloud. Who would store personal files on their phone nowadays? And Luo scoffed. All right, you have guts. Still try to act tough. Huh? Get him, Chun Jian commanded. Several tough-looking men swaggered towards Luo, clubs in hand. Chun Jian, think this through. Once you get in the car, I'll know you're up to something. You have 3 minutes to hit me, and make it count. I've set the video to send automatically. In 3 minutes, it'll be sent to your wife, the hefty woman's husband, and your boss. You think I'm oblivious to your tricks with the cola? And Luo taunted. You're lying. Chun Jian scoffed, refusing to believe in Luo's claims. Then, please check my cloud and see the scheduled records. Chun Jian swiftly opened the cloud, discovering indeed dozens of scheduled messages set to send to not only his wife and the hefty woman's husband, but also to his superior and a well-known influencer. Ha! You're in for it now. I'll cancel. As he attempted to cancel the scheduled messages, a password prompt appeared. Please enter the password to cancel the video send. You think I'm foolish? I'll ensure that money is transferred back just as it came. Why aren't you taking action? Oh, by the way, you have 1 minute and 38 seconds left. Time is precious. And Luo continued to mock Chun Jian. While the phone could be destroyed, it wouldn't halt the unfolding events. Upon entering the vehicle within Luo, Chun Jian, with a beaming smile, handed over a can of cola. However, the unusual circumstances raised in Luo's suspicions. She had already prepared herself discreetly for any potential deceit. As expected, one must not harbor ill intentions, but one must also remain vigilant. Otherwise, Luo would find herself unable to leave this place today. After taking a sip of the drink, a notification chimed. The system detected that the host was consuming a beverage laced with a sleep-inducing substance. This was the first time in her life that she had been drugged by a scheming individual. Her life experience increased by 1, and she received a cash reward of 50,000. The thought of being drugged, yet profiting, brought her immense joy. The system had filtered out the harmful components of the drug, transforming it into a pleasantly soothing sedative. It hoped for the host to have sweet dreams. And Luo gulped the cola and blissfully drifted into slumber. Upon waking, everything unfolded as she had anticipated. Chun Jian, the proverbial wolf in sheep's clothing, revealed his true self. He felt a sense of embarrassment. Despite Luo being the lamb ready for slaughter, he found himself unable to wield the knife of betrayal. As the seconds ticked away, Luo reminded him of the dwindling time. With each countdown, Chun Jian's anxiety escalated. His forehead glistened with sweat as those around them looked on in confusion, unsure of the commotion. What's wrong, man? It can't be that serious, they remarked. If you've made a mistake, just kneel and apologize. I'm magnanimous. To everyone's astonishment, Chun Jian suddenly dropped to his knees before Luo, pleading, I have a daughter and a beautiful family. Please do not release that footage. It would ruin me. He knew that if the video were to be published, it would lead to his downfall, a price he could not bear at his age. Call me Dad 3 times, and I want to post it, Luo declared, hardened in her resolve to humiliate him. 5 seconds for seconds. Dad, Dad, Dad. Chun Jian complied, desperate. Good boy, I'll cancel. Just as she was about to cancel the post, Chun Jian attempted to regain his composure. But it was too late. A new timer had already been set. You think I'm foolish? The timer is set for 5 hours. Depending on your behavior, I may or may not post it. If you fail to perform well, you will reap what you sow, Luo lightly slapped his face twice. Asserted her dominance. Hey, are you guys still going to hit me? If not, I'm leaving, she shouted at the gathering crowd. These individuals dared not retaliate without Chun Jian's approval, which he was too fearful to give. Let him go. After a long pause, Chun Jian finally managed to utter those words. He believed that with his cunning, Luo was trapped. Little did he know, she was far too clever for his schemes. You think I'm foolish? How could I walk back from here? She retorted. If you don't mind, I can give you a ride, Chun Jian offered, overly courteous. I don't mind at all. That sounds splendid. Hurry up, I have matters to attend to. And Luo playfully kicked him from behind. Chun Jian scurried to the front of the car, opening the door for her with utmost reverence. Once they reached the city, and Luo exited the vehicle, unwilling to let Chun Jian escort her to her home to avoid complications. After parking, Chun Jian respectfully opened the car door for her once more, only to receive another gentle slap from Luo. Be a good person and do your work honestly, and I won't make things difficult for you. I understand. I understand. Whatever you need, just say the word, he replied, now compliant. There is nothing I need. Just leave. Don't annoy me. I have things to do. Chun Jian drove off, while Luo felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He had spoken of having matters to attend to, and in 2 hours, the farewell party would commence at San Mu restaurant. To go or not to go? This dilemma weighed heavily on Luo's mind. She had sworn to attend, but she knew that the gang led by Xiahu would undoubtedly make a fool of her. Given Xiahu's character, it was equally likely that he would set a trap for her. And Luo, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Bai Chenxi had been observing the scene for quite some time. She had come to pick up a custom outfit for the farewell party, only to witness her former lover, Chun Jian, acting like a lapdog for Luo, even allowing her to slap him without protest. Was this truly Chun Jian? Bai Chenxi was perplexed and hesitant to intervene, waiting until Chun Jian left before calling out to Luo. She felt a tinge of guilt, as she was aware that Luo held leverage over her, though he remained oblivious. In Chapter 19, Luo was irked by Xia, whose underhanded tactics aimed at him. Why would I be intimidated? I am not one to be easily frightened. Xiahu is nothing to me. Bai Chenxi thought that this declaration would deter Luo from attending the farewell party, secretly hoping it would ensure her own safety. However, Luo seemed transformed. The former version of him would have trembled at the thought of being cornered at the school gate. You truly aren't afraid? Xiahu is not to be trifled with, Bai Chenxi warned. Am I any less formidable? Is it my fate to be bullied simply because I am honest? And Luo's counter was a striking one, leaving Bai Chenxi momentarily speechless. You're not to be underestimated either. I've said what I needed to say. Now, take care of yourself. Goodbye. As Bai Chenxi attempted to leave, Luo grasped her arm firmly. Wait, I have a request. Be my girlfriend for the farewell party. Luo's sudden change of heart aimed to provoke Xiahu, who viewed Luo as a potential rival. The more Xiahu despised him, the more Luo sought to agitate him. Bai Chenxi seemed to catch on to Luo's intentions, but admitting to their relationship in front of their classmates would be humiliating for her. She had often whispered to her friends that Luo had been pining after her, and she questioned how she could be interested in a seemingly insignificant poor boy. Are you feeling particularly burdened? If you find it difficult, it's all right. I understand that life can be challenging. Luo sighed heavily. Bai Chenxi quickly shifted her demeanor to a smile. No, it's not a burden. If it makes you happy, I'll do it. Just for the farewell party. Luo was genuinely taken aback. The illustrious academic achiever, the belle of the class, was willing to announce their relationship to their peers. What was a little embarrassment in the grand scheme of things? He would brave any trial for this. 40 minutes left. Wait for me while I grab my outfit. Bai Chenxi dashed toward the tailor shop, leaving Luo standing amidst the bustling crowd, contemplating the evening's impending feast of intrigue. To enhance his security for the event, he decided to call Chun Jian. Hello, Brother Jian. Would it be possible to have the tiger brother who was supposed to capture me do a little job today? The price is negotiable, 3,000. What? You don't want money? Fine, I'll treat him to dinner later. 40 minutes later, at San Mu restaurant, classmates began to arrive. Those who excelled in high school beamed with joy, while those who had not fared as well still appeared gracious. Their homeroom teacher, Shirtai, occupied the center position, graciously receiving well wishes from students. The Chinese teacher, Wang Zhongxia, discreetly combed through his thinning hair with a small brush. Other subject teachers arrived one after another, and a banner had been unfurled. Farewell party for Class 3, Senior Year, Chuanjia City. As the time for the event arrived, the homeroom teacher noticed a few absentees. Xiahu isn't arrived. Bai Chenxi isn't here either. One student reported. I doubt Luo dares to show up, another teased, igniting a ripple of anticipation among the group. The class supervisor, Shirtai, chuckled and addressed the students, reminding them not to single out Luo, who was also a good comrade to be united and loved. However, he acknowledged that Luo could be a bit extreme and often spoke without considering others' feelings. Suddenly, someone called out, Xiahu. A convertible BMW rolled into the parking lot, and Shirtai, along with teacher Wang Zhongxia, greeted the arrival with smiles. Then, A luxury sports car worth millions appeared, and Bai Chenxi elegantly opened the door, drawing a swarm of eager classmates and teachers. But what unfolded next left everyone in shock. Bai Chenxi opened the door to reveal none other than Luo. A male student gasped in disbelief. What is happening? Xiaohu leaned against his old BMW, his teeth grinding in frustration. Bai Chenxi, what is going on? Asked Wang Zhongxia, trying to maintain composure. Bai Chenxi confessed, I've been in a relationship with Luo for some time, and I deceived you all. This revelation struck Xiaohu like a thunderbolt. Luo, well done, he thought, but Luo merely cast a cold glance around before finally fixing his gaze on Xiaohu. Xiaohu, I and Luo have kept my promise. I have come to the farewell party. Ha ha ha, it's good that you came. I was worried you wouldn't show up. If we don't gather now, those going to 985 will go to 985, and those to 211 will go to 211. And Luo, there won't be many who can accompany you then. Xiaohu retorted mockingly. Indeed, geniuses are often lonely. I and Luo am accustomed to it. And Luo replied, not backing down. You dare call yourself a genius? What a joke! Mocked an unattractive male classmate, only to be silenced by a firm grip on his arm. Don't call Luo that. Bai Chenxi, one to be pleased. If Luo is what you say, then what does that make Bai Chenxi? The boy, realizing he had overstepped, quickly slapped himself. I shouldn't have spoken so thoughtlessly. As Luo took his seat, Xiaohu confronted Bai Chenxi. Bai Chenxi, this doesn't align with what you said before. What is going on? Why should I explain my friendships to you, Xiaohu? You don't have the right, Bai Chenxi retorted sharply. No. I heard your friends say you vowed never to like someone like Luo. Why the sudden change? Xiaohu pressed, but before he could finish, Bai Chenxi delivered a sharp slap across his face. Mind your words. Luo is our classmate and my partner. This is a farewell party, not an interrogation. Stunned, Xiaohu realized he had lost the argument, feeling defeated. He silently noted that he could not afford to lose to Luo, a boy who had not even managed to get into university. Despite his frustration, Xiaohu plastered on a forced smile. I can't believe this. What a surprise. To save face, those who had previously mocked Luo began to approach him with apologies, albeit reluctantly. One student asked Luo about his rumored venture into the live streaming industry, revealing a grin while displaying screenshots of Luo's previously sparse viewership. However, Luo had not pursued a career in live streaming. This was merely a baseless accusation aimed at exposing old wounds. Before Luo could respond, Bai Chenxi defended him. Luo's recent videos have gone viral across platforms. If he focuses, he could easily rise to the top of the industry, but he tends to get distracted. Bai Chenxi, being a leader in the field herself, spoke with authority, and her words carried weight. Going viral? I've never seen anyone go viral by throwing tomatoes. Xiaohu grumbled, frustrated that the situation was not unfolding as he had envisioned. Despite his elaborate hairstyle that cost thousands, Xiaohu's plans were unraveling. A classmate secretly opened Luo's live streaming room, only to turn pale. Luo had only posted 2 videos, one of him sleeping and another about an incident in Chen Jian's restroom. Miraculously, Luo's live streaming room had accumulated over 1 billion views, thousands in GIFs, and hundreds of thousands of likes and comments, along with a blue verification badge indicating him as a rising star. With the help of director Hao Jian, Luo had secured a substantial audience, potentially earning tens of thousands from this surge in popularity. Wow, Luo, I never knew you had such talent. Shirtai feigned praise, but deep down, the others remained unconvinced, believing Luo would not have achieved this without Bai Chenxi's support. Bai Chenxi, you must be helping him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received such recommendations. I heard you have connections on a certain platform, Xiaohu insinuated. Bai Chenxi dismissed the insinuation. This is purely Luo's own talent. I lack the ability to assist him. It's the platform's director who recognizes true potential. As the farewell party commenced, everyone shared their youthful memories, and Luo even danced 3 dances with Bai Chenxi, an opportunity others did not receive. Suddenly, Luo received a system notification. Upon checking, he realized he had completed the task to acquire a Lamborghini. The extraction ceremony was initiated, and he entered the address of a local restaurant, eager to flaunt his newfound wealth to those who had belittled him. Please wait. Your vehicle will arrive in approximately 1 hour, the system notified him. As the festivities continued, Xiaohu stealthily reached into Luo's pocket, seizing the Lamborghini key while Luo and Bai Chenxi danced. Classmates, our Luo is now a Lamborghini owner. Look, he exclaimed, waving the key. which had a label indicating the model. What model is this? Technomar 63? Is this a new Lamborghini? I haven't heard of it before. Are counterfeit technologies really that advanced now? A chubby classmate began to speculate, creating a stir among the crowd. The legendary miniature yacht, developed through a collaboration between Lamborghini and an Italian maritime group, is amphibious and is estimated to be priced at $3.6 million. It measures approximately 20 meters in length and nearly 6 meters in width, boasting a top speed of 121 kilometers per hour and a cruising speed of 75 kilometers. AMLO, I too appreciate such models. It's surprising to learn you are a car enthusiast as well. This vehicle, when converted to RMB, amounts to several million, and it is currently unavailable in our country, leaving us with no means to acquire it. AMLO found the fake key quite appealing as well. Where did you get this? The overweight man inquired. AMLO shrugged, disinterested in explaining, as those present had already formed a preconceived notion that the key was undoubtedly counterfeit. Amphibious? Is that even possible? However, AMLO, I believe Chang'an is more suitable for you. At this entrepreneurial stage, it's practical for both transporting people and goods. Xiaohu's contemptuous expression began to surface again. Oh please, even a Chang'an costs tens of thousands. AMLO just failed the exam and comes from a modest background. If he needs a vehicle, a tricycle would suffice, affordable and practical. Favored by businessmen. The speaker shared the same unfortunate fate as AMLO. He was known as brutally simple and forceful in their class group, and his name was Wang Meng. Despite both being unsuccessful candidates, Wang Meng's circumstances differed. His family was quite well off, with parents owning a 6S brand store, hence his blunt and aggressive demeanor. AMLO felt no tremor within his heart as he absorbed their incessant drivel. He understood that these individuals were incomparable to him. Suddenly, Xiao patted AMLO on the shoulder. Buddy, let us discuss your borrowing of money outside. AMLO had borrowed 500 from Xiaohu in their first year of high school, which he had repaid. Yet Xiao now brought it up again, his tail lifted in anticipation of mischief. Initially, Xiaohu had planned to confront AMLO after the farewell party, but had changed his mind. Eager to strike AMLO now. On this night, AMLO had attracted considerable attention, and Xiaohu could hardly accept Bai Qinxi's choice of AMLO over him. AMLO calmly made a phone call and said to Xiaohu, "All right, it's quiet outside." Yet Bai Qinxi tightly gripped his arm, unwilling to let him go, as she knew the outcome of AMLO stepping outside would likely be glorious at first, followed by disgrace. AMLO gently brushed aside Bai Qinxi's hand, stating, "Some matters must be concluded. Wait for me. Our dance is not yet finished. Before you leave this city, I intend to dance 300 circles with you." At this moment, AMLO's composure bewildered Bai Qinxi, who felt conflicted, wanting to urge AMLO to reconsider while simultaneously desiring him to go, knowing Xiaohu would likely strike him down. In her heart, she still bore resentment towards AMLO. "Fine, I'll wait. Hurry back." Bai Qinxi ultimately released him. Xiaohu strutted ahead, while AMLO followed, calm and composed. Outside the Samba Tree restaurant, about 500 meters away, a group of ruffians brandished sticks, spotting their target, Xiaohu. "They've arrived, brothers. Get ready. Once we finish this job, I'll treat you to massages." The leader, a man with a triangular face and a disreputable appearance, exclaimed with excitement. The group quickly encircled AMLO, and Xiaohu, with a forced smile, stated, "Sorry, you want to be dancing with Bai Qinxi tonight. Before I leave this city for university, we'll settle both new and old scores today." AMLO cast a glance at his classmates who had stealthily followed to witness his humiliation, disliking their sneaky behavior. "Sure, we were classmates. If you dislike my words, there's no need for this. Why bother blocking me?" AMLO remarked. "It's not for any other reason. I simply can't stand you." "AMLO, this is reality. What good are sharp words? When necessary, one must rely on strength. Brothers, let us teach him a lesson." The triangular-faced man seized AMLO by the collar, grinning maliciously. "Don't worry, brother, I'll be quick." AMLO felt a twinge of anxiety. "Tiger, where are you?" he thought to himself. Just then, a black business vehicle roared into view, screeching to a halt before the triangular-faced man. The door swung open, and 6 or 7 burly men emerged, led by none other than Tiger. "Tiger!" The triangular-faced man turned pale with fear. Tiger was a true underworld figure, rumored to be a former elite enforcer for a certain group, having learned martial arts at Shaolin Temple. The triangular-faced man was merely a petty thug, akin to Xiaohu. "I heard someone was looking to deal with my brother. I came to see what was happening." The triangular-faced man attempted to retract his grip on AMLO, but before he could, Tiger's hand struck him across the face with a resounding slap. Xiahou shuddered at the sound, yet in a display of audacity. He stepped forward to defend the triangular-faced man. "Who the hell are you? Why are you hitting my brother?" The triangular-faced man struggled to regain his balance, attempting to extricate himself from Xiahou's predicament. Unaware of Tiger's true nature, Xiahou was oblivious to the danger he was courting. "Xia, this is a personal matter between me and the triangular-faced man. You should not interfere." The triangular-faced man addressed Xiahou as Xia, indicating that Xiahou often pretended to be powerful in front of such individuals. "So, you invited the triangular-faced man to deal with my brother, correct?" Tiger inquired, his piercing gaze sending chills down Xiahou's spine. Relying on his father's wealth and influence in Chunlu City, Xiahou attempted to appear unperturbed. "Yes, what of it? Are you going to eat me?" Before he could finish, Tiger's hand came crashing down, and Xiao's face instantly swelled, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at Tiger. "You hit me? You!" Xiao had not anticipated such swift retribution. For someone like Tiger, politeness was a foreign concept. If he was displeased, he acted. "Tiger, he is the second son of the summer god, Summer Yuan. You know him." The triangular-faced man attempted to salvage the situation, but Tiger, with a swift kick, sent him sprawling to the ground, leaving him unable to rise for some time. "No one has title matters here. Summer god? What a joke." In terms of numbers, the triangular-faced man's group was at least double that of Tiger's. Yet they were paralyzed with fear, well aware of Tiger's reputation in the underworld. Despite being outnumbered, Tiger's demeanor conveyed that he was no ordinary thug. Unbeknownst to them, the initial target of the confrontation had been Anlo, but Anlo had turned the tables, leading Tiger to willingly assist him. All this was made possible by Chen Jian, who had promised Anlo a handsome commission of 10,000, a far more generous offer than the miserly Chen Jian. Upon hearing the commission, Tiger's spirits soared. Now this is how a true patron should act. Yes, he is indeed the son of Summer God. "Tiger, perhaps we should let this go," Anlo stated coolly. Tiger was no fool. He understood that spending 10,000 was hardly something that could be settled with a couple of slaps. If he let Xiahou off the hook this time, would Anlo, this significant benefactor, still seek his assistance in the future? It was inconceivable. To target my brother is tantamount to targeting me. Tiger, brimming with authority, lunged at Xiahou, delivering a series of punches and kicks. This scene left the classmates who had secretly come to witness Anlo's embarrassment trembling in fear, each returning to the farewell party with their heads hung low, whispering among themselves. Moments later, Anlo returned to the farewell party, deliberately scanning the faces of those who had come to gawk at him. At that moment, these once arrogant individuals were now all downcast, lacking the courage to meet Anlo's gaze. "Oh, that was quick, Anlo. Have you settled things with Xiao? Where is he?" Upon seeing Anlo, Wang Meng appeared utterly confused. He was aware of Xiahou's intentions to confront Anlo at the farewell party and recognized the triangular-faced man as his introduction. Yet now, Anlo stood in scathe, while Xiahou had vanished entirely. "Oh, Xiao classmate, he might be reflecting in solitude." And Luo was still shaking the Lamborghini car key that was taken from Xiahou. Wang Meng cast a glance of disdain, unsure of how to begin his words. Clearly, Luo was untroubled, but Xiahou's absence indicated something amiss. The earlier crowd that had gone out to watch the commotion returned, their faces painted with concern. What was Xiahou doing? At that moment, Xiahou was leaning against a tree, enduring a merciless scolding from Tiger Go, the sound of slaps echoing like celebratory firecrackers. Only a few classmates knew what transpired, their wrists trembling. Despite their bravado in front of Luo, the students had little worldly experience. "Xiaobai, let us continue dancing." And Luo disregarded the astonished gazes of others, directly pulling the dazed by Chen Xi's hand to dance. Ding! In 2 minutes, the system will deliver the Lamborghini 63 to the designated location. Host, please prepare for acceptance. And Luo felt assured in the system's efficiency. Chapter 21. The system detected the host is dancing, acquiring dance materials, cash reward 60,000, social 2. Vitality 1. And Luo was in high spirits, and by Chen Xi, looking at his glowing face, quietly inquired in Luo, what happened to Xiahou? The absence of Xiahou raised an uneasy feeling in by Chen Xi. Shishi, this is our dance party without Xiahou. I told you, I want to dance 300 circles with you. Upon hearing this, Bai Chenxi dared not speak further, grateful that Luo had not revealed her embarrassing moments. As the lights twirled, Luo and Bai Chenxi danced in bliss, while other students and teachers watched in awe at this dazzling duo. Suddenly, A commotion erupted outside, prompting everyone to rush out. A Lamborghini, previously unseen, was slowly approaching the Three Trees restaurant. The car enthusiast student immediately shouted, "Lamborghini 63, oh my, this car." It actually appeared in Chunlu. Wumi, who exclaimed, "Isn't it the model you mentioned earlier?" And Luo? "Ha! Our Luo's ride has arrived." And Luo, "Why not give it a try?" A crowd began to gather around the car, pointing and whispering, while several girls seized the moment to take selfies. As it was a model not yet released in the country. Inside the car sat a sharply dressed man, speaking into a communicator. "The car has been delivered on time. Where's the recipient?" And Luo waved the car key in hand and, elegantly invited by Chenxi, "Xiaobai, would you care to take a spin? Perhaps a splash in the water as well." Wang Meng chuckled. "Huh? Do you think this car is something you can dream of?" The staff member, Li Mu, had already noticed the car key in Luo's hand, approached him, and respectfully bowed. "Ah, I see you are here. The car has arrived, and I am your professional driver, Li Mu. Please proceed with the inspection." Wang Meng nearly lost his balance. "What is happening? Is this car really in Luo's? You must be joking. How could that be possible? It must be rented." Wumi, who taunted the classmates, suggesting it was rented. Teacher Shi Tai and Wang Zhongxia were utterly bewildered. Unfortunately, Luo had no intention of paying attention to them. Ding! The system detected that the gift has been delivered to the designated location. Please accept the gift package. The Lamborghini 63 is a system-bound item and cannot be traded in reality. Luo accepted the gift package, and a scanner appeared. He took it out and began the inspection on the Lamborghini. Wumi, who watched in astonishment. The scanner revealed various parameters of the vehicle. And Wumi, who exclaimed in wonder, "Is there really such advanced technology in the world?" "Xiaobai, please." Inspection complete. And Luo took Bai Chenxi's hand and entered the car. Bai Chenxi still felt anxious, pondering how the night had unfolded. Why Luo had not been beaten to a pulp by Xiaohu, and how he possessed such an extravagant car that money couldn't easily procure. This was a luxury vehicle worth millions, and Luo. Before entering the car, Luo felt the need to say a few words. After all, they were classmates. "Although I left the group, I am still quite pleased." The discussions there were merely trivial gossip. Classmates from 985, 211, second tier, and vocational schools. You are about to embark on a unique journey in life. Work hard, and good luck. Class teacher Shi Tai rushed to the car window, excitedly grasping Luo's hand. And Luo is right, remember to come back often. And Luo despised that face, for Shi Tai had punished him numerous times. As he came from a remote rural background, easy to bully. Now, teacher Shi was also entranced. What had Luo experienced? With a car of such value, worth millions and yet unreleased, Luo. This opportunistic gaze was filled with regret. And Luo withdrew his hand, attempting to placate teacher Shi. "Teacher Shi, you need to work hard too. Just 20 more years until retirement, and you can enjoy life." And Luo never intended to be polite to his teacher, not missing the chance to mock the old man, and his mood soured. Teacher Shi smiled awkwardly, while teacher Wang Zhongxia leaned closer to the car window. As the vehicle slowly started moving, Wang Zhongxia's awkward smile faded into oblivion. Suddenly, Bai Chenxi exclaimed, "And Luo, wait, this isn't right, the direction is wrong." And Luo looked up to see the Lamborghini heading east towards the Three Trees restaurant, which was by the sea. The east side was the ocean, separated only by a road. "Oh no, what's going on? That way is the sea." A crowd of ignorant onlookers shouted. "Naive." Wumi, who gestured rudely at the clueless spectators. Li Mu, "Master ladies, please secure yourselves. We are about to initiate water mode." Li Mu said, "The direction is correct. We are heading to the sea." As the Lamborghini entered the water, it immediately activated water mode, leaving the onlookers at the Three Trees restaurant in shock. "Oh my, this car is amphibious. If it could fly, it would be all-terrain." And Luo was oblivious to these voices. At that moment, all he heard was the wind, the rush of water, and Bai Chenxi's sparkling eyes. "And Luo, what is happening? Have you struck it rich?" And Luo suddenly asked Bai Chenxi. "Money. Having money is not omnipotent, but lacking it is absolutely limiting. What about you? What do you think of money?" Bikini replied, "I. Ha. What money? I am money." The declaration startled Bai Chenxi, causing her to tremble. What could this mean? Before tonight, Luo was nothing but a despised figure, but now, Bai Chenxi quivered in Luo's embrace, and he calmly poured her a glass of red wine. "Xiaobai, I sincerely thank you for giving me face tonight. Someone like Chun Jian is not suitable for you." Bai Chenxi's heart raced erratically. I know. I've actually liked you for a long time. Bai Chenxi said this without blushing. Having just rejected in Luo days prior, she thought to herself, what Chun Jian, to hell with him. What Hao Jian, worthless trash. What is gold? And Luo is the true gem, shining brilliantly. Dizzying brilliance. Our worlds are different, irreconcilable. And Luo's words made Bai Chenxi's face flush to her ears. Are you saying this to get back at me? And Luo, I did not genuinely mean what I said. I can express to you. Bai Chenxi tore off 2 buttons. And Luo grasped her hand firmly. No, actually I later realized that I believed I was attracted to beautiful, intelligent, immature women like you, but upon deep reflection, I find that I am more inclined towards girls with a Lolita style. One might even say, quite immature. Haha, there's nothing I could do about it. It is simply my nature. Lolita? Bai Chenxi's face reflected sheer horror. In her aesthetic, Lolita represented immaturity, childishness, and a complete lack of aesthetic appeal. In truth, I embody a bit of that Lolita essence myself. Bai Chenxi playfully tousled her hair, twisting her collar into a bow, her gaze sparkling with childlike innocence. She thought that Lolita was merely a change of appearance. Ha, don't be ridiculous. You are a mature, intelligent woman with a hint of artistic sensibility. How could you possibly be Lolita? Bai Chenxi truly understood that their worlds were fundamentally different, and her efforts to please would yield no fruitful results. And Luo, if that is genuinely how you feel, please enlighten me on how you achieved your success. Bring me along, for I yearn to soar as well. Since I cannot climb this towering tree that is you, why force it? Let us strive to be friends. Otherwise, how could I, Bai Chenxi, navigate effortlessly among numerous men? The truth is, all these years, you have only seen a timid, rural boy who obeys, but unbeknownst to you, I have been engaged in financial investments. I never anticipated my luck would turn out so splendidly. Furthermore, I once had a fortune teller mentor. I am truly sorry for having concealed this from you for so long. And Luo could only fabricate a lie. The ideal mentor in Luo's heart was undoubtedly Master Shin. Yet regrettably, Master Shin was nowhere to be found. Just as Bai Chenxi had surmised, acquiring immense wealth in such a brief period must surely stem from financial investments, for only in this field is there no upper limit. Although the individuals around him faced significant losses, many still thrived in this industry. It seemed this field was remarkably intricate, and Luo guided me along this path. Bai Chenxi sincerely hoped that Luo could illuminate a way forward for her. Live streaming, while lucrative, earning tens of millions a year, quickly became tiresome. Bai Chenxi soon grew weary of the monotony. If it were not for the need to maintain her fanbase, she would prefer not to expose herself in front of the camera. Financial investments, how grand and prestigious, a ticket into high society. Although she was already a semi-member of the upper class, this was far more exhilarating than live streaming. Which industry is without its depths? Focus on your studies. Do you understand why I failed the exam? And Luo shifted the topic. I do not know, because I believe that studying is too much of a waste of my talents and time. Financial investment is also a youth-driven industry. If one does not earn while their mind is most agile, growing old will undoubtedly be quite dreadful. And Luo feigned nonchalance as he penned a note. In reality, the failure had little to do with investments, given in Luo's academic performance. He was destined for a second-tier university. During the college entrance examination, he learned of his father's strange illness. With his family's circumstances, how could he afford to attend university? What use would a second-tier degree serve? Nowadays, many graduates from such institutions find themselves unemployed, battered, and bruised in the job market. Utterly useless. Chapter 22. Including his classmates' boastful remarks about inviting Bai Chenxi, it was nothing more than a desperate gamble. Little did he know, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. He had acquired a system, and with it, wealth became his ally. Bai Chenxi was a wise individual, understanding that her relationship with Luo must flourish gradually, without haste. Thus, once they reached shore, Bai Chenxi obediently disembarked. Li Mu drove Luo through the streets, drawing attention from passers-by. And Luo felt elated. This sensation was perhaps the pinnacle of life. Simultaneously, his phone received several text messages within a short span, all from his oblivious classmates, some apologizing, others inviting him back into the group, and some humbly seeking his guidance. In any case, Luo merely smiled at them, including heartfelt requests from their homeroom teacher, Shi Tai, and Wang Zhongxia, imploring him to return to the group. And Luo, feeling bored, scanned these messages and deleted them all to save storage space. Suddenly, he remembered his unfortunate second uncle and his ailing father. I will visit my second uncle first, then head back to see my father. Father's surgery is scheduled for half a month from now, and I have already devised a plan to cover the expenses. Now, I am also a person of considerable wealth. If this vehicle could be traded, it would elevate me to an entirely different echelon. Limu, take me to the Bianshan construction site to meet someone. Enluo instructed Limu. Understood, master. Please call me Enluo. I find it awkward to be addressed as master. No, that feels rather inappropriate. How about calling you president? Just Enluo suffices. I detest all those titles. Very well, Enluo. In private, I shall call you that, but in public, let us stick with boss, and Limu was quite accommodating. At the Bianshan construction site, as he gazed at the swiftly passing scenery, Enluo's mood was vastly different from before. Initially, he had approached his second uncle with trepidation in order to fulfill the system's monthly million-earning task, only to encounter an unpleasant situation. Now everything had come to fruition. He returned not to gloat, but to share this exhilarating moment with his second uncle. He recalled that had it not been for his second uncle's timely arrival last time, he might have already fallen prey to the schemes of the underworld. Limu's driving skills were exceptional. Alongside the road, a pack of wild wolves raced alongside their vehicle, showing no fear of humans. However, since it was daytime, this sight brought in Luo great amusement. Ding! The system received new material. Wild wolves racing alongside the vehicle, now added to the dynamic gallery. Ding! The system accepted the dynamic gallery entry, granting a cash reward of 20,000, Exploration Ability 1, Personal Charm 1. And Luo relished the sound of system rewards, for these were mere trifles. But he found joy in the interaction between the system and his life. Every aspect of his existence was under the system's scrutiny and observation. This was the sensation of the universe revolving around him. And Luo's breath, his steps, his speech, even the hair on his body, all his movements were monetary. And even his interactions with the surrounding environment, discovering materials, accepting them, and experiencing emotions, joy, sorrow, sadness, elation, were all measured in wealth. Ding! The system randomly rewards. Would the host like to spend 10 million to purchase life insurance from the system? Having made a fortune in recent days, and Luo's system value had already surpassed $1 billion. Spending 10 million on insurance made him slightly hesitant. Note: System life insurance. The system insures all aspects of the host's body, should any event contradict the insurance's intent occur. The system will reward the host tenfold of the usual reward, including damaged items being stored. Upon reading this explanation, and Luo's eyes lit up. Tenfold? The last time he lost a single hair, no, a single silver strand, the system rewarded him with 60,000. With the silver strand stored, it was valued at 30,000. According to this insurance contract, losing a single silver strand would yield a reward of 600,000, and with the silver strand stored, a total compensation of 900,000. While he could not withdraw this money at the moment, it felt stagnant. This investment was one that any sensible person would recognize as a guaranteed profit. However, a commotion erupted from the Bianshan construction site, engulfed in dust and chaos. In Luo, it seems there has been a dispute up ahead. Should we drive straight through, or find a suitable place to stop and observe? And Luo glanced at the Bianshan construction site, where shadows moved about. It appeared to be a brawl. He could hear the sounds of shouting, sticks striking, curses, and anguished cries echoing in the air. At this juncture, it is prudent to maintain a low profile until the situation is fully understood. All right, Limu, find a place to park. Limu parked the car and accompanied Luo, walking unevenly towards the construction site, where a brawl was indeed taking place. Workers were clashing directly with the management, and it appeared that some individuals from the underworld were also involved. And Luo was solely concerned about his uncle and searched the crowd for his figure. But alas, he found nothing. Uncle, ding! Congratulations, the host has discovered a new material repository. Construction site brawl, reward 50,000, personal safety 1. At that moment, a helmet suddenly came hurtling towards Luo. He stood frozen, watching as the helmet was about to strike him, when a figure unexpectedly reached out and caught it with bare hands. It was Limu. Boss, be careful. Ding! Material for construction site brawl added to the repository. Reward 10,000, social awareness 1, experience 1. There he is, the nephew of the wealthy capitalist in High. I've seen him before. He came to the site looking for money from his uncle when he couldn't find him. Someone shouted, and instantly, over 100 people surrounded Enluo and Li Mu. Li Mu positioned himself in front of Enluo, shielding him from the crowd. Let us talk this out. No need for violence. The contractor, and Hai, is his uncle, who was swindled while purchasing building materials and has fled, leaving us unpaid after working hard for several months. Enluo had not anticipated that a visit to see his uncle would turn him into a scapegoat. The crowd was stirred up, and it seemed that Li Mu was nearing his breaking point. Yet Enluo remained undaunted. Fellow countrymen, I am Enhai's nephew, Enluo. I will not run away. I will repay what my uncle owes you. He hoped that such words would instill some reason in the crowd, but before he could finish speaking, the earlier shouter chimed in again. Don't listen to him. He is just a failed high school student who can't even afford university. Last time he came to Enhai, he was looking to rely on him, but was sent away instead. The speaker was named Li Longji, whom Enluo vaguely remembered from that day. Li Longji had seemed honest then, but now he appeared entirely different. Why should we trust you? You're just a high school dropout. Your uncle owes tens of millions. What can you possibly do? Upon hearing tens of millions, Enluo's heart sank. Initially, he thought it was a matter of hundreds of thousands, but now, how can my uncle owe tens of millions for such a small project? Are tens of millions all your wages? He has only a handful of workers. Enluo recalled his uncle lamenting that he was merely a small contractor with a few dozen workers. 80% of this project is overseen by your uncle. You underestimate him. Just this batch of workers alone amounts to over 300. Moreover, your uncle borrowed money from us to buy building materials, claiming he was short on cash then. Enluo was incensed, wanting to curse his uncle for being so miserly. Previously, to placate Enluo, his uncle had pitifully claimed he earned a few $100,000 a month while supporting dozens of workers. Enluo had now witnessed his uncle's cunning firsthand. Nevertheless, he held on to the bond of kinship. All right, bring the financial officer here. I will advance a portion of the funds to you. The rest I will negotiate with my uncle. I assure you, this matter will be resolved. With just over $1 million in his account, which he had intended to use for some leisure and for his father's medical expenses, he found himself in a bind. A middle-aged man, bloodied from the brawl, was forcibly brought before Enluo. He was the financial officer of Enhai. Though he was also a victim of Enhai's flight, he was still associated with him and was quickly cornered by the workers, receiving a beating without a word. I need to know how much my uncle actually owes, Enluo insisted. The financial officer began calculating and, after several minutes, presented the figures along with the receipts. The total debt is $18.65 million. Without hesitation, Enluo pulled out his bank card. Here is $1 million. Let us pay part of the workers. The rest is my responsibility, not my uncle's. The financial officer could hardly believe his eyes. Just days ago, Enluo had come begging to Enhai, and now he had $1 million? You think $1 million will suffice to appease us? It won't even cover a fraction of what we're owed. Enluo realized he was out of options. This was all he had, and he was even risking his father's life savings. Li Mu, bring my car here, he commanded without hesitation. Li Mu promptly drove in the Lamborghini 63. $1 million isn't enough. But with this car, will it suffice? It's worth nearly $20 million. The vehicle was indeed luxurious. Yet the workers remained skeptical, as luxury cars all looked somewhat alike to them. You claim it's worth $20 million. But why should we believe you? The workers, small contractors, and material suppliers remained relentless, while those who had previously worked with Enhai were already incapacitated. This car is truly worth $20 million. Trust me, it's a Lamborghini 63 amphibious, and hasn't even been released in our area yet. I have the invoice for its purchase from Boston. This should suffice as proof. At a critical moment, Li Mu produced a stack of invoices. My word, this car looks quite ordinary, yet it costs $20 million? The design is far inferior to a BMW. The workers muttered in disbelief. Nevertheless, they began to believe, albeit with lingering complaints. The car and the financial officer will be held here. Give me 5 days. I, Enluo, will certainly provide you with a resolution. Enluo placed a reassuring hand on the financial officer's shoulder. The financial officer was understandably anxious, knowing that being held here was no pleasant experience. The workers, curious, began to inspect the car, but Enluo's stern words commanded their respect. This is my favorite vehicle. If I return and find anything amiss, you will receive not a single cent. It is commonly said that luxury cars should not be touched, lest one gets bitten. Those workers who were timid quickly retracted their hands. 5 days. If this matter isn't resolved, calling the police will do you no good. Your uncle will be waiting to collect his corpse, Li Longji taunted. The individuals accompanying Luo to the construction site, workers, contractors, material suppliers, were all once tough characters, unafraid of anything. And Luo vaguely recalled his uncle mentioning that Li Longji had served a 20-year sentence for criminal activities that were gruesomely violent, including dismembering adversaries in public as a warning due to a mere 500 yuan debt. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to undertake a significant responsibility. A true man bears responsibilities. This is a virtue. Cash reward 160,000. Personal charm 2. Credit 1, character 1, stress 1. Ding! The system has detected new material, workers demanding wages. Added to the repository. Reward 100,000. In a matter of seconds, and Luo had earned several 100,000. Yet his mood remained bleak. After all, this was merely a system, not reality. How could he repay over 10 million? And Luo glanced at the system task, noting that the latest progress had advanced slightly. The current task was to earn 5 million within half a month to qualify for a 1 million withdrawal. 5 million was an insurmountable sum. Just shouldering the burden for his uncle would amount to over 10 million. And with his father's illness requiring a significant amount as well, and Luo felt overwhelmed. Ding! The system detected a proliferation of negative emotions from the host, automatically activating the emotional cleansing package to eradicate these sentiments. A reward of 60,000 was granted. Li Mu walked alongside Luo, his expression grim as he maintained a protective stance around the younger man. To his astonishment, Luo appeared remarkably composed for someone so young. His poise truly commanded Li Mu's admiration. Upon exiting the construction site, Luo spotted a bicycle and remarked to Li Mu, "You're no longer needed. You can return now." After all, Li Mu was his personal driver, not a bodyguard, and such matters should not involve him. Li Mu was taken aback. "Bossin, you seem to misunderstand. I am your private driver, and our agreement includes provisions for personal assistance. Your affairs are my affairs. I cannot stand idly by." As he spoke, he presented a copy of their agreement. And Luo was left speechless as he read the document, which explicitly stated that beyond being his chauffeur, Li Mu was also responsible for safeguarding Luo's life and managing his daily affairs. In essence, Li Mu was not only a driver, but also a bodyguard and caretaker. The remuneration stipulated in the contract was astonishing. 5 million a month. Initially, Luo had assumed Li Mu was a gift from the system, but now he wondered if he could afford such a salary. The numerous certificates Li Mu possessed nearly left Luo dumbfounded. Senior language expert. Proficient in at least 8 international languages. Advanced combat specialist. Skilled in Taekwondo, Chinese martial arts, Muay Thai, and military shooting. Expert driver. Adept with cars, ferries, and aircraft. Advanced caregiver. Knowledgeable in massage and wellness. Nutrition specialist proficient in dietary science. And an exceptional marksman, trained with pistols, rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, and even artillery. With such remarkable qualifications, 5 million seemed hardly excessive. Li Mu's talents were better suited for serving the ultra-wealthy. Did he not fear that Luo could not meet his salary demands? "Li Mu, are you not concerned that I might not be able to pay you?" And Luo teased with a smile. "My employer is among the world's elite. I trust him. He has engaged me to serve you, and I shall perform my duties diligently. Can you disclose who this employer is?" Luo inquired. Li Mu was not hired by Luo, but was a bonus from the system upon delivery of the vehicle. "That is confidential information. I am obliged to keep it secret. Regardless, my initial service term with you lasts 5 years. After this period, you may evaluate my performance. If satisfactory, I will continue to assist you. Should I fall short, you may receive a more competent personal assistant." The 5-year evaluation contract also contained stipulations. Luo, noticing a discarded public bicycle, turned to Li Mu and said, "Since you have such confidence in me, let us proceed." They had arrived in a Lamborghini, feeling on top of the world. But now, riding public bicycles, they felt rather disheveled. Using their determination, they managed to navigate out of the mountains and reach the roadside. With Li Mu's protection, even wolves dared not approach. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo suggested, "Let us take a break. We have much further to go." Li Mu pulled out his phone to call for a ride, but before he could dial, a BMW sped toward them, with Baiqinci at the wheel, her hair blowing in the wind. Luo had called her as soon as he left the construction site. requesting to borrow her car. Bai Chenzi was thrilled that Enluo had contacted her so quickly, but upon seeing him and Li Mu in such a state, she was taken aback. The dashing Enluo she remembered had been driving a Lamborghini, and now he looked quite disheveled. What happened to the car? Bai Chenzi asked, concerned as she brushed the dust off Enluo's face. Just a small situation, Bai Chenzi. May I borrow your car for a couple of days? Enluo beckoned Li Mu to join him in the BMW, but Bai Chenzi was anxious to follow. What is going on? Can't I come along to see? As Enluo was about to let her in, he gently blocked her way. Bai Chenzi was genuinely worried, but this was a personal matter for Enluo, and involving Li Mu was already pushing it. Bringing Bai Chenzi into it felt even more inappropriate. Little Bai, please, I can't let you come this time. I'll explain when I return. You'll have to take a bike back. There's a taxi stand 2 kilometers away. And here's the fare. Bai Chenzi swatted the money from Enluo's hand. You're bullying me. I can't ride a bicycle. Enluo. This IS&T fare. She wanted to pout, but Enluo leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, prompting Li Mu to accelerate the car away quickly. I'm sorry. Little Bai Chenzi's face flushed as she stood alone on the roadside, a wave of despair washing over her. After a moment, she kicked the public bicycle in frustration and began to walk. She truly couldn't ride a bike. On their first date, she had arrived on a bicycle, but that was merely an act. Her actual bicycle was parked not far away. Ding! The system registered that the host had offered a golden kiss, and the material was successfully recorded, resulting in rewards. Cash 150,000, personal charm 1, and admiration from the opposite sex 1. A kiss-shaped material had entered in Luo's system, with the non-binding phrases particularly prominent. And Luo recognized that his treatment of Bai Chenzi was not right, but he did not wish for her to witness the circumstances surrounding his family. He considered this an apology and sent the golden kiss to Bai Chenzi's phone, which she promptly shared in her livestream. And Luo intended this as a compensatory gift for Bai Chenzi. The animated effect of the golden kiss on her phone was captivating, drawing numerous comments in her livestream. Ho CC, where did you get this dynamic gift? It's so cool, can I download this gift? Oh no. It's too stingy to download. Bai Chenzi was astonished by the amusing comments and found the dynamic gift utterly enchanting. It reminded her of Enluo's kiss. As she viewed the permissions she had set to prevent downloads, a clever idea struck her. Enluo, how much do you think this kiss is worth? Let us wait and see. Bai Chenzi planned to rent out the Golden Kiss package. As a streamer, her team had the capability to do so, and she applied for copyright on the Golden Kiss. It was prohibited from downloading, but could be rented by the hour. As she assigned tasks to her team, she pinned the dynamic gift to the top of her feed. This was Enluo's first expression of affection, making it a significant moment for both of them. Please set the hourly rental price. The team quickly resolved this and handed the pricing authority to Bai Chenzi. She entered a perfect number in the price field, 100. An hourly rental price of 100 yuan felt flawless to her, without a single flaw. The technician soon sent back a query. ISN, T100 too high for an hour? Bihini replied succinctly, execute. For her, this was not merely merchandise for her usual live stream. It represented Enluo's heartfelt sentiment, and she intended to take the unconventional route. Once the price was announced, the audience erupted in discontent. Have you gone mad for money? It's just a silly dynamic package, may I ask. Is it CC's first kiss? If so, I de-rent it. Chapter 24. Bai Chenzi arrived at this pricing after thorough research. Initially excited, she pondered whether Enluo had carelessly searched online to stimulate her youthful fantasies. As a result, she searched but found nothing, indicating that this dynamic package is indeed unique. With a keen business acumen, Bai Chenzi swiftly applied for the copyright of the Golden Kiss, subsequently collaborating with the technical department to restrict download permissions and establish a pricing strategy. Surprisingly, someone inquired about it. Of course, the user little sister, I am fair and beautiful, is merely a plant from Bai Chenzi's team, posing such questions to steer others. Bai Chenzi responded with a single emoji, prompting little sister, I am fair and beautiful to reply. So I guess correctly, there is a story behind this. I will rent it for an hour, no, 2 hours, to show my strong support for the anchor Shishi. This incited a flurry of questions below. What is happening? Has Shishi been kissed? Is Shishi in a relationship? Shishi, don't grow up too fast. Please don't get married. Heartbroken. The prelude was remarkably successful. These naive followers were beginning to stir. Shishi, say something? How did you get kissed? What about the top ranker? It seems they spent nearly 1 million. The top ranker replied, stop guessing. Shishi's kiss is for me. If you can't stand it, then take me down. Take down the top ranker. The top ranker is actually still by Chensi, merely a small account dedicated to tipping. The second ranker chimed in, "Don't get cocky. I will soon turn you into the eternal second." The second ranker was also by Chensi, not just the second ranker, but the 3rd to 10th ranks were all accounts belonging to by Chensi or the team, merely used to create a rhythm and harvest the unsuspecting followers below. The 3rd ranker supported the second ranker, stating, "Take down the top ranker. I aspire to become the second ranker and then take down the top ranker." The top ranker retorted, "You are overthinking. My family has resources, stay tuned." The second ranker replied, "Well, your lifestyle is richer than anyone's father. My life is about surviving, saving where I can, and spending where I must. Stop the bickering. Let me ask, where can I find this dynamic gift pack?" "There are no resources online." CC. The anchor replied, "This resource is exclusively available in Shishi's stream. If you don't believe me, go search for yourselves." Hence, the slightly higher price is justified. Dear friends, don't hesitate. If you need to place an order, do so. Don't miss this opportunity. Shishi serenaded a song. On the lonely highway, her melodious voice echoed through the valleys, accompanied by the songs of birds, the admiration of lofty mountains, and the murmurs of flowing water. Finally, the followers began to frenzy. Orders started pouring in. Meanwhile, a BMW slowly entered the Chunlu suburb. On the rugged mountain roads, the BMW sped like lightning, with Li Mu driving with great excitement. "Li Mu, slow down. These mountain roads are not like those in the city." Li Mu glanced back. "And Luo, I have driven on more complicated mountain roads. It's fine. Are we heading to your home?" My uncle ran away from his debts. With such a significant issue, where could he go? Ultimately, he would return to his hometown to hide. "Yes, my home is in the countryside, and conditions are quite harsh." "And Luo, I too have come from the mountains. What is so different? Children from the mountains are not inferior to those from the cities." As they spoke, the car arrived at Luo's hometown, Chunlu village. The road ended before the village, and Li Mu locked the car before walking up the mountain with Luo. Chunlu village, nestled halfway up Chunlu mountain, remained unchanged over the years, even as Chunlu city developed its subway lines. Now, many villagers had moved away. What used to be a settlement of over 100 households had dwindled to less than 10. Unable to endure the hardship, many had ventured to larger cities to strive for better lives. Among the remaining households, only 7 or 8 lived in small brick homes, while the others resided in thatched cottages, some of which housed disabled individuals or the elderly living alone, with the incense on the altars long since molded. And Luo's family lived in a thatched cottage, one mandated for renovation by the government. The walls were mud-plastered and cracked, with no glass in the windows, only wooden slats serving as barriers. If city classmates were to see these living conditions, they would likely burst into laughter, their stomachs aching from the hilarity. Yet, in Luo's eyes, Chunlu village was a paradise, recalling the freedom of running across the land as a child, gazing at the mountains, listening to the flowing water, and enjoying the sounds of nature. An authoritative voice rang out, "I do not wish to see you. Leave me alone. I do not want your money. What face do you have to bring me this?" This was Luo's father, and Sean. "Brother, I understand you do not want to see me and do not wish to accept my help, but this may be my only chance to assist you. After this separation, who knows when we might meet again." Opposite Sean sat his dejected brother, and Hai, within Luo's mother, Yao Feihua, beside him. "Your brother is upset because you took the family heirloom and sold it for a considerable sum, right?" "Hai, the blessings you have enjoyed over the years have come from selling out our ancestors. Your brother doesn't blame you, but can you hold your head high?" Yao Feihua sakolet Hai. Years ago, Luo's family possessed a treasured heirloom, a porcelain vase passed down through generations. During the reform and opening up period, Hai secretly took the treasure to sell, using the proceeds to start his own business, thus incurring the resentment of Sean. Luo had seen that vase as a child. He recalled it being adorned with vivid dragons, rumored to be an imperial artifact. This incident occurred over 20 years ago, and while Sean had yet to move on, it did not mean he had forgotten about his brother. The last time Sean underwent surgery, the expenses were covered by Luo in his uncle's name, although that money ultimately belonged to Luo himself. Luo pushed open the door, and the atmosphere inside was still awkward. When Hai looked up, his eyes were red. "Luo, uncle, dad, him? Hello, older brother. I am your son's driver and assistant. My name is Li Mu. Pleased to make your acquaintance." Li Mu and Sean took a deep breath of mountain air, nearly choking on Li Mu's words. "What? Assistant? Driver? Ha ha! And Sean burst into laughter. And Yao Feihua looked equally astonished. You must be joking. My son just graduated from high school and is about to enter university, but driver assistant. And Hai wanted to interject but hesitated, knowing Luo had likely deceived his parents again. Li Mu was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond, while Luo calmly stated, actually, there was no second-tier university. I failed the entrance exam. To avoid affecting my parents' feelings, I lied to them. What? And Sean and his wife were infuriated by Luo's revelation. And Sean had already spread the news of his son being accepted into a second-tier university throughout Chunlu village. Everyone knew Luo was a prospective college student. Now Luo claimed it was all a lie. Ding. Courage is commendable. The host dares to confront such issues in life. Courage 1, Quality 1, Cash Reward, 120,000. Ding. Host, be cautious. An iron smoking rod flew from Shan's hand, striking Luo in the face. Wretched child, how could you do this? Luo was startled but remained remarkably composed, allowing his father to vent his anger. However, the iron rod was caught by Li Mu just before reaching Luo, who returned it respectfully to Shan. Older brother, do not be angry. In this era, there are many who have achieved greatness without attending university. Shan pounded his chest, taking a moment to breathe before saying, you city folks have a higher awareness, which I understand. But in our rural areas, education and attending university are the only ways to change one's destiny. Luo, how could you betray your father's earnest efforts? Yao Feihua began to sob uncontrollably. Originally, I believed that attending university would alter my family's circumstances for the better. However, here I am, Luo, you misguided soul. How could you lie to me and your father? Luo felt her knees weaken, nearly collapsing in contrition before her elders. Yet her second uncle's words shifted the tide. I shouldn't have interfered, he began. But you all have witnessed Luo's usual academic performance. Why then, has she performed so poorly in the college entrance examination? Ask yourselves, do you not have any inkling? His support stirred a flicker of gratitude in Luo's heart. What awareness! My efforts alongside Fei Hua, waking early and sacrificing meals, were all aimed at fostering the first university student from Chunlu village. Yet look at him now. Failing to gain university admission, parading as some grand businessman, accompanied by a driver and assistants. Young man, you have strayed from the path. From another perspective, you are ill and require financial assistance. Yet you refuse my help. How can Luo afford university? The truth is glaringly obvious. She has relinquished the idea of attending university to spare the family additional burdens. Her uncle's words resonated powerfully, and Sean coughed in frustration, and Luo gently massaged his shoulders. Father, times have changed. Attending an average university is hardly commendable. My uncle has seen many graduates on construction sites unable to find work. If I were to attend such an institution, would that not be a waste of time and talent? And Luo's retort only fueled Shan's ire. Wretched child, do you not understand? Knowledge is the highest virtue. And in any era, scholars are respected. You will come to regret this. Perhaps in his fury, Shan could not catch his breath and abruptly spat blood. Panic ensued among those present, with Yao Fei Hua flustered. Look at what you've done. Your father might die from your folly. At this critical moment, Uncle Wang, who drives the cart, is conveniently absent. What shall we do? And Luo glanced at Hai, misinterpreting her intention. She sought his assistance. With blankets and wooden planks, she carefully placed Shan on a makeshift stretcher and, alongside Li Mu, began the descent down the mountain. Yao Feihua and Hai followed closely. Shan had lapsed into complete unconsciousness, prompting Yao Feihua to call out to Luo. Luo, put your father down and hurry to the neighboring village for a cart. Luo ignored the plea, instead laying her father gently in front of a BMW, adjusting the seat to accommodate him. Hai and Yao Feihua arrived, stunned by the sight of the luxury vehicle. Uncle, mother, there isn't enough space. You two stay behind. I will take father to the hospital. After relaying this, Li Mu pressed the accelerator, and the car sped away from Chunlu village. Hai and Yao Feihua remained momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp the situation. Son, this is illegal. Stealing a car will lead to incarceration. Yao Feihua exclaimed once she realized. Sister-in-law, did you not notice? This car likely belongs to Li Mu, not stolen. Perhaps Luo rented it. Oh dear. My foolish son, returning is one thing, but renting a car incurs significant costs. Despite our sternness, your father and I still love you dearly. At Chunlu City's hospital for complex and difficult illnesses, the BMW slowly entered, and Shan was rushed into the emergency treatment room. And Luo and Li Mu paced the hospital corridor, anxiously awaiting news. Ding! The system detected the host undergoing profound emotional turmoil, characterized by pure concern for a loved one and fervent devotion. Parental love has been cataloged, yielding a reward of 250,000, along with 1 point in humanistic spirit, 5 in filial piety, and 3 in courage. A new entry was documented in the system. Thus far, several materials concerning Enluo had been collected, yet she remained uncertain of their purpose. Some were system-bound, others were not. The previous golden kiss was not bound. Hence it could be gifted to Bai Chensi. The bound materials seemed merely for observation and remembrance. Enluo, do not fret. Your father will be all right. I will clean the stains from the borrowed car, Li Mu assured, heading off to attend to the vehicle. Alone in the corridor, Enluo was engulfed in anxiety regarding her father's condition. If he were to perish due to this incident, she would never forgive herself. Had she not indulged in life's trivialities and achieved a satisfactory score, it would have comforted her father. Whether or not she attended university would have been secondary. Half an hour later, a doctor emerged, and Enluo rushed forward. "Doctor, how is my father's condition?" The doctor, clutching a file, cast a sidelong glance at Enluo. "Your father's condition is currently stable. However, his heart disease has flared up, necessitating immediate surgery. Unfortunately, our attending physician is on vacation. If we miss this surgical opportunity, while he may not face life-threatening risks, he could endure lifelong disability. Can I contact this physician?" Enluo asked, her voice tense. "Doctor, Jean is on holiday abroad. Even if you reach him, it would be too late. It takes 8 hours to travel from Ximatai to Chunlu." The attending physician replied dismissively. "Jean? What is his full name?" Enluo pressed. "Jean Shengtan," the doctor retorted curtly. "Chunlu is a considerable distance from Ximatai. Moreover, Ximatai comprises several regions." Enluo grasped the doctor's sleeve in desperation. "May I inquire if Dr. Jean is traveling with a tour group?" "Yes, with the Great Wall Travel Agency." Enluo quickly searched for the travel agency's information, hoping to obtain Dr. Jean's current location. She finally found a customer service number, but they were unhelpful. "We cannot provide customer tracking information. I apologize." Despite explaining her situation, they remained obstinate, further igniting her urgency. "Enluo," a familiar voice called. Turning, she saw Su Qing from the 8 Gods group, accompanied by an attractive woman who appeared to be her mother. "What happened? You seem quite distressed." Enluo briefly recounted the situation, and the woman suddenly spoke up. "Qin Sengtan? He was a classmate of mine, though I'm unaware of his exact whereabouts. However, given the short time frame, he likely cannot make it." "This is my mother," Su Qing interjected. "Zhe Mei Hui." The woman introduced herself. "I am Enluo. Do not panic. Suing, do you not have a group of tech-savvy friends? How hard can it be to locate someone via mobile?" "My mother has Dr. Jean's number," Su Qing added. "He typically does not answer calls while traveling." Zhe Mei Hui's words ignited a glimmer of hope in Enluo. Sure enough, Enluo's calls to the elusive Dr. Jean were met with disconnection. 8 Gods, I've been kicked out of 8 Gods." Su Qing's revelation shocked Enluo. Following a recent event, the group had secretly decided to expel her without cause. Yet, this minor setback would not deter her. Over the years, she had made progress and received an invitation from an anonymous entity. Coincidentally, she had heard that Benjamin was traveling in Thailand. Perhaps he could assist. As she spoke, Su Qing made a private call, reaching out to Benjamin. He instructed her to pass the phone to Enluo. "Enluo, do not worry. I will handle this matter." Meanwhile, in Pattaya, a sun-kissed elderly Asian man lounged leisurely on the beach, admiring the seamless horizon. He was none other than the renowned cardiologist, Dr. Jean Shengtan, currently enjoying his vacation. Beside him was a local beauty, mixing drinks while flaunting her long legs. A cool young man with curly hair sat on a lounge chair, opening his notebook to inscribe a line of code, inputting a phone number from a distant Asian country. After a brief moment of searching, he picked up the phone beside him. "Hello, Suqing, Onlu? What a coincidence. The person you're looking for is in Pattaya, and I can assist you." "Thank you so much, Benjamin," Onlu replied, gripping the phone tightly. "Please ensure the old doctor arrives within 6 hours. I will personally wait at the airport." "Thank you. Rest assured, give me 30 seconds." Benjamin did not hang up, continuing to optimize the best flight plan. 30 seconds later, he said, "Onlu, if I can persuade Jin Xingtan within an hour, you can meet him at Chunlu Airport in 4.5 hours. I hope your father is all right." After hanging up, Benjamin swiftly entered a supercar and sped toward Pattaya. In Pattaya, Jin Xingtan left the beach and returned to his hotel, where a beautiful woman was taking a bath, soothing music playing in the background. Jin Xingtan idly flipped through a magazine filled with youthful models. Just then, a Rolls-Royce swiftly pulled into the hotel parking lot. The curly-haired young man, holding a tracking device, was searching for hotel room numbers. Room 403. He knocked on the door, but received no response. Anxiously, he produced a bypass card and opened the door. Inside, an elderly man and a figure of indeterminate gender lay on a round bed. Benjamin wasted no time, pulling out his phone to snap a few pictures before gently closing the door. "Who are you? What do you want?" The elderly man, Jin Xingtan, stammered, visibly nervous. "Who I am is irrelevant. Right now, I need you to urgently return to Chunlu to save an elderly man." "What? You do realize I'm on vacation. Why should I listen to you? I assume your wife wouldn't appreciate receiving photos of you with a ladyboy in Thailand," Benjamin said calmly. "Ladyboy?" Jin Xingtan was taken aback. No, the rental clearly stated no ladyboys. How could this young man have figured it out? Seeing Jin Xingtan's bewilderment, Benjamin stepped forward and yanked off the beautiful woman's wig, revealing a bald head beneath. The coarse, hard hair left no doubt. She was indeed a ladyboy. The ladyboy screamed and bolted for the door. "Time is of the essence. I've already arranged a flight plan. You must depart immediately." "Wait, who are you? You arranged a flight plan for me without my consent? Is that even possible?" "I am is not for you to know. Here is your ticket. All transfer procedures are taken care of. You must return and save that man. If anything happens to my friend's father, you won't be welcome in this profession anymore." After tossing the ticket aside, Benjamin left the hotel with composure. Jin Xingtan was utterly stunned. Who was this person, capable of tracking his location, bypassing hotel security, and arranging a flight without his consent? Could he be a spy? This was the only reasonable explanation he could conjure. Jin Xingtan, not daring to delay, quickly gathered his belongings, dismissing any unpleasant thoughts about the ladyboy and convincing himself that the young man was indeed a stunning beauty. Who would have thought he would turn out to be? Well, a sickly ladyboy? The thought sent chills down his spine. At Chunlu Airport, in the waiting lounge, a BMW and a Porsche were poised and ready. A beautiful woman was anxiously scanning the area, accompanied by the stunning Suqing. Li Mu and Onlu were also waiting impatiently. The flight had arrived on schedule. As Jin Xingtan exited the airport, he suddenly spotted his old classmate, Zhai Meiwei. He hurriedly approached her, excitedly grasping her hand. "It's you, old classmate. Is your friend ill? Why not just call instead of making it so complicated?" Chapter 26. Zhai Meiwei pointed at Onlu, who immediately stepped forward, grasping Jin Xingtan's hand. "Old doctor, please save my dad." Jin Xingtan glanced at Onlu's vehicle and quickly realized he too was a benefactor. Remembering his own recent encounter with a spy in Thailand, he felt a surge of respect for Onlu. "Young man, don't worry. With me here, I will do my utmost." Onlu and Suqing were unaware of the methods Benjamin had employed. Everything unfolded with meticulous precision according to his plan, with time accounted for down to the last second. Jin Xingtan entered Zhai Meiwei's car. Half an hour later, an urgent meeting was convened, and a special surgery signed off by Jin Xingtan commenced urgently. The attending physician looked at Onlu as if he were a remarkable anomaly. "Wow, young man, I didn't realize you had such influence, so accomplished at your age. To have secured the services of an internationally renowned doctor like Jin Xingtan within 6 or 7 hours exceeded the attending physician's expectations." Once everything was settled, Suqing and Zhai Meiwei approached Onlu to bid farewell. "Mom and I have something important to attend to. Onlu, please take care of your father." "Thank you, Suqing, thank you, Mom." Zhai Meiwei and Suqing departed. Onlu and Li Mu waited in the lounge, and after a long while, they finally spotted Onlu's uncle and Yao Feihua arriving, both having taken a taxi, with the driver trailing them for fare. "Neither your uncle nor I brought any money, Onlu. Why come here? It's expensive," Yao Feihua remarked. Onlu dismissed the taxi driver and comforted Yao Feihua. "Compared to my father's life, what is money?" Upon hearing this, Yao Feihua was displeased. She anxiously asked, "How much?" 550,000. Li Mu interjected. Yao Feihua scolded Onlu. How could you do this? How could you bring your dad to a place like this? 550,000, selling your mother wouldn't even cover it. Don't worry, I've already taken care of it. Li Mu interjected calmly. The money is not a concern. Saving lives is paramount. When Jin Xingtan presented the medical agreement to An Lu, it was only then that An Lu realized how arrogant he had been. Money mattered, especially when he could not produce a single cent. An Lu had invested all his funds and laborers on the construction site, and although he now had a fortune exceeding $1 billion in the system, he was still penniless in reality. Just as he was about to back down, Li Mu unexpectedly produced a bank card. I'll cover it. An Lu was taken aback, but had no alternative. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received new material brotherly affection with a cash reward of 200,000. Brotherly bond 1, social 3, personal charm 3. As the saying goes, great kindness does not require thanks. An Lu would remember this favor. Who are you to pay such a large sum for him? How can we ever repay you? Yao Feihua exclaimed in distress. While it was understandable for Yao Feihua to be overwhelmed, her uncle was not. Since seeing the BMW and experiencing everything that transpired, he had begun to suspect that An Lu's life was undergoing a monumental transformation. Sister-in-law, that is not how we treat someone. This money is not a debt. If you cannot repay it, I will, he said, gratitude in his tone. Thank you, brother. He had almost forgotten Li Mu's name. I'm Li Mu, An Lu's driver and assistant. Pleased to meet you. An Lu refrained from mentioning his uncle's situation, recognizing the inappropriateness of the moment, and Li Mu remained silent as well. 3 hours passed, and Anshan was wheeled out from the emergency operating room and into a general care unit. The surgery was a success, and Jin Xingtan had resolved Anshan's past ailments. He believed recovery would come swiftly. With a sigh of relief, Jin Xingtan looked at An Lu. Thank you, Dr. Jin. Jin Xingtan glanced at An Lu. Young man, do you have time to visit my office? Let us converse. And Luo understood that Benjamin must have employed extraordinary measures. Otherwise, what reason would Jin Xingtan have to assist someone he did not know? And Luo made his way to Jin Xingtan's office alone. Jin Xingtan poured a cup of fine tea. Impressive indeed. I have yet to inquire your name. Your agent friend is quite the expert. And Luo recognized that he was referring to Benjamin, with whom he had only a fleeting acquaintance. Moreover, Benjamin had previously been outwitted by Luo due to the flu machine incident. I am Luo. Please forgive me, as extraordinary circumstances necessitate extraordinary measures. And Luo graciously accepted Jin Xingtan's compliment. Is there a romantic connection between you and Su Qing? He inquired boldly. We're good friends. Are you aware of her mother's identity? I am eager to know. My dear old classmate is quite remarkable. She is the founder of the Love Charity Association, wholly devoted to philanthropy, and has been featured in the National Charity Hall of Fame. This was the first Luo had heard of it. He had never been particularly interested in charity, viewing it merely as a theatrical performance staged by the wealthy for profit. However, Su Qing's mother appeared truly captivating, possessing both beauty and grace, reminiscent of the peak of the actress who portrayed by Sujin. Such extraordinary beauty naturally begets a daughter like Su Qing, a testament to genetic inheritance. And Luo remained unfazed, recognizing that Jin Xingtan was merely testing him. In truth, these identities were inconsequential amidst the myriad roles played by Zhe Meihui. Jin Xingtan, wary of revealing too much, feared he might intimidate the young man before him. Yet, to his surprise, Luo remained composed, displaying an admirable fortitude that left Jin Xingtan thoroughly impressed. At that moment, Luo was preoccupied with resolving matters concerning his uncle and his father's recovery. Jin Xingtan harbored a private agenda. His son was pursuing Su Qing, and he had already gauged Zhe Meihui's interest in a potential union between their families. However, since his arrival, the attitudes exhibited by Su Qing and Zhe Meihui towards Luo had made him uneasy, as Luo anxiously awaited his father's surgery. This anxiety translated into nearly 500,000 in gains, along with a gift package of etiquette. The system detected a significant change in the host's life circumstances and thus presented him with the gift package of etiquette. Upon opening it, the first item read, "Remain calm in the face of adversity, and you shall become a person of great stature over time." Etiquette tips 1. Observe the flowers falling in the courtyard. Remain indifferent to their comings and goings, and remain unperturbed by honor or disgrace. 2. Stand firm as Mount Tai crumbles before you, and do not blink as the deer rises to your left. Currently, the activated skills from the gift package were these two. The first included a calming pill, and upon taking it, and Luo felt the tumult within him ease. The second pill was larger, with a cautionary note indicating it should be used sparingly. After consuming the first, he found his heart as tranquil as a gentle breeze, his thoughts as calm as a still lake, allowing him to face Jin Shengtan with a composed demeanor, almost exuding the air of a Confucian scholar. Jin Shengtan, a cultured man, rarely encountered someone so serene before his illustrious presence, and in Luo was the first. Of course, Jin Shengtan had witnessed in Luo's formidable abilities firsthand. It was indeed rare for someone with such immense power to remain humble and unassuming. His own son, Jin Kan, paled in comparison. However, Jin Shengtan noted that in Luo's parents did not appear to hail from the city. During the surgery, he had encountered in Luo's father's rustic essence, a scent unique to remote mountain villages. His hands were rough, indicative of a life spent in physical labor, an archetypal honest man. As for in Luo's mother, Yao Feihua, Jin Shengtan had caught a glimpse of her when he emerged to share the good news. She embodied a rural housewife, her feet clad in mud-stained straw sandals, leaving a trail of footprints along the corridor. This caused quite a stir for the cleaning lady, who was scolding her at the time. Jin Shengtan was not foolish. He quickly discerned that in Luo's parents were quite ordinary, perhaps even below that standard. Yet upon encountering Li Mu and in Hai, he dismissed that notion. Li Mu exuded authority, a man of experience and capability, while in Hai, though somewhat shifty, radiated the air of a nouveau riche, clearly involved in engineering. Naturally, Jin Shengtan's change of heart stemmed from Su Qing and her mother's treatment of Enluo, alongside Enluo's enigmatic connections. Who exactly was his friend? Was he from the FB1 or the CIA? Jin Shengtan speculated wildly, unaware that Enluo was holding a lavish red envelope containing 500 yuan, prepared by Li Mu prior to their entry. Recognizing Enluo's financial predicament, Jin Shengtan felt compelled to extend an invitation, believing such a benefactor deserved acknowledgement. Enluo respectfully presented the envelope to Jin Shengtan, who glanced at it, deeming it rather meager, perhaps the smallest gift he had ever encountered. What is this, Enluo? Do not misunderstand. Healing the sick is a physician's duty. Please keep it. Enluo was taken aback, his face tinged with embarrassment. He gently pressed the envelope, revealing a gold ring nestled within. Before entering, Li Mu had pondered that 500 seemed insufficient and had added the gold ring worth tens of thousands to the envelope. Jin Shengtan's eyes glinted as they caught the light reflecting off the ring, a flicker of delight crossing his features as he reached out to accept it, only to retract his hand, recalling his previous declarations. Please do not think ill of it. It is merely a token of my appreciation. You must accept it. And Luo insisted firmly, yet respectfully. No, please do not insist. I simply wish to know, and Luo, is your friend truly from FB1 or the CIA? Chapter 27. This line of thinking was rather peculiar. Did the FB1 and CIA dare to operate so recklessly on another's turf? Jin Shengtan had surely watched too many films. One was the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the other the Central Intelligence Agency. Jin Shengtan was clearly muddled. Despite his worldly travels, his conclusions stemmed from cinematic tropes. Neither my friend is affiliated with AYS. And Luo replied, recalling that AYS was indeed an acronym for Anonymous. Eyes? How intriguing. Jin Shengtan repeated, refraining from further inquiries, aware that probing further would be unwise. AYS stood for Anonymous, but Enluo dared not disclose that Benjamin was a renowned hacker and the founder of that very group. Thus, he cleverly offered an abbreviation for Jin Shengtan to ponder. In light of my father's condition, my friend must have employed certain means. Hence I implore you to accept this token as an apology. Enluo pressed the envelope into Jin Shengtan's hands. Though Jin Shengtan was indeed greedy, he valued his reputation even more. Having previously made such grand statements, he would not contradict himself. Perhaps this is fate. Let us meet again and converse. Here is my business card. I look forward to your guidance. Jin Shengtan presented his card, and as Enluo reached for it, Jin Shengtan's gaze fell upon the auspicious bracelet gifted to Enluo by Master Shensi, lingering for several seconds in admiration. Oh heavens, is this genuine? Could it truly be authentic? This appears to be the fabled tortoiseshell heaven bead. The imitation is remarkably lifelike. Jin Shengtan could no longer maintain his composure. This heaven bead, this tortoiseshell heaven bead, is worth at least 100 million, and most importantly, it is an extraordinary piece. The mere presence of such a treasure around Enluo is enough to ignite his imagination. It must be a counterfeit. You are correct. It is indeed a tortoiseshell heaven bead, a gift from an esteemed elder. Naturally, Enluo would not divulge the matter concerning Lord Shun, but seeing Jin Xingtan's astonishment, he worried that Jin Xingtan might deduce that this was Lord Shun's possession. Does the elder also collect heaven beads? Are you aware of the origins of this tortoiseshell heaven bead? Enluo inquired cautiously. Haha, I have a modest understanding. This heaven bead is also known as the nine-eyed heaven bead. If you observe closely, you'll notice that this bead possesses 9 unique orbs resembling 9 eyes. Just one of these eyes alone could purchase several properties in Chunlu City. It is said that once this bead fell into the hands of a certain tycoon in Kyoto, it vanished without a trace. Your high-quality replica is so convincing that it almost led me to believe it was real. Jin Xingtan hesitated, contemplating whether to reveal the rest. The original owner of this heaven bead is none other than the wealthy Li family of Kyoto. This is not a replica. Enluo's words left Jin Xingtan utterly dumbfounded. In truth, Enluo himself was uncertain if it was a counterfeit, but Lord Shin did not strike him as someone who would joke about such matters. Jin Xingtan took out professional tools and examined it thoroughly. This is no imitation. This is authentic. The rightful owner of this heaven bead. He could scarcely believe it. It is indeed real. This heaven bead is worth over 100 million. Could it be that your esteemed elder is none other than the wealthy Li family of Kyoto? The mere mention of Li family left Enluo in a state of shock. This heaven bead was a gift from Lord Shin to him years ago, when he was invited to assess the feng shui of Li family's residence. A remark about your ex-wife's tragic demise left Li family member Li Ruin disconcerted, after which Lord Shun vanished from Kyoto. Subsequently, Lord Shun retreated to Chunlu, surprisingly possessing a bracelet cherished by Li family, which has now found its way to Enluo. A bracelet worth over 100 million, such value. How could Lord Shin hold him in such high regard? Merely due to a chance encounter? He casually gifted Enluo this bracelet, which Enluo had always thought of as an ordinary piece, even if it held some value. Perhaps just a few thousand. Who could have known? It was worth over 100 million. Moreover, it led Jin Xingtan to mistakenly believe that Enluo had some familial connection with Li family, when in reality, Enluo had never even met this so-called tycoon of Kyoto. Whether it be Li family or Ma family, the owner of this bead is quite low-key and dislikes drawing attention to himself. In light of this, Enluo decided to go along with the flow, subtly adopting a humble demeanor. Ding! The system detects the host is adopting a humble attitude. Congratulations on activating the humble mode. The humble material is stored. Reward 200,000. Social 2. Life encounters 2. Serendipity 2. To earn 200,000 from a mere act of humility, Enluo felt elated. Most importantly, since the heaven bead is valued at over 100 million, then the debt owed by his uncle. No, this is Lord Shun's hope for him. How could he entertain such sordid thoughts? Not a single one. Ding! Congratulations to the host for maintaining integrity and avoiding foolish deeds. Reward 200,000. Relationship with Lord Shin 1, credibility 1. A friendly reminder. The heaven bead is an extraordinary object, possessing the ability to refine the body. Lightly, it can bestow the status of a worldly expert. Heavily, it can lead to immortality, all depending on the host's cultivation. Enluo was taken aback. Could this heaven bead truly be so miraculous? A worldly expert. What on earth is that? Immortality? Surely, he was overthinking. I understand. Haha. Today I am particularly pleased. Please wait a moment. Jin Xingtan did not anticipate that Enluo's background was so formidable, that he might possess some mysterious connection with the Li family. To not seize this opportunity would be sheer folly. Jin Xingtan eagerly retrieved a bottle of red wine, smiling at Enluo. Fine wine is only worthy of being shared with a confidant. Enluo, perhaps you could introduce me to him? If only I could meet the esteemed elder Li and hear his teachings, I would be content. Ding! The system detects a fine vintage, seemingly a 1982 Lafite, exquisite wine. The host appreciates fine wine, adopting a humble demeanor, activating social opportunities. Congratulations. Reward 200,000. Wisdom 1, Courage 1. Enluo gazed at the reward items, his smile widening. Indeed, fine wine. Thank you for your hospitality, esteemed elder. As for meeting that individual, let us leave it to fate. Enluo casually remarked, diffusing the awkwardness brought on by his earlier display. Initially, He felt somewhat guilty for adopting such a humble demeanor, but now it felt remarkably gratifying. Ding! The system detects the pleasure derived from the host's humble demeanor, bestowing a skill package as a reward. Please check. Skill package. One-handed Lamborghini operation. And Luo thought he must have misread. Was this not the most basic skill in the humble skill set, and also the most glamorous? Yet he didn't even possess a driver's license. Wait, he had misread. It wasn't he operating a Lamborghini with one hand, but rather controlling a Lamborghini bound to the system through thought. My goodness. And Luo nearly leapt up, the ability to control a Lamborghini with thought. This was practically a super skill. Marvelous, it seemed. Even in Marvel, such feats were rarely depicted. And this skill was merely a gift within the system. Note, the thought control of the Lamborghini is limited to system-bound items. Other items are ineffective. The item bound to him is indeed that striking Lamborghini 63. Just imagining it was a delightful thought. Although there existed a figure as formidable as Li Mu, he could drive the Lamborghini using mere thought. What a spectacle that would be. I understand. Timing is paramount, and I hope brother Luo can assist. And Luo, a mere youth, suddenly found himself referred to as brother by the elder Jin Xingtan. In that case, you may call me Luo. A nameless individual like myself cannot be addressed as brother. Can I? Brother Luo, do not be modest. The ability to wear such a heaven bead and associate with the esteemed elder Li is not something us mere frogs at the bottom of a well can ever aspire to. If you refuse to be called brother, it would imply that you look down upon my surname Jin. Jin Xingtan was becoming increasingly anxious. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back, brother Jin. The moment Luo uttered brother Jin, he felt it was inappropriate. Had he become too arrogant? Compliments from others were a show of respect and politeness, but abruptly calling someone brother, had he truly begun to regard himself as an equal? Just as he questioned this, the system suddenly chimed. Ding! What's wrong with the host adopting a humble demeanor? Feel free to proceed. The system will support you. Addressing Jin as brother is perfectly acceptable. Reward 200,000. Courage 1. Social 2. Hair density 1. Body fragrance 1. And Luo savored the fine wine, a delightful fragrance mingling with his own. Watching Jin Xingtan's satisfied expression, and felt an immense sense of comfort. When Luo emerged from Jin Xingtan's quarters, his cheeks were slightly flushed. Jin Xingtan escorted him out, ensuring that arrangements for Luo's father and Shan were settled for his recuperation, even arranging for Yao Feihua to accompany Shan in the hospital room. All of this was personally handled by brother Jin, and Luo was thoroughly pleased. With his father's matters taken care of, it was now time to address his uncle's trivial issues. And Luo sought out a secluded tavern, where he engaged in conversation and drinks with his uncle and Hai and Li Mu. Previously, he had lacked the opportunity to discuss matters with his uncle. Now, it was finally time for an open and honest conversation, especially since his uncle had created quite a mess. With over 10 million worth of luxury cars on the line, this needed to be resolved satisfactorily. His uncle seemed transformed, lacking the previous arrogance and cunning. And Luo observed the unfolding scenes, noting that this young man had undoubtedly encountered some fortuitous event. Yet he still maintained a stern demeanor, ready to impart some wisdom to Luo. And Luo, look at how agitated your father is. Sigh, let us not dwell on it. You needn't worry, your uncle will manage. By the way, brother Li Mu, regarding the medical expenses, could you provide an account number so that I can transfer the funds to you? Li Mu remained silent. Even at this juncture, uncle was still putting on a facade. Rather than confronting uncle, Luo chose to calculate the costs with him. You've got this covered, as you said. I've done the math, and it will take about 2 million to settle everything. And Luo assumed that uncle would be taken aback by the figure. For 2 million is no trifling amount. However, uncle showed no signs of alarm. He couldn't even muster 200 yuan, let alone 2 million. It was Li Mu who had previously paid for the taxi. 2 million is nothing to worry about in Luo, but I find it strange that you just failed your exams. Yet you possess this BMW. What is the story with Li Mu? What kind of luck have you stumbled upon? Witnessing Uncle's nonchalance regarding the 2 million, and Luo nearly lost his temper. Even now, with the flames licking at their heels, Uncle still acted as if he were invincible. Li Mu continued to drink in silence, and Luo patiently poured another drink for Hai. Uncle, do you really have the means to cover 2 million? If so, I'm immensely grateful. That is not a problem, just a phone call away. And Luo pushed the phone toward Uncle. then I'll leave it in your hands. Also, this situation doesn't merely involve 2 million. To resolve it properly, it will likely require tens of millions. Chapter 28. No. How does 2 million suddenly transform into tens of millions? Enluo, your math skills are lacking. And Hai shouted at Enluo. No, uncle. I'm referring to the tens of millions you owe in wages and material costs. And Hai was momentarily speechless, struggling to utter a word. The atmosphere grew tense. Ding. The system detected that the host bravely raised a question, bringing matters to light, which is a commendable open and honest approach. Reward: 150,000. Sincerity 1. Courage 1. You all know now, Sai. It took Uncle a while to finally utter such a phrase. So, Uncle, at your age, do you still believe that running away will solve your problems? Years ago, you took the family heirloom and fled, angering my parents. Now, when the heat is on, do you wish to escape as you did before? And Luo's barrage of questions rendered Hai flushed and speechless. And suddenly, without warning, Hai burst into tears. Uncle is useless. This time, he truly faces ruin. He cannot repay tens of millions. And Luo, what other option do I have but to run away? A wave of sorrow washed over Luo. Times have changed, Uncle. 20 years ago, your tactics would have worked, but now, where can you run? Everything is linked to real identities, unless you retreat to the mountains and live as a wild man. Running is still an option. And Luo, Uncle, sigh, Uncle. Stop sighing and tell me how you accrued these tens of millions. Didn't you say your project was small, earning only several $100,000 a year? How did you end up in debt for tens of millions? And Luo abruptly silenced Hai, thinking it pitiful for a grown man to cry. A few months ago, a boss contacted me about discounted materials that needed to be disposed of. If the deal went through, I would have an additional 3 million profit. I went, but it turned out to be a trap. I was swindled out of tens of millions in material costs. Later, I couldn't pay wages. So I concealed the situation from the finance and management personnel and fled. Uncle finally clarified the situation. Rest assured, I will not implicate you. I have decided to go into the mountains alone, just as you imagined, to live as a wild man for the rest of my life. Uncle cried out once more. Uncle, why are you crying? Stand tall. I will figure out a way to handle this money. And Luo, it's not that your uncle looks down on you. As a failed student, what can you possibly do to help? This BMW, even if it's yours, how much can it be sold for? Uncle owes tens of millions. If Uncle gets caught, it will surely be life imprisonment. Rather than live as a dog in prison, Uncle would prefer to go into the mountains and live like a wolf. Uncle still hasn't grasped the entirety of this situation. Li Mu, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. And Luo, for your sake, has already put his $1 million car on the line as collateral at the construction site. $1 million car? Are you joking? And Luo, how did you suddenly become so wealthy? Kid, have you encountered some big boss? Uncle could hardly believe his ears. He didn't trust that Enluo could possess a luxury car worth millions. Given Enluo's background and abilities, it seemed impossible. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant. I've been contemplating how to help you. Li Mu's words struck a chord. Enluo had been preoccupied with this daunting issue at the hospital. First it was his father and Sean, and now his father's brother and Hai. Uncle, I will handle the money issue, but your idea of running away is misguided. I want you to stand up bravely and take responsibility for what you owe. Enluo asserted. Enluo, you foolish boy, we have no money. Without money, we cannot pay the workers their wages or the contractor for materials. Uncle would end up in prison. Do you want your uncle to spend his life in a cell? Uncle countered repeatedly. Enluo was equally anxious. This was tens of millions. Where could he find such an amount? He couldn't sell his luxury car, and even if he sold himself, he might not be worth a few million. Money, oh money, you ruthless blade. Suddenly, a familiar ringtone sounded. The caller was Bai Chensi. Enluo, where are you? I have a piece of bad news and a piece of good news. Which would you like to hear? Bai Chensi's call at such a moment left Enluo both amused and exasperated. This was hardly the time for romantic banter. Whatever. Bai Chensi sensed Enluo's unusually cold demeanor and immediately toned down her effervescence. Fine. The bad news is that you left me stranded on the road. I didn't take a taxi and walk back, and now I've twisted my ankle. Bai Chensi paused for effect. She expected Enluo to ask her what the good news was, but instead he remained silent, leaving an awkward atmosphere hanging. However, being Bai Chensi, she pressed on. The good news is, Enluo, you now have 5 million. What will you do with it? Impossible. And Luo replied curtly. After being rebuffed twice, Bai Chenxi felt a flicker of irritation, wondering why Luo was acting so aloof. She was merely sharing good news. It's time to come clean. I sold your golden kiss during a live stream, and I want to know how much it's worth. You didn't see this coming, did you? In the first wave, we already made 5 million, and Luo. Are you really not happy? Upon hearing this, and Luo's spirits lifted. At this moment, anything beyond financial matters was of little interest to him, even if Bai Chenxi were to approach him affectionately. But money. What Luo desperately needed was money. He couldn't just stand by and watch his uncle get shackled away for life. Is it true? CC. Do we really have 5 million? What reason would I have to deceive you? In reality, the revenue has surpassed 50 million, but Bai Chenxi, in her greed, only shared the figure of 5 million with Luo. Doubting her, Luo immediately opened Bai Chenxi's live stream and saw that the golden kiss had gone viral. 5 million was indeed a substantial sum, yet it paled in comparison to the tens of millions owed. Consequently, Luo's happiness faded. Luo, I've transferred the money to you. Additionally, have you designed any materials that I could represent? Bai Chenxi suddenly inquired, and Luo observed his phone, alerting him to a substantial bank deposit. 5 million yuan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the system task and earning the qualification for a monthly withdrawal of 1 million. The task completion also transformed the withdrawal button from blue to green, and the amount displayed increased by a factor of 10, changing from 100,000 to 1 million. And Luo promptly withdrew the million, noting that the system had granted him a considerable task completion reward, along with a grand gift package. He opened the gift package. Congratulations, host, for embarking on a lavish lifestyle. Please receive your lavish beginner's gift package. The package revealed super combat skills, super culinary skills, super medical skills. To Luo's dismay, the so-called lavish gift package comprised solely of theoretical knowledge. Luo, have you made up your mind? Are you even listening to me? You rascal? Came the irate voice of Bai Chenxi from the other end of the line. Agent, do you have any funds? Luo finally managed to utter a few words. That depends on what materials you have. If they are valuable, I will not be stingy, she responded. Luo glanced through his non-bound material library and, after some consideration, sent the wolf material to Bai Chenxi, which elicited a gasp of surprise from her. A wolf? Yes. Pay close attention to the wolf's dynamics and notes. How much will you offer? Luo inquired with trepidation. Bai Chenxi had previously made Luo at least 6 or 7 million from the golden kiss, and the thought of her discovering this made him anxious, as the fragile boat of friendship could capsize at any moment. I can't tell you now. Let me test it for a day, and I will provide you with the results, she said before abruptly hanging up. The withdrawal task had successfully transitioned from 100,000 to 1 million, but upon completion, a new task appeared, transitioning from 1 million to 10 million withdrawal task, 05. The preceding 0 represented completed tasks, while the 5 indicated the number of tasks that needed to be accomplished. This meant that the subsequent tasks would progressively increase in difficulty, and 5 tasks needed to be completed to secure a 10 million withdrawal. Note: withdrawal tasks are activated randomly. Please be patient, host. Ding. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a more advanced withdrawal task progress. Tasks will activate randomly. Reward: 150,000. System affinity: 1. Golden pet food. 3. The golden pet food, essentially food for Xiaoqing, could fetch 500,000 per bag in the system, meaning he had earned 150,000 in total. Congratulations, host, for finding your first real-life agent. Agent 1. Shishi, the streamer. Reward: 50,000. Shishi's popularity: 1. Agent traffic: 1. Amidst the conversation, Luo's account had swelled by nearly 650,000 yuan. Remarkably, he remained unfazed by this windfall, surprising even himself with his calmness in the face of such substantial real-world gains. Surely, it was the reassuring effect of the earlier confidence booster provided by the system. After a moment's contemplation, Luo suddenly turned to Li Mu. Li Mu, give me your account number. Li Mu was taken aback. What account? Your account, Luo replied. What are you planning to do? Li Mu asked, perplexed, as he relayed his account details. Thank you for your assistance. Please check it. Upon inspecting the account, Li Mu was left speechless. 150,000 had appeared in his balance. 150,000? Boss, are you joking? I only advanced 50,000. Well, accept it. The remaining 100,000 is your reward and not subject to contract restrictions. Ding. The system detected the host's thoughtfulness, granting him a reward. Brotherly affection. 1. Credit. 1. Reward. 140,000. Li Mu exclaimed, "Boss, this reward is a bit excessive." Chapter 29. Li Mu understood Luo's current predicament and was preparing to return the excess 100,000 when Luo cut him off. Luo's uncle was entirely unaware of the events unfolding, only knowing that Luo had transferred 150,000 to Li Mu within mere minutes. A glimmer of hope sparked in his heart. Although it was merely 150,000, seeing it given to an outsider like Li Mu was disheartening. "Luo, you?" "Uncle, let's keep things clear. Li Mu is Li Mu, and you are you. I calculated that to stabilize the workers and suppliers, I need to prepare 20 million. And Luo, that's excessive. We can initially pay half to the suppliers. Based on my preliminary calculations, 16 million should suffice." His uncle, being a businessman, had a keen sense for numbers. However, before he could finish, Luo interrupted him. "Uncle, you are already in the wrong regarding your debts. Both the suppliers and the workers rely on their wages to live, so full payment is necessary, along with a slight compensation." Luo genuinely believed this, as he had witnessed the devastating effects of insufficient funds tearing families apart. His uncle's actions were both illegal and unethical, thus he needed to rectify his mistakes entirely. Otherwise, how could he face others? "Luo, have you lost your mind? Compensation? I may have erred, but I'm not foolish." His uncle continued to argue, Luo sighed, realizing that reasoning with someone like his uncle was futile. Even in desperation, his uncle's sole focus remained on money. "Fine. I actually believed your words. You, a mere child, are risking over 10 million. Once you finish that drink, you can run off. Do as you see fit." His uncle had gone hungry for several days and had not received any kindness from Luo's parents. Indeed, Hai aimed to settle matters concerning Inshan before fleeing. But Inshan and his wife were not cooperative. Ding. The system detected the host's willingness to take responsibility and his display of empathy, rewarding him. Reward, 150,000. Kindness, 1. Social skill, 1. Luo gazed at the accumulated cash rewards exceeding 70 million within the system. If he could withdraw this amount, what would he have to fear? Unfortunately, reality seldom aligned with one's aspirations. He seized his departing uncle. "Uncle, sit down. I will devise a solution." His uncle eyed him skeptically. "Do you truly have a plan?" "Luo, this gap is beyond your ability to fill." After rewarding Li Mu, Luo was left with merely 5 million. This deficit was still around 15 million. As he stared at the bracelet in his hand, a thought crossed his mind. Was he truly considering selling this bracelet in a moment of urgency? Wouldn't that betray the hopes of the fourth master? Moreover, it was peculiar that the fourth master had gifted him such a valuable token upon their first meeting. Initially, Luo had no idea that the bracelet was worth over 100 million. He only learned its value after encountering Jin Xingtan. "No, I absolutely cannot do such a thing. The bracelet symbolizes the fourth master's expectations of me, and I cannot let it down." After a tumultuous internal struggle, Luo dismissed the idea. Ding. Congratulations, host, for avoiding a misguided path. The bracelet is crucial to your life and should not be desecrated. Reward, 120,000. Determination, 1. Experience, 1. Today marked the final day of his 5-day commitment. If he did not resolve matters today, they would undoubtedly spiral beyond Luo's control. Alas, it seemed there was but one path left. He suddenly recalled Bai Chenxi. With a mere emoticon from the Golden Kiss, she had provided Luo with 5 million in revenue, indicating her considerable capability. Luo stepped into a secluded area and dialed Bai Chenxi. She promptly answered. "What is wrong? Luo, can't hold out any longer? The test isn't over yet, but there is potential for a hit. Just wait 20 more hours for the results." Bai Chenxi said curtly. She, "I can't wait any longer. I urgently need to borrow money from you." Luo harbored little hope, knowing her character. Friendship was one thing, but borrowing money was another, especially since she still needed to earn for her education. "How much do you need?" "With 100,000, that should be manageable." Bai Chenxi hesitated for a few seconds before replying. Luo felt a wave of despair wash over him. What he needed was not a mere 100,000, but at least 15 million. 100,000 is insufficient. A million could be considered, though it would incur interest. Bai Chenxi bit her lip and said, 1 million is still not enough. Baicensi was utterly bewildered. And Luo, what have you encountered that 1 million is inadequate? Have you invested recklessly in stocks? Baicensi instantly regretted her words. They always warned that the stock market is like a roller coaster. When it soars, it lifts you to the heavens, but when it plunges, it drags you into the dust. 2 million. I could use that car as collateral. Is that acceptable? And Luo timidly suggested. 2 million. Baicensi felt a pang of anxiety, and Luo was truly asking for a fortune. Did he not comprehend the gravity of 2 million? Yet, Baicensi was not short on funds. It could be considered, however, with a 30% interest, and the repayment period should not exceed 2 months. To extract flesh from Baicensi, how could Luo escape unscathed? 30% is already exorbitantly high interest. Moreover, that car is a luxury vehicle worth over 20 million, and it has yet to be launched domestically, making it exceptionally ostentatious. Baicensi quickly calculated in her mind. Truth be told, she could afford 2 million without relying on her family. With nearly 100 million in annual earnings from live streaming, 2 million. If interest is calculated over 3 months, it would exceed 600,000. If Luo genuinely could not repay, that car was worth that much. It was a surefire investment. Although she thought this, she still needed to assert her authority over Luo. What if you cannot repay in 3 months? Upon hearing Baicensi's words, Luo immediately felt relieved. Judging by her tone, 2 million was not an issue for her, but the real problem was Baicensi's lack of trust in him. How do you propose we proceed? Luo countered. Baicensi sensed a palpable threat. He had leverage over her, so any thoughts of defaulting and paying 5 times the amount should be set aside. Provide me with your account details. The transfer will take time, as I need to process it at the bank personally. I will send you the agreement shortly, and please, keep your mouth shut. Baicensi issued a subtle warning to Luo. Luo pondered for a long while, unable to decipher the meaning behind her words. But at least the issue was being resolved. Very well, uncle, let us go and settle this matter. Luo returned to converse with his uncle after the call. His uncle was left dumbfounded. What do you mean, Luo? You jest. Resolving a matter worth millions with a single call? His uncle wasn't foolish. Regardless of his intelligence, he needed to clean up his act. That was the most basic principle of conduct. Within a mere 3 hours, Baicensi's funds began to arrive in installments. Luo tugged at his uncle's clothes, pulling him into the car, and they drove towards the construction site with Limu. Limu was equally apprehensive. It was astonishing that Luo possessed such formidable influence. A single call had resolved a matter worth millions. Previously, Limu had trusted in Luo solely due to his employer's status, but now he genuinely admired his employer's insight. With the financial issues settled, Luo felt elated. Once he ensured his uncle's situation was secure, he could drive a luxury car and carry a monthly cash income of 1 million. What a carefree life that would be. Ding! When one is in high spirits, the system detected that the host was indeed flourishing. A positive mood can foster a prosperous life. Hence, a reward of 200,000, 3 dog food, and 1 experience for the assistant. The assistant, Xiaoqing, appeared on the phone interface, her eyes shimmering with a golden glow. Thank you, master. Xiaoqing's perspective has broadened slightly. It's just a small token. Please do not mind. What? A red envelope? Xiaoqing actually sent herself a substantial system red envelope. Wait, isn't it my responsibility to enhance Xiaoqing's perspective? Is it appropriate to accept a red envelope? You must accept it, master. With Xiaoqing's elevated perspective, her analytical capabilities will become more comprehensive and insightful. This is Xiaoqing's contribution to your knowledge acquisition. So please accept it. Xiaoqing's words were exceedingly pleasing, and Luo decided to accept it with a touch. 500,000. My heavens! Did Xiaoqing just send a red envelope of 500,000? Surely, I did not misread that. Indeed, in any realm, knowledge is the greatest treasure. Luo felt a surge of joy, but his uncle was increasingly agitated. Luo, do you comprehend the outcome of our venture? Have you considered the consequences? Before we hit the highway, you must stop the car. I want to get out. His uncle pondered deeply, deeming Luo unreliable. Although he had witnessed Luo's various miracles over the past few days, this was a matter involving millions. And Hai understood the repercussions of confronting workers on site. He could end up beaten and possibly arrested, facing decades in prison. With his frail constitution, would he even survive long enough to see the sun outside iron bars again? Fleeing to the deep mountains and forests may be arduous, but at least one would retain freedom. relying on his wealth of hunting experience. He could live as a happy old hunter, unbothered by worldly matters. Wasn't that the best option? And Luo, do not move recklessly. The car is speeding. What are you worried about? I have assured you that I will handle the financial matters. Unless you can show me assets worth millions. How can I trust you? The more his uncle pondered, the less Luo revealed, fearing his uncle's fragile heart might not withstand the shock of such a colossal figure. His uncle, like his father and Sean, had a weak heart, and Luo had made a mistake once and would not repeat it. If you won't show me, it means you have nothing. And Luo, I beg you, I do not want to go to prison. I would rather fend for myself in the deep mountains. And Luo firmly held on to his uncle, denying him any chance to leap from the vehicle. Even if Hai wanted to jump out, he dared not. They were now on the highway, speeding rapidly. Chapter 30. Li Mu, driving ahead, was filled with joy. And Luo not only possessed capability, but also a strong sense of responsibility. Clearly, he had not misjudged his employer. He was a promising prospect. His uncle was at a loss regarding how to deal with Luo while feeling increasingly anxious. Noticing his uncle's troubled expression, Luo promptly retrieved a calming pill from the system and offered it to him. After taking the medication, his uncle's emotions quickly stabilized, and he looked at Luo in astonishment. Kid, what kind of miraculous medication is this? It suits me perfectly. This is merely a common medication for calming the mind. Uncle, excitement will not resolve issues. And Luo teased. His uncle had taken numerous heart-soothing medications over the years, none of which had worked. And Luo, you must give me more of this medication in the future. Both your father and I suffer from congenital heart conditions. Fortunately, you do not. These past few years have been a roller coaster. His uncle began to reminisce. Uncle, stop digressing. Tell me how you were swindled out of several million. And Luo seemed to recall the incident. His uncle had fallen victim to a scam, losing millions in project funds, which had led to their current predicament. This matter needed clarification. My uncle has limited experience. It was an elaborate trap. The material supplier offered him a few million in discounts, promising to fabricate false accounts. Once the funds were transferred, the other party vanished without a trace. And only then did his uncle realize he had encountered a con artist. It was a well-orchestrated scheme. His uncle had already faced turmoil. Workers were not receiving wages, and small contractors were not getting paid. He knew all too well what awaited him upon returning to the construction site. After returning, he secretly withdrew hundreds of thousands, fleeing back to his hometown, intending to discreetly provide this sum to Luo's parents for their old age, as a way to assuage his long-standing guilt. Little did he know, Luo's parents adamantly refused the money, even chastising Hai. And Hai would rather suffer in silence than disclose his current predicament. Do you remember what these scammers look like? And Luo inquired of his uncle. His uncle sifted through his phone and sent Luo 2 photos. This is the individual who signed a contract with me, Boss Wu, along with his assistant, Guizi. My uncle's minor gesture inadvertently revealed the root cause of his deception. A hefty kickback in this Guizi, who embodies the beauty of an international model. Under the allure of such a stunning figure, my uncle, a rather greasy man, stood no chance of resistance. And Luo's intuition proved correct. This was precisely how my uncle fell into the trap. However, it merely involved a few handshakes and a couple of dances with Guizi. And Luo clenched his teeth, furious at the audacity of those who dared to deceive his uncle. If you dare to trick my uncle, I will settle the score with you later. As they traversed the mountain path towards the construction site, my uncle admonished Luo, if you don't let me go now, you can forget about visiting me in jail later. I'm worried about a heart attack. Rest assured, brother, Li Mu interjected. And Luo assured us he can resolve this situation. Besides, he has millions tied up in the construction site. So what is there to fear? My uncle was skeptical about Luo's claim of possessing such wealth, especially since Luo had dismissed a high-paying job after failing his college entrance examination, claiming that anything less than $1 million a month was beneath him. Despite his doubts, my uncle reluctantly followed Luo to the construction site, which was still ablaze with lights as workers sat in silence, awaiting the arrival of Hai. Yet, a wave of dread washed over Luo when he noticed the absence of his luxury vehicle. What the hell? As the finance officer saw Luo and his companions appear, on the 5th day at dusk, he was bruised and battered. Manager Wu, where is my car? And Luo inquired. Li Longji and 2 others took your car this afternoon, as they hadn't seen you. They sold it and absconded with the money, the finance officer replied. And Luo's fury reached a boiling point. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have attained an extreme experience. earning the seething rage reward of 200,000 life experience 1, emotional power rendering 1. Li Mu observed that Luo's face had turned crimson with rage. However, the workers' demands for their wages snapped Luo back to reality. Today was the last day. They encircled the area, determined to prevent Hai from escaping. If we don't see our money today, we'll send this unscrupulous boss to jail. The atmosphere quickly descended into chaos, with some brandishing sticks and banging helmets. Pay us, pay us. Hai looked helplessly at Luo, who climbed atop a workbench. Stop this nonsense. You will receive every cent owed to you, plus an additional 5,000 as compensation. Now, is that sufficient? The workers, now emboldened, exchanged glances, knowing that Hai could not possibly gather the necessary funds in such a short time. These laborers were far less daring than Li Longji's group. In fact, when Luo left his car as collateral, Li Longji's crew had discreetly inquired about its worth, discovering it was indeed worth millions. They would not wait for Luo's return. Without money, desperate people can resort to anything, and Luo understood the gravity of the situation. All right, let us begin dispersing the money, he commanded the finance officer. Presenting his bank card, the finance officer opened it to reveal a balance of nearly 20 million. Tears welled up in his eyes. My goodness, you have saved us all? Hai rushed into the office, dumbfounded at the sight of Luo's bank account. Kid, do you really have over 20 million? Uncle, this isn't mine. I borrowed it from a friend, a life-or-death bond with a 30% interest rate, Luo explained, simultaneously transferring funds and distributing wages. Each worker and small contractor received an extra 5,000, all at Luo's behest. 30%. Luo, how should I even respond to this? Oh, you spendthrift. My uncle suddenly felt a pang of regret, mistakenly believing it was Luo's own money. Am I really sending you to prison, uncle? Spare me. You're my uncle after all. Luo's words made his uncle smile through his tears. Uncle, I kneel before you. Hai genuinely knelt, but Luo would not allow such a scene, quickly supporting him. As your junior, I'll help you with that. What is there to worry about? Uncle, what do you know about Li Longji? My car, my Lamborghini. At this point, Hai truly believed in the reality of the situation. The 2 million loan, the Lamborghini, and the luxury vehicle worth over $1 million. Luo had stepped up. Although it was a loan, the ability to borrow over 20 million was something Hai had never encountered in his years in construction. Luo, if Li Longji is behind this, we have a problem. He is unscrupulous, having served 15 years in prison, and is rumored to have been a con artist. How could you allow such a person into your circle, uncle? Well, this individual is also quite skilled. He possesses extensive knowledge in the field and has modest demands. My uncle was just a bit greedy. My uncle's minor greed had caused a significant predicament for Luo. Li Mu, is there any way to retrieve the car? Luo naturally sought Li Mu's advice rather than his uncle's. Meanwhile, the workers, upon receiving their wages, were astonished to find an extra 5,000 in each of their payments, and they began to cheer for Luo. Luo, you are a benefactor. Some even attempted to kneel, but Luo promptly stopped them. No, this is what you rightfully deserve. But please trust my uncle. He was merely deceived. The project must continue, and I guarantee with my integrity that if my uncle causes any trouble in the future, you can come to me, and I will take responsibility. Luo made a solemn promise. The workers were moved to tears, and a small contractor hurried to hand Luo his business card. I don't do construction. Luo replied, just making friends. Luo collected at least 100 business cards, and as Hai watched, tears filled his eyes. He was at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Luo, recalling how just days earlier, Luo was a college dropout seeking a way forward. Yet, thoughts of Li Longji soon rekindled his worries. Luo, Li Longji is not to be trifled with. You must be cautious. At that moment, Hai knew he lacked the standing to advise Luo to back down. Boss, it's pointless to seek out Li Longji now. He needs money, and the car has surely been sold off. First, we'll track the car, then the person. I'll handle the investigation. You need not worry. By the way, Luo, Li Longji once worked as a hitman. You should. Luo and Li Mu exchanged a knowing smile. Rest easy, uncle. If I don't keep this guy in check, I don't deserve to be called Luo, nor the gang of con artists who deceived you. After handling matters at the construction site, Luo and Li Mu departed. Upon returning to Chunlu City, Li Mu drove the car to Xingbake and wisely excused himself, not wanting to be a third wheel during the vehicle return process, especially since he had more pressing matters to attend to. Before switching cars, and Luo ensured that Li Mu took the vehicle to a 6S shop for maintenance. 10 minutes later, Bai Chenxi arrived, breathless. And Luo, you owe me a substantial sum now. How do you plan to repay me? She elegantly inquired while sipping her coffee. Such trivial matters. In the end, one could simply pay with flesh. How petty. Chapter 31. Those materials were naturally generated by the system, most of which were not bound. Now that the proxy channel for Bai Chenxi has been opened, there is no worry that the funds 1T flow in like an unstoppable tide. I never expected they could be sold, which makes my efforts worthwhile. Since Bai Chenxi has already crowned in Luo with the title of design genius, one might as well embrace it. Ah, young man, after all these years in high school, I truly didn't understand you. I thought you were a fool, yet it turns out you possess such remarkable talent. Did you not think to ask me about the test results? Bai Chenxi queried, having been genuinely excited throughout the night. Ever since the Golden Kiss became a hit, Wolf Totem followed suit. And Luo, being a novice, was utterly oblivious to what these numbers signified. I'm not concerned about that, she. I need to think about how to repay you. And moreover, and Luo almost let slip the fact that the car had been resold. He certainly didn't want Bai Chenxi to know so much. Furthermore, and Luo's gaze lingered on a stunning beauty across the way, a woman with flowing curls, tall stature, and an elegance that far surpassed that of any starlet. Indeed, men are all like wolves, and Luo, if you're smitten, then go and strike up a conversation with her. Bai Chenxi remarked with a hint of jealousy. Wasn't Luo smitten? Indeed, he was genuinely captivated, for the woman sitting opposite him was none other than the con artist who had duped his uncle. What a jest! I'm here to return the car. Do you need to inspect your beloved vehicle? And Luo inquired. It's merely a dilapidated car, and Luo, you did mention it was an exclusive agency. Do not forget that once you leave, the ordinary agency suddenly transformed into an exclusive one in Bai Chenxi's words, leaving in Luo feeling quite wronged. Why should it be just for you? And Luo's retort left Bai Chenxi feeling quite awkward, though she was quite seasoned in such matters. And Luo, think about who lent you a car when you needed one, who provided you with funds when you required them. Ha, just kidding, fine, exclusive. Do you want a contract? The contract was prepared long ago. Just sign it, and we'll have a pleasant collaboration. Bai Chenxi, quite clever, swiftly produced an exclusive agency contract from her designer handbag. The contract stipulated that Luo would receive 30% of the agency's revenue as compensation and enjoy internal annual dividends. The condition was that he must submit at least one piece of material to Bai Chenxi within a month. This condition was entirely reasonable, as Luo could fulfill it at any time. He still had several idle pieces of material in his system. Bai Chenxi, what do you mean by mind your words? And Luo mischievously questioned her. Bai Chenxi's face flushed with embarrassment. It was a question asked knowingly, and Luo genuinely didn't know. But since Bai Chenxi was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Remember the repayment, and let us have a drink together another day. Go pursue your lady. Bai Chenxi, having achieved her objective, left in high spirits. And Luo did not immediately approach to strike up a conversation. Instead, he calmly observed the mysterious female con artist. Ding! The system detected the host. A contest between individuals will commence here, promising to be the finest material for the system's script. Stay tuned. Reward, 150,000, life experience, 1, IQ, 1, EQ 1. While Luo was lost in thought, a commotion erupted outside. Is that the latest model of Lamborghini? What kind of model is that? Oh my! The patrons inside Xingbake were drawn to the entrance, where a chorus of admiration erupted from the women. Yet only two remained unmoved, and Luo and the female con artist. At the door, a young man with golden hair waved car keys, surrounded by a throng of women eager for photographs. A popular streamer was incessantly trying to catch his attention. The golden-haired youth completely ignored them. A charming matron in a cheongsam flirtatiously approached him, but he dismissed her coldly. He was composed, graceful, and exuded an air of nobility. Young Master Jean Shiheng, congratulations on acquiring another pair of tiger wings. A seductive woman swayed towards the golden-haired youth, attempting to link arms with him, only to be cruelly rebuffed. And Luo stood up and glanced out the window, his heart sinking. This was too coincidental. That was indeed his Lamborghini. It seemed that Li Longji had sold the car to Jean Shiheng. Simultaneously, and Luo received a text from Li Mu. Boss, I found out. The car was sold to young Master Jean Shiheng of Jinshi Group for 6 million. And Luo's anger flared. A car worth nearly 20 million sold for a mere 6 million. and it was a unique model in the country. Li Longji had truly gone mad from poverty. I know. After contemplating, he replied to Li Mu with a calm demeanor. On Li Mu's end, surprise registered on his face. You know, Li Mu was also baffled. After leaving in Luo, he immediately organized a team to dissect the information, step by step uncovering this significant detail. Yet, Enluo was already aware. The extent of his abilities was unfathomable to Li Mu. Stop overthinking. The car is right in front of me. Jin Shihang is also in front of me. And Li Mu, there's a con artist who deceived my uncle sitting across from me. Today, everything has converged. And Luo lowered his voice, wary of the con artist overhearing. Boss, don't act impulsively. I'll be there shortly. Li Mu cautioned, fearing in Luo's recklessness could jeopardize everything, and promptly headed towards Xingbake with the information he had gathered. Jin Shihang gently pushed open the door to Xingbake, where the owner greeted him with a beaming smile. But Jin Shihang ignored him and approached the female con artist. Miss Gui, how have you been? Gui merely regarded Jin Shihang coldly, her gaze sweeping over the Lamborghini behind him. Young Master Jin, oh, your attire has become increasingly international. Quite unexpected. Gui's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Meanwhile, the women and streamers outside admiring the car squeezed into Xingbake, yet none dared to approach Jin Shihang, instead exchanging glances from a distance. These women were clearly not in the same league as Gui, and they were self-aware enough to recognize it. Jin Shihang cast a discontented glance at Enluo, his eyes reflecting irritation. He summoned the owner of Xingbake and whispered a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, due to maintenance, we will not be operating today. Please disperse. Clear the place. To Enluo's astonishment, the owner of Xingbake was clearing the venue for Jin Shihang and Gui. Subsequently, staff members approached to usher customers out, and when they reached Enluo, he remained seated. Sir, please exit. I haven't finished my drink. On what grounds must I leave? Enluo shook the coffee in his hand. We will provide compensation. The staff offered a $100 voucher to Enluo, but he didn't even glance at it. I've already stated, I will not leave until I've finished my drink. Enluo stood his ground. Jin Shihang shot a sharply displeased look at Enluo, his gaze lethal. The staff then presented a 500 yuan voucher, hoping to sway Enluo. Unmoved, Enluo tossed the voucher into the trash bin. This left the staff in a bind, and they had to seek the owner's assistance. Sir, please understand, we are in a difficult position. Kindly leave the half cup of coffee and exit. Is that so? If they do not leave, then I will not leave. Enluo gestured toward Jin Shihang and Gui. Jin Shihang had long been irritated with him. Who do you think you are? You dare compare yourself to me? Jin Shihang? Owner, why bother with him? Have him thrown out. And who does he think he is, saying he wants to leave if we don't? Look at that cowardly demeanor. Enluo, however, did not lose his temper. Instead, he leisurely sipped his coffee, leaving the owner in a state of discomfort. Xingbake was not a high-end private club. Such clearing of the premises was indeed rare, as it was understood that business could not solely rely on Jin Shihang. Young Master Jin, I lack the authority to intervene. Let it be, you may remain. The boss is powerless. Enluo glanced at the alluring internet celebrities who had been ejected, yet still gazed longingly inside, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. It appears you are content to play the role of a third wheel. Ha ha ha. Boss, dim the lights a bit. Jin Shihang suggested. The boss promptly adjusted the lighting and discreetly led the staff to the studio, leaving the space to Jin Shihang and Gui Zi. Enluo, lost in thought, sipped his drink. Although he was aware that the Lamborghini belonged to him, he was not the type to recklessly confront someone. After all, the car had changed hands, and it seemed that when he accepted the system's gifts, all receipts were in Li Mu's possession. If he approached now, he wouldn't be able to prove the car was his. Young Master Jin, what I am proposing is a substantial project. Consider it. This multi-billion-dollar endeavor must pique your interest. Gui Zi suddenly raised her voice, seemingly addressing Jin Shihang, while subtly conveying a message to Enluo. Enluo understood instantly. Jin Shihang and Gui Zi did not share a conventional romantic relationship. It appeared that Jin Shihang was merely a bait for Gui Zi's gang. I am not versed in engineering, nor do I concern myself with finances. I only wish to understand you, Miss Gui Zi. Jin Shihang reached out to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Gui Zi did not resist. It matters not if you lack understanding, it suffices that I do. Jin Shihang, to win my affection, one must be willing to pay the price. Are you prepared to do so? Guizi grasped Jin Shihang's hand, placing it over her heart. Jin Shihang appeared stunned, as if struck by lightning. Guizi, yes, your understanding is sufficient. But a matter of such magnitude as a multi-billion-dollar project cannot be decided solely by me. This was the most rudimentary form of deception in the art of scamming, seduction. And Luo felt a shiver run down his spine at the display. Yet his mind wandered, for Guizi was simply too beautiful. Such a stunning woman turned out to be a master deceiver. Chapter 32. Arrange it promptly, my little beauty. Look at those people outside the window. They lack even the qualifications to carry your shoes. How is it that our Chunlu produced such a breathtaking beauty like you? Jin Shihang flattered Guizi, while casting a sidelong glance at Luo, who sat lost in thought. The car could not be squandered by Jin Shihang, and he needed to settle the matter with Guizi regarding her deceit towards his uncle. His mind was entirely occupied with reviewing the system as materials. Just then, Li Mu entered, approaching Luo. Boss! Li Mu retrieved the receipts and purchase documents for the Lamborghini from his briefcase. Let me handle the negotiations with him. Look at how smug he is. As Li Mu began to rise, Luo seized his arm, signaling him to refrain. Luo had his reasons. A hasty confrontation would surely lead to conflict, especially with the deceitful woman seated beside Jin Shihang. Li Mu, no need. Let him revel for a couple of days. I have a new idea, and I want to uncover how that group deceived my uncle, Luo whispered. Li Mu restrained his rising anger, wishing to slap the smug grin off Jin Shihang's face. Ah, how tedious. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave. Wealth affords one authority. I won't be accompanying you any longer. After ensuring Li Mu was settled, Luo stood, deliberately addressing Jin Shihang and Guizi, even performing a slight bow before Guizi. Li Mu settled the bill, and the two departed from Xingbake. You've shown some sense, young man. In Chunlu, no one dares to disregard me, Jin Shihang. No need to see you off. Jin Shihang swirled his wine glass, forcefully pulling Guizi into his embrace, to which she merely feigned a smile. Are we truly going to let this fellow bask in his own glory? That is your car, Li Mu exclaimed once outside. Rest assured, Li Mu, what is mine will remain mine. Let him indulge in maintenance for a while. The woman beside him is Guizi, one of the deceivers who tricked my uncle. Luo had his motives. Xiaoqing had previously warned him that system-bound items could not be traded. The luxury car was bound to him, but Li Longji, in his ignorance, attempted a forced transaction. Xiaoqing had warned that such actions would lead to dire consequences. Just as Li Mu entered Xingbake, Luo received a system notification. System warning. Following a check, an illegal transaction is underway unrelated to the host. Host remains innocent. Compensation, 150,000. System-bound items are prohibited from being traded. If a forced transaction occurs, the seller will face severe repercussions. Mild financial loss, severe peril. The buyer will also suffer mild financial loss, severe peril. Since the transaction contravened the host's will, the system offers additional compensation to the host, doubling it. Luo watched as his initial compensation of 150,000 transformed into 300,000, alleviating some of his anger. Now, he was curious to see how the transaction's initiators would fare. Would they suffer financial loss? Or worse? Li Mu, I need you to track down Li Longji's whereabouts. I will handle the car and the con artist. Additionally, look into Guizi's background, Luo stated calmly. Boss, please be careful. The Jinsher group is not to be trifled with, and this gang of swindlers reportedly has significant connections. I worry. Li Mu expressed concern for Luo's ability to handle the situation alone. Fear not. They're in the open while I remain concealed. Once you locate Li Longji, do not rush to confront him. Merely report his recent activities to me. Li Mu posed, recognizing that Luo's methods were distinctly unorthodox, yet he refrained from questioning further. Li Mu departed, and Luo sat alone in a small park near Xingbake, where he could observe everything within. Jin Shihang half embraced Guizi, yet there was always some distance between them. Moments later, Jin Shihang emerged from Xingbake, satisfied, and entered the Lamborghini, while Guizi surprisingly did not accompany him. Shortly thereafter, Guizi exited as well, and Luo discreetly followed her. However, 2 hours later, Guizi entered a clothing store and did not reappear. Luo found it perplexing. Could this be a den for swindlers? As he prepared to push the door open to investigate, A disheveled man stumbled out and collided with him. My apologies. I lost my footing. I'm sorry." The man repeatedly apologized. 10 seconds later, Luo instinctively checked his wallet. It was missing, as was his phone. Losing the wallet was minor, just a few thousand yuan inside, but the phone was irreplaceable. Luo pursued the man who had bumped into him, certain that he had stolen his belongings. The man slowed his pace, eventually stopping and smiling at Luo. Excuse me, could you return my phone? You can keep the money." Luo laid his cards on the table. Losing the phone was not an option. This was merely a polite request. Should the man refuse, Luo would take matters into his own hands to retrieve it. "What are you talking about? We don't know each other. I'm not a thief. Speaking of phones, I only have this one." Before Luo could act, the man pulled out Luo's phone, flaunting it before him. Yet Luo heard him claim it was his own. What should he do? Cause a scene? The audacity of the thief was astonishing. Had thieves become so brazen? The world was indeed peculiar. What was yours could easily become mine, and vice versa. To reclaim your phone, answer me this. Why have you been following me? The question made Luo's face flush. "I do not know you. Why would I follow you?" Luo challenged. However, in the next moment, the man removed his wig, peeled off his fake beard, and took off his false eyelashes, revealing himself as Guizi. "How can you claim not to know me? You deliberately left a trail at Xingbake. How many streets have you followed me since we left? Who are you? If you don't speak, I assure you, you will face dire consequences today." Guizi played a mischievous trick on Luo, who remained completely oblivious. "I merely wish to know you. You are undeniably beautiful." Luo struggled to find a more compelling reason. Consider yourself fortunate. Guizi, a person who relished the praise of others, returned Luo's phone and wallet. "You are quite charming, but remember, I am not someone you can simply fantasize about. Now, please leave." Guizi gently pinched Luo's cheek. Luo, still inexperienced, stood frozen in place, watching Guizi walk away. "Why?" Luo suddenly called out, causing Guizi to pause and slowly return. "Because I am a deceiver." Guizi unabashedly revealed her true identity before Luo, also admitting to being a thief. "I know," Luo replied, prompting Guizi to look at him with newfound respect. "You know? What do you know? From the moment you left Starbucks to when you entered that clothing store, you have stolen at least 4 wallets, a necklace for mobile phones, and seemingly half a box of lollipops." During her time trailing Guizi, Luo had noted her brazen thievery, which had been recorded by the system as material. Luo did not possess such a remarkable memory. The system had specifically highlighted these instances while gathering data. After leaving Starbucks, Guizi had brushed past a female internet celebrity who had then lost her wallet. Later, while passing Chunfeng Road, she had playfully tapped a hapless young man on the shoulder, surprising him while she discreetly snatched his phone. At the traffic light, Guizi assisted a disabled man, who appeared quite affluent, as she pilfered his wallet. When passing by Chunshao Kindergarten, she spotted a chubby child clutching a half-open box of lollipops and had not yet brought one to his mouth. "Hello, chubby. How about I trade you some chocolate for your lollipops?" The child's face lit up at the sight of the entire box of chocolate. "Really, sister? You truly want to trade? Indeed, I don't fancy that flavor." The child eagerly embraced the chocolate box and relinquished his half-box of lollipops. As Guizi departed, the chubby boy joyfully opened the chocolate box, only to discover a red brick inside. That very brick had been used by the chubby boy to coerce a thin child into surrendering his lollipops. At that moment, Guizi had been nearby, having just finished savoring her chocolate, observing the helpless thin boy. She had picked up the brick and placed it into the chocolate box. "You're a deceitful trickster." The chubby boy felt utterly crestfallen. The thin child, still sobbing, suddenly found a half-box of lollipops before him. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he was momentarily stunned, finally exclaiming, "Oh my, divine intervention." Although one lollipop was missing, a warm smile spread across the thin boy's face. This entire scene was captured by the system and dubbed Chunxiao's childlike joy. Meanwhile, Guizi was still savoring the lollipop she had kept for herself. "So you don't mind my identity then? However, little one, I do mind. You still appear to be a student. Return to school, study diligently, and become a person of value to society. Farewell." Guizi's tone resembled that of a certain moralistic teacher from her primary school. After a moment's thought, she suddenly pulled out 4 mobile phones from her pocket. "A little gift for our first meeting. Whether you can unlock them is up to your skill. By the way, stop following me and abandon any fantasies about me. We shall not meet again, Guizi stated. And Luo fumbled with the 4 phones, desperately trying to catch Guizi's attention. He needed to exert himself further. All the phones were locked. If he could forcibly unlock them before Guizi departed, perhaps he would still have a glimmer of hope. In Chapter 33, the alarm of the 4 phones rang in succession. Guizi glanced at her watch. It took Luo less than a minute to crack the phones after receiving them. Having spent many years working part-time while attending high school, Luo had often frequented a phone repair shop, thus this task posed no challenge for him. Guizi clenched her teeth and turned back toward Luo. Impressive, young man, you possess some skill. Besides these trivial pursuits, what else can you do? Luo smiled faintly. Password cracking, brute force unlocking, electronic engineering, tracking, and positioning. He rattled off dozens of practical skills, most of which he did not actually possess. He merely sought to capture Guizi's interest by listing every skill associated with a con artist. Guizi did not even furrow her brow. A jack of all trades, but a master of none. Very well, farewell. She left Luo, who stood there, dumbfounded. Just like that, he had exhausted all his efforts. Yet he had failed to acquire Guizi's contact information. His minor talents had evidently not impressed her. Ding! The system detected the host's urgent desire to master a practical life skill. Given the host's outstanding performance of late, a special life skill was bestowed upon him. Lock-picking. Congratulations. The host has acquired a small life skill in lock-picking, with a reward of 150,000 points and a social value of 1. Luo found it perplexing that learning to pick locks could enhance his social standing. However, this lock-picking skill felt like a timely gift. After all, a reputable and sophisticated group of con artists would undoubtedly require a master locksmith. Would you like to learn the lock-picking skill? Luo confirmed. Countless pieces of knowledge flooded his mind. Nearby was a hardware store. Learning theory paled in comparison to hands-on practice. Luo rushed to the hardware store and purchased thousands of various locks. The shopkeeper was taken aback, thinking he had encountered a lunatic. Ding! The system sensed the host's immense eagerness to learn, rewarding him with an additional 120,000 points, increasing his intelligence by 1 and skill by 1. Luo instructed the shopkeeper to deliver the locks to his rented accommodation. Upon leaving the hardware store, he instinctively reached into his shirt pocket and found a business card, Guizi's card, which he had no idea when she had slipped it to him. Luo could only smile ruefully. Returning to his rented place, Luo secluded himself for 3 days, diving headfirst into becoming a master locksmith. With the system's theoretical guidance, after 3 days, he surveyed the multitude of locks he had opened with a sense of pride. Young man, I did not expect you to possess some talent, he mused. The number of locks he had unlocked was in the thousands, all acquired by Luo. He experimented with various unlocking methods on the same lock. Naturally, he was a technology enthusiast who enjoyed delving into research. With the system's theoretical assistance and bestowed powers, Luo was able to draw connections across disciplines. The same lock could be opened with professional tools or everyday items. Even a needle, a twig, or a folded piece of paper could suffice. The art of lock-picking was utterly trivial for Luo. 3 days later, Luo had mastered all aspects of the lock-picking skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering this skill so swiftly. Today, a skill test will be conducted. The rewards will be determined by the host's score, ranging from 250,000 to 1,200,000. There are 4 grading standards: B, B, AA. The criteria for Grade B require unlocking 300 locks within 3 minutes. Grade B. Unlock 700 locks within 3 minutes. Grade A. Unlock 1,000 locks within 3 minutes, at least twice, once using professional tools and once using everyday items. Grade A. Unlock 1,000 locks within 2 minutes twice, using only everyday items. The host is faced with a challenge. The rewards for accepting the challenge are as follows. First, if the host accepts the challenge and achieves a score of A or above, they will receive a comprehensive set of advanced theoretical tools, graded A, with a cash bonus doubled from previous rewards, alongside an in-depth unlocking manual. Note, the unlocking master title is awarded upon passing the evaluation of the learning manual. Second, if the host declines the challenge, the system will grant a reward of 120,000, and the host may opt for an alternative learning package, which allows them to memorize an immense vocabulary of over 1 billion words within an hour, thus commencing the journey of becoming a language master. Upon seeing these rewards, and Luo felt a sense of trepidation, particularly regarding the daunting task of memorizing countless words, a task that once felt insurmountable during his high school years. Without hesitation, Luo clicked yes. The system evaluation commenced, requiring the host to lock all locks back into place. Luo meticulously secured 1,000 locks, arranging them neatly on the floor. Ready. Go. The system began its countdown, and Luo executed his task with remarkable agility, filling the room with the sound of locks being opened. In less than 2 minutes, he had deftly manipulated each lock with a toothpick twice, a feat that surpassed any expectation. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your evaluation score is A. And Luo, however, was taken aback. The system seemed equally bewildered, as an A rating was not listed in their standards, which typically capped at A ding. The host has demonstrated exceptional talent in unlocking, and the system's evaluation criteria were insufficient to encapsulate the host's skill level. Thus, an additional reward of 300,000 was granted, totaling a staggering 400,000. Intelligence 1, Skill Expansion 1. Furthermore, a new basic training module was unlocked, and Luo noticed a new shining point in his skill bar, and a certification mark appeared. Unlocking Scholar. This was an accolade bestowed by the system, acknowledging Luo's performance beyond its comprehension, a radiant emblem of honor akin to a golden medal. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a system reward emblem, which is a non-binding item. Collecting honor medals can unlock higher knowledge repositories. The knowledge repository now contained a theoretical book titled Beginner's Guide to Opening Advanced Safes, and Luo casually flipped it open and was immediately captivated by its content. For several days, Luo neglected his grooming and hygiene, immersing himself in the ocean of knowledge provided by the safe opening guide. To further validate his learning, he ordered at least 100 various models of safes from the city's largest specialty store. Opening safes proved far more challenging than regular locks. Yet Luo's enthusiasm for learning and determination to persevere fueled his efforts. Ding, ding, ding. Luo answered the phone, surprised to find it was Bai Chenxi calling. Bai Chenxi seemed to be in a particularly foul mood, her frustration palpable even through the receiver. I'm so unlucky. Luo, it's just terrible. The situation appeared serious, prompting Luo to pause his work and inquire. What happened? She? They arranged to meet at Shanghai Park, whereby Chenxi arrived visibly furious. The issue stemmed from a reckless self-media fanatic who had previously been outside the top 50 fans of her livestream. 3 days prior, this individual had gifted her an astonishing 50,000, catapulting him into the top 30. However, he then sent her a private message requesting a meeting, an invitation laden with unwelcome implications. Bai Chenxi was incensed. To think that someone would presume to approach her with such intentions after gifting 50,000. Naturally, she rejected his advances. But the self-media figure retaliated by launching a scathing expose against her team, resulting in her livestream account being suspended for half a month. The financial repercussions were staggering, leaving Bai Chenxi seething with anger. What are men thinking these days? 50,000 and they think they can treat me like this? The situation escalated as the individual continued to stir trouble, even establishing a column dedicated to attacking her, seemingly intent on dragging her down further. Luo, quick-witted, suggested, She, how about we teach him a lesson on manners? How shall we proceed? Bai Chenxi was skeptical, but Luo confidently promised that within 3 days, he would provide this individual with a memorable education, perhaps even invite him for tea. If I cannot, I will compensate you 30,000. Bai Chenxi found herself intrigued by the prospect, as the potential outcomes aligned with her own frustrations. Regardless of whether Luo succeeded, she stood to gain. If he succeeded, her anger would dissipate, and her account would likely be restored, saving her nearly $1 million in losses. If he failed, she would still receive 30,000 without lifting a finger. It was a deal too good to pass up. However, Luo then made a bold demand. If I succeed, 200,000, no negotiation. Bai Chenxi was taken aback. Luo, why not just rob a bank for that amount? Yet Luo countered, if you choose not to trust me, consider what 200,000 could do for your PR efforts. Can it restore lost traffic? Think about it. If I succeed within 3 days, it's far better than being locked out for 15 days, not to mention it would relieve your pent-up frustration. 200,000, to recover reputation losses, might not even cover the cost of mitigating the negative reviews, given the self-media individual's substantial influence. Despite her reluctance, Bai Chenxi found herself torn, wavering as she evaluated Luo's proposal. Very well, let us wait for results, but I need a deposit first, and Luo stated without hesitation. Despite Bai Chenxi's previous declaration that she would not part with a single cent if she was dissatisfied, it was ultimately a statement made in anger. Now that the two are engaged in a business relationship, clarity is essential. Bai Chenxi transferred a deposit of 500,000 to Luo and then returned to attend to public relations matters with her team, harboring no real hope that Luo could deliver results. Shortly after her departure, Luo reached out to Guizi, a con artist she had not contacted for several days. Are you interested in a small sum of 2 million? Within minutes, Guizi arrived at the designated meeting place to meet Luo. There is someone willing to pay 2 million to tarnish this man's reputation. And you were the first person I thought of. Are you in? I want to take a single cent. Guizi hesitated, but one could tell she was in need of money lately. Since her uncle was conned out of tens of millions, it had only been half a month. Could they have squandered it all? Guizi was in Luo's entry point into this fraudulent group, and Luo hoped this bait would ensnare the alluring siren. What kind of effect do you want? 2 million is no small amount. It can buy harm, even death. What result do you aim for? Guizi was intrigued, though her words were quite harsh. Just a memorable lesson for him. The main goal is to ruin his reputation. And Luo deliberately mentioned only this condition, leaving out the part about having Liao Zhongjie retract his report against Bai Chenxi, as she had promised Bai Chenxi that she would not mention it. However, it was not yet at the stage of discussing it with Guizi, for Luo had no certainty about what kind of person Guizi was. How well do you know this man? Do you know where he lives, his background, his hobbies, his faults? Guizi bombarded Luo with a series of questions. I'm completely in the dark, but if you're willing to take this on, you only have 3 days. If you miss the deadline, it's void. Are you still willing to proceed? If you back out, I'll have to find a more sophisticated scammer. And Luo's words pricked Guizi's pride. This provocation proved effective. Give me half a day. I need to figure out what kind of person he is and whether he is worth my time. I'll get back to you in half a day. No need. I can volunteer as your assistant. Let us start by learning about his father's law firm. Guizi, indeed, took the bait. An hour later, at a law firm, a portly middle-aged man with curly hair exited with a briefcase, exuding arrogance. He was Liao Zhongjie, the target of their pursuit, driving a luxurious Mercedes. And Luo and Guizi followed closely in a Kian. Once outside the city, Liao Zhongjie was leisurely cruising the streets when an elderly man with a disability nearly got hit by his car while crossing a traffic light. Are you blind? Liao Zhongjie shouted angrily, rolling down his window. The old man trembled in fear, unable to articulate his outrage as he nursed his scraped arm. Clearly having the right of way. You're the one who ran the red light, the elderly man retorted. So what? Go ahead and report me, you old fool. Liao Zhongjie intentionally honked his horn, startling the old man into jumping aside as he laughed heartily and drove away. I'll take this. Within 2 days. If I can't take down this arrogant man, I don't deserve the name Guizi, she declared, pointing at Liao Zhongjie's retreating figure. How arrogant. If I don't help you complete this task, I'm not worthy of the name, and Luo either. And Luo and Guizi exchanged a high five. Just then, a Porsche sped past, splashing muddy water onto the elderly man who had just been insulted. Within mere seconds, the old man faced a second humiliation. Of course, in his fall, his cane inadvertently scratched the Porsche's rear. The Porsche stopped at a red light a few meters away, and a woman in a white cheapao and a white sun hat sashayed towards the old man. Everyone expected her to help him up, but to their astonishment, she approached without a word and slapped him twice. Are you blind? You damaged my sports car. Can you afford to pay for it? The old man, dazed, was utterly confused by the day's events, having been bullied in succession by these two beasts. Do you see this? It's a Porsche. The maintenance for this car, for a year, is enough for you to earn for a lifetime, you old fool. The woman was excessively arrogant. After berating the old man, she dramatically pulled out an embroidered handkerchief to wipe her hands. And Luo and Guizi stood in disbelief. And Luo contemplated getting out of the car to confront the hat lady, but Guizi grabbed his arm. Don't meddle. Tell me, how do you want to handle that man? He just needs a vivid education. That's too lenient for him. Scum like him deserves to be locked up for re-education. Deal. And Luo found himself in agreement with Guizi's sentiments. After all, Liao Zhongjie was indeed exceedingly arrogant, lacking respect for the elderly. This is the deposit. And Luo transferred the 50,000 deposit to Guizi. The hat lady had already abandoned the sobbing old man and sped off in her Porsche. Guizi nujid dan Lu. Follow that woman. Simultaneously, She snapped a photo of the old man in tears with her phone. Oh heavens! Open your eyes. What kind of world is this? People's hearts have changed. The old man continued to weep, yet passers-by remained indifferent, not sparing him a glance. Isn't about Liao Zhongjie? Why involve that woman? And Luo was perplexed by Gui Zi's intentions. If I tell you to follow her, then follow her. You intend to use her as bait. And Luo began to grasp Gui Zi's strategy. That depends on whether Liao will bite. Gui Zi trailed the Hat Lady for a day, gathering comprehensive information on her. Hat Lady. Name, Bai Si, currently divorced, her ex-husband was in construction. Her father was in the timber business, and they were well off. However, since her husband's infidelity, she had remained single and was currently unemployed. Simultaneously, Liao Zhongjie's information was compiled. Liao Zhongjie, son of Liao Yongji, a well-known lawyer in Chunlu City, runs a law firm. He is divorced due to numerous betrayals of his ex-wife, who couldn't bear the humiliation. Occupation, self-media. The commonality between them was frequenting high-end matchmaking services, both seemingly not young and eager to remarry. And Luo and Gui Zi analyzed various angles in a hotel room. Though both frequented matchmaking services, they had never crossed paths. The Hat Lady, while elegant, had an ordinary appearance, making her an unsuitable bait for Liao Zhongjie. Thus, Luo decided to transform the Hat Lady's matchmaking profile, swapping her face for that of a popular actress, while also changing her occupation to a hotel owner. Similarly, while Liao Zhongjie was well off, he needed to impress the Hat Lady, which required further embellishment. Thus, Liao Zhongjie transformed from a dubious self-media professional to a venture capitalist for angel funds, with his triangular face replaced by that of a film star. And Luo and Gui Zi aimed to orchestrate a significant collision between these two. Concurrently, Luo skillfully employed the rudimentary hacking skills he had acquired. Both Liao Zhongjie and Bai Si received notifications from the platform of a perfect match. Upon opening the fabricated profiles, desire ignited in Liao Zhongjie's eyes. He eagerly anticipated an intimate encounter with Bai Si. Upon seeing Liao Zhongjie's profile, Bai Si was captivated by the face of the film star, a visage that would be forever etched in her memory. The platform offered little room for communication beyond browsing profiles. The platform only allows for the issuance of messages regarding whether or not to arrange a meeting. Thus, the two cannot engage in further communication or exchange contact information, leaving them with no opportunity for in-depth conversation. However, both individuals independently opted to meet. The platform designated the meeting location, such as hotels and dining establishments, all tied to its system, with a fixed selection of 3 meeting styles. Consequently, they collaboratively decided on the meeting place and its particulars, the 5-star International Hotel, Millington. And Luo felt a sense of progress, though he was also apprehensive. Hey, Gui Zi, if they truly meet, won't that expose us? Is there any significance in what we are doing? Gui Zi cast a glance at Luo. How could it be meaningless? After all, we need to put on a good performance. Are you ready? I'm taking you to meet someone. Chapter 35. In the Kai Lu Winery, Spring Willow City, the owner, Mao Xian, was idly polishing a bottle of expensive red wine. The door swung open, revealing a stunning woman and a handsome man. Oh, Gui Zi, what a rare sight. Long time no see. The newcomers were indeed Gui Zi and Luo. Mao Xian cast a wary glance at Luo as he inquired, what year and brand is this wine? It seems the bottle is quite appealing. Gui Zi provocatively asked. Petrus, 2000. The market price hovers around 30,000. You're not here to discuss wine, are you? You seem disinterested. Mao Xian replied. Who says that? Let me have a look. Women are inherently more fond of red wine than men. Mao Xian handed the wine to Gui Zi, who, taking advantage of Mao Xian's distraction, uncorked it and poured 3 glasses. Mao Xian wore a helpless expression. That's worth several tens of thousands. I'll have it. Gui Zi casually sipped, finding the taste quite agreeable. Mao, your skills haven't dulled, have they? Today I need to customize a star face. Who do you wish to customize? That Bing, of course, and my little brother here wants one too. He wants Zhao Wei. The expenses for both wine and service will be recorded. I'll transfer the funds to you later. Gui Zi brought in Luo here with the intention of disguising. Since the traps had already been set for the Straw Hat Woman and Liao Zhongjie, this performance must naturally continue. Gui Zi had orchestrated the plan as follows. Liao Zhongjie, known for his punctuality, would undoubtedly arrive early for his date. Without activating Plan B, Guizi anticipated that Liao would likely arrive half an hour to an hour ahead of schedule. At this juncture, the disguised Guizi would take the stage, impersonating the Straw Hat Woman, enticing Liao Zhongjie to a hotel room, and then drugging his drink to induce discomfort, prompting him to leave the scene. In that space, Enluo would await the potentially punctual or late Straw Hat Woman. Should their conversation flourish, he could guide her to the pre-booked room. Naturally, this process required both Liao and Guizi to be somewhat inebriated. Otherwise, the probability of discovery would be exceedingly high. Thus, Guizi intended to employ a common substance known in the underworld, XX water. This substance would be administered to the Straw Hat Woman, and it was imperative that it also be placed on Liao Zhongjie. When the two were engaged in fervent conversation, a simple phone call would suffice. At that moment, the Straw Hat Woman would surely turn against Liao Zhongjie, solidifying his misconduct. However, this relied on Liao arriving early and the Straw Hat Woman arriving late, a detail Guizi omitted to explain, yet his tone conveyed absolute certainty. The following day, at the Militant Hotel, Enluo and Guizi awaited at the entrance, spotting Liao Zhongjie approaching in his luxurious vehicle from afar. Liao sported a slicked-back hairstyle and donned expensive attire, arriving nearly an hour early, precisely as Guizi had predicted. Guizi stepped forward, her designer handbag in tow, exuding confidence as she approached Liao. A red rose adorned Liao's chest, marking their agreed-upon meeting symbol. Guizi held a white rose as she stood before Liao Zhongjie. "Mr. Liao, I didn't expect you to be so punctual." Liao looked up, his heart soaring. The woman before him was a flawless reflection of her profile, surpassing his expectations. Even Liao Zhongjie, an elite, faltered in pronouncing her name correctly. Guizi, momentarily taken aback, chose not to correct him and sat across from Liao. "For our first meeting, let us order a bottle of wine. I'll cover the bill." With a wave, Guizi ordered not just one bottle, but a selection of red and white wines, along with an array of dishes, engaging in delightful conversation. Within minutes, Liao was blushing and stumbling over his words. "May I ask, Miss Bai, can we find a quieter place to discuss our dreams and aspirations?" "Certainly, it's rather noisy here. Let us book a room and speak freely." Guizi deliberate la provoquer Liao Zhongjie. "All right, I'll arrange it. Wait for me." Liao, slightly unsteady, went to book a room and returned shortly with a key card. Guizi poured him a half glass of red wine, but Liao suddenly fell off. "Excuse me, I need to head to the restroom. My stomach isn't feeling well." He had unwittingly fallen into Guizi's trap. Simultaneously, the Straw Hat Woman's Porsche arrived at the hotel parking lot. Guizi stood, exiting the hotel, and as Enluo entered, Guizi discreetly passed the room key and XX water to him. Enluo approached the table, tidying up briefly before pouring himself a glass of red wine, preparing to greet the elegantly arriving Straw Hat Woman. She held a white rose, while Enluo sported a red one. Catching sight of Enluo, the Straw Hat Woman's heart fluttered with joy. "I struck gold. The platform truly delivered with this match. Apologies, a meeting at work delayed me," the Straw Hat Woman said. Enluo genuinely admired Guizi. Indeed, the woman arrived 10 minutes late, proving that often, women understand women best. Ding. The system detected a new look for the host, new materials added to the database. Zhao Wei on a date. Reward 200,000. Attractiveness 1. Charm 1. Zhao Wei on a date entered the database, with a reward of 120,000. Social skills 1. Encounters 1. Chance meetings 1. Enluo smiled gently. "Meeting is fake. Let us not be overly concerned with fleeting time." Miss Bai, the enchanting lady, was indeed as graceful and beautiful as legend described. Enluo commenced with a flurry of compliments, far more polished than Liao Zhongjie, who could barely pronounce her name. "Thank you for the praise, Mr. Liao is also a remarkable individual, not to be underestimated. Our encounter today is fortuitous." The Straw Hat Woman shyly took her seat across from him, unable to suppress her excitement. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, and amidst the clinking of glasses, Enluo had discreetly introduced the newly acquired XX water into their drinks, while the original bottle had already been placed in Liao Zhongjie's pocket. "Miss Bai, do you find the space too chaotic? Perhaps we should find a secluded spot to converse properly." "I would love to. I'm at your service, Mr. Liao." Enluo rose, feigning a trip to book a room, and moments later appeared before Miss Bai with a room key in hand. "After you, Miss Bai. I'll settle the bill." and Luo pretended to pay, while Miss Bai, slightly unsteady, headed to the room. Meanwhile, Liao Zhongjie emerged from his room, arriving at the now-empty dining table, where he discovered a note left by Miss Bai, intentionally placed there by Luo and Guizi, containing a carefully crafted message. As the evening unfolded, the protagonist made his way to the room, preparing warm water in anticipation of his companion's arrival. He eagerly considered a list of items to procure from a nearby adult store. Liao Zhongjie, heart brimming with excitement, made his purchase and rushed to the store, acquiring an array of BDSM packages. Meanwhile, Luo and Guizi awaited Liao Zhongjie's return at the hotel. Guizi suddenly declared her intention to step out for a moment, instructing Luo to wait. 10 minutes later, she would call. Shortly after Guizi departed, Liao Zhongjie entered the room. Mere seconds after his arrival, the hotel's power abruptly failed, plunging the establishment into darkness for 3 minutes, a clear sign of Guizi's handiwork. 10 minutes later, 3 staff members approached the front desk, stating, "We have received reports of someone luring women here. Please cooperate with us." Before Luo could make a phone call, the staff had already arrived. Guizi repeated, linking arms with Luo, and proclaimed, "It's all taken care of. Let us go see the spectacle." The situation had devolved into chaos, with a throng of onlookers trailing behind. At the Militant Hotel, room 403, the customer service manager, drenched in sweat, used a master key to unlock the door. The door creaked open, revealing a cacophony of gasps from within. The staff streamed in, swiftly apprehending Liao Zhongjie and Bai Desai, who were still clad in bathrobes. As they were escorted out, Liao Zhongjie shouted accusations at the woman in the straw hat. "You deceitful wretch! You are not who you claim to be. Enough of your outbursts. Aren't you ashamed? You'll give me a proper explanation later," the staff retorted. Bai Desai, in tears, lamented, "I was coerced. This person has violated me. I have proof. He impersonated someone else to deceive me emotionally and physically. I never consented. Let us save the tears for inside. Clarify everything there, and put on your clothes," the staff instructed. In the hallway, Luo and Guizi clinked their glasses of red wine before hastily retreating to the restroom to remove their makeup. As Liao Zhongjie and Bai Desai passed by, Luo seized the opportunity to kick him, hissing, "Scum!" Bai Desai was met with disdain from the crowd, who hurled insults at her. Guizi, irritated, spat at Bai Desai, "Can't you see I'm holding a drink? You blind fool!" Luo sent Liao Zhongjie's embarrassing moment to Bai Chenxi, who was preoccupied with public relations troubles. Upon seeing the footage, her interest was piqued, leading her to inquire further. "Is this real?" "Absolutely. Tomorrow, you should investigate. This man has a vile character, using dating as a fade to prey on women, and he even assaulted her. Do you think this social lesson is worth 2 million? Luo commanded Bai Chenxi to transfer the remaining funds. 160,000 smoothly landed in Luo's account, with an additional 10,000 as a reward from Bai Chenxi. Luo promptly transferred the entire sum to Guizi, marking a successful collaboration that bolstered their mutual trust. "What do you mean by this?" Guizi questioned, irate. "Consider it tuition for you, Sister Gay. Will you take me under your wing?" Luo's words left Guizi blushing. "Think carefully. There's no turning back on this path. When the time comes, I'll introduce you to someone," she replied. From their initial encounter, Luo's impression of Guizi grew increasingly favorable. Her calmness, intelligence, and strategic prowess shone through, especially in the scheme involving Liao Zhongjie and the woman in the straw hat. Without Guizi's insight, Luo would have never conceived such a plan. Its execution unfolded seamlessly, akin to a cinematic masterpiece. "Very well, I shall accept the tuition. Await further instructions," Guizi declared before departing abruptly, leaving Luo momentarily bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to introduce him to someone? Upon returning to his lodgings, Luo was astonished to discover that Bai Chenxi's livestream account had been reinstated without any effort on his part. After all, Bai Chenxi's team was formidable, and upon confirming Liao Zhongjie's fate, Luo diligently absorbed the system's offerings, focusing on the skills required for forcefully opening a safe. After 2 hours of practice, he recalled a matter left unresolved. The billion-yuan bracelet from the fourth master had yet to be returned. Given their nascent acquaintance, it felt inappropriate to accept such a grand gift. He quickly ventured to Xinjiai's restaurant. The establishment buzzed with activity, and Xinjiai was busily attending to customers. Luo found a quiet corner, preparing to inquire about the fourth master. Upon noticing him, Shinjiai ushered in Luo to a private room to converse. Shinani, I wish to see the fourth master, and Luo stated earnestly. The fourth master has returned to the capital and is uncertain when he will return. If you have something to discuss, you may tell me, Shinjiai replied, and Luo produced the bracelet, explaining, this bracelet was a gift from the fourth master. I've learned of its immense value, and I cannot accept it since it was a gift from the fourth master. You should accept it with confidence. Surely, he holds certain expectations for you. Do not disappoint his goodwill, Shinjiai encouraged, leaving in Luo astounded. Do you understand how much this bracelet is worth? Over 1 billion. How many can remain unperturbed in the face of such wealth? Dear, this is simply how the fourth master is. He rarely gives gifts. To earn his admiration is a blessing. You need not feel burdened. Shinjiai's words were soothing, and Luo had not anticipated such an outcome. Very well, I shall accept it for now, but the fourth master may reclaim it at any time. Shinani, is Shimei around? I would like to chat with her, and Luo finally expressed his true feelings, noting that meeting Shimei was as important as the bracelet itself. Didn't Shimei mention it to you? She is unwell and currently in a special situation, so she cannot meet with you, Shinjiai explained. Shinani, what illness does Shimei have? May I know? And Luo pressed. Shimei suffers from intermittent mental illness, and her condition has worsened recently. I am considering sending her abroad for treatment. Thank you for your concern, and Luo. And Luo was left dumbfounded. The beautiful Shimei was afflicted with mental illness. This revelation was difficult to digest. Yet, what could he do? Disheartened, and Luo departed Shinjiai's restaurant, feeling far from elated. Logically, receiving a bracelet worth over 1 billion should have filled his heart with joy, much like blooming flowers. However, his heart was heavy, burdened by the knowledge that, while the bracelet was valuable, it paled in comparison to Shimei's well-being. And Luo would willingly forfeit 10 billion, 100 billion, or even 1 trillion for her health. Ding! The system detected that the host harbored a certain emotional knot. The human psyche is akin to a door. Open it to let in the light, close it to invite darkness. Many mental illnesses stem from one's mindset. The system then provided in Luo with a brief educational insight. In tandem with the generous rewards deposited into his account, and Luo abruptly halted, pivoting sharply on his heel, and raced back to Shinjiai's restaurant. Bursting into the establishment, he startled Shinjiai and the patrons, his face glistening with sweat and urgency evident in his demeanor. Shinani, I must see her, no matter what. Shinjiai froze, understanding precisely who in Luo meant. Yet, she was soon moved to action, grasping in Luo's hand and sprinting towards a secluded room, calling out as she ran. Shimei, your friend has come to see you. At the moment Luo was influenced by the system, he realized that mental illness was not something to be feared. If he could not overcome this, it meant that his longing for Shimei was utterly hypocritical. In that moment, he resolved that regardless of Shimei's condition, he was determined to meet her, to keep her company, and to converse with her. It was an obsession. When the door opened, both Shinjiai and Luo were taken aback by the alarming state of Shimei. She was leaning against the window, with several meters of grass below her, singing while arranging her hair. She had forgotten even her mother and Luo. Shimei, what are you doing? Shinjiai trembled with fear. Shimei turned her head slightly, a strange smile spreading across her face. Do you think I can fly? I've heard that as long as there is wind, wings will sprout from a person. Just like a bird. Shimei, what are you saying? You cannot fly. You are human, my daughter, Shimei. You must not do anything foolish. But I don't recognize you. Who are you? Who is your mother? Who is Shimei? I am a bird person. Shinjiai felt tears of frustration, regretting bringing in Luo along. However, in the next moment, she was left speechless, and Luo had somehow grabbed a kite and draped it over himself, hopping on the ground like a bird. I am also a bird person. Come down and play with me, will you? And Luo, you. Shinjiai was momentarily stunned, realizing that her daughter was truly unwell, while Luo was merely pretending to be mad in order to stabilize her daughter's frayed emotions, an act of great compassion. Ding! The system detected that the host had collected great compassion material and stored it. The world is vast, yet only the human heart is truly moving. Reward: 200,000. Beauty: 1. Personal charm: 1. Social skills: 1. Chance encounter: 1. Reward: 1 calming pill. As Luo bounced around, Shimei suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter, wearing an angel mask and angel wings that trembled with her joy. Did you know? All birds are actually transformed from people. As long as a person wishes to fly, wings will surely emerge from their body. And Luo instinctively drew closer to Shinshime while hopping. Yes, all birds are people transformed. I have heard that before a person flies, they must dance with their companions. Shinshime, I invite you to dance with me. Will you? And Luo inquired. I will. Shinshime joyfully leapt from the window and danced with Luo. Shinjiai discreetly wiped away her tears and quietly departed. And Luo and Shinshime danced round and round, the window obscured by Luo's large form. 3 hours later, Shinshime began to quiet down. Her eyes gradually turned red, as if she were recalling something. Is it you? Am I going mad again? I'm sorry, I didn't tell you. I have a mental illness. Oh dear, my clothes are still unfinished. I know, Shime, I know. And Luo babbled incoherently. Thank you for your company. I will be quiet. I will be good. I don't want to go mad. Shinshime's emotions fluctuated greatly, and Luo administered the calming pill rewarded by the system, and moments later, Shinshime returned to her previous calmness. Upon returning, Shinjiai witnessed this heartwarming scene, tears streaming down her face. Thank you, and Luo, for soothing Shime's emotions. In a few days, her design teacher will give her a lesson, but I hope you will visit often. After ensuring Shinshime was settled, Enluo left Shinjiai's restaurant. Shinjiai accompanied Enluo to the entrance, watching as Enluo rode away on a little yellow bike. What a wonderful young person. How could they have failed? Sighing, Shinjiai returned to the restaurant. Enluo gathered extensive information on mental illness. In this world, few things are as troubling as cancer and mental disorders. He had no desire to wade through those hefty tomes. It was too painful and pointless. If there were a breakthrough, humanity would have conquered it long ago. Ding! The system detected a strong desire for learning in the host and offered a pathway to understand the history of human mental illnesses. Reward: 120,000. Knowledge Reserve 1. Ability 1. Intelligence 1. A brief history of human mental illness has been stored. Enluo looked at a graphic novel filled with illustrations and was immediately captivated by the vibrant world within its pages. The world depicted in the book was truly exhilarating. Throughout human history, cases of mental illness have been numerous. Some have bitten off large portions of their own bodies, while others have chased the wind only to fall from cliffs. There are even those who dream of resolving their internal stones through dreams. The human experience of mental illness is incredibly rich, in stark contrast to the mundane and thin characters of real life. Shinshime suffers from intermittent mental illness, characterized by episodes of insanity and periods of normalcy. Reflecting on the time spent with Shinshime hanging clothes in the yard, he could not reconcile that such a perfect figure could be mentally ill. Yet, the Shinshime during her episodes was equally enchanting, at least enough to make Enluo willingly accompany her in her madness, in her play. He longed to be an intermittent lunatic himself. While Enluo was lost in thought, he suddenly received a call from Li Mu. Boss, I'm coming to pick you up. There's new information. Once in the car, Li Mu eagerly explained, We've tracked down Li Longji and his men. They're at the Shishan Cemetery. I've only got someone keeping an eye on them. Upon arriving at the foot of Shishan Cemetery, 3 men were seen surveilling the area. Upon seeing Li Mu, they approached to report their findings. They've been up there for 3 days without coming down, staying in a cave halfway up the mountain, and it seems something is off. What do you mean by off? Enluo inquired. There's no water source in the cave, and their supplies are low. Today is the 4th day, and there's been no sign of them coming down. The cave is eerily silent. Before the report could finish, one of the observers handed a pair of binoculars to Li Mu. Oldly, take a look at 6 o'clock. It seems there's been a shootout. Chapter 37. Emerging from the cave was Li Longji, followed closely by 2 bloodied individuals, one of whom held a dagger. Li, you ungrateful wretch. You think you can feed us poison and keep all the money for yourself? Dream on. These 2 were in pursuit of Li Longji. Li Mu operated a drone, capturing footage of the scene below. Though Enluo despised Li Longji, he was astonished to see that his retribution was finally at hand. The system did not deceive. From the footage, it was evident that Li Longji had been stabbed multiple times, his intestines spilling out, yet in pursuit of wealth. He continued to flee down the mountain. Boss, what should we do? Should we go up and reclaim the money? The love of money is the root of all evil. Let us call the police. It looks like someone might die 6 million. Before Enluo could finish speaking, a masked figure suddenly appeared where Li Longji was fleeing, knocking him unconscious with a blow and swiftly making off with the money. The other two men caught up with Li Longji and without hesitation began to stab him repeatedly. Li Longji let out a scream, managing to take one of them down in the process. Moments later, the masked thief appeared before Li Mu and respectfully handed over the package. Count it. They probably spent some of it beforehand. Li Mu unzipped the bag, revealing stacks of white bills, and he knowingly presented the package to Enluo. The vehicle belongs to us, and regarding the money, we should also claim our share. Li Mu. Accepting this money would equate to acknowledging the fact that I sold the car. I will not sell my car, nor is there any money to receive. Let us return this money to the venue and allow the police to handle it. Enluo's words left Li Mu bewildered. Yet, he chose to trust Enluo. Huang Mao, return the money. Huang Mao, the very individual who had previously attempted to seize the money, found the idea absurd. With such a substantial sum, returning it? Has he lost his mind? Huang Mao's remark was evidently directed at Enluo. Before he could finish, Li Mu sent Huang Mao flying with a punch. I instruct you to follow orders, not to question my boss. Do your job obediently, or you shall face the consequences. I'm sorry, Enluo. I underestimated the situation. I was wrong. Li Mu apologized to Enluo, who patted him on the shoulder. Now that you understand, it's all good. Have my brothers keep a close watch on this fellow. His streak of misfortune is far from over. Enluo burst into laughter, leaving Li Mu even more confused. Previously, Enluo's intention to return the money had led Li Mu to believe he wished to avoid ill-gotten gains, perhaps even feeling pity for Li Longji. Now, to suddenly declare that Li Longji's misfortunes were not yet at an end, Li Mu found it quite perplexing. As soon as the money was returned, the wail of police sirens echoed beneath the cemetery. Upon hearing the sirens, Li Longji and his associates abandoned the money and scattered in different directions. Enluo, observing through binoculars, watched Li Longji flee in a pitiful manner, clutching his stomach, and any displeasure he had felt dissipated. The two heavily injured accomplices were promptly apprehended, while Li Longji seized the moment to leap off a 100-meter cliff with the wealth package that had unexpectedly reappeared, a classic case of prioritizing money over life. Plummeting straight into the sea below. Ding! Congratulations! The host has acquired the life material desperado. This scene has been captured by the system and transformed into material for the library. Reward: 170,000. Experience: 1. Wisdom: 1. The rest of his companions were all taken away in police cars, with one already declared deceased. Enluo and Li Mu returned to the city, where Li Mu busied himself with another matter. Enluo instructed him to keep a close eye on Jin Shiheng, for now that Li Longji's misfortune had materialized. Jin Shiheng could not be far behind. However, Enluo had little inclination to trail Jin Shiheng, as he was still awaiting the summons from Gui Zi. Yet, several days had passed, and it seemed Gui Zi had forgotten him. Not only was there no summons, but even a simple greeting was absent. It appeared he had been placed on Gui Zi's blacklist, with no replies forthcoming. Enluo, feeling bored, checked the latest updates on Hulu T. The buzz around it had diminished, yet his task progress still fell short. It was evident that as long as Hulu T remained unresolved, the task would not conclude. Suddenly, a private message caught his eye in his live stream room, an invitation from a certain platform. Congratulations to the newcomer broadcaster of the account. Please call me Enluo Deshin. You have successfully been selected as a candidate for the annual Newcomer Awards. In line with our encouragement of emerging talents, a championship selection event will be organized. You have qualified as a candidate. Please submit your information within 2 days and actively participate in this selection event. Relying on the retweet from Hao Jian's live stream of Chun Jian's big account, Enluo found himself turning the tide. The title of annual newcomer was a dream for many broadcasters. For winning, it could bring a substantial influx of traffic. After all, in the realm of live streaming, that platform held significant sway. Enluo noted that the deadline for submitting materials was shockingly tomorrow. Had he not idly checked his private messages, this opportunity might have slipped away unnoticed. Nevertheless, he still wanted to share this with Bai Chenxi. Hey, Xiao Bai, what is this annual newcomer candidate event all about? Is it worth participating? Enluo asked nonchalantly. Bai Chenxi, on the other end, erupted with enthusiasm. Enluo, did you get selected? Congratulations, you hit the jackpot. If you can secure the championship, it would be even more impressive. Don't let this opportunity pass you by. Just let me know if you need anything. By the way, my follower count has surged recently. After hanging up, and Luo entered Bai Chenxi's livestream room, where he noticed her follower count had increased by a staggering 3 million. Of course, the pinned message in the live stream remained an apology from the platform. Following the platform's review of the complaint, things had become much simpler after the complainant, Liao Zhongjie, was incarcerated. The platform had reclassified the nature of Bai Chenxi's account suspension, labeling it as a misunderstanding, a term that held significant weight, resulting in a remarkable increase of 3 million followers for her. Naturally, Bai Chenxi had consulted a friend studying law, and it appeared that Liao Zhongjie would face a minimum sentence of 3 years, with his father's law firm proving futile. As for the woman in the straw hat, her reputation had been utterly tarnished due to this incident. She was now universally reviled, and those within the industry were fully aware of her true nature. Claims of forced intrusion were met with disdain. How could she? Even as she walked down the street, people would whisper and point at her. Just days after the incident, owing to her disorientation, her Porsche collided with a Maybach. The other party seemingly had considerable influence and intended to pursue legal action against her, as she had been drinking. Amidst all this good news, and Luo found it difficult to feel joy. Without news from Guizi, unease settled within him. Yet the more he pondered this, the more elusive Guizi became. It seemed she had indeed forgotten him, and Luo frequently visited the winery that Guizi adored, inquiring about her whereabouts from Mao Xian, only to discover that Mao Xian's lips were sealed tighter than iron. At Xingbako, he was unable to catch even a glimpse of her. The wanted notice for Li Longji had spread throughout the city, with charges of murder with a weapon, indicating that his accomplice had not survived. On the third day, Luo submitted his materials to a certain platform. This time, Chen Jian was exceptionally enthusiastic, personally greeting Luo at the door and treating him with utmost respect. A nearby security guard could hardly contain himself, reflecting on how, during Luo's previous visit, Chen Jian had instructed them to obstruct him. Yet now, just a few days later, the treatment was so different. Bai Chenxi had also been waiting eagerly for Luo, warning him of a significant rival. Pointing to an account, she said, Luo, this is your greatest competitor. Do not underestimate this individual. Luo glanced at the account. Named Fei Gu brings you to Master the King, clearly dedicated to streaming honor of kings. However, upon reviewing the statistics of the rival's content, Luo felt a chill run down his spine. With nearly 10 million followers and his own count merely at 3 million. Gaming is a minor category. How can this person's stats be so intimidating? It's not scientifically plausible. Luo questioned. But you're mistaken. Honor of Kings is no mere game. Do you have any idea how many diehard fans it has? This year alone, registered players have exceeded 300 million, and nearly 10 million followers is merely the tip of the iceberg. Furthermore, this individual does not limit himself to just Honor of Kings. He streams nearly all popular games and excels at them. I've heard he even plans to participate in international esports. Luo was well aware that many around him played Honor of Kings and a variety of other popular games, spanning a wide age range, from the young to the elderly, seemingly unaffected by their fervor for gaming. Yet, this was not the most crucial point. The key factor was that the prominent streamer Yinshui Yaij was like a sworn brother to him. It was this connection that endowed this person with such impressive statistics. Who had not heard of Yinshui Yaij? He was a figure notorious for trending on social media with every move he made. However, following a particular scandal, his reputation had taken a nosedive. Yinshui Yaij was known for his live stream sales and was originally named Goba. During his streaming career, he had boasted of being a descendant of King Gojin of Yu. He nearly claimed that Gojin was his distant ancestor. The issue lies in the fact that this individual is quite foolish. It should be noted that Go Jian does not carry the surname Go. Rather, he belongs to the Xi clan with the given name Jiuqian. The phonetic similarity between Jiuqian and Go Jian led to this particular appellation. Nevertheless, this person boldly claims to be a descendant of Go Jian, asserting his identity as the son of a farmer who has endured hardship for the welfare of the farming community. Is this not a contradiction? After all, Go Jian was a nobleman, not a peasant. The internet is rife with a motley crew, and the supporters below seem indifferent to familial lineage, readily accepting the claim of descent from Go Jian as long as the benefits are enticing and the saltwater is palatable. In Chapter 38, as he fervently assures his fans that this is undoubtedly a nobleman's silver ear soup, he has already amassed a considerable fortune. With nearly 100 million followers, he commands a gathering of admirers with a mere call to action. Alas, such prominence attracts scrutiny, and following the exposure of his deceit, the Saltwater King languished for a time. Yet, this did not diminish his popularity. In a bid to support his brother Defei, he extravagantly rewarded him with 100,000 in donations. Observing the meager donations he received compared to the lavish gifts bestowed upon Defei, Enluo found himself in a rather disheartened state, pondering how he could compete for the title of newcomer king. At this moment, the system promptly encouraged Enluo. Ding! The system detected a cowardly mental attribute in the host. It reassured him that such feelings are commonplace, offering a reward of 150,000 points, alongside enhancements to his mental fortitude, social skills, and experiences. To Enluo's surprise, he realized that even a moment of cowardice could yield a fortune. What did it matter to be a newcomer king? It was merely a game after all. With this thought, Enluo's spirits lifted, and a smile graced his face. Ding! The system noted a significant shift in the host's mindset, congratulating him on cultivating a positive attitude and rewarding him with an additional 160,000 points, along with improvements to his appearance, serendipity, and emotional intelligence. Suddenly, a mocking voice drifted from a mere 10 meters away. Was this the so-called king of big accounts? The system had included such a person among the candidates for newcomer king, leaving Enluo puzzled. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, clearly intended to undermine his confidence. The murmurs that followed were of little concern to Enluo, who remained focused on his studies regarding the intermediate theories of opening a safe. Even if Gazi had forgotten him, he refused to abandon his learning. For Enluo firmly believed that one day he would astonish everyone. Come now, let us show a bit of respect for Shi, chided a handsome young man, admonishing those who were gossiping. Why question someone? We are all here to support Defei. We are merely the green leaves around him. So what is there to mock? His words silenced the critics, who now gazed at the leg-crossed figure in the front row, smoking nonchalantly. He was Defei, a gaming prodigy, previously a key player in an esports team. In the realm of gaming, he was nothing short of a sovereign. Lu Xiao, do you have any complaints? They all emerged from the throngs to become mere green leaves. Think of those who aren't even worthy of that title. Be content. Defei's commanding presence was palpable. Defei, tell us honestly, have you signed with Goba? With such a powerful ally, you need not worry about sustenance. Other streamers flattered Defei. I cannot divulge anything. However, anything is possible. If Goba were to take notice of me, I would consider myself fortunate. And his wife is so captivating. Such fortune indeed. The crowd engaged in lively banter about Goba's wife, veering off topic. The staff from a certain platform finally arrived, and the potential candidates stepped forward to submit their materials. Enluo was among them, but the review process was notoriously time-consuming, requiring at least 2 more hours for Enluo's turn. The first to be reviewed was Defei, clearly enjoying preferential treatment due to his formidable abilities. There were 30 candidates in total, from whom the top 3 would be selected. The rest would return whence they came, with the platform offering only a token recommendation as a reward. Defei was undergoing scrutiny, and the reviewer was none other than Hao Jian's wife, Shifendai. Such a delicate name contrasted sharply with her ample physique. Enluo couldn't help but wonder what it was like for Chen Jian to embrace such a figure, and he inadvertently chuckled at the thought. Shifendai glanced in Enluo's direction, and while she was unaware of the tension between Enluo and Chen Jian, she was instructed to prioritize Enluo during the review process. Sure, supervisor, you need not review my materials. You are well aware of everything about me. After all, you and my father are longtime classmates. Defei attempted to curry favor. Oh, dang Fei, I haven't seen your father in years, Shifendai retorted, swiftly closing Defei's file. Defei maintained a grin. Your efficiency is commendable, Supervisor Sure. I shall treat you to tea another day. A chorus of admiration and envy arose from the crowd, for the usual review process could take no less than 30 minutes. Yet, Defei had completed his review in less than a minute. Shifendai, smiling, looked at Defei. What is this, Ding Fei? Abandoning the review is not your style. Our order of review has changed. You are now in second place. Defei's smile froze, and those sycophants around him exchanged glances, unsure of how to navigate the situation. Who would dare to take the first spot if Defei was second? Enluo continued to immerse himself in the intricate theories of safe cracking. Suddenly, a female voice rang out. Enluo, if you hear your name, please come forward to submit your review materials. Please call me Enluo, the Great One. Enluo. Shifendai's voice soared above the rest, while Defei stood awkwardly beside her, prodding in Luo with an accusatory finger. Is there a mistake, Supervisor Sure? This doesn't align with the internal review list. And Luo, holding his document bag, approached Sherfin Dai with measured steps, amidst a chorus of skepticism. Why him? This seems intriguing. Is DeFei receiving special treatment? Could his connections surpass even DeFei's? It appears DeFei has met his match, and Luo paid no mind to the trivial chatter. Walking gracefully to Sherfin Dai, placing his document bag before her. Oh, it's you. You are in Luo. Sherfin Dai recognized him from the previous event where an anonymous source had cracked the Hulu body incident, remembering his appearance. And Luo was aware that Chun Jian had aided him. Perhaps even Hao Jian had lent a hand, as in Luo was a candidate actively promoted by Hao Jian. The onlookers, including Bai Chun Shi, exchanged astonished glances between Luo and the pale-faced DeFei. What was happening? And Luo was the first for review, despite Chun Jian's evident disdain for him. This review would involve answering and proving 189 questions, but we will expedite the process. Your materials can remain here. If any clarifications are needed, please leave your contact information for verification. Shifen Dai concluded. And Luo had not anticipated that the data review would be so straightforward. It was merely a matter of delivering a file, and it was done. Bai Chenxi and the others were equally bewildered. This seemed unbelievable. Oh well. And Luo left his contact information, and when he handed it to Sherfin Dai, she whispered in his ear, "This is all thanks to my husband and Supervisor Chen's influence. Giving you special treatment. Next time, treat me to a meal." And Luo nodded slightly in agreement. After Sherfin Dai received the file, she addressed him loudly. "All right, it's all settled. We will privately message you the standards for this assessment, which will last for 3 months. I hope you can make the most of your time and achieve remarkable results." And Luo inclined his body slightly as a form of acknowledgement. As he departed, he cast a glance at Deng Fei, who was standing nearby, grinding his teeth in anger. Without waiting for Sherfin Dai to speak, Deng Fei slammed the file down in front of her. "I've placed the documents here. I'm busy too." Sherfin Dai was furious, slamming his file against the table. "What do you mean by that? Anchor and Luo is a special case instructed by our leader. Do you have the authority to make exceptions? Should I interpret your actions as a voluntary withdrawal?" The mention of special approval left Deng Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. And Luo had special treatment, but he did not. Despite Deng Fei's considerable strength, he was merely a small anchor in the face of the platform. "Lu Xiao, whoever you are, come submit your review materials." Sherfin Dai pushed Deng Fei's documents aside, directly calling upon Lu Xiao, who stood third in line. Trembling, Lu Xiao approached, and as he reached Deng Fei's side, he whispered, I'm sorry, Fei Guo." Deng Fei was infuriated, his mouth crooked with anger. Yet he lacked the courage to forfeit this opportunity. After all, Guo Ba had invested heavily in him. If he failed to secure the title of newcomer king this time, would Guo Ba let him off the hook? After leaving the administrative building of Moin, Bai Chenxi went about his own business, while Luo headed to the hospital. His father, and Shan, was recovering well, and Luo planned to take him outside for some fresh air. His mother had returned early due to concerns about the pigs at home being unattended. And Luo assisted his father as they walked through the People's Square of Chunlu City, the ground still slick from a recent rain. Suddenly, an Audi sped past them, splashing muddy water all over Shan. "Hey, are you blind? Just out of the mental hospital, are you?" The car window rolled down to reveal a toothless old face. And Luo recognized him instantly. This was the unfortunate old man who had been insulted twice in one day by Liao Zhongjin Straw Hat Girl, just when he was buying some food for Shan. Chapter 39. "I can't believe it. Country bumpkin, you dare to retort? I suggest you go back to the countryside and raise chickens." And Luo was tempted to rush up and punch that old face. The old man slowly rolled up the window, and just before it closed, he spat in front of Shan, and Shan firmly grasped Luo, knowing his temper. If he charged forward, he could very well kill the old man. "Kid," and Luo, don't stoop to his level. City folk lack manners. It was Shan who had been insulted, yet he comforted Luo instead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring new material. Dogs I seize people as lowly cash reward. 160,000. Social skills. 1. Appearance. 2. Father-son bond. 1. New material entry. Reward. 120,000. Material space expanded by 1,000 G. And Luo was seething with anger. He had once felt pity for the old man, but now he harbored deep resentment. In just a few days, How had that old man come to afford an Audi? It seemed. A possibility flickered in Luo's mind. Had Gezi given that old man the money he had won? Was that even feasible? Regardless, Luo noted the old man's actions. City folk often spoke with arrogance. Luo, once I'm fully recovered, I will return to the countryside. In the city, even the healthy are driven to illness. And Shan had never traveled far, and during his days in Shanlu City, he was filled with unease. He primarily pondered how Luo managed to afford his medical expenses. It seemed improbable. However, with over 500,000 in medical bills, what was Li Mu's role? This person was either a benefactor to Luo or had ulterior motives. He wanted to inquire about Luo's relationship with Li Mu, but felt uncertain about how to approach the subject. Dad, don't worry in the near future. I will purchase many large houses and plots of land for you and Mom to live in, allowing you to do whatever you wish. As Luo wiped the mud off his father, he spoke earnestly. Hearing this, Shan felt even more anxious. Luo, our ancestors have always been honest people. Please do not engage in actions that betray your parents, your country, or society. Don't be like your second uncle. Shan earnestly educated Luo. He was unaware of an high-S situation, and Luo had no intention of disclosing it. After escorting Shan back to the hospital, Luo immediately opened a special mini-program and input a strange license plate number. The positioning quickly revealed that the Audi was parked at the entrance of a construction alley in the old town of Chunlu City. Luo quickly took a taxi to the construction alley. How could he not seek revenge for how that old man treated his father? Fortunately, luck was on his side. Luo swiftly located two Audis parked in front of a dilapidated residence. Inside, he heard a familiar voice. Old lady, hurry up. Now that we are somewhat wealthy, we should throw away these shabby belongings and move to a community today. Old man, I just don't understand. Why is a girl giving you money? Is there something going on behind my back? How would I know? Perhaps the girl is unwell. She threw a bag of money into our room and left. I saw it when I got up to use the bathroom late at night. The girl was quite beautiful, around 20 years old, wearing a white jade bracelet that looked exquisite. But I assure you, we have no relationship. Standing outside the window, Luo immediately understood upon hearing this description. The old man's money had indeed been bestowed by Gezi, and that white jade bracelet she wore must be quite valuable. Luo was well aware of Guizi's actions in seeking justice for the thin boy. She was a complex character, engaging in heinous acts while retaining her benevolent side. Guizi had witnessed the public humiliation of the old man by Liao Zhongjian's straw hat girl, which had sparked her scheme against those two. Little did he know, Guizi was also a soft-hearted super con artist. How could such a kind-hearted individual have ruthlessly betrayed his second uncle? What role had Guizi played in that fraud? Luo found it incomprehensible. It was a pity, however, Guizi had misjudged the old man. This once pitiful figure now lashed out with more venom than even Liao Zhongjie and his ilk. As Luo was lost in thought, he suddenly heard a wail, followed by the sound of a cat. A dead cat was kicked out of the old man's house. Hey, old man, have you gone mad? Why did you kick the poor cat out? My dear, this cat is just a stray, unworthy of our status. I have decided to buy you a precious feline to keep you company every day. This is the nature of people. When they are poor, they remain humble. But once wealth is acquired, their true colors emerge. If I had not witnessed it myself, I would have thought it impossible that such an old man could provoke such indignation. Suddenly, someone gently tapped Onlua's shoulder, startling him. He turned to see the familiar face of Gezi. Gezi pulled Onlua aside to a secluded area and inquired, "What brings you here?" Onlua recounted the events leading up to this moment, and Gezi's face fell into an expression of displeasure. "Do you think the fault lies with me? I merely extended kindness to something unworthy of it. Well, this certainly took me by surprise. All right, let me give him a small punishment. Watch this." Gezi swaggered towards the Audi, using a brooch to unlock the door, busily working for several seconds before closing it and returning to Onlua with a smile. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown concluded, and the Audi began to roll backward, crashing with a thunderous noise into a pond several meters deep. The commotion immediately captured the attention of the elderly couple inside the house. They rushed outside, only to find their Audi submerged in the pond, the vehicle severely deformed. Not yet satisfied, Gezi smiled and remarked, "Shall I burn down the old man's apartment as well?" Although the old man was unsavory, Onlua would not resort to such extremes. "Forget it. I haven't seen you much lately. Didn't you say?" Onlua hesitated. Let me take you to meet someone. Be sharp. This time, Gizi did not stand on Lua up. They arrived at an abandoned auto repair shop in Chumlu City, where a greasy man was listening to metal music, a cigarette dangling from his lips, engrossed in a magazine. Gizi's BMW swiftly entered the repair shop, the shutter door closing slowly behind them. The man discarded his magazine and quickly concealed a wrench behind his back. Gizi, what do you mean? Wasn't this agreed upon? Before he could finish, Gizi approached him, swiftly snatching the wrench from his grip, and turned to Onlaw. Kid, didn't you want to team up with my sister? Meet Shingo. Kin Yi. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a new character material, unlocking the character Shingo. Note, Shingo, full name Zhou Shun, alias Lu Jishin, ranks 15th among National Con artists, a cunning and seasoned trickster, and is the black spade in the National Con artist poker character set. Zhou Shun's animated image has been swiftly added to the database, earning rewards of 140,000, experience points 1, wisdom points 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have activated the National Con artist character card. A complete deck of cards from Ace to King appeared in the system, but only the Black Spade 8 was activated, meaning only Zhou Shun was operational, while the other character cards remained blank. Onlaw was intrigued and wondered how someone like Gizi could rank among the top con artists. He scrutinized Zhou Shun, who did not resemble the man Gizi had described as having conned his uncle. As Onlaw pondered this, footsteps approached, revealing a youthful figure emerging from deep within the workshop. Donning a backpack, hat, and mask, the newcomer eyed Onlaw up and down before glancing at Gizi. Where did you find him? Is he reliable? What skills does he possess that could replace Lao Wu? With such a barrage of questions, Gizi was at a loss for words, so he shrugged and passed the inquiry to Onlaw. Spotting an old lock nearby, Onlaw promptly picked it up, using a wire to pick it open in 5 seconds. Is that all? The newcomer questioned skeptically. Otherwise, what do you expect? Onlaw retorted. With that level of skill, even I, an amateur, could accomplish it. The youth dismissed Onlaw without hesitation, pulling out a more complex lock and using a toothpick to open it in 2 seconds, tossing the lock at Onlaw's feet with disdain. Sorry, Gizi, but I can't give you this favor. He's too weak. Gizi remained unfazed, retorting, Lao Si, remain composed. The person I have chosen undoubtedly possesses unique qualities. Trust me. How can I trust you, Gizi? We aren't some street-level petty thieves. If he isn't a top-tier talent, he should just go back where he came from. According to the boss's rules, we must shed some blood. Suddenly, Lao Si produced a dagger from his pocket and lunged at Onlaw without warning. Instinctively, Onlaw seized Lao Si's arm and declared, Bring me every lock you have. Today, I shall open your eyes. Onlaw's confidence startled Lao Si, who slowly removed his mask. Fine. You brought this on yourself. One more chance. Lao San, Lao Air, go find locks while I keep an eye on this kid to prevent any tricks. Chapter 40. The boss is yet to appear. Lao Air is Zhou Shun. Lao San is Gizi, and this young man is Lao Si. Lao Wu must have exited the stage. Gizi was here to fill Lao Wu's role. But from Lao Si Du Feng's description, how would Gizi know how to pick locks? Onlaw was filled with questions. Minutes later, Gizi and Zhou Shun returned, each carrying dozens of various locks, which they clattered to the ground. Lao Si Du Feng counted them, 96 in total, and turned to Onlaw. Kid, do you wish to compete? Here, aside from Lao Wu, I am the best at picking locks. To replace Lao Wu, you must surpass me. Onlaw retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and offered one to Du Feng. He took another, broke it in half, lit the remaining piece, and placed it on the table. While you smoke one, I'll take half of mine. Let's begin. As the cigarette ignited, Du Feng started working. The sound of locks clicking filled the air. Gizi and Zhou Shun watched intently, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Onlaw, having learned from the system's comprehensive guide to lock picking, felt at ease with such simple locks. Du Feng began to flounder as he struggled to keep pace, while Onlaw casually inhaled from his half-lit cigarette, observing Du Feng with an air of leisure. Onlaw, what are you looking at? He's picking locks, Gizi noted, feeling anxious for Onlaw. She was uncertain if he could indeed pick locks, but it hardly mattered, for such skills were rarely needed within their con artist group. Lao Wu had left the team for this very reason, but not due to idleness. What she valued was the spark of intelligence she saw in Onlaw's eyes. A person's wisdom is often reflected in their gaze. Onlaw's calm demeanor left a profound impression on her, despite their limited interactions. His acting skills were evidently remarkable. Click, click. Du Feng had already opened several locks, while Onlaw had yet to make a move. Du Feng, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Gizi, did you explain the rules? If you lose, you might as well leave sideways. Du Feng could no longer tolerate Anluo's relaxed attitude. Did this kid even understand the consequences of losing? Could Anluo handle the stakes? And Luo took a few languid puffs from his cigarette before lazily pinching several brooches between his fingers, producing a rhythmic click as he deftly unlocked 5 locks simultaneously. 4 brooches were nestled between his fingers, while he held another in his mouth, skillfully employing both hands and lips. The sight of the mountain of locks piled up by Luo left Du Feng in a state of despair, with only a meager collection of a dozen locks on his side, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Zhou Shun and Gei Zi were astounded, exclaiming what the 3 times in succession. As the last embers of Luo's cigarette extinguished, he paused, leaving only 2 or 3 locks for Du Feng to tackle. Unfortunately, these were the most complex ones. While Du Feng was sweating profusely, and Luo leisurely lit another pristine cigarette, quietly observing him. I lost. I apologize for my earlier offensive remarks. Du Feng stammered timidly. Guizi chimed in, you a technical engineer, comparing yourself to him in lockpicking? My interest in him isn't solely because of his skills. Our team desperately needs a talented performer, and he fits the bill. I've put him to the test. Applause erupted from behind them, and a man strolled forward, clapping leisurely. Upon seeing his face and Luo's spirit soared. He had indeed been correct. The man was the leader of Guizi's gang. Had it been Lao Wu, and Luo would have been disappointed, as he would have lost his chance for revenge. Ha ha ha! A notification chimed. Unlocked con artist character card, alias Fox. Name undisclosed. National ranking 10th. Character code Heart J. Reward 150,000. Skill talent 1. Social 1. Appearance 2. And Luo had already unlocked 2 con artist characters within the 4 gangs. 1 Zhou Shen, Spade 8, and 1 Fox, Heart J. A note indicated that if he successfully apprehended the character on the con artist card, the system would grant a colossal justice reward based on the character's level. Moreover, and Luo's justice rewards in real life would enhance his reputation within the system. Reputation value explained. It is a standard measure of the system's evaluation of the host's image. The higher the reputation, the more system privileges unlocked. Thus, if Luo successfully captured these individuals with special character cards, he would receive triple rewards. First, a substantial monetary reward from the Public Security Department for apprehending wanted criminals. Second, the system's massive justice reward. And third, reputation rewards. Marvelous, marvelous. Guizi, you have an excellent eye. Welcome to our team, Fox. Your surname? And I am Luo. Real name? Real name. No, you shall be known as Lock King. I am the leader, known as Fox. Are you familiar with everyone here? Fox approached Luo for a handshake while introducing each member. This is Lao Zhou Shen, alias Lu Jishin. Lao Sengay Z, alias Heartthrob. Lao Si Du Feng, alias Keyboard Master. And you, Lao Wu, and Luo, alias Lock King. And Luo hardly anticipated such swift acceptance into the enemy ranks. Initially believing Guizi had forsaken him, he now realized it was a stroke of fortune bestowed by the old man. By a twist of fate, he had become Lao Wu. Fox activated a special device within the repair shop, revealing an underground passage for everyone to descend. Let us discuss our latest target, he proclaimed. The basement opened in Luo's eyes to a plethora of equipment. Various styles of mobile phones, clothing, several luxury car models, an array of hacking tools, and numerous bank cards. It was truly dazzling. A notification chimed. Congratulations, host has acquired new material. Con Artist Den. Congratulations on unlocking the Vision Power, Vision 1. Reward 130,000. Experience 1. Appearance 1. Passing through the prop storage, they entered a secret room filled with various jammers, which turned out to be an ordinary conference room. Everything needed for external operations was present, yet in greater abundance. The table was laden with gourmet food, fruits, and fine wines. Fox held a projector in his hand, casting a high-definition image on the screen. An elderly man with graying hair appeared, his countenance somewhat unbefitting of his age, exuding a brutish demeanor. The keyboard master switched through the elderly man's photos while explaining, our target this time is Jin Han, the president of Jinshur Group. Upon hearing the name, Luo's heart raced with exhilaration. He could hardly believe that his first target was the father of Jin Shihang, the man who had brazenly undercut him when purchasing his luxury vehicle. The resentment he felt had yet to dissipate. Jin Han, 68 years old, made his fortune by founding a cement factory, and has built a super enterprise with over 100 real estate companies. The keyboard master elaborated while an image of Luo's uncle appeared on the screen. Of course, Jin Han is a substantial target, far more lucrative than the last small contractor we dealt with, so we must proceed with caution. And Luo learned that his uncle had been turned into a cautionary tale, suffering nearly 20 million in losses, rendering him a mere insect in the eyes of these con artists. Given the current climate, is con artistry truly that profitable? The material scam we employed on that fool would be ineffective against Jin Han, who operates on an entirely different level. Thus, we identified an entry point. Jin Han's son, Jin Shiheng. Gui Zi continued, outlining the relationship between himself and Jin Shiheng. And Luo was well aware of the dynamics. But it seemed Jin Shiheng had not succeeded in his pursuits. Recently, Jin Shiheng had purchased a unique Lamborghini not available in the domestic market, valued at over 20 million. Moreover, it appeared this wealthy scion had experienced a streak of bad luck. He had allegedly encountered a dead rat while dining at a hot pot, suffered a broken arm during a sauna, and even knocked out a tooth while eating watermelon. Guizi chuckled as he recounted the events. Yet, Luo felt a surge of alarm. The system had not misled him. After witnessing Li Longji's downfall following a car sale and the ensuing strife within the gang over spoils, Jin Shiheng's misfortunes had already begun to surface. The system was indeed swift and decisive in matters of revenge, as promised. Guizi, enough humor. Get to the point. Thus, our primary target is that car. Consider it a practice run. And Luo's joy was palpable. That vehicle was originally his. To his surprise, Guizi's target was indeed his luxury car. The others wore expressions of discontent. That car, no matter how remarkable, is merely worth 20 million. What's the difference from scamming that petty contractor? Guizi smiled faintly. Of course, scamming Jin Shiheng's car is merely an entry point. Jin Shiheng is currently infatuated with that luxury vehicle, and we must orchestrate a loss to redirect his focus. A wealthy heir is most vulnerable when he loses something he cherishes dearly, leading to irrational decisions. I agree. Before the others had fully contemplated the matter, and Luo eagerly raised his hand in agreement, inciting laughter among the group. Your agreement means little, Lao Wu. Every profession has its rules, do you understand? And Luo, preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved car, could not help but feel a sense of urgency. However, this attitude pleased Guizi immensely. Certainly, I will refine the text accordingly. All right, I agree with the first point. You all should express your opinions as well. I also agree with the second and third points. Chapter 41, however, the cunning fox deliberately enlarged the photograph of Uncle Air and, with a meaningful glance at the others, inquired, what was the surname of that fellow we deceived last time? His surname is In. Guizi replied, oh, another In. Lao Wu. Could he possibly be your uncle? Fox's words sent a shockwave through In Luo, yet he quickly regained his composure. Our In is also a prominent surname among the 100 surnames. Just look at my striking appearance. Do I bear any genetic resemblance to him? And Luo remarked, haha, young man, I was merely teasing you. In any case, my informants recently reported that this fellow seems to have struck it rich, managing to fill a $2 million hole. Guizi, you should investigate this matter when you have the time. Prepare for a second cut, should there still be any meat left. And Luo found himself caught between amusement and exasperation. After all, the 2 million was borrowed to cover his own debts. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by Fox's ruthlessness. Having already squeezed the man once, he was contemplating a second round. Did he truly think of his uncle as mere chaff to be harvested? He resolved that Guizi must not come into close contact with his uncle. Otherwise, their entire scheme would be compromised. Let me summarize our current tasks. The primary objective is to locate Jin Shiheng's prize vehicle. Jin Han is a substantial target, so we must proceed with caution. Furthermore, keep an eye on that little contractor with the surname, and if there's an opportunity, we must act swiftly. As Fox spoke, he turned his gaze to Guizi and Luo. Guizi, you understand the rules. You brought him in, so it's only fitting you say a few words. Fox prompted her. Guizi chuckled. I understand. If there is nothing else, let us get down to business. After exchanging a knowing glance with Luo, they promptly departed from the den of deception. Once in Guizi's car, Luo leisurely inquired, Sister Guizi, what are the rules Fox mentioned? Guizi smiled slightly. Luo, as the one who guided you here, you must take an oath. Thus, this endeavor to deceive Jin Shiheng's vehicle requires you to act independently as a test of your capabilities. And Luo was taken aback. Such a significant task without teamwork. Could he really manage it? Sensing his hesitation, Gizi reassured him. I will be your assistant, here to supervise you. Do you have a plan in mind? Share it with me. In truth, Enluo had no concrete plan, but how could he admit that in front of Gizi? That would be tantamount to declaring himself useless. After much contemplation, he concluded that the only viable angle was the system's punishment against Jin Shihang. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he beamed at Gizi. Sister Gizi, how much time do I have? Gizi held up 3 fingers. 3 days. If I fail to complete the task, will I be kicked to the curb? And Luo asked anxiously. Well, in addition, you may also face lifelong disability. The mention of lifelong disability left Enluo dumbfounded. It was utterly ruthless. Not only would he be dismissed, but his very body would be ruined. Seeing Enluo's stunned silence, Gizi stifled a laugh. I wasn't trying to scare you. You must take this seriously. I can be your assistant, but I cannot provide you with ideas. That is the rule. Enluo's heart grew heavy. Should he truly fail, the consequences seemed excessively steep. Ding! The system detected that the host was embarking on a perilous, role-playing journey, with the character trait being a deceiver. A deceitful persona had been designed for the host and stored in the database, granting a reward of 150,000 and experience points of 1, with an additional point for appearance. Enluo accessed the material library, where he discovered a tome titled The Art of Deception. As he casually flipped to the first chapter, he was surprised to find it covered the psychology of con artists. After skimming through a few case studies, inspiration struck him. Young man, have you come up with something? Gizi noticed and Luo's expression had lightened. Yes, sort of. Sister Gizi, could you tell me what kind of person Jin Shihang is? Just a casual overview, since you've interacted with him before. And Luo inquired. He's suspicious, lecherous, stingy, and particularly superstitious. You say yes, superstitious? In what way? He even asks the birth dates of temporary girlfriends to check if their zodiac signs clash with his. As Gizi spoke, Enluo recalled how he had previously spied on Gizi and Jin Shihang at Xingbark. It seemed Gizi had always maintained a respectful distance from him. Moreover, from her micro-expressions, it appeared Jin Shihang had broached a sensitive topic. Oh, I see. By the way, Sister Gizi, where are we headed? Enluo sensed something amiss as Gizi's car veered towards his uncle's construction site. Have you forgotten? We're stopping by to investigate that fellow with the surname, and to see if he has any meat on him. Without uttering a word, Gizi brought Enluo to his uncle's worksite for reconnaissance, and Enluo could hardly believe it. His mind spiraled into chaos. Meeting his uncle would surely expose everything. Sister Gizi, what makes this unworthy of your attention? Is it merely because he is a nouveau riche? Enluo tentatively asked Gizi. That's not something you need to know. In short, this deserves what's coming to him. Enluo, do not let his shared surname with you cloud your judgment. The first rule of our trade is to never develop feelings for the target. Gizi commenced Enluo's first lesson in their line of work. As she parked the car, damn it, this is my own flesh and blood. How could I remain indifferent? Yet, Enluo could only smile and respond. You're absolutely right, Sister Gizi. You've deceived him before. Are you still willing to meet him? Why not? It's all about the execution. A strange male voice interjected, and Enluo looked up to see that at some point, Gizi had completely transformed into the guise of a greasy middle-aged man, quite convincingly. He hasn't met you, so you don't need to disguise yourself. Just scrutinize closely for any flaws. I lack the skill of a master forger, but I should be able to fool that simpleton. Enluo inspected Gizi's disguise meticulously. Although his examination wasn't thorough, he found very few flaws. Gizi's portrayal was remarkably lifelike. Haha, no problem, no problem. Oh dear, my stomach. She feigned a stomachache. Wait for me a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Enluo dashed to the nearby thicket, intending to give his uncle a heads-up to avoid any embarrassing situations, especially after having come this far. However, at that moment, his uncle was completely unresponsive. Given his uncle's usual habits, he should be lounging at the construction site, enjoying watermelon and air conditioning, perhaps even entertaining a bargain-price lady. He ought to have time to answer a call. The phone rang several times without an answer, leaving Enluo in a cold sweat. Turning back, he noticed Gizi was watching him intently, so he tucked his phone away and sent his uncle a text message. Upon returning, Gizi had firmly donned a safety helmet and handed another helmet to Enluo. Remember, our identities are that of material suppliers. We're here to negotiate business. With the Ngizi tucked a briefcase under her arm and lit a cigarette, while Nluo carried a laptop bag, presenting himself as a sales elite. In a moment of inspiration, Nluo also donned a wig and plucked 2 apples from a roadside stand to tuck into his shirt, embodying the role of a female sales elite. Why did he do this? Was it not out of fear that his uncle might recognize him? With his uncle's discerning eye, he should not be able to identify him, or so he reassured himself. Ding! The system detected new female attire materials and female sales elite added to the inventory, awarding 140,000 points with material grade, 4 stars, experience, 1, social, 1. Ding! The material has been successfully stored, granting an additional 130,000 points, while simultaneously activating the special effect Buddha's Radiance. And Luo's eyes lit up at the mention of this effect. Curious, he immediately opened the effects package and activated Buddha's Radiance. To his astonishment, a mystical aura enveloped all his materials, imbuing them with an enchanting quality. To enhance the realism, Guizi retrieved a pair of towering heels from the trunk for Nluo to wear. Clad in those heels, Nluo exuded youthful charm, following the composed and mature Guizi. No, Guizi was no longer Guizi. He was now Luo Tiansheng, a prominent wholesaler of materials, while Nluo was dubbed Chao Goyin, a name bestowed by Guizi that felt peculiar yet indefinable. Guizi knocked on the door, and indeed, Nluo's assumption was correct. His uncle was munching on watermelon, the air conditioning running, hastily closing a computer that was playing an adult film. What is going on? Such a lack of decorum, no knocking. Both of them stood frozen, taken aback by his uncle's outburst. Nluo couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the sight of his uncle, his mouth still smeared with watermelon juice, his clothes splattered with remnants, and most notably, a damp stain on his black boxers. His uncle seemed to realize, hastily grabbing a newspaper to conceal his embarrassment, feigning calmness. It was clear he recognized that the visitors were not from his construction site, as his uncle's shifty eyes, like flames, scanned Nluo, struggling to suppress his swallowing instinct. What do you two want? I'm not buying houses, cars, or insurance. If you're selling those, you should leave. Though he spoke thus, his hands were quite unrestrained, already moving a somewhat clean stool towards Nluo. Nluo sat down, casting a knowing glance at his uncle. His uncle was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a wide grin. Good heavens, this bumbling fool failed to recognize Nluo, and just look at that expression. Truly, he had not learned from his past mistakes, but instead seemed to have lost his wits. Nluo thought that his uncle, with his worldly experience, would surely understand his intention, but when his uncle flirtatiously returned his gaze, Nluo felt a wave of mortification wash over him. Chapter 42, after all, Guizi's position was that of his superior, so Nluo promptly stood up, offering the stool to Guizi and respectfully standing behind him. Guizi sat down with poise, casually greeting his uncle. Bossin, we neither sell houses nor cars, nor insurance. I've heard your project is quite substantial. How many employees do you have? Over 1,000? His uncle displayed no warmth towards Guizi, maintaining a tepid demeanor. I'm merely a minor contractor with only about 20 or 30 workers under me. If you have something to say, go ahead. If not, don't waste my time. Guizi respectfully handed his uncle a business card. I am the sales manager of Minching Materials Company. My name is Luo Tiansheng, and this is my assistant, Chao Goyin. Gao. Yin. Ha, what a splendid name. His uncle rubbed his bald head, utterly at a loss to articulate what was commendable about the name. Goyin, pour a drink for Bossin. Let us toast to friendship. Guizi pulled out a bottle of red wine and 3 elegant glasses from his briefcase, handing them to Nluo. His uncle leaned in to inspect the bottle. Oh dear, this wine must cost over 100,000. We can't open it, can't accept such an unearned fortune. He recognized the wine's exorbitant value, but in truth, it was a high-quality imitation worth only a few thousand. I've heard Bossin is quite righteous. I spoke with the workers before coming here, and they hold you in high esteem. A conscientious boss like you is a rarity these days. Guizi skillfully flattered, despite the fact that it was far from the truth. I never shortchange my workers. Everyone has it tough. If you treat people well during the new year, they'll reciprocate during the Lantern Festival, right? His uncle said, deliberately brushing his furry hand against Nluo, sending shivers down her spine. His uncle was utterly clueless. When faced with a beautiful woman, he behaved in this manner. How could he not be deceived? Thus, and Luo gently stepped on his uncle's foot in an attempt to signal him. His uncle, beaming, raised his glass, casting sly glances at Luo, making her cheeks flush. Of course, his uncle's restless hand stealthily brushed against Luo from behind, all while maintaining an air of joviality, truly exasperating. In a moment of inspiration, Luo purposefully moved his uncle's neglected phone in front of him. Boss, and nowadays mobile phones are precious items. Let us not spill any drinks on them. Luo intended to remind his uncle, "Hey, check your messages. I am Luo. I am not some PR chick." Yet his uncle didn't even glance at his phone. His 1,000 yuan device was indeed quite low-key. What captivated his uncle now, aside from the 2 grand apples before Luo, was nothing else. Of course, his uncle remained oblivious to the fact that they were merely 2 apples. Guizi shot Luo a knowing look, which Luo understood to mean they were to ingratiate themselves with his uncle. Having come this far, Luo had no intention of backing down. So, he boldly approached his uncle, who was more than willing to lean in closer. Presently, his uncle seemed rather elated. Having indulged in a 100,000 yuan bottle of wine, basked in the air conditioning, and with a beautiful woman by his side, this treatment was far superior to his uncle's previous clandestine enjoyment of silent films alone. If only we happened to have a batch of construction materials. I brought all the documents. Xiao Chao, explain it to boss, and will you? And Luo leaned in to elucidate. His uncle playfully tugged at Luo's wig, as if oblivious to the fact that everything was a fade. The big apples, the perfume, the dulcet voice. Where had his uncle's intelligence gone? Watching his uncle in this infatuated state, Luo felt an overwhelming urge to slap him awake. If he continued in this manner, who would he deceive? The materials are indeed detailed, but I find myself in a dilemma. My word alone does not suffice. Luo was taken aback. Unexpectedly, his uncle had uttered a remarkably lucid statement. He discreetly gave his uncle a thumbs up. Indeed, for such a significant deal, your word alone cannot carry the weight. We understand the intricacies involved. If you are willing to act as a bridge, a 10% commission. With this transaction, you could earn a fortune of over $1 million. Guizi began to bait the hook. Whether his uncle would take the bait was determined in that moment. For his uncle, adept at masquerading as a small-time boss, was fully capable of making decisions himself. However, after the previous scam, he had become notably more cautious. You've already opened a bottle worth over 100,000. It wouldn't be right for me not to assist at all. How about this? Leave someone here, and I'll make an introduction. I cannot guarantee success. With his uncle's words, Luo felt a sense of reassurance. It seemed his uncle had not learned nothing from his past experiences. Guizi's expression grew somewhat awkward as he glanced at Luo. Very well, I have matters to attend to. I shall leave these documents with you. Xiao Chao, stay behind to help boss and navigate the necessary channels. Ensure that everything is handled properly. I shall take my leave. Guizi pulled Luo aside, expressing his disappointment. The foolish and should have learned his lesson from the last time he was deceived, and now he is extremely wary. You stay behind and work to ease his suspicions. Probe him further. I'll wait for you in the car. Just as Guizi left, Luo was about to confront his second uncle. But before he could speak, his uncle embraced him from behind, reeking of alcohol and meat, threatening him. Xiao Chao, this business can be negotiated, but it depends on your character. Luo's warm heart was doused with cold water. His uncle had not learned his lesson. Today, if Luo didn't give his uncle a memorable lesson, he would no longer be Luo. He needed to make his uncle understand that there are no free lunches in this world, and certainly no unexpected windfalls that fall from the sky. Luo broke free from his uncle's rough embrace, straightened his clothes, and admonished him. Bosson, please have some self-respect. Don't you truly recognize who I am? Luo attempted to offer a hint, but his uncle lacked the patience. Who you are is irrelevant. With such a large deal, if you want to cut a piece from me, it depends on how much you are willing to part with. Xiao Chao, come here, don't hide. His uncle once again pulled Luo into a tight hug, causing Luo to knock his forehead 3 times in frustration. Uncle, I say, you truly cannot change your ways. Who are you calling uncle? Xiao Chao, are women nowadays this playful? It seems my uncle is still not awake. Luo removed his high heels and struck his uncle's bald head twice with the heel. I am Luo. The mere statement left his uncle dumbfounded. Luo, is it really you? What are you doing playing tricks on your uncle? Once Luo removed his wig, his uncle began to realize. It was indeed that rascal Luo, and this was a joke taken too far, especially for someone who considered himself a serious elder. What do you intend to do? My heart isn't good. Bah, uncle. Your heart isn't the only thing that's failing. Your eyesight is too. Didn't you recognize the identity of that Luo Tianxing? And Luo spoke while pulling out an apple, looking at his uncle's bewildered expression. Who is he? I truly don't know. He is the female con artist who deceived you before. Then, who are you and Luo? Why are you with a female con artist? Are you trying to con your uncle too? Uncle, think for a moment. What do you have left to be deceived? Just your lustful heart. Umph. I have successfully infiltrated the con artist circle, waiting for the right opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. I sent you a text and called you, but you didn't respond or check. And Luo opened his uncle's phone, revealing the missed calls and messages. Oh dear, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known, I would have had someone tie up that female con artist and deal with her. Uncle, with your intelligence, who would you be able to deal with? Do you even understand the consequences of killing someone? And Luo's queries left his uncle speechless. His uncle had reported the fraud, but the police were unable to assist due to a lack of evidence. Deep down, his uncle understood the truth. He was suffering in silence. Although the police couldn't help, his uncle's earlier words were heartfelt. If he truly knew that greasy man was the same as the female con artist who had deceived him, he would have certainly called upon others to deal with Gazi. Now in Luo, what is the situation? The situation is, Uncle, from now on, you must cooperate with me. At the right moment, you absolutely cannot reveal my identity. Understand? And Luo, are you trying to play a double agent? His uncle understood. Grinning widely, I got it, I will learn from this experience. And Luo seized his uncle's mouth and planted several red marks on his face with kisses. And Luo, what are you trying to do? My uncle is still a virgin. You're thinking too much, uncle. I am merely reporting back. Just remember, until I signal, you must endure and keep a low profile. To outsiders, say that the workers' wages were borrowed. And Luo donned the wig, adjusted his high heels, loosened a few buttons on his collar, and strode out of his uncle's construction site with confidence, leaving his uncle stunned behind him. Kid, be careful. And Luo responded with a middle finger. Upon returning to the car, Gay Z laughed heartily at Luo's disheveled appearance. And Luo removed the wig and threw the apple into the ravine, returning the high heels to Gay Z, who asked with a smile, so, did the fish bite? Chapter 43, and Luo's expression darkened. Damn it, that old bastard took all the advantages. What a disgrace. Don't rush. That old fellow is on high alert now. Let's put it aside for the time being. I've found out that he owes a debt of 20 million. Borrowed money to pay it off. Surprising? I senti it? Even more surprising is that the person who lent him money shares your name and drives a luxury car worth over 10 million. The workers can't even identify the brand. Guizi's words truly surprised Luo. Many workers were aware of Luo's identity. Perhaps Guizi had uncovered some secret. Had his identity already been leaked? Otherwise, why would Guizi specifically mention that the lender shares his name? Realizing this, Luo broke out in a cold sweat. I'll investigate this matter separately. If he truly has such a wealthy friend, he will be our next target. For now, focus on your initiation. From Jin Shihang had come to visit the esteemed figures at the Zijin Temple, only to be met with a dog bite, leaving him filled with trepidation. Zijin Temple was notorious for its charlatans. I have never ventured there. The true sages reside at the Yundian. Upon hearing this, Jin Shihang's face broke into a wide smile. Yundian, the highest temple on Baizhu Mountain, was said to be home to authentic masters, opportunities to meet whom even one's own father might find elusive. Now, you wouldn't deceive me, would you? Yundian is not a place just anyone can enter. Jin Shihang probed Gizi, who retorted, so, you doubt my capabilities? Never mind, explaining it to you is futile. In any case, as they spoke, they arrived at the foot of Baizhu Mountain. Jin Shihang parked his luxury car, but misfortune struck as he opened the door. A dry branch fell and struck his face, leaving him bloodied, forcing him to wash his face in a nearby stream. Just as he finished, he noticed a cow upstream defecating, with the foul-smelling dung flowing past him. Jin Shihang's face flushed with anger. Truly, the depths of misfortune. Before he could express his frustration, he lost his footing and fell backward into the stream. Nearby, a cowherd laughed heartily, exclaiming, "What a clumsy fool!" As Jin Shihang rose, he intended to clean his trousers but was too afraid to approach the stream again. Returning to Gizi, he appeared disheveled, reeking of cow dung, his pants stained. He helplessly spread his hands. See this? Such bad luck. It's as if I'm cursed. Gizi offered a comforting word. This only proves you truly need to see a master. With a chuckle, He added, wait, let me prepare an auspicious red envelope. Jin Shiheng pulled out 2,000 yuan for the envelope, but as he sealed it, the sharp edge of the paper cut him, causing him to grimace in pain. Nevertheless, he persevered and placed a bank card inside. Climbing to over 2,000 meters above sea level, the two struggled up the mountain. Throughout the ascent, Jin Shiheng remained closely behind Gizi, fearful of what may transpire. Upon reaching Yundian, they found an elderly man with graying hair and beard sitting upright, while a striking young man sat cross-legged before him. None other than Enluo. The elder, with an ethereal demeanor, was Gizi's uncle, though the nature of their relation remained unclear. About 6 hours earlier, Gizi and Enluo had arrived, meeting this so-called uncle, who discussed physiognomy with Enluo, who had some knowledge of the subject, having previously encountered the renowned Master Shun. Of course, Enluo could not disclose this information to outsiders, and he had kept the bracelet gifted by Master Shun well hidden. Their conversation flowed, both possessing only a superficial understanding of the topic. The uncle was merely a servant of Yundian, named Luo Ying, who had reluctantly played along with Gizi's whims. And Luo glanced at the time and remarked to Luo Ying, I must prepare. He exited the temple, hastily making his way to a nearby area where he sat in meditation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the journey of physiognomy. Physiognomy, an ancient science, encompasses wisdom in discerning character and fate. You have received a comprehensive guide to physiognomy, theoretical edition, awarding you 160,000 points, knowledge 1, chance encounter 1. The guide has been stored, granting an additional 150,000 points and a spirit essence 1. This spirit essence was a first for Enluo. Simultaneously, a wave of auspicious energy began to rise from Enluo's head, invigorating him. Curious, he opened the theoretical section of the guide, but found it overwhelmingly complex. Perhaps, such profound knowledge required gradual absorption. For now, he needed to attend to his immediate tasks. When Gizi and Jin Shiheng finally reached the Yingfeng Pavilion, Jin Shiheng could hardly bear the exertion. Oh, Gizi, I truly can't go on. Let us take a break here. Be cautious, the wind is strong. Enluo mockingly warned. Jin Shiheng, upon recognizing Enluo's haughty visage, felt his frustration boil over. Why must this wretched dog follow me everywhere? I've endured enough of you. Having tolerated Enluo at Starbar for far too long, he was at his limit. Before he could finish his thought, a gust of wind sent a grain of sand crashing against his newly set tooth, startling him. The wind really does cause dental mischief. No, this is merely a coincidence. This insufferable fellow. Jin Shiheng struggled to find words to describe Enluo, who, despite their second encounter, had proven to be the most dismissive person he had ever met. Young Master Jin, ignore him. He is just a trickster, Gizi reassured. This was music to Jin Shiheng's ears. He plopped down onto a stone bench, only for it to crack beneath him, sending him sprawling. This mishap, however, was entirely Enluo's doing, as he had occupied one of the two benches while leaving the other free for Jin Shiheng. Now sprawled before Enluo like a pitiful dog, Jin Shiheng awkwardly mumbled, I fell by accident. Don't laugh. He noticed Enluo suppressing laughter, despite keeping his eyes closed. Everyone stumbles in life. Once you've fallen enough, you'll start thinking of me. Enluo feigned profundity. You're insufferable. Why would I think of you? Jin Shiheng protested. Ah, you are quite direct. However, the lady beside you. Well, perhaps I should keep my thoughts to myself. Truth can be hurtful. Enluo teased, leaving the conversation hanging. Chapter 44. I cannot say, revealing it would shorten my lifespan. Bah! Who do you think you are, pretending to be a master? Do you know who my uncle is? It would shock you to know he is. Gizi began, but Enluo's expression shifted dramatically as he quickly raised his hand. Hey, are you mute, trickster? My uncle. Your uncle is the owner of Yundian, known as Master Wuyan, a disciple of the Five Paths, Enluo blurted out. At least you recognize my uncle. Gizi huffed. Oh no, this is bad. Your uncle's time is running out. If you wish to see him, you must hurry. Delay, and you may miss him. Enluo warned. Huh, you truly are a trickster. My uncle is only in his 60s, healthy and well. How dare you curse him? Young Master Jin, let us go. Ignore this charlatan. Gizi pulled Jin Shiheng along as they continued their ascent to Yundian. That young lady, your uncle, will surely meet a grim fate. Bah! What nonsense! About half an hour later, The doors of Yindian were pushed open, with Gizi leading Jin Shihang inside while calling out. The door to the uncle creaked open, revealing a frail voice from within. But Gizi. It was Gizi who had pushed the door open, and the scene inside struck her with astonishment. Luo Ying's complexion was ashen, a pool of blood staining the quilt beneath him, while scattered tissues smeared with blood lay haphazardly beneath the crude bed. Uncle, what has happened to you? Uncle. Luo Ying kept her face buried in the bedding, unwilling to lift her gaze to meet Gizi's. Gizi. My time is drawing near. Last night, the Queen Mother of the West appeared in my dreams, saying I need a young boy to hold the fruit plate. Uncle, I must go meet her. The more Luo Ying spoke, the harder Gizi cried, leaving Jin Shihang beside them utterly dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? Here he was, seeking the master's guidance, only to find this. Luo Ying lifted her face from the quilt, and her countenance caused Jin Shihang to stagger back 3 steps. Her eyes were visibly splitting from the eyeballs, and her mouth was twisted grotesquely. Your uncle will surely die with a crooked mouth and cracked eyes. And Luo's voice echoed in Jin Shihang's mind. Good heavens! A master, the one I look down upon, is evidently a transcendent being. And everything he said came to pass. This uncle, there is something I must convey on behalf of Gizi. Your demise has been foretold by a master we encountered on our way here. Jin Shihang blurted out to Luo Ying. What? Impossible. Who is this master? He continued, describing in Luo's appearance as a young man in his 20s. Luo Ying's expression turned to one of shock. It is he. Truly him. Uncle, who is he? It is. My master uncle. Oh my God. Help me up. I must go meet him. Luo Ying struggled to rise from the bed, only to collapse again. Uncle, your condition. What are you standing there for, boy? Carry me quickly. I cannot let my master, uncle, slip away. He has received the true teachings from our ancestral master. I need to consult him. Jin Shihang's mind was a whirl, yet he unconsciously complied with Luo Ying, hoisting her onto his back and hastening toward the pavilion, while Gizi trailed slowly behind, laughing uncontrollably at the foolishness of this wealthy young man, whom she had never seen act so naively. And Luo stood from the stone bench, turned away from the mountain peak, and gazed at the undulating sea of clouds over Baijun Mountain. The scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Who would have thought to deceive a simpleton like Jin Shihang in such a lovely place would be so delightful? Master uncle, wait. I have arrived late. Hurry up. Luo Ying scolded Jin Shihang, who was already sweating profusely from exertion. 5 yen. I have nothing further to say to you. Go down and explain yourself to the ancestral master. And Luo said coldly. Ding. The system detected that the host was role-playing, categorizing the role as Master of Divination, with a reward of 160,000 points, 1 chance encounter, and 1 for appearance. Master uncle, please forgive me. I was wrong. Luo Ying exclaimed, dropping to her knees and bowing fervently. 5 yen. Now you regret your actions, but it is too late. Your deeds will bring misfortune to those around you. Farewell. Or rather, not farewell. And Luo began to depart, but Luo Ying clutched his leg tightly. Master uncle, please don't leave, don't leave. Her tears flowed freely, her cries heart-wrenching, revealing a talent for performance that Gizi had not anticipated. Master uncle, save me. I do not wish to die. And Luo remained silent for several moments, while Gizi willingly knelt beside Luo Ying, and Jin Shihang forcefully pulled Gizi into the act. Please, save my uncle. I retract any disrespectful words I previously uttered. And Luo sighed deeply. Ah, the cycle of life and death. So it goes. 5 yen, lie down. I shall administer a few needles to grant you another 10 years of life, if you wish. Luo Ying was overjoyed and laid down flat on the ground. You too, there is a mountain spring about 2 miles east. Fetch some water, but be careful. The path is slippery. After giving his instructions, Gizi and Jin Shihang scampered off to fetch the spring water. And Luo helped Luo Ying to her feet, giving her a thumbs up. Well done, Uncle Luo Ying. The Oscars owe you an award. Young man, I've been in Hungdian for 10 years. What role cannot I master? Luo Ying began to boast. Nonetheless, even so, to cause such trouble for your elders, and Luo owes you an apology. And Luo sincerely expressed his remorse, only to have Luo Ying retort, what are you saying, boy? Do not underestimate the acting profession. Learn to respect every character. I suffer willingly for the role's sake. Spare me the sour apologies. The two sat on the stone bench, gazing at the sea of clouds over the mountains, sharing idle banter. After a moment, Gizi and Jin Shihang returned with the water. Upon seeing Jin Shihang's tattered pants, it was evident he had taken a tumble. What misfortune! Luo Ying lay in Luo's embrace, the scene illuminated by sunlight, exuding warmth. I have already administered the needles to your uncle. Take him back to the mountaintop and do not trouble him further. He needs at least 10 days of rest. And Luo declared, ready to leave. However, Jin Shihang suddenly knelt before him. I have yet to inquire your esteemed name. Oh, my name is not to be disclosed lightly, unless I so desire. Since we share such a fateful connection, allow me to impart a piece of wisdom. You are not far from death. The chilling words sent a shiver down Jin Shihang's spine. What do you mean by that? What do you want to know, boy? You have attracted something beyond your reckoning. This is all I can say. Take care. Master, please explain. I feel something amiss. Jin Shihang clung to Luo's leg, refusing to let go. Gizi had no choice but to support Luo Ying back to the mountaintop. Luo Ying was now unable to speak, her consciousness hazy, and Jin Shihang had no intention of seeking her fortune, especially with Luo being Luo Ying's master uncle, possessing superior skills. Everything happening before him was quite evident. He could not let Luo leave so easily. Just a token of my appreciation, master. Please accept it. Jin Shihang produced a large red envelope, sealed and bloodied, containing a black bank card underneath. There is 200,000 here. Master, do you deem this sufficient? And Luo, unfazed by the offering, merely replied with a single word, taking the envelope and burning it along with its contents. You are not only vulgar, but foolish. Do you understand that your blood on this envelope is highly inauspicious? It brings bad luck. Seizing this rare opportunity, and Luo felt compelled to educate Jin Shihang on the virtues of propriety. Then, please accept this card. It is clean. Jin Shihang offered the card once more, and Luo took it, a smile gracing his face. Then with a decisive snap, he broke the card in half. This card is black. Sir, this is the VIP card, a privilege reserved for the elite of the bank, and it holds 200,000. It's too late to say anything now. This trifling sum is beneath Anlua's consideration. However, Jin Shihang's arrogance warrants a lesson. Your predicament cannot be resolved with mere tens of thousands. I must ask, have you been particularly unlucky lately? Anlua inquired. Let me tell you, I've been extraordinarily unfortunate. Just how unlucky? I almost choked on cold water, and I can walk straight into a utility pole. I went to a KTV to sing for entertainment and ended up breaking a chandelier. I am so unlucky. I went to the riverbank to wash my face, but lo and behold, upstream, a cow was relieving itself. In the blink of an eye, I stumbled and fell into a pile of cow dung. Can you imagine my misfortune? I wanted to sit on a stone bench to rest, but it broke, and I fell right down, nearly injuring myself. How unfortunate can one be? The hardships and misfortunes Jin Shihang has faced in recent days were poured out to Anlua at that moment. The more misfortunes he recounted, the more joy Anlua felt. For Jin Shihang had taken over his luxury car. Even if this vehicle had no direct connection to Anlua, he certainly could not allow himself to be driven away from Xingbake. Chapter 45. Jin Shihang was utterly bewildered. Master, you must save me. A grand young heir of immense wealth, now reduced to tears and snot, desperately clinging to others for support. Anlua's anger had subsided. Originally, he and Gizi had come to hook Jin Shihang like a fish, and with Gizi's uncle settled, they proceeded down the mountain while conversing. Upon descending Bayan Mountain, Jin Shihang led Anlua and Gizi to the Lamborghini. Master, please take my car. Just as Gizi was about to step into the vehicle, Anlua abruptly pulled her back, saying, Miss Gizi, you cannot enter this car. Why not? Ding. The system detected the host's vehicle and activated the recognition mode. The horn of the Lamborghini suddenly blared, startling Jin Shihang, as he had not pressed the horn himself. Anlua circled the luxury car 3 times, but the horn would not cease, causing Jin Shihang to sweat profusely. What the hell? This foreign junk is unreliable. I understand now, Miss Gizi. If you do not wish to meet a terrible fate, heed my warning. Do not enter this car. It is cursed. Anlua's words made Gizi's face turn pale. Jin Shihang became intrigued. This car, purchased for over 20 million from abroad, master, do you believe there is a problem with it? A significant problem indeed. This car is inauspicious. It is likely of dubious origin. The implication of dubious origins caused Jin Shihang to flush with embarrassment. No matter how boastful Jin Shihang was, Onlua was well aware of the car's history, as it was, after all, his own vehicle. Furthermore, the system had just activated recognition mode, which genuinely frightened Jin Shihang, as he suspected an issue with the car system. Previously, the system had granted Onlua a significant skill, allowing him to exert simple remote control over the vehicle. It was not yet time to practice this skill, so Onlua slapped the hood of the car and shouted, "Stop honking!" Strangely, the Lamborghini ceased its blaring immediately, leaving Jin Shihang and Gizi in astonishment. This car bears a heavy aura of misfortune, yet you cannot perceive it. This is not mere conjecture, young Master Jin. Your string of misfortunes may be closely tied to this vehicle. Let me ask you, did your misfortunes begin after you acquired this car? Yes or no? Onlua emphasized. Yes, absolutely. I have never been this unlucky before, Master. What is the explanation for this car? Jin Shihang inquired. There is no specific explanation. It is in opposition to your fate. This car has been cursed. Those of weak fortune who possess it will either suffer financial loss or physical harm, or even encounter death, and it may bring calamity to their loved ones. Let me ask you, have any of your closest relatives experienced unfortunate events? Onlua deliberately probed Jin Shihang for information. Jin Shihang slapped his forehead. Now that you mention it, my father has recently been having a run of bad luck. His stocks are plummeting. And my stepmother has fallen ill and cannot seem to recover. I knew it. This foreign junk is unreliable. Can this curse be lifted? Abandon the car to save your life, was all Onlua said, not wishing to elaborate. When it came to discarding the car, Jin Shihang appeared conflicted, unable to part with it, considering it had cost him several million and was the first of its kind in the country. But 1 or 2 million? To lose it. If you cannot bear to part with it, do not force yourself, Gizi. Let us take the bus. Onlua was not keen on witnessing Jin Shihang's indecisive demeanor. Gizi, however, was quite straightforward, following closely behind Onlua. Before boarding the bus, Onlua turned to Jin Shihang and said, "If you manage to reach Chunlu district safely, come find me at Luofeng Pavilion. Only I can dispel the car's misfortune." With that, he boarded the bus with Gizi. Not looking back, Jin Shihang was still unconvinced, harboring a sense of disbelief, though a knot remained in his heart. He refused to believe in such superstitions. On the bus, Gizi lowered her voice to ask Onlua, what was wrong with the car's horn system? How did you regain control with just a slap? If you were sufficiently acquainted with the vehicle's internal structure, you would understand the mechanics behind it. Onlua replied with a touch of pride. Gizi believed her understanding of cars exceeded that of many skilled mechanics. Yet she remained perplexed, concluding that Onlua must have extraordinary luck. I doubt Jin Shihang's psychological defenses will crumble so easily. Perhaps our plan does not suit him, and we have only a day and a half. Gizi reminded Onlua, knowing that nearly a day had been consumed just in ascending Bayun Mountain. If he encounters no issues on the way, your status in his eyes will diminish significantly, making it exceedingly difficult for us to exploit any weaknesses. Gizi personally disapproved of Onlua's plan. Her thoughts were simple: acquire the car directly. However, Onlua's ideas diverged. The vehicle was his, and Jin Shihang must respectfully deliver it into his hands. Money should not be discussed. Otherwise, this grievance would linger indefinitely. Onlua was 80% confident that Jin Shihang would face misfortune on the journey. As among the skills of consciousness control he presently wielded, he possessed absolute control over the Lamborghini's steering wheel for at least 2 seconds, regardless of distance. Onlua was merely estimating where the Lamborghini might currently be, envisioning it near the coastal highway, approximately 20 meters from the sea. This distance would allow the Lamborghini to plunge into the water, sustaining negligible damage, yet it would likely terrify Jin Shihang. Moreover, the Lamborghini 63 is equipped with a water navigation mode, ensuring no internal damage from such a plunge that would complicate future repairs. His goal was to instill fear in Jin Shihang, convincing him of the vehicle's malevolence. However, such knowledge must remain concealed from Gizi. When Gizi expressed her doubts, Onlua could only smile wryly. Thus, let us hope for favorable circumstances. Perhaps this fellow's luck will indeed run out. As for subsequent steps, we shall proceed one at a time. Be sure to think it through. Time waits for no one. Gizi ceased her inquiries. In truth, she still found Onlua's plan rather simplistic. Yet, having successfully outmaneuvered Jin Shihang on Bayun Mountain, and with satisfaction from discreetly pushing him into the stream while fetching water, she felt a sense of vindication, especially considering Jin Shihang's earlier intentions toward her. Truly, he had underestimated her. As the bus approached the outskirts, Onluo caught sight of his uncle's construction site bustling with activity, noticing Gizi's expression shift slightly. "And Luo, I can only assist you to this extent. The rest is up to you. I shall disembark here to visit a relative who has recently fallen ill." Guizi alighted at a stop 2 stations away from the construction site of Enluo's uncle, as the bus only operates once a day. After getting off, Enluo made her way towards the site, deliberately stepping into mud puddles and smearing her face with dirt, transforming herself into a little mud figure. At the entrance of the construction site, Enluo picked up a worn-out safety helmet and donned it, seizing a wheelbarrow to commence work around the perimeter. Her uncle, a rather oblivious man, passed by her at least 3 times without recognizing her. With such a fool for a relative as a test, Enluo felt reassured. She could hardly believe that Guizi was truly visiting a sick relative. It was more likely that Guizi was attempting to uncover her uncle's secrets, especially since the individual who borrowed money from her uncle bore the same name as Enluo. This was decidedly unusual. Guizi had intentionally avoided 2 bus stops to prevent arousing Enluo's suspicions and was certainly planning to disguise herself. As Enluo assessed the time while disembarking, she calculated the driving distance to Jin Shihang's vehicle, which was drawing closer to her ideal drop-off point. At that moment, she swiftly activated the conscious control vehicle skill and deftly adjusted the steering wheel. Meanwhile, Jin Shihang drove cautiously, burdened by an unsettling feeling. Ordinarily, he would speed along at 300, but now he had reduced his pace by half. After half an hour, his confidence began to swell. Upon leaving the mountain roads, he found himself on a well-maintained coastal highway, nearing Chunlu, with no incidents occurring. He could not help but pinch himself, reminding himself to remain calm, acknowledging that the Master S words were not entirely accurate. Reflecting on the day's events, he questioned whether he had been overly timid, allowing mere words to intimidate him. After all, he was one of the elite sons of Chunlu. Just as Guizi had suggested, Jin Shihang entertained a rather audacious thought. Perhaps the master he had encountered was not as formidable as he seemed. Could he be a charlatan? He even began to hum a tune, reveling in his own arrogance, when suddenly the steering wheel jerked violently. Jin Shihang found himself unable to maintain control. The Lamborghini veered off the coastal road and plummeted into the sea. Terrified, he flailed about, realizing he was unfamiliar with the vehicle, despite knowing it had an amphibious mode. He watched helplessly as the car sank deeper into the water, surrounded by circling sharks, and felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. As the water surged around him, he inadvertently frightened a shark, and when the vehicle submerged to a certain depth, the amphibious mode automatically activated, causing the car to float back to the shore. It came to rest on the beach, and after a long moment, Jin Shihang opened his eyes, relieved to find he was still alive. Outside, a throng of young women, clad in bikinis, surrounded the luxury car that had emerged from the depths, eagerly capturing photos. Some were even live-streaming the event. Just as he began to feel fortunate, a sharp pain shot through his tailbone. Upon investigation, he discovered a water snake had bitten him, taking a small piece of flesh. Chapter 46. The car door swung open, and Jin Shihang tossed the water snake aside, inadvertently striking a girl who was live-streaming, causing her to faint. The startled snake scurried towards the ocean, clearly terrified of the onlookers. Jin Shihang, now seated on the sand, hesitated to approach the vehicle for a long while before finally making his way to a public phone booth to summon a courier to take the car to a repair shop. That summer, much like in Luo, the unfortunate Wang Meng had begun managing his father's 6S repair shop. After a recent dinner with classmates, he found himself listening to the grievances of Xia Hu, whose face had yet to fully recover from a repair mishap. Just as he bid Xia Hu farewell, an extravagant car arrived at the repair shop, and Luo's Lamborghini. However, the individuals who arrived were not Li Mu, but 2 others, one of whom Wang Meng recognized as Jin Shihang, one of the 4 prominent young masters of Chunlu, known as the Prince of Emptiness. "Please take good care of our young master's vehicle, particularly the interior. It has taken on water and needs attention," the driver said, handing Wang Meng several large bills. Wang Meng, grinning broadly, accepted the money. "Ah, young master and must be quite busy lately. He couldn't come himself. This car suits him perfectly. We're even classmates." The other man paused. "What young master in?" "This is our young master Jin's car. Do not misinterpret." This was Li Si, the man who had previously struck a deal with Li Long to purchase the vehicle. Naturally, feeling guilty, he sought to silence Wang Meng. Wang Meng was taken aback, unsure of what was unfolding. "This is young master Jin's car?" Odd, my classmate has one just like it. How fascinating. What a small world. This remark caught Jin Shihang's attention, who was already feeling uneasy. What nonsense. This car is the first of its kind in the country. It hasn't even been released domestically. So how could there be another? It's exclusive to Chunlu. As a businessman, Wang Meng dared not contradict Jin Shihang. After all, he had seen Luo drive the car during a farewell gathering. Could it be that Luo had borrowed it from Jin Shihang? Did she have a connection with such a wealthy young master? Wang Meng dared not dwell on the implications, but he began to piece together the relationship. It seemed Luo had latched onto Jin Shihang's coattails, a prospect Wang Meng had long dreamed of but never had the chance to pursue. Since Jin Shihang seemed unwilling to address the matter, Wang Meng decided to play along, smiling broadly at Jin Shihang. I must have misjudged. My apologies. I assure you, I will complete the task. Jin Shihang, however, was not in the mood for Wang Meng's antics. After narrowly escaping disaster, he found himself haunted by Luo's earlier cautionary words. How extraordinary, indeed! Meanwhile, under the sweltering sun, Luo was tirelessly pushing a wheelbarrow filled with bricks. One load after another, drenched in sweat. What are you doing? Trying to slack off? Hurry up and move. Who invited you here, you lazy bum? Her uncle reprimanded her several times, failing to recognize her presence. Ding. Engaging in physical labor is a fundamental human activity. Participating in such work strengthens the body. Congratulations, host. You have earned brick moving under the scorching sun labor material, awarding 180,000 points, along with 1 life experience and 1 wisdom. The brick moving under the scorching sun material has been stored, granting an additional 150,000 points and increasing health and wisdom by 1. Luo was awaiting Gue Zi's arrival, knowing that Gue Zi would likely come to investigate her circumstances. Yet, as she waited, time dragged on with no sign of her friend. She had moved countless loads of bricks and sweated profusely. Was it possible that she had misjudged Gue Zi's intentions? Hey brother, this is a daily pay job. Can you not be so diligent? A dark-skinned fellow whispered to Luo. I wish I could, but the foreman has a sharp eye, Luo replied in complaint. I have heard that this boss is not a good person. He clings stubbornly to his ways. Rumor has it he is entangled with his sister-in-law and is planning to elope with her. Last time, he even delayed paying the workers' wages, which nearly led to a fight among them. As Xiao Haizi wiped his brow, Luo could hardly be bothered to engage with him. He thought to himself that if Gue Zi didn't arrive in 3 minutes, he would surely not last until sunset, and he would rather forego the money, considering it a favor to his uncle. Hey, don't speak carelessly. This boss may have a sharp tongue, but is soft-hearted. In truth, he is quite decent. The wage issue wasn't so severe. In the end, everyone received their pay, and an additional 5,000 on top of that. Such a boss is rare. An older man interjected, taking over Xiao Haizi's words. But I thought the wages hadn't been paid. How did they end up receiving an extra 5,000? What's going on? Xiao Haizi inquired, intrigued. Luo found Xiao Haizi's demeanor peculiar, sensing something amiss, and he cast a glance at Xiao Haizi's fingers, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Wait a moment, this isn't Xiao Haizi. It's clearly Gue Zi. He realized that while he had been waiting for Gue Zi had been among them all along, and he had even helped Xiao Haizi carry 2 loads of bricks, oblivious to the truth, just like his uncle. No, I've been here the longest, I know best. The workers have received their wages from the boss, he insisted, but just as he was about to reveal Luo's secret, Luo quickly shouted, Don't say anything. The boss is coming. His uncle was looking through binoculars towards them. If any workers approached too closely, they would either be slacking off or chatting. Hey you lot, get back to work. Stop trying to slack off. The older daily wage worker shrugged and left. Xiao Haizi offered to help Luo, and the two pushed a cart of bricks together. Actually, I know about this. I heard the boss was deceived by a con artist, losing several million, which is why he couldn't pay the wages. However, later, a friend of his lent him money to cover the loss, and Luo chimed in. Over 20 million is no small amount. What friend would just lend that? Come on, share some inside information, Xiao Haizi urged. It's said to be the boss's nephew, named, and Luo paused, suddenly recalling a detestable face. His name is Xia, who his father is in real estate, and Xia who persuaded him to lend over 20 million to cover the loss. I've heard the Xia family is quite wealthy, and Luo didn't intend to frame Xiahu. He merely wanted Gue Zi and his crew to deal with this fellow and dampen his spirits. Wait, I think I heard someone say the person who lent money to the boss has the surname, and What was it? My memory fails me, Anla, right? Yes. Yes, it seems that S the name it said that S the alias of the Xia family. They all follow the worship of Allah, and Luo was truly adept at weaving a narrative. Oh, so that is how it is. Fascinating. Hey, brother, hold on for me. I need to use the restroom. Xiao Haizi made an excuse to leave. Seeing his sweaty visage, it was evident he was struggling. After Gui Zi departed, and Luo managed to hold on for another 2 hours, as moments later, he discreetly noticed that Xiao Haizi hadn't gone far, but was lurking in the shadows observing him. The mind of a female con artist is quite observant. Once assured that Gui Zi had left, and Luo relinquished his burden, having contributed 4 or 5 hours to his uncle for free. The sun had scorched him, leaving his skin ablaze, and Luo found a place to wash up and change into clean clothes before heading to the Maple Pavilion. Gui Zi had been waiting there long before, and neither spoke of the matter concerning the site investigation, and Luo recognized the white jade bracelet on Gui Zi's wrist. Yet she had surely not recognized him. Moments later, a haggard Jin Shihang appeared. After returning from the repair shop, his car had broken down in the city again, and he was thoroughly frightened by the string of misfortunes. Holding the Lamborghini key in his hand, he suddenly fell to his knees before Luo. Gui Zi was taken aback and quickly reached out to help him. "Master, please rise and speak, let him kneel. It is what he deserves." And Luo's words left Gui Zi speechless, though she felt it inappropriate to say more. "I faced a series of calamities. I've driven off a cliff and even crashed into a flower shop while crossing the street. I'm truly at my wit's end." The master was right. I should not have doubted his abilities. Well, at least you show some awareness. Let me tell you this. Your car is cursed and should be dealt with as soon as possible. All right, I'll listen to the master. I'll find someone to sell it right away. You still haven't grasped what I'm saying. Selling the car won't help. The curse has already attached itself to you. Even if you sell the vehicle, will the curse dissipate? Foolishness, then what should I do? You must transfer the car without compensation to someone capable of managing it. And Luo hinted as much to Jin Shihang. It was unthinkable to directly suggest he give it to him. Where am I to find such a person? Jin Shihang was thoroughly frightened, his speech becoming muddled. Ordinary individuals won't suffice. You need someone who can dispel the curse, the master made clear. Jin Shihang still didn't fully comprehend, his mind fixated. The car is cursed. To lift this curse and eliminate the evil energy, it requires a person of high virtue to control it. Perhaps 3 years, perhaps 5 years, and it may ensure your safety and peace. The message had been conveyed with utmost clarity. Jin Shihang seemed to grasp a part of it. Are you saying we need someone to take the blame? Yet he still didn't fully understand, and Luo felt exasperated by his lack of intelligence. Chapter 47. Both Jin Shihang and Gui Zi were left dumbfounded. How could such a thing be possible? Wasn't Luo merely boasting? At that moment, it was crucial to avoid any mishaps. Clearly, Jin Shihang had already fallen into the trap. He was on the verge of succumbing. Yet there lingered a hint of hesitation. "Master, it's not that I don't believe. It just seems a bit implausible. Of course, mere mortals cannot sense the evil energy of this car. I'm different from you." Just watching Luo approach the Lamborghini, activating its recognition mode. After meticulous maintenance, the Lamborghini suddenly roared to life, its sounds echoing. And Luo gently patted the car's hood. "All right, I understand now." Everyone, quiet down. The car immediately fell silent. Gui Zi and Jin Shihang were left bewildered, especially Gui Zi, whose eyes widened in disbelief. She was no fool and would not be easily deceived by Luo. "Oh, I am convinced, master. As long as you can avert disaster, whether it be 3 years, 5 years, 10 or 8 years, use it as long as you wish." And Luo's expression suddenly turned grave. "What are you saying? I am discussing your very life with you. If you cannot let go of this title, you are destined to endure misfortune." And Luo was displeased. It was his car. And how dare he imply it was free for Jin Shihang to use? That notion alone was uncomfortable. "As long as what the master says is true, I am willing to give it to you for free. If it holds true, I would even offer you a generous reward." Jin Shihang was no fool either. He understood that it was essential to see results. "You may possess it for another day, but at any moment, you could be in danger. I have touched your lifeline. If you remain obstinate, bloodshed will surely follow in these 2 days." And Luo warned sternly. "Alas, I believe. If I find myself unoccupied in the future, I would like to invite the master to examine my father's condition as well. However, let us first ensure you navigate through your difficulties. Are you certain about this course of action? I am also sacrificing my own cultivation to avert your misfortunes. Nevertheless, a practitioner of the Tao must embody compassion." Indeed. The vehicle shall be entrusted to you, esteemed master. Please take good care of it. Guazi, would you be so kind as to escort me home? Guazi, our matters remain unresolved. I apologize, but Guazi cannot accompany you back. No matter, I shall call upon a friend. Jin Shiheng watched helplessly as Guazi took the keys to Enluo's car and drove away the Lamborghini. Once the vehicle was out of sight, Jin Shiheng suddenly struck his head. Oh dear, how could I have forgotten this significant matter? Jin Shiheng, must you not be more reliable in your affairs? Young Master Jin. A BMW slowly approached Jin Shiheng, who then entered the car and departed. Meanwhile, Enluo had already uncorked a bottle of champagne in the Lamborghini. Ding! Congratulations, host, on reclaiming your beloved vehicle. The system will reassess the losses incurred from the vehicle's misplacement, estimating compensation between 2 to 4 million. Following analysis, an accurate figure will be provided. Ding! The purchaser, young Master Jin, has ultimately awakened his conscience by returning the host's vehicle, thereby nullifying his misfortune penalty and bestowing upon him a year of uninterrupted good fortune. I still do not comprehend the matter regarding the car horn. Could you enlighten me? Guazi finally broached the question. Enluo smiled slightly. It is a complex engineering issue, and I cannot truly teach you, as the scale is quite difficult to gauge. Do not keep me in suspense. At the very least, I have endured some hardships. Enluo proceeded to expound upon a plethora of theoretical knowledge, causing Guazi to fight off drowsiness. What a miser. If you refuse to teach, then so be it. By the way, I have gathered information about that person named, and the individual who assists him is surnamed Xia, whose father is involved in real estate. When shall we pay him a visit? These wealthy individuals must seize opportunities while they can. Guazi's tone was reminiscent of a cunning fox. Yet Enluo found it curious that someone of Guazi's caliber had not yet entered the realm of poker. Perhaps his status was simply too low? The car drove directly to the Den of Deception, where 5 con artists began to celebrate with red wine, the leader exuding delight. Congratulations, Guazi, on your successful initiation. Guazi recounted how Enluo had deceived Jin Shiheng, to which the fox and the other con artists nodded in disbelief. How foolish must this Jin be to fall for such tricks? Enluo's plan would have been impossible for anyone else. It was solely through the system's external aid that Jin Shiheng was convinced. It seems that regardless of wealth or power, one's perspective often remains relatively unchanged. At times, wealth may inversely correlate with insight. Deep down, Enluo grappled with a significant dilemma. While he had accomplished the task, the vehicle, his own, had now become a shared asset of the con artist team. From this perspective, it was Enluo who had been deceived. Yet, all was in service of his uncle's vengeful scheme. Even if it meant sacrificing a vehicle worth tens of millions, so be it. By the way, King of Locks, what vehicle do you currently drive? As a recently failed student, he possessed no car. Guazi replied on Enluo's behalf. Oh, very well then. This vehicle shall not require acknowledgement. Consider it a welcoming gift from us. The fox's words nearly caused Enluo to leap in disbelief. Goodness, this nearly 20 million asset, this con artist team, is exceedingly generous. Do any of you have objections? Speak up. The fox inquired, seeking to demonstrate democracy. None. After a brief deliberation, the vehicle returned to Enluo's possession. And how could he not feel elated? To reclaim what was lost, this was a resounding victory. This connection must be maintained. If Jin Shiheng, the fool, continues to pursue you, we may consider targeting his father. Guazi the second, the third, the fourth. It seems we should also activate another line of action, allowing the fifth to take a brief respite. During this period, Enluo devoted himself to planning and refining strategies, exhausting both body and mind while also guarding against Guazi and others. Truly, he was wearied in spirit and flesh. Moreover, he must contend for the title of newcomer king. Having already taken the first step, how could he retract? After Guazi parked the Lamborghini at the designated location, he departed, intentionally avoiding Enluo. Enluo felt a wave of unease, the ostensible reason being his need for rest. Yet the underlying motive was indeed open to speculation. After 2 days of well-deserved rest, Enluo received a summons from Bai Chensi. Enluo, the deadline for this anime material is approaching. Enluo scrutinized his overflowing repository of materials. He had a wealth of resources at his disposal. He extracted a piece titled Burning Fury, recalling the moment when his uncle's construction site faced calamity, nearly spiraling out of control, and the anger he felt. How vivid and significant it all was. and Luo sent burning fury to Bai Chenxi, who responded with 4 black exclamation marks. This does not present well. It resembles a grotesque version of the iron-faced hunchback. Bai Chenxi, a businessman, trusted her instincts. Would anyone online desire such a dark creation? Apologies, but this is the only piece for this issue. Take it or leave it. You cannot solely demand materials. What are my profits? You love money. I too have a fondness for it. And Luo deftly countered Bai Chenxi's demands. In an instant, she sent multiple smiling emojis. Transfer completed, totaling 453, 214. 00. Please confirm receipt. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently amassed over 400,000 in genuine profit. A stark contrast from the system's earnings. This was tangible cash. In truth, Bai Chenxi had secretly withheld nearly 200,000. Aware that she could not take too much lest Luo become displeased. Her own financial flow depended on it. Be cautious. I have heard that Brother DeFei is seeking a dark team to target you. And Luo, in this industry, one must remain vigilant against the unscrupulous, Bai Chenxi advised. Brother DeFei, who fancied himself the most capable contender for the title of Newcomer King, was undoubtedly intent on undermining Luo, especially after being significantly provoked last time. Brother DeFei had dispatched individuals to investigate, discovering that Luo lacked any internal connections to a certain platform, seemingly only having a slight acquaintance with the legal department's Qinjian. Furthermore, this information had reached Yen Shui, who reprimanded DeFei harshly and ultimately suggested a cruel tactic. Attack him, mobilize the public relations team, and ensure he faces ruin. Thanks to Bai Chenxi's reminder, Luo recalled that he possessed a live streaming account. He hastily logged into his account. Please call me Luo the Great, only to be blinded by the sudden brightness. The original username had been altered to I am Luo, and I love eating excrement. And Luo's anger surged uncontrollably. How audacious. This was both damaging and humiliating. He attempted to change the username, only to find the modification option grayed out. Moreover, his livestream was afflicted with a ghastly filter, rendering it a dismal spectacle. To his dismay, the number of fans beneath his streaming material had been reset to 0. Once boasting over 3 million followers, he now had but a solitary figure. The comments were innumerable, yet all were derogatory, branding Luo as foolish and vulgar. After all, the username was bound to evoke an unpleasant aesthetic response. With such a predicament, how could he compete for the title of Newcomer King? Ding! The system detected that the host is experiencing a complex emotional state, a sense of anguish stemming from an insult that cannot be vented. A negative emotional condition that is also a rare life experience. The system has procured a material, the anger emoji, which presents a stark contrast to the intense fury one might expect. The emotional impact of pure rage is profound, yet this anger emoji carries a hint of humor, even evoking a sense of absurdity. Chapter 48. The anger emoji is a bound item, indeed. There are not many materials that are bound in the entire repository, and this is certainly one of them. Being bound, it cannot be gifted or traded, which left Luo feeling slightly disappointed. A glance at the notes revealed only a peculiar symbol, an ellipsis. Could this ellipsis hold some special significance? Moreover, this anger emoji resembled a black bomb in appearance. Aside from mere observation, Luo could not fathom any other use for the emoji. Currently, in the competition for the annual Rookie King, Luo's data ranked near the bottom, specifically in the 30th position. The reason? His data had been hacked, resulting in a complete loss of followers, and he had not produced any new works, relying solely on the big account video for sustenance. Even if his data had not been tampered with, he would not have had any advantage, potentially ranking 5 places higher at best. Staring at the immutable nickname I am Luo, I like to eat feces, and Luo felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Just as he was stewing in his discontent, a familiar account entered his live stream. The account name, Big Brother DeFei, takes you to Master the King. Without uttering a word, the account unleashed a barrage of feces emojis, and it appeared he was not alone in this endeavor. And Luo's live stream had not only been hacked, but was now inundated with flying feces. Unbeknownst to him, someone had shouted on a popular forum, "Friends of the Sound, what are you doing?" Now, in Big Account Brothers live stream, feces are flying everywhere. Hurry up and smash. There is money to be made. Followed by a link to Luo's live stream. Instantly, Luo's live stream became lively. However, the overwhelming presence of feces was distressing. He had never felt this miserable even when pelted with rotten tomatoes before. Aside from the incessant barrage of feces, no one bothered to inquire, hey, and Luo, how did your follower count drop to 0? What about your nickname? Your filter? Suddenly, someone threw a rose, the account named with you, it's a sunny day. And Luo pondered whether it was by Chenxi's alternate account. His phone suddenly rang, and the caller was none other than Su Qing. I heard you've made it onto the Rookie King candidate list. Congratulations. But your follower count, wasn't it over 3 million just a few days ago? What happened? And your nickname? This filter. Is this a new strategy for publicity? Since the last time Su Qing helped in Luo seek medical advice from a renowned doctor, she had been keeping an eye on his account, learning about his entry into the Rookie King competition. However, in just 2 days, this self-deprecation seemed a bit excessive. There are many streamers who self-deprecate online merely to attract attention. But Su Qing could not comprehend why Luo would engage in such foolishness. It seemed uncharacteristic of him to behave in such a manner. This wasn't T's self-deprecation. It was being attacked, a situation difficult to articulate. Could they meet? After all, Su Qing had once associated with Yishun. Perhaps she could think of a way. Half an hour later, Su Qing and Luo met at the corner CAF. Luo recounted how he had offended Big Brother Defei, who subsequently unleashed a public relations team to attack him. Presently, he lacked the motivation to even open his live stream, as it felt too glaring. Ding! The system detected that the host was feeling somewhat dejected. Do not be disheartened. Do not sigh. In this world, if someone slaps you in the face, return the favor with equal force. Reward: 160,000. Acquire special skill knowledge. Hacker Encyclopedia, theoretical section. However, at this moment, it felt too late for Luo to care. Theory appeared daunting. If only there were a shortcut. Ding! Skill notes. Solid theoretical learning is the foundation for future success. Please calm down and study. In 3 days, the system will randomly conduct a theoretical test. It is imperative to study diligently, and again diligently. Learning rewards: 160,000, Knowledge 1, Intelligence 1. This nickname cannot be modified. It has a special code attached. Let me give it a try, Su Qing said as she produced a special encoder and linked it to Luo's account. The code danced like a sprite within the encoder. After 2 minutes, Su Qing stated, I can't fully crack it in the short term, but I can at least modify 3 characters. Since Defei is so shameless, let us change your name to Defei Brother. If he wants to change it back, it will depend on how skilled his hired personnel are. Swiftly, Su Qing replaced Luo with Defei Brother, transforming the nickname from I am Luo, I like to eat feces, to I am Defei Brother. I like to eat feces. The revelry in the live stream continued, though it seemed someone finally noticed this detail. Hey, Big Account Brother's nickname has changed. How did it become Defei Brother? Meanwhile, several streets away, Defei swirled his wine, seated in his streaming chair, basking in delightful music. At this moment, he exhaled a breath of relief after submitting his documentation for review. Opposite Defei sat Yishun and Xiaowu. After dismissing Su Qing, they began to rake in money, having been invited by Defei to be his sycophants. The two were relentlessly flattering Defei, denigrating Luo, calling him a failure, asserting that his most popular video would have been nothing without Hao Jian's share. They ridiculed Luo's attempt to ride the Hulu body trend, claiming he wouldn't even catch a whiff of success. Defei reveled in this moment, but suddenly he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was he seeing things? The peculiar nickname appeared to read, I am Defei Brother. I like to eat feces. Yishun and Xiaowu continued to count their earnings. Defei finally put on his glasses and yelled out, what the hell? Yishun and Xiaowu turned their attention to Luo's live stream. Don't worry, Defei. It seems this kid has hired a skilled individual, but in our domain, he is merely courting humiliation. Both Yishun and Xiaowu entered Luo's live stream link, beginning a fervent counterattack against Su Qing. Moments later, Su Qing, still basking in her earlier joy, was left utterly dumbfounded as the named Defei Brother was once again replaced with Luo, now with an additional embellishment that seemingly insulted Luo's ancestors. Grinding her teeth, Su Qing began to write countercode, as the name rapidly oscillated between Luo and Defei Brother. The onlookers previously hurling feces were now engrossed in the spectacle, well aware that 2 mysterious forces were engaged in a fierce struggle, watching to see who would prevail in this name game. Although Su Qing was no novice, having learned from Yishun, she quickly found herself outmatched. Not only was she unable to replace 2 characters, But the menu for nickname modification had also turned gray and unmodifiable. Ultimately, the final name I am in Luo, I like to eat feces morphed into an exceedingly lengthy nickname. I am in Luo, I like to eat feces. My father also likes to eat feces. My grandfather likes it too. Our family's surname is not in, but rather, it is feces. Su Qing shrugged her shoulders in resignation. From the perspective of the opponent's technique, I'm quite certain it must be Yagami. I'm still no match for him, my apologies. Su Qing expressed her helplessness. You have done your utmost. Let it be. It is merely an account. No, this is not merely an issue of an account. Wait a moment. I shall make a call. Su Qing stepped outside to make a phone call. Half an hour later, she returned with the charming anonymous powerhouse, Benjamin, in tow. Su Qing linked her arm with Benjamin's, suggesting they had surpassed a mere professional relationship. And Luo still had not personally thanked Benjamin for the incident involving her father, the genius who had been so thoroughly ensnared by her. She wondered if some platform had pursued legal accountability from Benjamin. A sense of guilt lingered in her heart. Benjamin smiled slightly. How could I stand idly by when a friend is in trouble? I have long found Yagami to be distasteful. If not him, then who? Indeed, I previously underestimated him. Yagami is nothing but a petty individual. Not only did he cast me aside, but he also blacklisted my personal account, costing me millions. This matter has remained unspoken by Su Qing. Ha! No one dares to provoke my Su beauty. I shall ensure Yagami pays a small price for his audacity. Rest assured, and Luo, I will certainly avenge you. I am truly grateful, Mr. Benjamin. What about that incident involving the platform? And Luo asked anxiously. That incident was indeed my fault. I have since rectified the flu machine. This time, I ask for not a penny, but I must unearth the one who has tarnished my reputation. The platform is willing to give me this opportunity. Haha. Benjamin replied. And Luo paused slightly. This matter was far from over. Benjamin had seemingly latched onto her with determination. Ironically, he was still seeking to vindicate himself. Hey! The battle had commenced, and Luo and Su Qing watched in awe at Benjamin's skillful maneuvers. The lines of code stirred Su Qing's emotions, while Luo could barely comprehend it. Yet, she felt an exhilarating thrill. 2 minutes later, the previously gray nickname menu transformed into black under Benjamin's formidable offensive. He had breached Yagami's first line of defense and gained editable permissions. With a flurry of deft keystrokes, Benjamin pushed his laptop towards Luo, revealing a command for resetting the nickname that flashed enticingly. Input whatever you desire. And Luo pondered for a moment. DeFei had indeed been quite ruthless towards her. This individual was exceedingly petty, relying on his connection to Yagami to suppress her. Suddenly, an idea struck in Luo, and a perfect nickname materialized in her mind. Hadn't DeFei publicly expressed his admiration for Yagami's sister-in-law? Since he dared not speak up, and Luo would do it for him, while also sending a subtle warning to Yagami not to be too arrogant. Those who are reckless often face consequences, and if not from heaven, then from me and Luo. Of course, the pie seed or assistance of this nickname was the character still. After Yagami and Xiao Wu had settled their matters, they began to pack up and prepare to leave, having earned their 15,000 with such ease. DeFei, satisfied, closed his laptop and reached for a bottle of $50,000 wine, ready to celebrate. Just as he was about to uncork it, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller, DeFei's face lit up with joy. It was none other than his benefactor, Yagami. Brother Yagami, that kid is finished. This battle was truly stunning. Stunning, you say? Explain to me why you publicly invited my wife out. Are you trying to put a green hat on me? What are you talking about, Brother Yagami? I wouldn't dare do such a thing. Has someone been whispering ill of me in your ear? Look for yourself. Yagami sent a link, and DeFei clicked on it, revealing in Luo's live stream. Am I DeFei? Is Yagami's sister-in-law still available? DeFei was left dumbfounded, abruptly seizing Yagami, who was about to pop the champagne. Did you not say everything was settled? What is going on? Yagami and Xiao Wu were equally astonished. Previous encounters had led Yagami to believe his opponent was merely a novice, incapable of undermining his defenses. Yet now, the evidence was clear before them. The livestream chat was already buzzing with comments directed at Yagami. I have never liked green hats. Brother Yagami, is your woman well? Let her come out and show herself. Lying flat is better than struggling. Oh my, what a scandal. DeFei has actually gotten involved with Yagami's woman. Brother Yagami, does the green hat still provide warmth? The internet is simply absurd. This circle is unbelievable. What on earth? Catch that guy and shoot. This shouldn't be the first time. Brother Yagami should be cautious not to follow in the footsteps of that other fellow. Others even tagged Rue Shui. Rue Shui, Yagami's beautiful wife, was also a prominent streamer. Easier said than done. Rue Shui, why not step out for a moment? Don't make it hard for Defei. Given such immense pressure, if you're together, think of each other. No longer shouting in the church to bury the corpse in the lake. Haha, not surprising at all. This Rue Shui was once a sea queen. After all, it is said she had a backup plan before meeting Yagami. The term backup plan had recently become a popular internet meme, and these netizens were adept at applying it. Yagami and Xiao Wu were flustered, quickly opening their toolbox to re-enter the link and prepare for a counterattack. As Yagami and Xiao Wu opened the personal account editing page of Enluo's live stream, beads of sweat began to pour down Yagami's forehead like soybeans. Because before him, the editing command window was completely blank, devoid of any commands, and it seemed his cursor was locked, rendering it immobile. Yagami realized he had encountered a true expert. A peculiar emoji appeared on the editing page, a pile of excrement, an unabashed insult directed at Yagami. This was Benjamin's first gift to Yagami, as he had previously suspected Yagami of foul play, given their competitive relationship. After much contemplation, he concluded that only Yagami possessed such capability. However, how Yagami had accomplished this remained unclear, and thus the rivalry had begun. Very well, the counterattack officially commenced. Benjamin chuckled. The subsequent maneuvers left Enluo and Su Qing utterly astonished. With a flurry of keystrokes, Benjamin unexpectedly entered a mysterious data space. It appeared to be a cloud database. From within its entries, he filtered out Enluo's live account, revealing a fan count of 385,000. Benjamin effortlessly extracted the data from the cloud, restoring Enluo's live account's fan count from 0 back to its previous 385,000. This 200,000 was a complimentary bonus. With another series of rapid keystrokes, Benjamin boosted the fan count from 385,000 to 600,000. This series of operations was nothing short of breathtaking. The underworld filter vanished after 2 seconds, and A Supreme mode, exclusive to VIPs, was activated in Enluo's live stream. Enluo's VIP status instantly escalated from V3 to V5. Under normal circumstances, such a leap would require at least 2 months. Yet, with Benjamin's deft fingers, 2 months were condensed into 2 seconds. This skill was truly commendable. In the eyes of us anonymous ones, data is merely numbers, devoid of any significance. Benjamin couldn't help but feel a sense of elation, yet he had earned it through his prowess. After all was said and done, Benjamin persisted in his endeavors. At that moment, the Earth's 8 gods were still exhaustively searching for the entry point to edit nicknames, sweating profusely, yet unable to access the true editing portal. Benjamin, with a flurry of keystrokes, gained entry to Brother Defei's live account. With a gentle tap, Defei's millions of followers unexpectedly transformed into an unacceptable figure. -1. This remarkable maneuver turned the concept of followers on its head, rendering a negative count. The mere presence of this negative sign sent the internal technicians of a certain platform into a frenzy, akin to ants on a hot pan. A negative follower count was an open affront to the platform's integrity. Everyone knew that the minimum follower count should be 0. Who had ever witnessed a negative follower count? The ongoing rivalry between Enluo's and Defei's live streams had already captured the attention of the internal staff, and in a moment of decisive action, Hao Jian commanded, "Give them a stream," resulting in a highly charged atmosphere in both rooms. Yet when the negative one appeared, the scene became unsettling. The audience's reactions were rife with incredulity. One exclaimed, "Is this a joke? Followers cannot be negative. Has the platform made yet another blunder? Are the technicians incompetent?" The influencers and the disenchanted audience members expressed their outrage, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. This was merely the precursor to chaos, for in the next instant, all flowers of appreciation morphed into excrement, and millions of floral praises transformed into a deluge of waste. Over 100 million comments instantly turned into animated tadpoles, crawling through the comment section. Meanwhile, the repost displayed a glaring blank egg. Defei's once vibrant live stream was abruptly plunged into a hellish ambience. Most shockingly, Defei's handsome avatar morphed into a lump of excrement, and his nickname transformed into the ludicrous, "I am Defei. Care to join my sister-in-law?" Witnessing this series of events, Enluo and Su Qing dared not utter a word. Benjamin's seamless operations were nothing short of divine in the realm of virtual networks. Yet, something felt amiss. Who was this sister-in-law? Benjamin inquired. Oh, she is the infamous wife of the internet celebrity, Go Ba. With a flurry of clicks, Benjamin breached Rue Shue's live account, extracting her personal photos and using cheats to strip away her clothing. He then did the same with DeFei's pictures, leading to a scandalous amalgamation, with certain explicit areas cleverly censored. The avatars were swiftly altered, leaving DeFei in a state of shock, drenched in cold sweat. Seated helplessly on his couch, while urgent phone calls from both Go Ba and Rue Shui flooded in. DeFei, paralyzed with fear, refrained from answering. As the 8 gods before the editor wept and laughed uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the torment of his years in the industry. Who was this Luo? Who had summoned such a formidable adversary? Just as things seemed dire, screenshots began circulating with tags directed at Go Ba and Rue Shui. Such a juicy scandal was irresistible. Both Go Ba and Rue Shui had no choice but to close their live streams and scramble for their PR teams, desperately seeking damage control. The most critical actions were entrusted to Luo. Observing the meticulously crafted archive of DeFei's live performances, Luo swiftly selected all and, with a sigh, hit delete. DeFei's word count instantly plummeted to 0, leaving nothing but sorrowful melodies and the merged images of himself and Rue Shui floating through a grim filter. In a fit of rage, DeFei kicked the 8 gods, sending him sprawling, while Xiao Wu attempted to flee, only to be halted by another kick. While DeFei was a master in esports, he also dabbled in martial arts. The 8 gods and Xiao Wu, not even daring to collect their dues, scrambled to escape, nearly colliding with the furious Go Ba and his wife. Go Ba, wearing dark sunglasses, seized DeFei by the collar. "You, scoundrel." He unleashed a flurry of slaps, leaving DeFei's face swollen. "Brother Ba, I was wrong. My relationship with sister-in-law is innocent. This time, I've truly messed up." DeFei stammered, but Go Ba retorted, "What nonsense? Who said anything about innocence?" DeFei found himself on the receiving end of another barrage of slaps. This time from Rue Shui. Chapter 50. Whether innocent or not, DeFei was no fool. At this moment, he chose to endure the blows, perhaps hoping for a sliver of mercy from Go Ba. "Brother Ba, go ahead." Go Ba showed no mercy, having been a rogue in the streets, delivering slaps that left DeFei dazed. After a while, Rue Shui, her hand sore from striking, lit a cigarette and offered one to Go Ba. "Now, tell me, how did this happen?" DeFei began to recount his tale, though he remained unaware of the full story, placing the blame solely on Luo. "I don't know where he found such a skilled player. The 8 gods are no match for him. Rumor has it he's just a dropout. Nothing special. Stop making excuses for your failure. Brother, you've seen it. I've been wronged and falsely accused. Don't worry, I can't outplay him, but I'll find someone to even the score." DeFei spit. Before he could finish, another 2 sharp slaps echoed. "What nonsense is this? Your mind is filled with garbage. This matter is over," Go Ba admonished. "Over? I don't understand. What Brother Ba means is that you should bring a few bottles of good wine to apologize personally." "Stop this senseless scheming," Rue Shui interjected. "I'm to apologize? Brother Ba, sister-in-law, but what era are we in? Stop with the old tricks. In today's society, open conflict won't get you anywhere. It's the hidden tactics that matter," Go Ba remarked. "Then we should take him down stealthily. Don't be foolish. You don't even know his background. What will you use to strike? Listen to me. Let go of your grudges and befriend him. Understand him thoroughly before making a move. Do you comprehend?" With Go Ba's guidance, DeFei's mind cleared. "Know thyself and thy enemy. I understand. Thank you, Brother Ba and sister-in-law, for your insights. Now that you understand, go and resolve this matter. The petty thoughts of violence are meaningless. Strive for friendship instead." Go Ba adjusted his sunglasses, revealing keen eyes behind the stylish frames. Meanwhile, Benjamin had concluded his tasks and was preparing to depart. But Luo had already secured a prime table at the finest private restaurant, Shunjiai Restaurant. This time, without Bai Chenxi or Chen Jian. Only Benjamin and Su Qing were present. "I hear this restaurant is quite renowned, with exceptional culinary skills, though reservations are hard to come by. Am I in for a treat?" Swing Bluffity marked. Having been busy with various matters, she had not seen Shin for several days and wondered how she was faring. And Luo seized the opportunity to order dishes and encountered Shinjiai. As the favored candidate of the 4th Master Shun, Luo naturally earned Shinjiai's respect, especially since he had never shunned Shin despite her struggles, and had brought her joy. For this, Shinjiai was immensely grateful. After the recent confrontation with Deng Fei, and Luo's ranking in the Rookie King candidate competition surged from the last position to the 10th. Conversely, Deng Fei plummeted from first to last place following this setback. The officials rely on data, and Deng Fei subsequently sought the platform's assistance, hoping to restore his hacked data from the cloud. However, the platform stipulates that unless Deng Fei can prove he was hacked by Luo, which seems beyond his capability, or unless Luo admits to hacking him, the platform will not intervene. From their perspective, it appears to be Deng Fei's own actions. Deng Fei's mind was in turmoil. Previously, he had been reluctant to befriend Luo at the behest of Goba, especially after being so severely hacked. It seemed unjust. Yet now, the only way to prove his case was for Luo to confess, leaving him with no viable options. At this moment, Luo was leisurely chatting with Shun Jiai. Shun Xinmei was undergoing her third phase of treatment, and after their lively encounter, Shun Jiai had taken her to a medical facility abroad. During this time, Luo could not see Shun Xinmei. However, Shun Jiai appeared somewhat burdened by thoughts, and Luo felt a tinge of disappointment. But this sentiment was swiftly detected by the system. Ding! The system identified a unique emotion within the host, known as missing someone, and rewarded him with the material first longing, granting 170,000 credits, 1 experience point, and 1 encounter. The first longing reward was recorded. Longing is a rare and precious emotional experience. And Luo casually checked his system balance, astonished to find that his earnings had exceeded 100 million during this period. The goal of earning 100 million had been effortlessly achieved over time. In a few days, as the month concluded, he would be able to withdraw 1 million, which thrilled him, even though this money would ultimately be repaid to Bai Chenxi. Nevertheless, the debt of over 20 million seemed rather inconsequential. After concluding his conversation with Shun Jiai, Luo returned to his seat. His meticulous efforts to bring Benjamin here were driven by ulterior motives. The snoring body incident was far from over. Benjamin claimed to have improved the flu machine, but to what extent? Would it expose his ghost? If that were the case, Benjamin would surely harbor immense resentment towards Luo. Speaking of the snoring body incident, curiosity lingered. The fervor surrounding it had waned, yet some platforms were still reluctant to let it go. Su Qing inquisitively asked. Other platforms exerted pressure, and although the heat had dissipated, the incident was not without its repercussions. Its impact was minimal, but the insult was profound. As a leading figure in the industry, how could they possibly overlook the instigator? Even if they wished to move on, I certainly would not. For this is a contract I intend to pursue. The anonymous source possesses their own dignity. Do you have a plan? Will you be able to catch the culprit this time? Su Qing fortuitously posed the question, and Luo wished to ask. Soon, I have devised a new approach, a better solution. My visit today serves as a preliminary test. From his tone, it seemed Benjamin lacked complete confidence, which relieved Luo somewhat. However, recalling Benjamin's series of remarkable maneuvers today, he felt a lingering trepidation. A genius like him might craft a viable solution in mere moments. Yet, the matter remained unresolved. Did you identify the cause of the flu machine malfunction from last time? Su Qing was exceptionally perceptive, asking precisely what Luo longed to know. Indeed, the flu machine had been tampered with. It appeared cunning, yet I discovered the clues. The data modifications breach stemmed from a particular device at the machine's base. Benjamin replied nonchalantly, and Luo's heart jolted. This could be traced back. Initially, he had followed the system's guidance and started from the machine's base. But he couldn't act recklessly, so he humbly sought Benjamin's advice on how he accomplished this. Given that the machine's core showed no signs of breach, Benjamin had pondered the same question. After the flu machine failed, he found himself bewildered. This issue had tormented him for nearly a week. To relieve his stress, he chose to travel to Thailand, simultaneously assisting his good friend Luo with the task. After reviewing the data models repeatedly for over a week, he was astonished to discover that the first chaotic data seemed to be in close proximity to the flu machine's core. The collapse pattern of the code post-invasion piqued his curiosity significantly. I am uncertain how the perpetrator accomplished this. It might be a highly potent disruptor, as the machine's data defense is the weakest. However, I have made improvements and am confident that the truth will soon be revealed. After much deliberation, Benjamin remained uncertain about the underlying reasons. Nonetheless, Benjamin's capabilities were commendable. Most would never reach this level. Ding! The system detected an imminent event that could jeopardize the host's reputation regarding the snoring body incident. The system proved remarkably powerful, capable of such detection. Given the potential reputational damage to the host, it generously rewarded him with a destruction patch. Note: the destruction patch can be activated by scanning the target's hand, becoming concealed within their palm. When the target's palm encounters the flu machine, it will automatically trigger or grant the host the authority to activate the patch. The destruction patch was recorded with a reward of 160,000 credits, Hacker Skill Comprehension 1, Intelligence 1, and Social Ability 1. The destruction patch is a bound material, seemingly a special enhancement provided by the system specifically for the snoring body incident. And Luo scanned Benjamin's hand with his phone while Benjamin animatedly explained the intricacies to Su Qing. And Luo felt a slight pang of guilt for this act. "My apologies, Benjamin, but I must ensnare you once more." Having completed this task, the progress of the snoring body mission advanced a step forward. Since the system had issued an early warning, and Luo had no reason to disregard it. Ding! The system confirmed that the destruction patch had been implanted in the target, Benjamin's hand. Please select an action mode. Action Mode 1. Allow the destruction patch to trigger automatically. Result: data invasion on the flu machine, causing data chaos, effects pending. Host reward 300,000 credits. A mysterious gift package. Action Mode 2. Grant the host the authority to execute the patch activation. The host merely needs to say yes at the appropriate moment. In reality, the execution command on the destruction patch only contains one option: yes, with no alternatives. Additionally, there was a time limit of 1 week. Note: if the host fails to execute within 1 week, the destruction patch will activate automatically. Result: data invasion on the flu machine, causing chaos, effects pending. Host reward 400,000 credits. A super participation gift package. Chapter 51. And Luo chose Action Mode 2 without a second thought. Why? Money is trivial. He could easily earn tens of thousands in mere moments. Money is inconsequential. It is merely a tool. Yet in life, there are far more important things than money, such as practical knowledge. And Luo had always dreamed of becoming a super hacker. With the system suddenly providing him an opportunity to learn, how could he possibly let it slip away? In addition, Luo's aspirations are numerous, ranging from a master of fortune-telling to a sports expert and a competitive virtuoso. Her dreams abound, leaving her in a state of delightful confusion. After all, youth meant for fervor and exuberance? By choosing Action Mode 2, she effectively seizes absolute initiative. All that remains is to execute the appropriate command at the right moment. Benjamin, in this lifetime, will never grasp her elusive spirit. Could this blow be too severe? After all, geniuses like Benjamin possess a formidable sense of pride. As Luo indulged in her musings, a familiar figure appeared at the door, brandishing a bottle of exquisite red wine and entering the Shun Jiai restaurant with a cheerful demeanor. Su Qing had coincidentally accompanied Benjamin for a flu test, and Luo had planned to savor the specialty dishes before departing. To her dismay, the person she least wished to encounter, De Fei Gu, Deng Fei, had found her. Deng Fei looked entirely different this time, a radiant smile gracing his face as he hastily approached Luo. He may relinquish the title of Rookie King, but he absolutely cannot forfeit the support of the influential couple. If he cannot secure their favor, what good fortune could he possibly enjoy? And Luo, I truly admire your talents, Deng Fei proclaimed, raising the bottle of fine wine, likely worth around 50,000. And Luo, having recently developed an interest in red wine, understood that one's taste in such beverages serves as a calling card to the upper echelons of society, particularly among women. I sincerely respect your abilities. I even brought out my prize collection worth 200,000. And Luo, you've won my admiration, and I still haven't changed my nickname. The bottle, valued at 50,000, had transformed into a 200,000 treasure in Deng Fei's hands, prompting Luo to smile in silence. Oh, is that the nickname I am De Fei Gu? Does Go Boss sister still want to meet? She quipped, causing Deng Fei's face to flush with embarrassment. Ah yes, indeed. Such a vivid lesson it has been. Have you changed your avatar yet? The one that looked like a lump of excrement. Not yet. Have you separated from Go Boss sisters? Oh. And Luo referred to the composite photo they had shared, which had been pixelated. Not yet. The filter must be gone by now. No. Have you recovered your follower count? A barrage of questions struck Deng Fei at his weakest point. Though he fantasized about pinning Luo down, reality forced him to feign a smile. All this comes from the education you provided me. I am indeed humbled. And Luo burst into laughter. So, what have you learned from this lesson? Ah, when one's abilities pale in comparison, it is wise to bow down. My error was provoking someone I could not contend with, and that person is you and Luo. I am merely a youth who fell short in the college entrance examination. However, I felt your retaliation. Do you see the bruises on my face? They are all gifts from Bago. He personally taught me a lesson and suggested that if you were willing, we should dine together one day to foster friendship. Which Bago? And Luo feigned ignorance. The great streamer Goba. Oh, the saline water guy. Hey. And Luo teased Deng Fei once more. He had evidently learned to be cautious, choosing his words carefully. That chapter is closed. The fact remains that my Bago is still my Bago. He is destined for success, untouchable by shadows. This could be a face-saving gesture for Goba. Goba's sister seems quite appealing. I am eager to befriend someone like her. Let's have dinner together sometime. Be sure to inform Goba's sister. And Luo deliberately provoked Deng Fei. Deng Fei, who had always been timid, dared not relay such sentiments, and the expression on his face was comically vivid. I will definitely convey it. Surely my sister-in-law must think highly of you. That is splendid. Being associated with someone of Goba's sister's caliber is undoubtedly exhilarating. Do not hesitate. Open the wine. Are you still in the game for Rookie King? I, lacking your talents, am content to serve as your stepping stone. This exchange turned Deng Fei into a laughingstock. The prolonged absence of his data on the platform was not without reason, as he was secretly supported by Goba. Goba remained a powerhouse in live streaming. The competition between certain platforms rendered this akin to embedding spies within rival territories. It appeared that Deng Fei was the least likely to succeed. And Luo, however, was in a different position, bolstered by recommendations from Hao Jian, Chen Jian, and the prominent streamer Shi. To be honest, I am currently unworthy of contending for Rookie King. The data speaks for itself. Now, it is Lu Xiao's domain. After Deng Fei's downfall, Lu Xiao had swiftly ascended to the top, reveling in the thrill of being number one. Deng Fei brought Lu Xiao into the conversation, which struck in Luo as peculiar. I may no longer be qualified to compete, but in Luo, I could assist you in taking down Lu Xiao with just a phone call, Deng Fei proposed. Deng Fei was envisioning a bright future, having lost hope for himself. He sought to elevate An Luo by eliminating Lu Xiao, thereby earning her trust and uncovering the identity of her powerful backer. Oh, and how do you intend to do that? Lu Xiao's live stream contains violations. A single report would spell his doom, Deng Fei asserted. Lu Xiao, known for entertainment streaming, had numerous potential pitfalls. Without adequate awareness of such risks, he would inevitably face significant troubles. Though Lu Xiao was far from virtuous, he appeared far more straightforward compared to Deng Fei, who was duplicitous. Deng Fei, while feigning camaraderie with Lu Xiao, sought to stab him in the back through An Luo. At the moment Deng Fei was bested by An Luo, Lu Xiao had even posted a message offering support to him. Yet, Deng Fei was shamelessly attempting to use reporting as a weapon against Lu Xiao. You need not concern yourself with that. I, An Luo, do not require such base tactics. An Luo merely used Deng Fei's words to gauge his intent and found his proposed methods utterly repugnant. Hey buddy, could you recommend the skilled individual behind you? I assure you, I have entirely given up on the Rookie King title. It's just that my Bagu is recruiting talent. Deng Fei's ulterior motive had been to extract information, and Luo was far from oblivious to his intentions, but she would never betray her allies. Before Luo could respond, Su Qing returned, casting a glance at Deng Fei, who resembled a sycophant, leaving her perplexed. Before Luo could speak, Su Qing proudly declared, "Do you know who I encountered on my way back? Ba Shen? Ha! That unfortunate soul who tried to expel me, ha! You were once Ba Shen's assistant. Swing. Could it be that the powerful individual behind you is none other than yourself? I am enlightened." Deng Fei expressed admiration. Swing. Her eyes darting, quickly deduced Deng Fei's intentions. What brings you here? Shouldn't you be seeking individuals like Ba Shen to rectify that glaring nickname of yours? Su Qing playfully teased Deng Fei, thereby acknowledging her own identity. She was astute enough to realize that Deng Fei's inquiry suggested that Ba Shen had not discerned his true identity. You are indeed who I thought. Ba Shen suspected something was amiss and recognized your familiar methods. However, tell Ba Shen that casting me aside was the gravest mistake of his life. Humph. Deng Fei's face flushed as Su Qing's dismissal had become common knowledge in their circle. Whispers circulated that Su Qing was clever, perhaps even stealing techniques from Ba Shen. Others speculated about Ba Shen being a guy, unable to tolerate Su Qing's presence, believing that the Earth Ba Shun was sufficient with just him and Xiao Wu. All mere gossip. The true reason is known only to Enluo and Su Qing, which is that after Benjamin's appearance, Yagami felt neglected and overwhelmed by jealousy, driving Su Qing away. However, this situation is peculiar. If Su Qing learned her skills from Yagami, how could she surpass him so dramatically, overpowering him with such ferocity? This is indeed alarming. There must be something more to this. As Yagami wisely stated, one must pay attention to the details and understand the underlying issues. Su Qing does not wish for the flames of conflict to reach Benjamin. After all, he needs his energy to deal with the flu machine incident. After years of following Yagami, he is not nearly as formidable as the rumors suggest. In truth, he is rather foolish. I find it quite gratifying to torment him, Su Qing remarked. I had thought Yagami was already among the elite, a top-tier expert. Who would have imagined that Miss Su could surpass her mentor? Deng Fei secretly delighted in this turn of events. He had witnessed Yagami's psychological endurance during their previous encounters, where he was reduced to a state of both laughter and tears. Little did Yagami know that the one tormenting him was once his subordinate. This narrative is exceptionally thrilling. Merely contemplating it sparks excitement. And Luo understands that Su Qing is acting to protect Benjamin. Even if Yagami discovered that Benjamin was the instigator, there would be nothing he could do, for technically he is far behind. As they engaged in casual conversation, a long Lincoln limousine came to a halt outside Shun Jiai's restaurant. An elderly man with graying hair and beard emerged from the vehicle. At first glance, he appeared to be a benign elder, but upon closer inspection, his face bore an intimidating demeanor. Chapter 52. A handful of bodyguards escorted Jin Han into the restaurant. Shun Jiai nervously clutched the menu, hesitating whether to approach. Jin Han waved his hand dismissively and instructed a scar-faced man, "Clear the place." Without hesitation, the scar-faced man began to expel the patrons from the restaurant. And Luo was at a loss. The Jin family, with Jin Han and Jin Shiheng, exhibited the same arrogance. The scar-faced man approached Luo and his companions, sneering, "Ladies and gentlemen, a significant matter is to be discussed here. Kindly leave." And Luo glanced in surprise at Shun Jiai. Was she not the owner of the restaurant? When did? He is my relative, not a guest. Shun Jiai finally interjected, though her tone seemed off. Was this not her establishment? All the other patrons were ushered out, and those who recognized Jin Han attempted to greet him, only to be obstructed by the bodyguards. Jin Han, cigar in mouth, produced a contract and addressed Shun Jiai. "Have you considered this thoroughly? You must know, there is no land in Chunlu that I cannot acquire. For my business plan, you must relocate." And Luo comprehended that Jin Han aimed to acquire this land, which explained Shun Jiai's earlier odd demeanor. "Is that the owner of Jinshi Group? Goodness, I have struck gold today," Deng Fei exclaimed, his face alight with joy. "Indeed, he is the nouveau riche who rose from a cement factory. Without my grandfather, he would not be where he is today," Su Qing remarked in a low voice. And Luo later sought to understand Su Qing's background out of curiosity. Her father was a prominent businessman of the previous generation, once ranking among the top in Chunlu, but later, he entered a political marriage. Su Qing's mother, while publicly engaged in philanthropy, secretly managed numerous hidden enterprises, and the Su family is indeed one of the influential families in Chunlu. Given this connection, why not greet him? Deng Fei inquired, intrigued. That was many years ago. Now, they have formidable backing, and no one dares to look down on them. So indignantly. And Luo, however, was far more concerned about the land acquisition situation. Jinshi Group had long coveted this land, which was intended for the third phase of their Chunlu Jiyuan project. It was rumored that funding was temporarily unavailable, causing delays. Recently, Jinshi stocks had soared, which was quite peculiar, as they had nearly plummeted just days prior. Jin Han's fortunes were influenced by Jin Shiheng, likely related to a system punishment. Now that the system had lifted the curse on Jin Shiheng, it seemed Jin Han was enjoying an extended period of good luck. Ding! The system detected the host's encounter with Chunliu's wealthiest nouveau riche, Jin Han, granting a reward of 150,000, along with experience and luck points, unlocking the big shot card for Chunlu. Yin Han, a rising business talent in Chunlu and founder of Jinshi Group, owned hundreds of real estate companies and currently topped the wealth rankings in Chunlu. The character card for Jin Han was now part of Luo's system material library, and he received an additional reward of 170,000. Meanwhile, after gifting a $1 million Lamborghini, Jin Shiheng felt a pang of regret. After all, giving away such a valuable item to a master seemed quite foolish. As he wallowed in his discontent, his followers delivered a series of good news. Young master, the horse we bet on won. Young master, Widow Lee has finally agreed to see you tonight. Young master, the car club has sent us an invitation for you to be a judge at the upcoming auto show. Young master, fortune seemed to flood in like the vast ocean. But there was more. Young master, the old master's health has improved, and he is out acquiring land today. Young master, our stocks have reached a ceiling. Young master, Widow Lee's niece has asked you for a massage lesson today. Young master, Jin Shiheng was thrilled. The master had foretold that once he broke the curse, good fortune would follow, and it truly seemed to be the case. While Jin Shiheng rejoiced, Jin Han, cigar in mouth, slammed the harsh acquisition contract before Xinjiai. Her complexion turned pale as she pleaded with him. Could you possibly delay for 2 months? Wait until Xan Mei's health improves before we discuss this. This is the most cherished place for her. Please have some compassion. Jin Han exhaled a large cloud of smoke towards Xinjiai. Are you referring to your mentally unstable daughter? I apologize, but how much money do you think I lose in a day? Not a single day can be delayed. Sign here. Please. Xinjiai was desperate, begging for mercy. It does not matter whether you sign or not. In a week, this place will be razed to the ground. With your restaurant's location, it is a wonder it has survived this long. I am merely offering you a better path. Jin Han, much like Jin Shiheng, gripped Xinjiai's wrist tightly. Despite being a woman in her 40s, Xinjiai's grace and poise could easily outshine many young beauties, embodying true elegance. Mature men understand. Please have some self-respect. Xinjiai warned Jin Han without hesitation. Jin Han's expression darkened, realizing the affront. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Jin Han vented his inner fury upon the wooden table, slamming his fist down with a resounding thud that startled Xinjiai. With that, Jin Han departed, leaving the contract behind on the table. Xinjiai, pale and trembling, gazed at the contract, tears streaming down her face. Once Jin Han left, and Luo and the others immediately approached Xinjiai with concern. The restaurant has become our family's last refuge. Shimei has been familiar with this environment since childhood, and now we are to be driven away. And Luo glanced over the contract, realizing it was not a purchase agreement, but rather a notification. Annie, it appears to be no acquisition contract, she remarked. Without a purchase agreement, I must confess that this place was once our Shun family's ancestral hall. A long time ago, it was collectively requisitioned, and at that time, documents were left behind. The Jinsher group used this as justification to transform our private land into public land, attempting to seize it without spending a dime. Xinjiai continued. With that document, Jin Han feels emboldened. To speak of its worth, this land, if calculated within the context of Chunlio's commercial value, is worth at least tens of millions. Yet he intends to take it for nothing. This man is truly despicable. And Luo felt a surge of anger. The monetary value of the land was not her concern. What mattered was that Xinjiai had stated this was the ancestral shrine of the Shin family. And it was also Xinmei's favorite place. Given how much old Master Shun valued in Luo, Annie, rest assured, I will not allow him to succeed. And Luo declared with fervor. Yet, what could she do? Xinjiai's words left in Luo momentarily stunned. She had only expressed determination, but in truth, she had no concrete plan. Give me time, I will prove it. Annie, do not worry. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. And Luo did not wish to burden Xinjiai further, and promptly took her leave. And Luo, you are too impulsive. If this becomes a reality, as Annie Shin said, legally, it is unlikely to defeat Jin Han, and time is not on our side. You are being rash. Su Qing, returning, began to admonish in Luo, her perspective differing greatly from in Luo's. Indeed, this situation is quite unreliable. Jin Han is so powerful. He undoubtedly has everything under control. Well, let us leave it to time to prove the outcome. I must bid you farewell now. And Luo thought it naive to rely on these two for assistance. Dealing with someone like Jin Han could not follow conventional reasoning. She needed to devise a cunning plan. Just minutes after parting from the two, a stunning beauty, Su Qing, came rushing after her, breathless. Let me take you to meet someone. Hear his thoughts. After Luo and Deng Fei left, Su Qing began to feel uneasy about the situation, realizing she could not remain passive. Could relying on Luo truly yield success? Given his connections in Chunlu. As soon as Luo and Su Qing departed, Deng Fei emerged from the shadows and made a phone call. Brother, there's a spectacle to behold. Su Qing led in Luo to an old community, characterized by red bricks and black tiles, exuding a unique charm. Yet the layout differed from an ordinary old neighborhood. The greenery, recreational, and public facilities were exceptionally well equipped, and it bore a special name, Chunlu Old Cadre Sanatorium. Weary from their journey, Su Qing and Luo entered the sanatorium, stepping into an independent villa, where two armed soldiers stood guard at the entrance. And Luo's heart skipped a beat, fearing they were about to meet a significant figure, given such treatment. Upon entering, the courtyard was a feast for the eyes, with pavilions and corridors arranged harmoniously, clearly reflecting the elegant style of Jiangnan. Gentle classical music wafted from the depths of a lotus pond, leading through a long lotus path to reveal an octagonal courtyard. There, an elderly man dressed in traditional Tang attire was playing the guzheng, the music emanating from him. The old man's gaze was piercing, exuding an air of ethereal grace, his every movement radiating elegance. Upon seeing Su Qing, his face lit up. "Qing girl. Unquali." The old man briefly assessed Luo, his eyes flickering with curiosity. "And who might this be?" "He is my friend, and Luo, soon introduced." "Ah, splendid, splendid. Please have a seat." Uncle Li gestured for them to sit, yet his gaze remained fixed on Luo, scrutinizing him, causing Luo to feel uneasy. "Qing girl, one does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. What brings you here? Or perhaps allow me to guess." Chapter 53. To Luo's surprise, Uncle Li turned out to be a fortune teller, and he revealed his expertise in a manner Luo recognized as the Meihua Sacred Hand technique. Before meeting Old Master Shun, Meihua Sacred Hand was renowned in Chunlu City, and Luo had studied its methods extensively. "Uncle, this is the 8th technique of the Meihua Sacred Hand, Meihua Tanzhou," and Luo couldn't help but exclaim. Uncle Li's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting this young man to discern his lineage. This was indeed Meihua Tanzhou. Meihua Sacred Hand's master was Uncle Li's mentor. Yet in Chunlu, Meihua Sacred Hand dared not refer to him as disciple, but rather as General Li. Uncle Li was a veteran soldier who had once served his country valiantly, though the title of general was merely a flattering moniker bestowed upon him by others. In his later years, he retired to Chunlu, where he became acquainted with Meihua Sacred Hand and learned a few techniques. You have an eye for detail. Are you studying fortune-telling? Do you know how many inquiries Meihua Tanzhou encompasses?" Uncle Li sought to test Luo, curious about his knowledge. And Luo, not wishing to show off, simply recalled his conversations with Old Master Shun, where the subject of Meihua Sacred Hand had come up. Although not detailed, he grasped the key points. Meihua Tanzhou consists of 4 inquiries. And Luo began, only to be interrupted by Uncle Li. "I have only heard of the 3 inquiries of Meihua. Why have you added a 4th? Pray tell, what are these for?" Uncle Li was quite taken aback. "Well, the first inquiry examines the face, the second the bones, the third the energy, and the 4th inquiry." And Luo hesitated, pondering whether to continue. The acknowledged 3 inquiries pertained to the face, bones, and energy, and Uncle Li had never heard of a 4th inquiry. "Speak." "The 4th inquiry is the rhythm. This rhythm is, in fact, an elevation of the energy inquiry as per Old Master Shun's interpretation of Meihua Sacred Hand. It is simply more intricate and challenging to comprehend than energy. Hence, this 4th inquiry is not originally from Meihua Sacred Hand. Even Meihua himself might not be aware of this so-called 4th inquiry. Haha, though it seems implausible, it appears to hold some merit. You are either a madman or a genius." "Uncle Li, how do you mean?" "Only a madman would speak without basis. A genius would perceive the connection between energy and rhythm without needing to explain." Internally, Uncle Li thought Luo was merely spouting nonsense, pondering what 4th inquiry existed. Yet this intriguing addition left much to the imagination. "This rhythm. Uncle Li, we actually came to consult you about a matter." Su Qing recounted the situation regarding Shun Jiai's restaurant and its impending closure. Uncle Li furrowed his brow, unable to calculate the implications. Having been out of the loop for many years, he was unaware of who held sway in Chunlu. It seemed Uncle Li initially intended to refuse outright, but it was impossible to deny knowledge. Just days prior, the unfortunate businessman Jin Han had invited him to a gala, originally intending to invite Meihua Sacred Hand. But due to age and inability to travel, he sent Uncle Li as his representative. At the banquet, Uncle Li overheard Jin Han discussing the restaurant matter. learning that someone had investigated its previous requisition, discovering governmental documents. Thus, he hatched this nefarious plan. However, he could not grasp how Su Qing had become embroiled in such a situation, given the Su and Jin families had considerable financial ties. Su Qing's actions seemed reckless, demonstrating the youthful ignorance that often accompanies the young. From Su Qing's description, he gathered that she was merely assisting a friend. However, regarding Luo, aside from noting her superficial understanding of fortune-telling, he could not discern what warranted Su Qing's willingness to take such a risk. Nevertheless, he shifted the conversation. I have some acquaintances with the Jin family. You both may return. I shall inquire further. In the meantime, do not act impulsively. Await my news. Ding. The system detected that the host had an encounter with a mediocre figure known as half-baked Li Hexing. This individual appeared to possess an ethereal demeanor, but was, in reality, a petty and nitpicking character, serving merely as a seasoning in the host's life. Reward, 160,000. Encounter. 1. Enlightenment 1. Material half-baked Li Hexing entered storage. Storage reward, 150,000. Attractiveness, 1. Luck 1. The system's assessment of Li Hexing lacked even the most basic effects, indicating that, in the system's eyes, he was an inconsequential individual. Even a nouveau riche like Jin Han possessed some gilded effects. And Luo discerned that Li Hexing had no intention of offering assistance. After a perfunctory chat, he ushered Su Qing out of the sanatorium. And Luo, what are you still worried about? I've never seen Uncle Li fail to resolve an issue, she said playfully, attempting to lighten the mood. Well, I suppose you're right. Aren't you scheduled for a second test with the flu machine? And Luo urged Su Qing. The flu machine test was a ruse. The date was genuine, and Su Qing felt a tinge of embarrassment at Luo's comment. Yes, await my good news. Trust me, Su Qing reassured before departing. And Luo turned back towards the sanatorium, this time opting not to enter, but to wait by the roadside. Approximately half an hour later, Li Hexing exited the facility and boarded a luxury vehicle that made its way directly to the Blue Moon Club. And Luo, having adjusted her appearance, followed suit, skeptical of Li Hexing's apparent warning to Su Qing, suspecting he would undoubtedly tip off Jin Han behind the scenes. As anticipated, everything unfolded as she had predicted. However, to her surprise, it was not Jin Han awaiting Li Hexing at the Blue Moon, but rather Jin Shiheng. And Luo disguised herself as a guest. Li Hexing, adopting a subservient demeanor, approached Jin Shiheng and lowered his voice. Your father acquired the land for Shun Jiai's restaurant. But there are those who are disgruntled and plan to undermine your father's efforts. He ought to ensure the documents are secure and not misplace them. Indeed, Li Hexing exhibited a duplicitous nature, had Luo not witnessed it firsthand. Old Li, who dares to sabotage my father's business? Jin Shiheng retorted. It's from the Su family. Li Hexing revealed without hesitation, causing Luo to feel a chill run down her spine. This was a man who publicly professed to assist Su Qing while secretly plotting against her. What puzzles me is that the Su family refused my advances towards Su Qing, but what connection do they have with the Shun family to incite such sabotage? Jin Han had previously sought Su Qing's hand for his son, Jin Shiheng, but the latter was nothing more than a spoiled youth, unworthy of Su Liyue's esteem, let alone Su Qing's. Su Liyue had been quite blunt, directly stating to Jin Han, your son is unworthy and does not deserve my daughter. This matter is out of the question. The Jin father and son had become a laughingstock in the Chunlu business circle because of this incident. Although Jin Han was wealthy, he could not compete within the power dynamics of the Su family. It seemed there was also a young man, surnamed In, whose connection to Su Qing was unclear, but it appeared that the In family had some ties to the Shun family, and Su Qing was merely lending assistance. It was indeed unfortunate that Li Hexing had a poor memory, having entirely forgotten Luo's name. Anyone who comes will be of no consequence. That land has already been secured by my father. If the Su family dares to interfere, they shall regret it. I intend to retrieve the documents today, submit them for stamping, and no one will be able to alter the outcome, Jin Shiheng declared vehemently. And Luo's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. It seemed the Jin family had yet to officially acquire the documents, and one could hardly expect someone of Jin Shiheng's caliber to accomplish such a task without mishap. You must act swiftly. Do not jeopardize your father's affairs. Take my advice and drink moderately, Li Hexing urged Jin Shiheng. The latter, however, paid no heed as Li Hexing took his leave. Hey, you simpleton, what are you staring at? Serve young Master Jin his drinks, The guests are arriving shortly. Bring 2 more girls. They must be beautiful, Jean Shirhong's lackey shouted at the club manager. An luo at hat brim, at usted her diskvisa, and continued to sip her drink. At that moment, her phone rang, revealing a summons from Guizi. And Luo, what are you doing? Tailgating. Who are you tailing? The young master of the Jean family. Where are you? I want to join the fun. At the Blue Moon. Just be careful not to reveal your identity. A moment later, Guizi appeared at the Blue Moon, having changed into a new outfit, and sat beside Luo, positioning herself about 5 to 6 meters away from Jean Shirhang. As Jean Shirhang drank while awaiting guests, a plainly dressed individual sporting a baseball cap arrived, clutching a document bag, presumably to deliver documents. Guizi, did you see that man? He's holding a document bag containing a land deed, quite valuable. Can we procure it? Are you certain? And Luo nodded. Nearby, a similar spare document bag sat on the counter. Guizi, struck by inspiration, quietly took one and stuffed a colorful magazine inside. Guizi approached the man with the document bag, her glass of red wine swaying precariously. In a moment of clumsiness, she spilled the wine onto him, leaning against him for balance. Oh dear, I twisted my ankle. My apologies, let me clean that up, Guizi said as she dabbed at the wine stain on the man's jacket. Watch where you're walking. This jacket costs over 3,000. The man exclaimed. I truly apologize. I am so sorry. Guizi repeatedly expressed her remorse. Be gentle. This material is delicate. Ugh, just go away. I'll handle it myself. What bad luck. Guizi, still apologetic, left and shortly thereafter returned to Luo after changing her outfit. I hit the jackpot. It's the original document, Guizi announced. And Luo's heart settled at this news. She tucked the document into her bag and elegantly poured Guizi a glass of red wine. Jean Shirhang gently opened the document bag, extracting a colorful magazine, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. What is this? Where are the documents? The courier was taken aback, staring in disbelief. It had clearly been a document, yet now it had transformed into a Flower Boy magazine. He rummaged through the bag, turning it inside out. Damn it, this isn't my original bag. It has been swapped. Chapter 54. Luo and Guizi had already departed the Blue Moon. Leaning against Luo's arm, Guizi laughed heartily. For her skills, this operation was child's play. However, her laughter was tempered by the realization that she had no intention of returning the document bag to Luo. Luo understood that she had seemingly transgressed a certain rule. Indeed, after exiting the Blue Moon, Guizi led Luo to a secluded spot. Unless you provide me with an explanation, I will have no choice but to report this to the boss. Luo, you are undermining the rules. Guizi's insistence indicated that there was still room for discussion. Otherwise, she would directly take Luo to face the fox. Individuals like Luo, who disregarded team discipline and operated independently, face severe consequences if caught. Mutilation of limbs was not uncommon in the ruthless world of con artists. The Jinshur group had a business plan in motion, and securing this piece of land would be a significant accomplishment. Hence, we require that document. You intend to bait a trap. What is the estimated value of the land within that document? Roughly estimated at around 25 million. Very well, I shall report to the boss. If he agrees, we shall proceed. We will say the lead was a joint effort. I will not claim your credit. 20 million, extracting 100 or so thousand should be straightforward, right? Guizi stepped aside to call the fox, returning shortly thereafter. The leader stated that this would serve as a practical opportunity for you to implement your plans, albeit discreetly. Let us proceed to extract some benefits from him. Guizi exclaimed with excitement. Now? Guizi queried. Not just yet. We must allow him to stew for a while and apply some pressure. Our objective is to disrupt Jean Han's business strategy, and this presents us with an opportunity that makes sense. However, I will retain custody of the documents. Do you know why I called you? Guizi inquired. Do tell, came the response. I investigated that relative of the In family, the one named Xiaohu, and indeed, he is quite the plump target. This time, will you join me? Absolutely. Haha, and Luo laughed heartily, seizing the documents from Guizi's hands. With the documents secured, at least the Shun Jiai restaurant is safe for the time being. After giving Xia, who a severe lesson previously, it is said that he is quite disgruntled, vowing to make Luo's life difficult in Chunlu City. At the farewell party, Wang Meng found Xiaohu beneath a tree outside the tavern, already bruised and battered, struggling to speak coherently. Regarding the classmates' descriptions of Luo's sudden rise, Xiaohu was decidedly discontent. He attempted to confront Luo, but the latter was simply too preoccupied. leaving Xiaohu thwarted. During his moment of confusion, Wang Meng arrived and disclosed that in Luo's backing is none other than Jin Shiheng, one of Chunliu's 4 prominent sons. Known as the Empty Prince, with the affluent Jin Han as his father, whose wealth flows like a river into their household. Xiaohu, eager to curry favor with Jin Shiheng, felt a pang of anguish upon learning that Luo had succeeded where he had failed. He could not fathom how Luo had managed to best him, enduring humiliation while simultaneously garnering admiration from classmates, teachers, and alumni alike. Wang Meng further informed Xiaohu that the multi-million-dollar Lamborghini was not Luo's but rather Jin Shiheng's, perhaps lent to Luo for appearances. In summary, this summer, despite gaining admission to a prestigious 211 university, Xiaohu was far from elated. Truth be told, with his family background, what do such esteemed institutions matter? Ultimately, he would be inheriting his father's real estate business. While his father is also in real estate, he pales in comparison to Jin Han. It could be said that with a mere flick of Jin Han's finger, Xiaohu's father would tremble, and Luo understood that Xiaohu would not relent easily. Their rivalry had already been established, and reconciliation seemed unlikely without a fierce clash. His willingness to assist was merely to observe how Gizi would outmaneuver Xiaohu. Gizi began to introduce Xiaohu to Luo. The target, Xiaohu, is the third son of the real estate magnate Xia Yuanshan, whose family has considerable dealings with Jin Shi Group. At this point, an idea struck Luo, and his eyes gleamed with mischief. Gizi, how about we concoct something entertaining? Gizi had yet to finish outlining Xiaohu's shortcomings when Luo interrupted him. What do you have in mind? He inquired. If Jin Han discovers that a member of the Xia family has pilfered his documents, it would surely ignite a fierce conflict between 2 titans. Wouldn't it be quite the spectacle? And Luo grinned wickedly. I can assure you, Jin Han could easily crush Xia Yuanshan like a mere fly, however. It does sound rather intriguing. Share your thoughts, and I shall provide my guidance. And Luo provocatively questioned, what are your thoughts? Through recent surveillance, it became apparent that Xiaohu was quite keen to befriend Jin Shiheng, yet lacked the means to do so. Having just completed his college entrance examinations, he was rumored to be dabbling in investments, albeit suffering substantial losses in the millions. Gizi's intelligence was undoubtedly reliable. In truth, Xiaohu had been involved in investments during his school days, earning the moniker Arrogant Stock God, but it had merely been small-scale ventures. It was surprising that he had decided to play on a grander scale upon leaving school. Why not facilitate a connection between them? And Luo suggested, though he quickly realized the impropriety of assigning Gizi tasks. An awkward smile crept onto his face. Gizi, unfazed, replied, You've reminded me. I had the same thought. So, will you join us in Luo? Haha, of course. Let me tell you, Gizi, Xiaohu, and I were high school classmates, but he looked down upon me and even had someone confront me at the reunion. Oh, so you share that connection? How devious of you. I like it. Individuals like him who relish in belittling others must be met with an equally forceful response. Rest assured, I shall assist you in avenging this slight. Gizi produced 2 brochures, seemingly titled Investment Guide. This is our ticket in at the Chunlu Cultural Building on the 13th floor, and Luo entered a conference room only to be filled with regret. Gizi had mentioned it was Xiaohu's investment seminar, but had failed to mention the abundance of familiar faces present. The majority of their high school classmates had gathered, including their homeroom teacher, Shi Tai, and Chinese teacher, Wang Zhongxia. Upon seeing Gizi enter within Luo, the collective gaze of classmates and teachers turned sharply towards him. Xiaohu was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a peculiar smile. Oh, I didn't expect our classmate in Luo to delve into investments. Allow me to introduce this lovely lady, Lung Piaron, my new client. Piaron, would you care to explain how you came to know Luo? Xiaohu was curious about Luo's association with Lung Piaron, prompting his inquiry. My cousin just failed the entrance exam and wanted to earn some extra cash. So I brought him to gain some exposure. And Luo's response brought about an awkward atmosphere, as he had not anticipated the presence of so many classmates and teachers. Moreover, it seemed that both faculty and peers regarded Luo with a mix of complex emotions. The farewell party incident still lingered in their minds, undoubtedly, and Luo had achieved remarkable success. Yet today, he was attempting to navigate the stock market alongside Xiaohu. Oh, so the stock god my cousin mentioned is indeed you. Xiaohu. Impressive. Fellow classmates and teachers, have you all profited handsomely from Xiaohu's expertise? I, too, wish to dip my toes into this venture. And Luo remarked with a smile, aiming to alleviate the tension. And Luo, You drive a multi-million-dollar luxury vehicle. Why would you compete with us? I heard you've latched on to Gene Shihong's coattails, so why bother with us lesser mortals? Juan Manvito Sakastio. I merely wish to observe the scale of your endeavors. Wang Laoshi, Shirtai Laoshi, do be cautious not to gamble away your salaries after all. You have families to support. And Luo's words left both teachers flushed with embarrassment. And Luo, it seems you are quite mistaken. Allow me to show you my weekly financial report. But then again, you probably wouldn't comprehend it. The stock market isn't playground for just anyone Xia who finally sees an opportunity, noting that in Luo had come bearing investment brochures and was introduced by Lung Piaron, which clearly indicated in Luo's intention to seek his fortune. Oh dear cousin, do refrain from speaking too much. Young Master Xia possesses insider knowledge. Surely, your teachers and classmates have all amassed considerable wealth. Gizi interjected. Gizi's comment ignited a fervor among their peers, as fellow students and investors began to chatter excitedly. In recent days, young Master Xia's insights have been impeccable. I bought 2 stocks, and they've both surged, exclaimed one, counting a profit of 100,000. Huh, you only made 100,000? I've been playing 5 stocks simultaneously, and in 3 days, I've raked in 500,000. All thanks to Xiao. Another chimed in. Tuition and living expenses are now covered. The speaker was also an old classmate of Enluo's, who had seemingly gained admission to a 211 university. Speaking of which, young Master Xia, thanks to your good fortune, the stock I hold has multiplied by dozens. I never anticipated that trading stocks could be so exhilarating in just a few days. I've matched my earnings for half a year, remarked teacher Wang Zhongxia. Everyone is profiting so well. Xiaohu, why not let Enluo join in the fun? The teachers, perhaps due to their rigid thinking and lack of boldness, have only made around 600,000, said their homeroom teacher, Shirtai, with a chuckle. Xiaohu relished the outcome, delivering his words with a certain flair that left Enlu wondering whether his face stung from the impact. The support from classmates, teachers, and clients was indeed commendable. On another note, it should be mentioned that our client, Miss Piaron, was contributing funds to the group. Miss Piaron, how much did you say you were planning to invest? Xiaohu inquired, directing his gaze toward Gizi. Clearing her throat, Gizi surveyed the gathering before her. Let us start with 5 million and see how it goes. I'm rather cautious. They say the stock market is quite turbulent, you know. The attendees fell silent, as 5 million was no trifling sum. Despite the earlier boasts of classmates claiming profits in the hundreds of thousands, it was mere hyperbole aimed at flattering Xiaohu. Few among them had investments exceeding $1 million, which explained their intimidation by Gizi's commanding presence. However, the following moment brought an even greater shock to Enlu as Gizi continued. My cousin is also interested in dabbling. Let us have him invest another 5 million. He has recently come into considerable wealth. Acquired a piece of land that yielded over 20 million in profit. But it's rather dull. I've heard the stock market is exhilarating and he wishes to try his hand at it. Gizi was essentially leveraging her own connections while simultaneously endorsing herself. Though Xiaohu had earned far beyond 20 million in the system, he could only withdraw a meager 100,000 per month and still owed by Chenxi over 20 million. Who could Enlu turn to for solace regarding these burdens? Gizi's declaration immediately stirred the crowd, with some classmates' attitudes beginning to shift. Oh, Enlu, I didn't realize you were getting into real estate. When can you take us along for the ride? One remarked. Huangin, you're from a prestigious university. Wouldn't it be better to focus on your studies? Investments carry risks. Today as profits could lead to tomorrow as losses. Enlu merely intended to offer a friendly caution, as he sensed that the gathering of so many classmates and teachers felt somewhat amiss. Enlu has certainly become quite lofty, someone quipped, while another added. The teacher seems out of touch with the times. When will you take us to see the world? It was evident that teacher Shirtai spoke with genuine concern, his sadness palpable. It was evident that Xiaohu was receiving a direct influx of funds. 5 million from Gizi and another 5 million from Enlu, an astonishing total of 10 million. Yet Xiaohu remained unperturbed. All of this stemmed from cold Piaron's ill-advised remark about Enlu earning over 20 million from land speculation. Xiaohu's displeasure was evident. After all, had Enlu ever consulted him regarding this matter? Xiaohu's father was a well-known real estate mogul in Chunlu City, albeit minor compared to Jin Han. Yet, how could a failed student, a farmer's son, dare to venture into the realm of real estate? Xiao, do you have any investment advice to share? Gizi pressed. Xiao smirked, responding with feigned indifference. Since you are just stepping into this field, it's best to observe and learn for now. Xiaohu's thoughts were narrow-minded. He was not interested in the 10 million, but rather in disregarding their wealth. He intended to test their patience. Wealth would not easily sway him. Did he really need their money? No. Anlu began to realize that Xiaohu still harbored resentment towards him and would neither accept his contributions nor allow him to join. His sole purpose was to leave Anlu in the cold. Gizi understood this dynamic thoroughly, hence her generous offer of 5 million. Moreover, Xiaohu found amusement in the situation, deciding to showcase his investment acumen before Anlu and Gizi. If Anlu could earn 20 million from real estate, Xiaohu would certainly not lag behind. As Anlu and Gizi found themselves sidelined, Anlu initially wished to leave, but Gizi detained him, and the two conversed quietly in a corner. The atmosphere among the attendees grew increasingly fervent, with Xiaohu fervently encouraging classmates and teachers to invest more. Classmate Huang and S newly acquired stock has risen by 8 points. A timely investment would yield a profit of 50,000. Congratulations to Yi Haoqing, who has made 68,000 from her sale. Congratulations to teacher Wang Zhongxia for his profitable Maotai purchase. Xiaohu's assistant diligently recorded these transactions, while Xiao manipulated the accounts of various teachers and classmates. With every profit made, his assistant would document it on the board. 3 hours passed, and chaos reigned at the investment meeting. The total profits have surpassed 5 million, 7 million, 10 million. Another 3 hours later, it climbed to 15 million, 20 million, 30 million. The number of Xiaohu's clients surged from a handful to nearly 100. Yet, these newcomers were far more extravagant than the previous teachers and students, casually throwing in millions at a time. Gizi whispered to Anlu, "It seems he truly despises you. Perhaps we should remain on the sidelines a while longer. I feel as though Xiaohu is making a mockery of us." Anlu chuckled. "No need to rush. The real spectacle is yet to come." Anlu felt no embarrassment, but rather boredom, questioning the significance of such numerical games. Ding! The system detected that the host was partaking in an investment scam. It advised to tread carefully, speak less, observe more, and cherish this learning opportunity. Rewards: 200, 000, muscle tone 1, patience 1, wisdom 1. The atmosphere intensified, with no one paying heed to Gizi and Anlu's quiet corner. Xiaohu, drenched in sweat, urged everyone, classmates, teachers, clients, make the most of your time and aim for substantial profits before the market closes. The students went wild, stacking piles of cash on Xiaohu's desk. Teacher Shirtai and Wang Zhongxia pushed their way to the front, eager to participate. "Do you see it now?" Gizi inquired of Anlu. Lost in his thoughts of rewards, Anlu momentarily failed to grasp Gizi's point. "Is there a problem? Why is it all cash?" Gizi's question sparked a realization in Anlu. Yes, in stock trading, having money in an account suffices. Why was cash being used here? It seemed redundant. Perhaps cash adds to the thrill. It certainly feels akin to a casino, Gizi suggested. The room buzzed with excitement, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. Anlu, feeling restless, began searching online for stock market trends. As he perused, something felt amiss. The timing seemed inconsistent with the events in the meeting room. It appeared as though the live stream was lagging by several hours. This ISNT live, it's a recording. This ISNT stock trading, it's merely entertainment. Why cash? ISNT, the process different in trading? Anlu pondered, and then it clicked. Ah, indeed. Your observational skills have improved. This is not genuine stock trading, Gizi affirmed. With such a significant delay, were these individuals oblivious? A quick search would reveal the truth. Not surprising. They are merely actors, Gizi explained. Actors? This ISNT an investment meeting. It's a show. Everyone involved is aware that Xiaohu must be in dire need of cash, unable to resort to traditional banking channels, so he devised this scheme to raise funds. Thus, all the data was fabricated. With his limited skills, he would likely lose everything in the stock market. Those teachers and classmates of yours? They are all performers, and their daily earnings amount to a mere 500 yuan. The clients? They are all paid actors, brought in to legally collect cash. ISNT this fraudulent? Indeed, it is a mutual agreement. Yet who truly cares? Thus, Luo has come to comprehend why certain classmates, such as Bai Chenxi, chose not to participate in this investment scheme. 500 yuan per day. Bai Chenxi could easily earn several times that amount just by applying lipstick. If it weren't for discovering this inconsistency, Luo might have genuinely believed in Xiaohu's so-called talent. What a farcical notion. However, Luo finds it perplexing that Xiaohu requires a substantial amount of cash, yet cannot liquidate it through the bank. Could it be that Xiaohu's credit is compromised? Or perhaps his account is frozen? There are myriad ways to acquire cash. Why resort to such a foolish method? After inquiring about Xiaohu's account, it turns out he is trapped in stocks, facing credit issues, and must resort to this means to gather funds, indulging in his own delusions of grandeur. It is rather tragic, akin to the tale of the emperor's new clothes. Guizi remarked that a scenario where everyone is profiting wildly in the stock market is utterly implausible. Yet here lies Xiaohu, claiming to be exceptionally successful. And those unfortunate classmates with straight faces boast about their earnings, when in reality, they are merely making 500 a day. The likes of teacher Shirtai and teacher Wang Zhongxia come to mind, and Luo cannot help but chuckle at their pretense. Were it not for Guizi's insights, she might have remained blissfully ignorant. These theatrics are undeniably amusing, yet utterly pointless. Why continue with such a charade? And Luo yearns to depart, for this performance is an affront to her senses. They all feign wealth, as if they have amassed fortunes in the hundreds of thousands, even claiming to surpass 50 million in performance. Their antics are nauseating. The true spectacle is yet to unfold, Guizi suggests with an air of mystery. At last, someone has noticed in Luo and Guizi. The flamboyant failure, Wang Meng, approaches Luo with a bottle of red wine, pouring it for her. Luo, when will you introduce me to the young master of Jin Shihang? I regret my past ignorance. Please don't hold it against me. After all, we are classmates. Luo smiles faintly. Wang Meng, how much have you earned this time? It seems you've had quite the haul today. Oh, no need to mention it. Thanks to young Master Xiaohu's guidance, I've managed to profit around 60,000. My family's finances are not as robust. I dare not invest too heavily. I'm rather timid. Wang Meng speaks with a straight face. Teacher Shirtai and teacher Wang Zhongxia must have earned quite a bit as well. Luo inquires further. Teacher Shirtai has already made 200,000. Teacher Wang Zhongxia should be around 500,000, he replies. Luo wishes to say nothing more, preferring to let them continue their charade, thinking her a fool. Xiaohu keeps casting triumphant glances at Luo, to which she raises her wine glass and exclaims, "Congratulations. Great stock god. May you soon grasp the tail of Buffett." Just then, a voice, neither masculine nor feminine, proclaims, "We've broken through the 70 million mark." The conference room erupts in enthusiastic applause, and staff enter with champagne. With a wave of his hand, Xiaohu initiates the celebrations, and music fills the air. In this scene, a well-dressed man with a stern expression and dark sunglasses catches Luo's eye. It is none other than her boss, Fox. Although he is disguised, his presence goes unnoticed amidst the celebrations. "Who is in charge here?" "Step forward," Fox inquires, raising his voice. Once again, no one pays him heed. He retrieves a megaphone from his pocket and amplifies his query. "Who is responsible here?" This declaration is akin to a depth charge. "I am." "What is the matter?" Xiaohu responds, shaking the wine glass in his hand. All eyes turn towards Fox, sensing an unusual occurrence. Remaining calm, Fox claps his hands twice. Suddenly, 5 or 6 robust individuals in uniforms flood in, taking control of all computers and financial records. Xiaohu's face pales as he approaches Fox. "Please present your identification," he demands, his voice trembling. Fox displays his credentials and states, "I am Huang Qifa from the FB1 Social Investment Regulatory Division. We have received reports of a financial scam occurring here. We request your full cooperation in our investigation, and all computer data will be confiscated." "FB1? What is going on? Who are you working with?" Xiaohu begins to panic. The atmosphere shifts to chaos as the so-called investors, classmates, and teachers attempt to flee, only to be deterred by the ominous presence of firearms. "Return to your places and stand still. Everyone will begin registration. All illicit funds will be seized." Zhou Shun, the second in command, amusingly plays with a gun-shaped lighter, evoking a sense of surrealism in this grand spectacle. Luo finds herself witnessing a scene she has only previously encountered in films. Xiaohu, clutching a pack of cigarettes and a bank card, approaches Fox. "Friend, what is your surname?" "Huang." "Do not attempt to get chummy. It is futile." "Oh, Huang, I'm quite familiar with your director." "And what does that have to do with me?" Luo and Guizi dutifully stand among the crowd, preparing for questioning. Luo stifles laughter at the sight of the serious money collector, who is none other than their acquaintance, the fourth. It dawns on her that this is the performance Guizi had alluded to. The fourth collects all the money into designated bags while computers and office equipment are removed from the premises. "Listen closely. You are suspected of financial fraud. Await our documentation." Report to us as soon as you receive a summons. Fox takes a moment to slap Xiaohu's face 3 times. You come with us? Xiaohu, dejected, trails behind Fox, and Luo and Guizi follow suit, exiting the building. Once outside, Fox pats Xiaohu on the shoulder 3 times. All set, young Master Xiaohu. Await our favorable news. He lights a cigarette for Xiaohu using a previously utilized fake gun. Please ensure the money reaches the designated location. Xiaohu instructs. Understood, young master. Until we meet again, Fox replies, and Luo is left bewildered, pondering the turn of events. Could it be that Fox is in cahoots with Xiaohu in this ruse? As Fox and the fourth depart with the money, Xiaohu clandestinely observes from the shadows, watching as his classmates and teachers leave the office building, forlorn. Once they have dispersed, Xiaohu emerges from hiding and gives the departing crowd the finger, muttering, a bunch of fools believing money is so easily earned. Guizi, what is happening? Are we also in league with Xiaohu? And Luo questions. You will soon understand. Watch. Just as Xiaohu returns to the conference room, a tall figure in uniform bursts in with a group of people, declaring, who is in charge here? I am Huang Qifa from the FB1 Social Investment Regulatory Division, and we have received reports of a financial scam occurring here. Xiaohu is taken aback, trepidation evident in his voice as he stammers. What is going on? Who are you with? Friend, may I ask your surname? Huang. He replied dismissively. Don't get too familiar. It's pointless. Summer Lake's face turned ashen as he collapsed onto the sofa. I've been deceived, he muttered, glancing at the time. Feeling dizzy. What's wrong, young master? ISN-T, everything proceeding as scripted? A phony investigator from the Societal Investigation Department hesitantly inquired. Summer Lake was rendered speechless, eventually raising his hand to slap himself hard across the face. You are the true clown, he exclaimed. Suddenly, Luo understood the situation. Guizi held a recorder, which contained the prearranged signals between Summer Lake and the fake investigators. We merely advanced Summer Lake's script by half an hour. Everything aligns perfectly. Payment received. Laptop obtained. It's simply exquisite. Exquisite? It's nothing short of perfection, and Luo thought, especially when viewing the ominous muzzle of the toy gun. He nearly immersed himself in the act. Ding! Congratulations, host, for witnessing a classic black eats black scheme. Deception is an art. May you bravely explore this path. Rewards 180,000. Social skill 1, appetite 1, muscle tone 1. Guizi unexpectedly looped his arm through Luo's, and they crossed the street, heading back to the con artist's lair. Where did this little beggar come from? Get lost, you stink. I have business to attend to. The owner of a bun shop thundered at a ragged 5 or 6-year-old street child. The child appeared to be starving. Please, I beg you, give me 10 buns. I can work for you, but I need 10 buns. Bah! You alone can eat 10 buns? No, I, Juan, Hua, dogskin. We are 10 people living under the bridge across the street. Can you spare us some kindness? We're truly starving. Scram, filthy beggar. This is not a shelter. I won't feed you. Guizi could no longer bear to watch the scene unfold. He approached the bun shop and purchased 20 meat buns, handing them to the child while whispering something in their ear. Thank you, sister. I must warn you, miss, don't be fooled by their appearance. They are nothing but petty con artists, the shop owner added with embellishment. That's my concern. Does it involve you? Guizi retorted sharply. Ha! Good intentions are wasted on the ungrateful. As they observed the little beggar skipping towards the overpass, and Luo and Guizi instinctively followed. Upon seeing dozens of homeless children beneath the bridge, and Luo's eyes welled with tears. In the Fox secret conference room, champagne had been uncorked and the music blared. The table showcased the latest spoils, with Zhou Shin clutching a thick stack of cash. 7,840,000. The meat of the little grasshopper is quite delectable, Du Feng said, igniting a cigarette with the ominous muzzle of his gun. I am Huang Qifa from the Societal Investigation Department. We suspect a financial scam exists here. He delivered the line with theatrical flair reminiscent of a film character. Although he watched his teacher and classmates fall victim to Summer Lake's deception, only to see Summer Lake himself get conned, and Luo felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Perhaps these lambs deserved it. They had endured 6 hours of cold benches without any effort from Luo or Guizi. However, the boss, Fox, began to shuffle a deck of cards, mysteriously instructing everyone. As per our usual tradition, each person draws a card. The one with the highest value gets to speak. Fox drew a 6. Second in command, Lu Zhishin, drew a 9. The third, the charming Gazi, drew a 10. Fourth, Du Feng drew a jack. And Luo drew last and pulled a king. Though Luo held the highest card, he remained uncertain about the rules of engagement. The second-in-command pushed nearly 10 million in cash toward Luo. Speak up. Decide how this money is to be used and distributed. What nonsense is this? Shouldn't the leader be the one to arrange everything? Why is the authority given to the fifth? The four gazes turned toward Luo, who felt an overwhelming pressure. I still haven't paid off my mortgage. This money could save me. Du Feng remarked, and Luo remained silent, pondering that if they were to split the money, each person would receive a fortune. Why not just pay off the mortgage outright? Indeed, I am in dire need of cash. I plan to buy a watch. Guizi added, fanning the flames. Oh, my family home could use some repairs. It seemed not only Luo was in need, others chimed in about their financial woes. Hey, stop daydreaming. How will you divide the money? Speak up. Fox prompted Luo again. And Luo recalled the little girl he had encountered earlier, her helpless eyes, and the abandoned street children. His heart ached. Speak up. I want to establish a shelter, specifically for homeless children. The moment he uttered those words, laughter erupted around him. We are con artists who build shelters. That's the government's job. No need for such saintly gestures. Guizi was the first to oppose Luo. Exactly, Luo, we are not vigilantes. Compassion doesn't need to be so excessive. Hurry up, let us divide the money. Zhou Shun impatiently drummed his fingers on the table. Yes, let us divide the money. Millions would allow for a lavish lifestyle for some time. Why delay? As Luo gazed at the piles of crisp bills, discomfort settled in his heart. He could not forget those innocent eyes. Despite his reluctance, Luo ultimately realized he could not resist the collective will. This money is hard-earned for everyone. However, it cannot be split evenly. I contributed the least, so I will forfeit my share. After a lengthy pause, he finally managed to utter this statement. Haha, how touching. Here is your chance to be a saint. We'll divide your share among us, Guizi remarked disdainfully. Instantly, Luo felt heat rise to his cheeks. Why should his desire to help those children render him a saint? He had indeed contributed little. Relinquishing his share did not elevate him to sainthood. What was Guizi's definition of a saint? Remember, we are con artists. We should possess the character of con artists. Do not misuse compassion. That is a grave mistake. Guizi lectured Luo without reservation. As he observed the greedy faces around him, Luo felt a profound disquiet. Although he hadn't taken any money, he had participated in this charade. Haha, old five, thank you for your share. Now I can buy my wife a handbag. Indeed, let us thank old five. Thanks to you, I can enjoy several spontaneous trips this month. Yes, I ought to thank old five. He still harbors a warm heart, so let us toast to his compassion, hoping he soon sees reality and sheds his naivety. In this exchange, everyone treated Luo as though he were an oblivious fool, merely having expressed a moment of compassion. Keep a close eye on Summer Lake. The urgent need for such a large sum of cash at this moment indicates a problem, Fox ordered. He had just swindled nearly 8 million from Summer Lake, but did not intend to let him off lightly, embodying the classic principle of plucking the goose. After leaving the con artist's lair, Guizi did not speak to Luo, creating a peculiar atmosphere. Luo refrained from initiating conversation, feeling Guizi's words had been too harsh. Were those children not deserving of help? Certainly. Perhaps the assistance that Guizi perceived was merely to purchase a plethora of steamed buns, alleviating their basic needs. Still feeling discontent regarding this matter, she suggested, "Let me take you somewhere." And Luo climbed into Guizi's car, which swiftly departed the urban area and came to a halt at a picturesque villa. Guizi instructed Luo to carry a large bag and follow her to the front of the villa. The location was exquisite, surrounded by a delightful environment, where numerous children played football on the lush grass. One child, with a soaring kick, sent the ball rolling towards Luo, who promptly stepped on it. A beaming girl approached Luo and asked, "Brother, could you please return my football?" To Luo's surprise, the child was a girl, radiating sunshine and cheer. Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly caught sight of Guizi. "Beautiful sister, is that you?" Guizi smiled faintly. "Hua Hua, go Pai Huan, come here quickly. This is the sister who bought us buns." At the little girl's call, the others rushed over. "Wait a moment." And Luo rubbed his eyes again, bewildered. Was this truly the same wandering girl from before? It seemed impossible. She appeared to be an entirely different person. Yet, it was undeniably her, now clad in clean clothes and freshly bathed. Sister, thank you. I came here following your advice and received help from the uncles and aunts. Thank you. No need to thank me. Just go and play, Guizi replied. The other children scattered joyfully. But the little girl extended her tiny hand towards Guizi. Sister, my name is Peng Jiahe. From now on, you are our great benefactor. What was happening? And Luo was taken aback. A sign above reads Sunny Children's Shelter. An elderly lady in a work uniform hurried over to Guizi. Miss Gui, welcome, welcome. Aunt Wu, are the children all well? Yes, they're all fine, though the prices have been rising swiftly recently. Oh, here is this year's budget. Please allocate it appropriately. Guizi gestured for Enluo to open the bag on the table. As Enluo opened it, he found it filled with neatly stacked cash. This? Aunt Wu, please summon the finance officer. I have much to attend to. Let us expedite the handover. Aunt Wu called out, and a bespectacled middle-aged woman approached with a ledger. She was a finance officer. This budget totals 7,700,000. You've allocated some for enhancing entertainment options for the children, improving their meals. With the weather heating up, we must ensure the air conditioning is adequate. Guizi patiently detailed her instructions. 7,700,000. No wonder it was so heavy. Had Enluo not been strong, he would have struggled. Who would have guessed it was all cash? Moreover, that amount. Wait, could this be money obtained through deceit? He glanced at Guizi, who smiled slightly, and Enluo understood. These scoundrels claimed to be altruistic, yet they were clearly a band of rogues. As this thought crossed his mind, another idea surfaced. Could this be a method of money laundering? No. The world of con artists could not be so straightforward. Guizi, here is the financial report from the previous period. All expenses are documented. As the number of children increases, it's become a concern for you. Aunt Wu reported on the previous funding's utilization, dispelling Enluo's doubts. This was not money laundering. These individuals were chivalrous deceivers. The burden of over 100 pounds on his back was indeed heavy. Yet Enluo felt a surge of joy. After all, this was something he had long wished to do, even if his team members had mocked him. Now, many of these children were physically and mentally unwell, and some medical expenses were exorbitantly high. Without your help, I cannot imagine how they would survive in this world. Do your utmost, beyond ensuring the well-being of the other children. Prioritize arranging proper medical care for those who are gravely ill. Here, you'll need to take care of this. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. After completing the financial handover, Guizi took Enluo, who still bore a heavy heart, away from the shelter. Guizi, what is going on? Enluo inquired. Guizi smiled gently. Although this city has many shelters, they often fail to deliver tangible results. Others may not act, but we, the foxes, do. I'll let you in on a secret. We have shelters not only in Chunlu, but in many places nationwide. Thieves, you truly are cunning. Why not just tell me outright and mock me instead? It wasn't that we were withholding information. It was a test for you. However, you performed admirably. Those children acted well too. In short, you passed the test. Acting? Are you referring to those hungry children beneath the overpass? Yes, they were merely a subplot for this task, intended to assess you. Fortunately, your conscience remains intact. You are teachable. Are all of them members of the shelter? Was this all a performance? Some are not. The little girl Go Pai, Hua Hua, and Huan were unexpected. We initially aimed to test you beneath the overpass, but then Peng Jiahe appeared. She is quite adorable. So I'll let them bring her and her friends here. And Luo comprehended entirely. The children beneath the overpass waiting for food were all actors. While Peng Jiahe was genuine. She, along with Go Pai, Hua Hua, and Huan, felt pity for those children, prompting her to seek food. Little did she know, she had unwittingly stepped into a trap. Ding! Congratulations, host, for participating in a charitable event. This will save many homeless children in the city, allowing them to grow healthily under the sun. Reward: 250,000, kindness 1, appetite 1, good deed 1. Congratulations, host, on receiving your first precious kindness medal. The kindness medal is a prestigious item, bound to the host as a lifelong achievement reward. A dazzling kindness medal appeared in the system, bringing tears of surprise to Enluo's eyes. However, what about the 2 million deceived from my uncle? Is this something a chivalrous deceiver would do? Now do you understand? They will never take this money. We possess numerous charitable initiatives nationwide, and most of the money obtained through deception will be allocated to charity. Guizi explained to Enluo. This is the culture of the foxes. You now have the opportunity to choose. Join us or withdraw. If you choose to join, you must adhere to our culture. Should you decide to withdraw, we will compensate you with at least 5 million for your losses. This is also our final test for you. Guizi's tone was serious. And Luo, from a peasant family, bore deep grievances and a strong sense of justice. There were many things he long desired to do, but lacked the opportunity and means. Now, the light of hope shone before him. To be a person of chivalry had always been his dream. I choose to join, but I have a question. If we engage in charity while simultaneously deceiving honest people, isn't that contradictory? Contradictions are issues for philosophers to resolve, not for us deceivers to concern ourselves with. With Guiz's response, and Luo found it challenging to continue the discussion, yet internally, he grappled with conflicting thoughts. Should they still pursue those who deceive his uncle? Perhaps his uncle had committed some heinous act that provoked the foxes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted him without cause. With this line of thought, and Luo felt considerably lighter. In any case, he was very satisfied with the fox's performance this time, even becoming somewhat enamored with this feeling. Stop overthinking. We have urgent matters to attend to, Guizi reminded Luo. What matters? Chapter 58. Xiaohu realized he had been black-eaten and felt an overwhelming anger. Yet, who was the opponent, and why did they seem so well-informed about him? In truth, he had not a single clue. Originally, during this final investment meeting, Xiaohu had planned to extract a substantial sum from his teachers and classmates, having arranged everything meticulously. However, unexpectedly, others seized the opportunity before him, leaving him completely oblivious, resulting in a loss of nearly 8 million. Out of this 8 million, 3 million belonged to Xiaohu himself, while the remainder was cobbled together by teachers, classmates, and so-called clients. To embellish Xiaohu's grand performance, these teachers and classmates risked their entire fortunes for a meager daily profit of 500. From the outset, Xiaohu had lured them in, raising the entry threshold from an initial 50,000 to at least 100,000 over time. So many classmates and teachers, along with those who had benefited from Xiaohu in the past, chose to place their trust in him. Now he could barely show his face, having offended everyone, classmates, teachers, and most crucially, he had lost his own money, earning the reputation of a swindler, with not a single benefit gained and a personal loss of 3 million. Had the investment meeting gone smoothly, he would have successfully completed his task of amassing nearly 10 million in cash. Now, all he could do was drown his sorrows in bitter drinks. Even his close friend Wang Mang was red-eyed, ready to settle accounts with him. While Xiaohu was sulking alone, Guizi and Luo appeared before him. The great stock god, luckily I didn't invest in you. Now, I hear teachers and classmates are looking for you to repay them, and Luo remarked. Repay? How navi? I lost my own money too. If it weren't for my dad's connections, I'd still be sipping tea, Xiaohu retorted, pretending that Luo couldn't see through him. I've heard that because of the investment meeting, teacher Wang Zhongxia has been kicked out by his wife. Poor Wang. And the homeroom teacher Shirtai is reportedly frantically conducting training outside to prevent his wife from discovering this mess. Xiaohu, you've done quite a number on them, and Luo added, relaying information she had received from Bai Chenxi, considering Luo had already exited the class group. What does that have to do with me? If they dare, let them sue me in court. I doubt they have the guts, Xiaohu proclaimed, embodying his selfish nature. Yet, it was true that those teachers and classmates both loathed Xiaohu and feared receiving a summons from the legal department. After all, that would mean what they called an investment meeting was nothing more than an illegal show. Xiaohu assumed Luo was there to reprimand him, but a moment later, her expression changed, and she cheerfully said they brought this upon themselves. These classmates and teachers are both timid and insatiable. But, my friend, may I timidly ask, can you cover this up? Will you end up in prison? That's none of your business. Don't waste my time. I'm quite busy. Xiaohu snapped at Luo. I know someone who could help with connections. Luo was merely jesting, trying to tease Xiaohu. As I said, this has nothing to do with you. This matter had no real connection to the legal department. Xiaohu thought Luo was still in the dark, genuinely believing he could be prosecuted. As the atmosphere grew awkward, a sharply dressed individual entered, carrying a briefcase and sporting impeccably styled hair. He confidently took a seat across from Luo and respectfully inquired, Cold Piao Ran, is this the friend you need to exchange cash with? Guizi nodded, while Luo lit a cigarette, observing the man, who seemed somewhat familiar. After a moment, she realized it was Zhou Shun, the notorious second-in-command. My friend, How much do you wish to exchange? We don't deal in small sums. Don't come to me with tens or hundreds of thousands, Zhou Shen remarked. And who might this be? He inquired, glancing at Xiaohu. Frustrated, Xiaohu was willing to go to any lengths to acquire cash, even at the expense of his classmates and teachers. Yet he still hadn't succeeded, having been outmaneuvered. It was Zhou Shen who had previously swept the cash into bags, back when he was in uniform and had altered his appearance. Xiaohu, with his limited intellect, couldn't see through it. I'm considering purchasing a piece of land, and the seller requires cash for the transaction. And Luo understood this was another trap, aimed at extracting Xiaohu's motivations for needing such a large sum of cash. Thus, she deliberately phrased it that way. Sure enough, Xiaohu showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he feigned indifference, gazing elsewhere, adopting an attitude as if the world was collapsing around him. This requires around 15 million in cash. Does that meet your business criteria? Of course, additional funds may be necessary later, and Luo stated. Land understood. 15 million, I can arrange that within 3 days. Are you aware of the interest? Zhou Shen provocatively asked. How much? 1.4 per thousand, but I cannot guarantee the cleanliness of the funds. 2 per thousand, and the money is all clean, Zhou Shen quickly quoted. And Luo hesitated for a moment, while Xiaohu's expression subtly changed. He understood that cash exchange services had exorbitant interest rates, starting at 5 per thousand, and here was someone offering only 2. Xiaohu could hardly believe his ears. So low. There must be something wrong with the money, and Luo queried, while Xiaohu perked up his ears to listen. The money is fine. Primarily, we deal with large transactions, never accepting less than 10 million, hence the strategy of low margins and high volume. How do we proceed? Contact me. In any case, we ensure our clients are at ease. Zhou Shen left a business card for Luo before departing. And Luo and Guizi also left, but intentionally left the card behind. As soon as Luo exited, Xiaohu seized the card and dialed the number. Hello, do you deal in cash exchange services? Less than 3 hours after Luo and Guizi departed the bar, Zhou Shen called back. The urgency for cash from Xiaohu stemmed from his desire for a bracelet, likely costing close to 20 million, with the seller insisting on cash. Xiaohu was quite enamored with bracelet collecting. For specifics, you should inquire further. Upon hearing the word bracelet, Luo was slightly taken aback, a bold idea flickering in her mind, only to be extinguished. Initially, she considered using the bracelet given to her by the fourth master as bait. But Xiaohu's targeted bracelet was worth merely 10 million, and its authenticity was uncertain, while her own was worth over 100 million. However, Luo pondered the risks. Firstly, it was a significant gift from the fourth master, and secondly, her relationship with the Fox gang had not yet reached the level of mutual trust. She feared becoming the chives in this situation. Although Luo greatly appreciated the chivalrous actions of the Fox gang, it did not equate to genuine trust, especially since she was there to avenge her second uncle. Ding! The system detected that the host began to engage in dialectical thinking about life events, which was beneficial for understanding the overall picture. Reward: 150,000, Meticulous Thought 1, Vigilance 1, Personal Charm 1. Merely considering alternative possibilities yielded a reward of 150,000. While Luo was lost in thought, Guizi unexpectedly produced a bracelet, stunning Luo. This bracelet was identical to the one she possessed. Guizi shook the bracelet, saying, since he has this interest, why not cater to it? Ding! The system detected a high-quality imitation bracelet, but the one on the host's wrist is genuine. Roi, 160, 000, Intégrité 1, Physique 1, Wisdom 1. The true value of her bracelet had been recognized by the renowned physician Jin Shengtan. And Luo wasn't particularly knowledgeable about bracelets and was entirely unaware of her bracelet's worth. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a high-quality imitation one-eyed heaven bead bracelet material. The turtle shell heaven bead is a precious item. I hope the host understands its worth. The turtle shell heaven bead is crafted from ancient turtle shells and consecrated by the eminent monk Dao Ji, making it invaluable. A reward of 170,000, an item of treasure, a fortune, and a stroke of luck. This is the first time the system has revealed the origin of the turtle shell heaven pearl, which surprisingly was consecrated by Dao Ji. Dao Ji was a highly revered craftsman monk in history. It is evident that the value of this pearl exceeds 100 million for 2 reasons. One is its ancient turtle shell crafting, a material that is exceedingly rare, and the other is its consecration by Dao Ji. The essence of these Buddhist collectibles lies in their cultural heritage. Dao Ji is recognized as the foremost craftsman monk in the world, and this pearl, having been shaped by his hands and consecrated by him, certainly deserves a valuation beyond 100 million. Tertel shel heaven pearl, consecrated bida oye. And Luo quietly recited the information conveyed by the system, while Gue Zi's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh, I truly did not expect you to know the origin of this pearl. And Luo not only knew, but possessed the genuine article himself, though he had to remain discreet. He had heard whispers that this pearl was valued at over 100 million. Over 100 million? Ha! If it is genuine, it is not merely worth that. It is a priceless treasure. Even a counterfeit like mine would likely fetch tens of millions among those who lack discernment. Since Xia, who has an affinity for such items, let us indulge him, suggested Guizi. Guizi, do you carry so many props with you? And Luo asked, puzzled. You'll understand in due time. Many things cannot be sought out only when needed. Preparation is key. So, where do we begin? The pearl that Xia, who had set his sights on, was located in an antique shop called Lu Shizhai. They needed to first see what it was that he was interested in. Lu Shizhai is situated on Cultural Road in Chunlu City. Among the numerous antique shops, Lu Shizhai boasts the most prominent location, and it stands as a paragon in the antique industry. The owner, surnamed Shi, is known for his shrewdness and sharp tongue, earning him the nickname Shi Delang. As in Luo and Gue Zi entered Lu Shizhai, they found the owner, Shi Delang, lounging with his legs crossed in front of a mahogany table, sipping tea. On the table lay a string of beads, and Luo hardly glanced at it. But upon closer inspection, he was taken aback, as was Gue Zi. Chapter 59. Clearly displayed on the ancient mahogany table was a high-quality replica of the turtle shell heaven pearl. The sudden appearance of two replicas left in Luo astonished. Ding! The system detected one high-quality replica of the turtle shell heaven pearl. Any imitation is an affront to the authenticity. Only the one in the host's possession is genuine, resulting in a compensation reward of 160,000, along with a reward of 200,000 for confiscating and destroying the replicas, pending completion, with attributes of character knowledge and experience. At that moment, Xiaohu suddenly emerged at the entrance, and in Luo and Gue Zi were waiting for him. Upon seeing Xiaohu, the owner prepared to put away the string of beads, eyeing in Luo and Gue Zi with a hint of caution and saying, "Feel free to browse. I'll attend to you shortly." "Oh, Xiaohu, you also have an interest in collecting these items? What a coincidence, I do too," and Luo exclaimed, stepping forward to greet Xiaohu. "Do you know each other?" The owner inquired. "Old classmates," and Luo replied. "Don't act so chummy. We haven't been for a long time. Ever since high school graduation, I've been aiming for a 211 university. And where are you headed?" Xiaohu was genuinely angry, using this to belittle in Luo. I'm just here to look at the beads." "Owner, is this the legendary turtle shell heaven pearl?" And Luo feigned surprise. Sir has a keen eye. This is indeed the turtle shell heaven pearl, a precious relic left by Mr. Dao Ji. There are only two such pearls in the world, one being this turtle shell heaven pearl, known as the mother pearl, while the other, forged from the fiery spider, the fire spider pearl, remains missing to this day. I am fortunate to have obtained this turtle shell heaven pearl. I wish to share it with you all. Shi Delang spoke with meticulous care, casting glances at Luo and Gue Zi, likely assessing their potential as clients. "How rare, owner! What is your price for this pearl?" Upon hearing Luo ask for a price, Xiaohu immediately grew anxious. "Boss, don't listen to him. This collection is not something just anyone can play with. He just flunked a country bumpkin who cannot afford it." Xiaohu was genuinely anxious, speaking in a hurried manner. After all, Luo was the one driving a luxurious Lamborghini, though it was still uncertain whether he borrowed it from someone else. In confidence, Xiao had already lost some ground. "Oh, is that so, owner? How about 5 million? And Luo deliberately quoted a low price. The owner chuckled, his expression shifting instantly. 5 million? You are mocking the world of collectors. Owner, you are indeed unfit for this business. You should be collecting scrap. 5 million for a heaven pearl. Ha ha ha. Shi Delang burst into laughter. "No, you misunderstood. I'm in a deposit of 5 million. For a pearl of this caliber, it should be at least 30 million. And Luo replied with a slight smile. How much did you say?" 30 million. The owner's face instantly froze. Xiaohu's bid had barely reached 18 million, and now, Luo had casually quoted 30 million. clearly demonstrating his naivety. The quality of this replica was inferior to the one Gue Zi possessed, which cost no more than 500,000 to produce. Upon hearing in Luo's 30 million offer, Xiahu was genuinely alarmed. He had calculated that the pearl would easily fetch 60 to 70 million at auction. And with this single transaction, he could make a substantial profit of several tens of millions. But now Luo had come to disrupt his plans. Shi Lang was a businessman with an acute sense of perception. Noticing Xiahu's wavering, he immediately raised the price. My deal with young Master Xia has not yet been finalized, but 30 million is far too little. You are unaware that this heaven pearl is one of a kind. Raise your offer, and if it is suitable, I shall sell it to you. 35 million. And Luo was also unyielding, offering directly. Xiahu grew more anxious. Sure, boss, we had an agreement. I can offer you 2 million extra as a bonus. Well, young Master Xia, you haven't even paid a deposit, so our deal has yet to be established. However, you two, I am merely a businessman. Whoever bids higher, I shall sell to them. 36 million. Xiahu gritted his teeth and quoted. 40 million. And Luo was equally resolute. 41 million. 45 million. Shi Dalang was overchut. Wearing a broad smile. This was the classic case of the clam and the snipe contending, with the fishermen benefiting from their struggle. 48 million. Xiahu was truly desperate, though in reality he did not possess such cash. Ladies and gentlemen, I must remind you, at Lu Shizhai, we only accept cash transactions. You must keep this in mind, Shi Lang emphasized, envisioning stacks of cash forming a formidable wall. Seeing Xiahu's face flush with anxiety. And Luo did not wish to press too hard, as this was merely a performance after all. The thought of Xiahu being pained by the 48 million bid was palpable. Originally, without Luo's interference, he could have secured it for under 20 million. Yet now he was forced to shell out nearly 30 million more. All right, I won't contest you anymore, especially since I do not have that much cash. Congratulations, Xiahu and Luo said with a smile. Just for this replica, which likely cost no more than 300,000 to produce. Xiahu was willing to part with 48 million. With this single transaction, Shi Lang could live comfortably for the next decade without opening shop. Was Xiahu truly so foolish that he did not suspect this was merely a replica? As Luo pondered this, a twinge of sympathy surfaced within him. Xiao, be careful. There are many high-quality replicas of the turtle shell heaven pearl nowadays. Within Luo's warning, Shi Lang was naturally displeased. Sir, you might want to check. Lu Shizhai has never sold counterfeit goods. Throughout the entire antique street, we are the only 5-star credit merchant. Such blatant lies. Given that the genuine article was in Luo's possession, this man was brazenly boasting. Well, I withdraw. Congratulations to you, Shou. And Luo has completely retreated from this price war, yet a slight ripple stirred within Xiahu's heart. Indeed, with items worth tens of millions, it is often said that the antique trade is fraught with murky waters. As for oneself, boss, sure, I will provide the deposit. In 3 days, I will arrange for someone to inspect the goods. As long as the items are authentic, not a single cent will be lacking. Xiahu spoke decisively. 3 days. Oh, very well. Please provide the deposit first. I will issue you an invoice. Xiahu handed over a deposit of 3 million to Shi Dalang, who promptly issued an invoice. As Xiahu was leaving, he gave Luo's shoulder a light pat. Do not contest everything with me, and Luo, you cannot afford it. Send my regards to your father. Shi Dalang wore a broad smile. Watching Xiahu leave, and Luo showed no intention of departing. Instead, he gazed at Shi Dalang with a mirthful expression, leaving Shi Dalang utterly bewildered. Sir, is there anything else you require? Feel free to browse. We guarantee absolute authenticity. Haha, boss, sure. Having secured such a significant deal, shouldn't you offer a little something as a token of appreciation? Gizi remarked nonchalantly. Shi Dalang was momentarily taken aback. What is this? On what grounds? If you intend to extort me, you have miscalculated. Shi Dalang retorted. Really not going to give anything? On what basis? If you continue in this manner, I shall call the authorities. Humph, with your pretentious demeanor, a fraud. Gizi gently leaned towards the Tibetan bead Shi Dalang intended to stow away, sniffing it. Young master in Luo, there seems to be a hint of a frosted scent. Gizi, it is quite strange. How did this tortoiseshell bead suddenly transform into a frosted bead? Young master in Luo, I am uncertain. Does boss sure know the cause? Shi Dalang's expression shifted dramatically, yet he maintained a facade of joviality. What is so strange about this? The bead has circulated among the populace for quite some time. A bit of scent could indicate nothing. You two should leave. I'm closing the shop. Not so fast, boss. Sure. It appears the inscription on this tortoise-shell bead is somewhat incorrect. Shouldn't it be in Sanskrit? Why has it transformed into small seal script? At this, Sir Dalong began to sweat profusely, realizing he had encountered experts. These two were truly adept at concealing their prowess. Well, a small token of appreciation, not a formal gesture. Sir Dalong swiftly presented a substantial red envelope to Luo and Gizi. Gizi could hardly be bothered to accept it. A deal worth tens of millions. And you think a few hundred in red envelopes will suffice? Young Masterin, let us inform your old classmate. We must not allow him to suffer a loss. Gizi's remark left Sir Dalong in a state of despair. No, please, both of you, business is hard to come by. Could you possibly make a concession? And Luo extended 5 fingers. 50,000? And Luo shook his head. 50,000. And Luo shook his head again. Goodness, are you truly that greedy? You do not expect 5 million, do you? And Luo nodded. Impossible. You might as well rob a bank. Our rules are the same as yours. We only accept cash. And Luo smiled faintly. Unthinkable. An absolute impossibility. Then let young Master Xiahou witness what this so-called 5-star credit merchant truly is. Gizi, what do you think the law would dictate for selling such high-value counterfeit goods? Gizi pretended to ponder before responding. The crime of producing and selling counterfeit goods exceeding 50 million carries a sentencing range of approximately 5 to 7 years. In our country, the laws regarding this are relatively lenient. My apologies, boss. Sure, your 5-star credit merchant title is about to be revoked, and you will only find yourself in a cell. Come, Gizi, let us not waste time with such a miser. Upon finishing, Luo feigned departure with Gizi. No, I will. But you must guarantee that it will not harm my business. Sir Dalong finally relented. Okay, we too have our bottom line in business. Be quick about it. We are eager to proceed to the next establishment. Sir Dalong begrudgingly gathered 5 million and handed it to Luo, who placed it in the back seat of Gizi's BMW. This trip was not in vain. A few words had yielded millions in profit. However, reflecting on it, how many unsuspecting individuals had Sir Dalong deceived? This single transaction with Xiahou would surely secure his comfortable retirement. Are we truly going to let him off the hook? And Luo inquired. Unthinkable. As long as there is flesh to be sliced, it must be done promptly. That is the rule. Let us first settle matters with Xiahou. Gizi replied. Chapter 60. Gizi brought in Luo to the Blue Moon Club, selecting a quiet spot to sit. And Luo was puzzled. Were they not supposed to seek out Xiahou? Why had they come here to indulge in leisure? Surely, you do not believe we are genuinely looking for him? What a misunderstanding. We must allow Xiahou to come seeking us. Gizi's words left Luo even more bewildered. The mindset of a con man is indeed different. It was only when Zhou Shen appeared that Luo grasped the intricacy of Gizi's scheme, a series of traps entwined together, akin to a cunning fox skillfully extracting flesh. Xiahou would make an appearance soon. Remember, you are my esteemed clients, here to compete for business with Xiahou. Zhou Shen emphasized. Understood. And Luo and Gizi replied in unison. Less than an hour later, a dejected Xiahou arrived, and upon spotting Luo and Gizi, he was immediately incensed. I mean, how am I so unlucky? Wherever I go, I encounter the two of you. Are you ghosts that cannot be shaken off? And Luo shrugged. Is this Blue Moon your establishment? Xiahou was taken aback. Young Master Xiahou, the amount you mentioned over the phone is no longer available for exchange. Zhou Shen stated. Why? Zhou Shen deliberately remained silent, casting a glance at Luo and Gizi. Because the bulk of it has already been exchanged by me, Xiahou. You will have to wait for the next round, my apologies. And Luo taunted Xiahou. Young Master Xiahou, you can only exchange for around 20 million, which is far too little. This young master and is exchanging over 40 million in one go. My current quota is also slightly over 40 million. You, on the other hand, are limited to 20 million. Where am I supposed to find someone to exchange the remaining 10 million? Thus, I regret to inform you that it will have to wait until next time. Xiahou thought he had misheard, and Luo was exchanging for over 40 million? How could this be possible? Just a month ago, he was living on a mere 200 for his monthly expenses. A person who could not even afford the golden meal plan at the school cafeteria. Now he was competing with him, Xiahou, for business, exchanging over 40 million. 20 million for a Lamborghini. This and Luo. It was evident that he was hesitating, and Luo could only speak plainly. Xiahou, I mean no offense. I am not here to deliberately undercut your business. I have my eye on a bracelet. The seller insists on a cash transaction. A bracelet? Cash. Xiaohu's heart sank momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. As for Shi Dalong, he had already paid a deposit and received an invoice, so Luo could not possibly acquire the bracelet from Shi Dalong. I am sorry. Aside from the tortoiseshell bead, I am not interested in anything else. What you choose to purchase is irrelevant to me. However, concerning this sum of money, boss, you cannot go back on your word. You must provide me with the exchange. I am willing to increase by 1 point. Xiaohu insisted. Adding 2 points is futile. If you can exchange over 40 million at once, then no problem. I would not utter a single negative word. But at present, that is unattainable. While Xiaohu came from a wealthy background, he was not in a position to casually part with over 40 million. He was only now seeking Zhou Shun and likely scrambling to gather funds. Zhou Shun merely regarded him as bait, never intending to genuinely facilitate an exchange. So how could he offer him that opportunity? Coincidentally, I too have my sights set on the tortoiseshell bead, but not the one from Shi Dalong. This is a blatant counterfeit, and Luo's remark sent shockwaves through Xiaohu's heart. On what basis do you assert that bracelet is fake? Your claims hold no weight. I have my own verification team. Initially, I too failed to discern, yet the frosted scent is rather pronounced, and the material's color appears off. It is highly likely a high imitation. Congratulations, young Master Xiao, you have purchased a high imitation for over 40 million. Now have the funds been assembled? And Luo stated. Xiaohu meticulously recalled all the details, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It seemed there was indeed some truth to it. Though he had not sensed it at the time, the material felt rather peculiar. Nevertheless, after years of accumulation, the emergence of such items appeared rather commonplace. Ultimately, Xiaohu believed that until the appraisal results from his hired team were available, he would not be foolish enough to trust whatever others claimed. Are you trying to deceive me, hoping to seize the opportunity while I withdraw? Xiaohu said vehemently to Luo. Luo was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed meant well in warning Xiaohu. It seemed that good intentions did not always yield good outcomes. However, why should he worry? Xiaohu had his own inspection team. There was no need for him to fret. You are referring to the tortoiseshell heaven pearl that has resurfaced in the world of the martial arts? Is it truly back? Zhou Shun inquired with feigned curiosity. I thought this heaven pearl was supposed to be with the divination master Shinsai. Alas, since his visit to the wealthiest man in the capital, there has been no news of him. Could it be that this is unreliable? Zhou Shun's words surprised Luo. How did he know so much? The genuine article indeed resided with Shinsai. After encountering Luo, Shinsai gifted him the genuine piece due to their affinity. Unfortunately, Luo only now realized the exorbitant value of this heaven pearl. Thus, the owner of Lushizhai harbored complex grievances against Shinsai. How could such a treasure possibly fall into his hands? It was simply inconceivable. Guizi interjected, embellishing the narrative. Oh, what deep-seated grudges lie within this tale. I have heard that Shinsai is one of the few remaining divination masters in existence. Is he connected to Shi Dalong from Lushizhai? And Luo, freshly graduated and inexperienced, was unaware of this connection. Shi Dalong had previously mingled with Mei Tiangao and, through that association, had come to know Shinsai, plotting to acquire a treasure that Shinsai possessed, supposedly a bottle. Shi Dalong employed the notorious thief as to steal Shinsai's treasure, which was hidden in Lushizhai and sold for 100 million to an overseas buyer. This incident had greatly displeased Shinsai. Zhou Shun was renowned for his extensive knowledge of the martial arts world, and this revelation was a first for Luo. As a result, Mei Tiangao and Shinsai fell out, but what did it matter? Shi Dalong had his means. If he could steal Shinsai's bottle, could he not also pilfer his bracelet? Xiaohu added. Such a possibility is not out of the question. Young Master Xia, in the martial arts realm, it is wise to be cautious lest you become a sheep for slaughter. Zhou Shun warned Xiaohu. Rest assured, the person I have engaged is Catmaster, a respected appraiser in the industry. Few dare to stand on equal footing with him. Zhou Shun's eyes lit up, and then he calmly addressed Xiaohu. Of course, this is your own business. My apologies, young master, but let us find a place to discuss business matters. Zhou Shun's intention was to evade discussions with Xiaohu regarding subsequent actions. Just as Luo was about to speak, Xiaohu suddenly interjected, Luo, did you not mention that you purchased another tortoiseshell heaven pearl? Who did you buy it from? Everyone knows there is only one tortoiseshell heaven pearl. I admire your audacity. Xiaohu sought to extract information from Luo. Three-handed as. Have you heard of him? Ha ha. Our young master and secured it for 15 million, which is over 30 million less than your offer. Are you envious? Guizi replied. This was also what Luo wanted to convey, but he had not anticipated the mention of as that infamous thief. Xiaohu trailed off, an ominous premonition rising within him. This individual was reputedly cunning in the martial arts world, with many treasures in circulation linked to him. He was a capable person, having amassed numerous genuine articles, and was elusive, unlike the more straightforward Shi Daolong. He claimed not to deceive, yet he was far more adept at doing so than anyone else. Guizi remarked, glancing at Zhou Shun. I heard that Shi Daolong had also sought as in the past. Besides stealing the bottle, he also made off with some other items. When Shun Sai was robbed, he lost nearly half his fortune, a devastating blow. It was then that Shun Sai vanished. Now, with two tortoiseshell heaven pearls suddenly appearing. Who is genuine and who is false? It seems we must truly consult Cat Master for an appraisal. Ah, Zhou Boss. We have an appointment with Cat Master at 3 o'clock. My apologies, but the deposit and payment have already been transferred to your account. Please check. I must see all cash within 3 days. Guizi Nujit Anlu. Indeed, we agreed to view the goods at 3 o'clock. And time is of the essence, so I won't linger here any longer. And Luo rose, followed by Xiaohu, who brazenly asked, May I accompany you? And Luo glanced at Guizi, who suddenly spoke up, The main road does not belong to our family. Do as you please, young master. Let us go. She took in Luo's arm. Xiaohu trailed behind like a shadow, uncertain about the situation. He knew nothing of this Cat Master or the individuals involved. But Guizi's words suggested she had her own plans. Once in their car, Guizi promptly called Cat Xian. Cat Xian, please inform your father to be on alert. We are about to meet him for the appraisal of a bracelet. Additionally, find me the contact number for three-handed as. Guizi calmly orchestrated the plan. Meanwhile, Xiaohu clung closely, fearful of being left behind. Guizi, can this act still continue? Who is this Cat Master? And what about as? Cat Master is Cat Xian's father. We all refer to him as Cat Old Master, a specialist in appraisals within the martial arts world. Have no fear. He is quite amicable, Guizi assured. And what if three-handed? He was my first esteemed teacher. Asking him for assistance is hardly a challenge. Guizi swiftly dialed Cat Old Master and as, commencing their preparations. The vehicle glided along the coastal highway, heading toward a private estate. Behind the Lamborghini, Xiaohu cautiously drove a second-hand BMW, attempting to enter the estate but was halted. Sir, do you have an appointment? An invitation? Please present it. The security personnel addressed Xiaohu, leaving him momentarily bewildered. He is my classmate. Let him in, and Luo instructed the security. The guards recognized Guizi's authority, as she was well acquainted with as, who was known to them. At the estate's entrance stood a towering golden lion statue, a striking sight, flanked by 6 luxury vehicles, each worth millions. Yet among the array of sports cars, and Luo's Lamborghini remained exceptionally eye-catching. Chapter 61 Ding. The system detected an impending visit to a highly esteemed martial arts thief known as Three-Handed. Acquire three-handed anime materials. Roi 180 000 151 Physique 1 Aura. The system displayed an image of an elderly visage, a triangular face, small eyes, and a swift gait. He was none other than the one to greet in Luo and Guizi, three-handed as. Three-handed materials recorded. Rewards. 180 000, Knowledge 1, Presence 1, Treasure Sensing 1. This was the second occurrence of the treasure sensing category in the system, and Luo was utterly perplexed. Xiao Qing, call Xiao Qing. What is this treasure sensing? And Luo immediately roused his assistant, Xiao Qing, who was plump and exceedingly adorable. Master, this treasure sensing is essentially a financial luck ability. The higher your treasure sensing index, the better your fortune, Xiao Qing explained. And Luo's heart soared with joy. Who would not relish engaging with fortune? Very well. Go claim your rations for the month. Certainly, Master. Xiao Qing has been diligent, crafting special effect packages for your materials, so please upgrade my rations, Xiao Qing replied. And Luo glanced at the price of the secondary pet food, which was set at 1,500 000. Observing his system rewards exceeding 200 million, he mused that 150,000 was but a trifling sum. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase, indulging Xiao Qing's cravings, who was now joyfully rolling about in the system. Is the money ready? Yes, in 3 days there won't be any issues. However, there is one concern. Boss as, you mentioned that there is only one tortoiseshell bead, but now, Guizi was negotiating with as, and the two of them were acting as if it were all genuine. Ha, you are unaware, but that one from the Hearthstone studio is merely a high imitation costing less than 500,000. Did you think I would foolishly sell the genuine article to Sher Dalong for 2 million? This revelation struck Xiaohu deeply. 2 million? Are you implying that Sher Dalong purchased the tortoiseshell bead from you for merely 2 million? The stark contrast between 40 million and 2 million was enough to pierce Xiaohu's heart. Oh, my poor child, you can't possibly be the Na'vi buyer. Can you? As remarked bluntly. What buyer? Haha. Word is spread in the community that someone paid over 40 million for Sher Dalong's imitation, with a deposit already made. It wouldn't be you, would it? Xiaohu felt as if a lump was lodged in his throat. Boss as, our young master and has always valued honest transactions. With two bracelets appearing simultaneously, you must provide an explanation, don't you think? Excuse me, where is the restroom? Xiaohu felt utterly embarrassed in such a situation. He could only retreat to the restroom to vent his frustration. Head east, take a left, and don't disturb my dog. As said, prompting Xiaohu to rush off to the restroom. Inside, the sound of running water echoed as Xiaohu stared blankly at the stream, suddenly striking his fist against the stone counter. Over 2 million for a mere imitation worth 40 million. Sher Dalong, I won tea, let this slide. He contemplated striking again, but noticed a fierce shepherd dog watching him intently, causing him to feel a shiver down his spine. Meanwhile, Guizi handed the bracelet to Az, who inspected it closely. Is this high imitation crafted by Cat Master's son? Guizi chuckled. Yes, it's from Cat Xian. Have you communicated well with Cat Master? Yes, everything is arranged. That's good. Guizi, it has been ages since you last visited your master. He misses you. As patted Guizi's head, suddenly noticing in Luo standing beside them, feeling a bit awkward. So he's the fifth you have selected? Greetings, grandfather, as I am the fifth in Luo. He introduced himself confidently. Ah, good. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Learn more from Guizi. He is quite clever. After a brief exchange, Xiaohu emerged from the restroom, spotting as holding a tortoiseshell bead. Xiaohu approached, finding this bead far more appealing than the one at Sher Dalong's store. This was certainly a psychological suggestion, as Xiaohu had already deduced that the one for which he had paid a deposit was most likely a counterfeit. In reality, that bead barely qualified as a high imitation with numerous flaws. Xiaohu even leaned in to sniff it. Lacking a rough texture, the material appeared very smooth and polished. Just then, an elderly man with a grizzled beard entered, greeted by a servant. He was none other than the renowned appraiser, Cat Master. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the miraculous appraiser Cat Master material. Cat Master holds at least 10 appraiser titles and is a legendary figure, undoubtedly promising a unique experience for the host. Reward: 200. 000. Achievement 1. Experience 1. Encounter 1. Unlocking the Jianghu Prominent Figure card. And Luo opened the Jianghu character card, revealing 3 activated prominent figures. One was Master Shenxi, another was Cat Master, and the third was Az. The other unactivated prominent figures were gray and indistinct. The Cat Master material was stored, rewarding 160. 000. Bloodline Activation 1. Muscle Definition 1. Beautiful Eyes 1. Cat Master began his appraisal with expertise. This high imitation bracelet was crafted by Cat Xian, who had not seen Cat Master for many years, and as he touched it, Cat Master was overwhelmed with emotion. Cat Master, what is this? A genuine item. I am so moved that I weep. Forgive my outburst. Genuine? Xiaohu was suddenly unsettled. If this was indeed genuine, then the bracelet he had purchased for over 40 million. It was all too clear. Moreover, the person he had hired had never met Cat Master before. Cat Master, please take another look. Make sure before you speak. I am the one introduced to you by Uncle Qiao. My surname is Xia, and my name is Xiaohu. In 3 days, we invite you to appraise the tortoiseshell bead. Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly. Oh, there are no 3 days left. If this isn't the genuine article, then it must be a high imitation. However, that does not exempt you from the appraisal fee. We have our rules. Cat Master's words left Xiaohu stunned, unable to respond for a long while. There is only one tortoiseshell bead. This is the genuine one. Cat Master was somewhat agitated, thrilled that Cat Xian had crafted something of such high quality that nearly fooled him. After years of separation, his son had achieved such mastery. Cat Xian has truly matured. This revelation was too much for Xiaohu to bear. To acquire this bead, he had spent over 40 million in cash, secretly misappropriating over 30 million from his father, Xia Yuanshan's project funds. Now, it felt as though he had poured water into a basket, having ordered a fake bead. Just as he was lost in sorrow, a heavy hand patted his shoulder, and he looked up to Xian Luo. "Xiaohu, why the long face?" Xiaohu, looking pitiful, replied, "I was deceived. Can't I be upset? What kind of devil are you? I say, even if you didn't acquire the bead, it's not the end of the world. You should be happy." And Luo's words completely bewildered Xiaohu. "You expect me to be happy after being deceived? What kind of logic is that?" Xiaohu was utterly confused. 50,000. I'll sell you a strategy that guarantees you a profit of 1.5 million. And Luo offered generously. 50,000 against 1.5 million. Xiaohu was now as restless as an ant on a hot pan, entirely unsure of Luo's intentions. "Stop mocking me. I'm not mocking you. If it's unfeasible, I'll gift you this tortoiseshell bead." This statement left Xiaohu utterly astonished. "Did I hear you correctly? This tortoiseshell bead has been authenticated by Cat Master, and you're offering it to me without charge. What is Luo scheming?" The others looked at Luo, while Gue Zi merely smiled in silence. "Are you willing to take the gamble? Haven T, you always prided yourself on your adventurous spirit." This gamble posed no risk for Xiaohu. Not only was it harmless, but regardless of the outcome, he stood to gain. If he lost, he would receive the tortoiseshell bead, which would be a tremendous win. If he won, he would pay 50,000 and gain 1.5 million, netting a profit of 1,450,000. What was Luo up to? Setting a trap for him? Xiaohu felt utterly outmatched intellectually, unable to decipher Luo's challenge. "Do you require cash for the 50,000? Xiaohu finally summoned the courage to inquire. No, here's my account. Transfer the funds, and I'll promptly share the strategy." And Luo remained composed. Shaking with trepidation, Xiaohu transferred the 50,000, immediately asking, "What's the strategy? Continue with your transaction." And Luo said, a grin plastered across his face. "You're toying with me." Xiaohu's face turned pale. "What purpose do you serve? Since that item is counterfeit, once Master Cat intervenes and confirms its falsity, let Shida Lang compensate, demanding a multiple of the deposit and not considering your sentiments." A single remark from Luo instantly enlightened Xiaohu. Indeed, he had been completely duped earlier, failing to realize the stipulation in the contract that required an appraisal within 3 days. Once the results were in, if it proved to be fake, according to the rules of the underworld, he would owe at least 5 times the deposit, having paid a deposit of 3 million. This punitive measure amounted to a staggering 15 million. This was a far quicker return than any investment. How could he have overlooked this? Allowing that rascal Luo to pocket 500,000 effortlessly. Goodness. "Young man, are you trying to enlist my assistance in your fraudulent scheme?" "My fees are rather steep," Master Cat remarked to Xiaohu. "Just name your price, and I will consider it," Xiaohu replied. "A flat rate of 3 million. I shall take your deposit as settled." "Done. The deposit is to be paid up front, and is it still due in 3 days?" Master Cat inquired. "Isn't the total to be paid after the appraisal results are out?" Xiaohu asked in confusion. Chapter 62. Xiaohu had no choice but to frown and transfer the funds to Master Cat. "Very well. Await further news, and by the way, you might also need to find a lawyer. Would you like me to recommend one?" And Luo began, only to be cut off by Xiaohu. "No need for your concern, farewell." In less than an hour, Xiaohu had squandered 2,500,000 for Luo's intellectual consulting fee and 1,500,000 for Master Cat's guarantee deposit. As soon as Xiaohu left, as Master Cat Crazy, and Luo erupted into laughter, for Xiaohu, the jester, had no inkling of the intricacies at play. In a brief span, Luo and Gue Zi had amassed 7 million in gains, 5 million as Shida Lang's hush money, 500,000 as Xiaohu's consulting fee, and 1,500,000 as Master Cat's deposit. Gue Zi transferred 1 million to As account, another million to Master Cat, 1 million to Luo, and kept 1 million for himself, with the remaining 3 million designated as operational funds for the Fox organization. Naturally, Luo and Gue Zi voluntarily contributed their share to the Sunshine Shelter for charity. Haha, to occasionally play a cameo and earn 1 million is delightful. Master Cat stroked his white beard, grinning ear to ear. "As it's been a while since you've navigated the underworld, hasn't it? You seem to be doing quite well. This estate must be worth several billion," Master Cat remarked, suddenly envious of Az. "Not much, just 3 billion. Don't think I don't know you've built quite a few houses on some island. Are you planning to become the lord of that island?" As retorted. Master Cat chuckled without answering. Do not let the sums of 1 or 2 million fool you. To these two titans, it is merely a dinner or a health retreat. After years of accumulation, they have long since filled their coffers. Their outings are merely to honor Guizi. Allow me to accompany you one more time, for one must see a task through to its conclusion, Master Cat said. I shan't go, lest Shida Lang regard me with disdain, as past grievances with Shida Lang are more than one. Guizi respectfully bowed. Then, I must trouble you, Master Cat. However, how about this? At the Hearthstone Pavilion, the sudden influx of individuals indeed overwhelmed Shida Lang. This matter would not be easily resolved. Guizi pointed at the somewhat bashful Cat Xian and addressed Shida Lang. Boss, sure. Do you know who young Master Xia who is commissioned for your appraisal? Master Cat. Have you heard of him? You now have but two paths to choose. Guizi spoke unhurriedly to Shida Lang. Upon hearing Master Cat's name, Shida Lang's composure shattered. His face turned pale as he thought, this is the end. Who doesn't know Master Cat, the esteemed professional appraiser in the industry? Previously, Shida Lang had assumed Xia who would be unable to find a qualified appraiser. But now, the first path, your transaction with Xia, who has been finalized. Yet should the appraisal reveal it to be a high imitation, you will lose money and face imprisonment, facing the consequences. Guizi deliberately paused for a few seconds to allow Shida Lang to ponder. The second path. The appraiser has a considerable relationship with me and is willing to lend you a hand, but it depends on your willingness regarding this multi-million transaction. If handled well, you could reap substantial rewards. Mishandle it, and your reputation will be tarnished, along with a potential prison sentence. Consider it carefully. You are truly shameless. Did you not already receive a fee? Shida Lang realized this was a trap, yet he found himself ensnared. That was merely our hush money. Now, we discuss the most crucial aspect of the transaction. If this part is executed well, then you shall profit. Fail, and you may await your summons. And Luo interjected on Guizi's behalf. Ding! The system detected that the host is participating in the frantic harvesting of chives operation. Chives must be harvested promptly, one batch after another. Reward, 160,000. Social experience, 1. Eloquence, 1. Ding. Frantic harvesting of chives materials entered storage. Storage reward, 170,000. Acquiring the theoretical guide to deception. Advanced edition, learning ability, 1. Insight, 1. Attractiveness, 1. And Luo had already absorbed most of the previously gifted theoretical guide to deception, comprehending numerous classic scams, while the advanced edition would occupy him for quite some time. Shida Lang continued to display hesitation, unable to reach a decision after a significant pause. He had seen through the charade, and Luo and Guizi were not potential clients, but rather con artists. Yet now, everything he possessed was under their control, leaving no room for retaliation. If you remain silent, very well, the gates of the Chunlu City Detention Center have already swung open for you. No fedwed. Guizi and the others stood to leave, merely putting on an act to pressure Shida Lang into making a decision. Wait, how do you plan to handle Master Cat? Shida Lang hesitated, for this matter, if not managed well, could cost him dearly. Do you know who he is? Guizi pointed at Cat Xian, addressing Shida Lang. Shida Lang shook his head repeatedly. No, I do not. His name is Cat Xian, the son of Master Cat. He is willing to assist you as your appointed appraiser. I am hiring him. Yes. He will represent you in a battle of appraisals against his father, but all of this is merely a performance. Ultimately, his father will abide by his appraisal results. Is this reliable? Are you doubting his abilities or Master Cat's? This is called the student surpassing the master. If you don't believe it, why not test him with a few treasures and see his prowess? Guizi proposed. Shida Lang pondered for a long time and retrieved 3 to 5 genuine treasures from his collection room for Cat Xian to appraise. This challenge was child's play for Cat Xian, who was intimately familiar with these items, leaving Shida Lang in awe. Quite impressive, reminiscent of Master Cat's former glory. However, I wish to know, you are aware that this tortoiseshell bead is a high imitation. How will you prove otherwise? Shida Lang inquired of Cat Xian. That one won't do. It has too many flaws. You need to use this one. Cat Xian personally presented another, more perfect imitation to Shida Lang. At first glance, there appeared to be no difference between the two imitations, but to an expert, the distinctions were glaring. Shida Lang inspected it for a long time, yet failed to find any defects. The fee for the appraisal, plus a performance fee, and I will throw in this imitation for free, all for the package price of 5 million. It's quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree? Cat Xian stated. Shida Lang's expression shifted instantly. Previously, you requested 5 million as hush money, and now you demand another 5 million. With this, I stand to earn nothing. I might as well face prison time. The earlier 5 million hush fee was indeed steep. Without such audacity, how could one claim to harvest chives? That is your choice. You are willing to gamble your entire reputation and family. I hear your daughter seems to have found a fine suitor, correct? If that young Master Su were to discover that his future father-in-law is such a character, one can only imagine. Guizi declared confidently. You sigh. 4 million is the absolute ceiling. I truly do not have that much money. 4,500,000, or else we shall not discuss it further. We are also bearing significant risks. Very well, let us first pay 2 million. Once everything is successfully concluded, we shall settle the remaining amount. Shi Dalong has completely altered his stance. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have officially activated the leak character card, earning 160,000 in wealth, 1 in brain connections, and 1 in experience. The system has now activated 3 distinct cards. The National Scammer character card, featuring 2 activated characters, Fox and Zhou Xin. The Chunlu Jianghu notable character card, showcasing 3 activated figures, Master Shun, Cat Master, and Az, and the Chunlu City notable character card, with Jin Han activated. Now, an additional leak character card has emerged, featuring 2 activated characters, Jin Han and Shi Dalong. The character material for Shi Dalong has been stored, granting a reward of 170,000, an expansion of 500 gigabytes for the system, and 1 encounter and 1 fortuitous event. Alright, it's a deal. In 3 days, prepare to witness the spectacle. Shi Dalong obediently handed over the funds. As Guizi and others departed, Enluo was consumed by a perplexing question. Is Guizi's plan truly flawless? It seems there are still numerous loopholes. The most significant flaw is that Xiaohu and Shi Dalong will not simply acquiesce, should they engage in any covert actions. This would undoubtedly jeopardize the execution of the plan. Moreover, the assessments from Cat Xian and Cat Master differ. Cat Master aims to prove the item is a counterfeit, enabling Xiaohu to seek compensation, while Cat Xian seeks to validate that the celestial bead is genuine, allowing Shi Dalong to complete the transaction. How shall this contradictory issue be resolved? Guizi, noticing Enluo's troubled expression, chuckled and said, Is this puzzling you? Rest assured, the celestial bead will be both a counterfeit and a genuine article. Just wait and see. You've been busy these past few days. Take some time to treat yourself well. I'll call you. Guizi promptly distributed the 2 million he had extracted from Shi Dalong, then departed with Cat Xian. Enluo wandered aimlessly down the street, contemplating this intricate dilemma, pondering how Guizi would resolve it. Suddenly, a familiar figure entered Enluo's line of sight. It was his Chinese teacher, Wang Zhongxia. However, it appeared that old Wang was somewhat disoriented, staggering as he walked, reeking of alcohol, and failing to recognize Enluo even when he stood before him. Old Wang's clothing was tattered, and his face bore the marks of a scuffle, with his knees showing signs of injury. Enluo discreetly followed Wang Zhongxia, curious about his next move. It seemed highly likely that Wang Zhongxia was facing the consequences of his wife's wrath, as she was rumored to be quite formidable. Wang Zhongxia had been severely duped by Xia, who, losing around 200,000. Enluo was well aware of how much each investor had contributed. For Wang Zhongxia, 200,000 was essentially a lifetime savings, now squandered. Xia, who was indeed a fool, despite Wang's repeated expressions of dissatisfaction towards him. Enluo found himself feeling a twinge of sympathy. Wang Zhongxia traversed the streets and climbed to the rooftop of a semi-abandoned 18-story building, clutching a bottle of Jiangxia Bai. He sat precariously on the edge, half of his body suspended over the precipice. Was he contemplating suicide? For the affluent, several 100,000 may not represent much. But for a teacher earning merely 6,000 a month, it constituted a significant portion of a lifetime savings. Enluo felt genuine concern for Wang Zhongxia as he prepared to call out, Old Wang, don't despair. There are always solutions. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed from above. A stunning woman appeared, embracing Old Wang from behind. Wang, did you miss me? Enluo, hidden behind a water tank on the roof, was shocked. He had anticipated a moment of despair, but instead witnessed an affair unfolding. The woman reclined in Wang Zhongxia's embrace, and they seemed unfazed by the height as they shared a passionate kiss. You must understand, I have no way out. I left everything, my house, my car, my money to my wife. Now, I am left with nothing, and I have lost my job. The school expelled me because of our affair. Old Wang, do you still want me? Wang Zhongxia lamented. Rumors of Wang Zhongxia's extramarital affair had circulated before Luo graduated. Yet this was his first encounter with the fabled Zhao, who was even more beautiful than he had imagined. If you don't want me, I want to cling to you. I'll jump off this roof and end this miserable existence. If you do want me, I will work tirelessly to ensure your comfort, Wang Zhongxia professed. Uttering such sentimental words, if he were indeed expelled from the school, it would be a pitiful state. He had already lost 200,000 to Xiaohu, his reputation tarnished and his options dwindling. Yet, how could such a beautiful woman be interested in Wang Zhongxia? Was this not a classic case of a cabbage given to a pig? Fool, I am not after your money, nor do I care for your status. I genuinely love you. With me, you will always have a place to land, Zhao Zhao declared, her sincerity moving Wang Zhongxia to tears. All right, Zhao Zhao, he replied, and they embraced, a scene that left Luo with a lump in his throat. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have witnessed a moment of true feelings in times of adversity. You are rewarded with 180, 000, 1 in emotions, 1 in love, and 1 in human connections. The material for true feelings in times of adversity has been recorded, granting an additional reward of 170, 000, 1 in stamina, 1 in enthusiasm, and 1 in compassion. And Luo glanced over. Zhao Zhao wore a name tag, identifying her as a KTV princess. Her name, Zhao Zhao. It was a pity that someone of such beauty was in that line of work. Old Wang, do not be disheartened. Your wife is simply blind to your worth. As for your job, losing it is not the end. As an educator, you should not fear leading your students astray. Zhao Zhao, you are truly wonderful. Wang Zhongxia regained his composure, ready to make a breakthrough. But just then, the words Mr. Wang shattered the moment. Wang Zhongxia looked up to find Luo standing before him, reveling in his misfortune, his gaze flitting between Wang and Zhao Zhao. Old Wang immediately tensed, while Zhao Zhao remained composed. Your student, Luo said, feigning innocence. Wang Zhongxia lowered his head. Luo, oh, I am no longer a teacher. I have received my expulsion notice from the school. Please just call me Old Wang. Well, you were once my teacher. It's a habit. This is quite romantic. ISNT it? My relationship with teacher Mei was not love. Now that I am divorced, she is my beloved Zhao Zhao. Wang Zhongxia introduced her. The Royal Dynasty KTV is a top-tier entertainment venue in Chunlu City, owned by the Jin family. And Luo glanced at Zhao Zhao and remarked, you and teacher Mei were indeed mismatched. Wang Zhongxia seemed incredulous. Really? You think so too? Your temperament is gentle, while teacher Mei is rather domineering. Your personalities clash. I have dabbled in fortune-telling and have long wished to advise you, but the opportunity was never right, and Luo said, indulging in a small show of arrogance. Yet, his words struck a chord with Wang Zhongxia. You speak the truth. Though teachers may appear strict, their hearts are quite tender. That almost made me retch. About the investment meeting, you didn't lose too much, did you? And Luo probed. How could I not lose much? It was nearly $1 million down the drain. That Xiaohu scoundrel cheated me terribly, Wang Zhongxia lamented, though he had lost merely 200,000. And Luo remained silent with a smile. I told you, Xia is unreliable. In investments, one must align with the right people. I will introduce you to young Master Jin of the Jin family. He has an investment plan that may interest you, Zhao Zhao interjected. Mr. Jin of the Jinshi Group. And Luo, I heard from Wang Meng that you seem to know each other. Wang Zhongxia inquired. Oh, Jinshi Heng? I once guided him when he was lost. To be honest, I am now a fortune teller, and Luo feigned modesty. A fortune teller. And Luo, that is impressive. I've heard this profession is filled with talent and particularly lucrative. No wonder you have thrived. Honestly, have you perhaps aligned yourself with some wealthy benefactor? Wang Zhongxia pressed on. Well, that is a secret. However, Mr. Jin has had a rather unfortunate few months. This was naturally information shared by Zhao Zhao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhao was immediately impressed. Oh, you know about that? Let me tell you both, Mr. Jin had a streak of bad luck last month. How unfortunate was it? He frequently fell in the restroom, was struck by a light while drinking at a KTV, and nearly choked to death while drinking with his female friends. Wang Zhongxia was taken aback, and Zhao Zhao grew increasingly animated as she spoke, while Luo was well aware of all this. But that was in the past. Believe it or not, this month, Mr. Jin's fortune has turned remarkably. Whatever stocks he buys, they all rise. He has even established a studio for stock trading and lottery games. Zhao Zhao shared. Lottery? Aren't those all scams? Why would Mr. Jin engage in such trivial pursuits? Wang Zhongxia asked. Ha. Our young master has insider information. He may not win the grand prize, but he often secures the second prize, and occasionally the first prize. Earning a few million or tens of millions a month is quite common. Zhao Zhao revealed much information, noting that ever since reclaiming her beloved car, her interactions with Jin Shihang had notably diminished. They had agreed that Jin Shihang would keep Enluo updated, but after his luck improved, he completely forgot about Enluo. He genuinely believed he had transferred his misfortune to Enluo, only to have it dispelled by her. Oh, what kind of studio has he established? I plan to venture into the investment sector as well. Enluo continued to extract information from Zhao Zhao. Mr. Jin partnered with Master Su Ken from an overseas group to establish a company called Century Wealth Investment Firm. I've heard it's immensely profitable now. Su Ken? ISNT, he the son-in-law of Shi Daolong? Our young master previously sought to marry into the Su family, but to no avail. Now, having aligned himself with Su Ken, it must be to pursue Su Ken's sister, Su Qing. Zhao Zhao's words astonished Enluo. He had thought that Su Ken and Su Qing were unrelated, only to discover they were siblings. What a small world. However, how could Su Qing possibly be interested in a debauched character like Jin Shihang? Her affections lay with Benjamin, the founder of Anonymous, and they seem to be quite the couple. What business does Jin Shihang have in that realm? Zhao Zhao, are you truly willing to introduce me to Jin Shihang? I still have some savings and would love to share a little fortune with the young master. Wang Zhongxia was nothing but a fool, recently deceived by Xia, who is still failing to learn from his experience, making him easily trust others. No problem. But as for you, it's possible to meet him, but joining his investment team is out of the question. Without millions, you won't even get a foot in the door. Zhao Zhao's words left Wang Zhongxia in disbelief, as he had thought his modest savings of 300,000 would at least be somewhat respectable. Who knew? They start at millions. Is there even a chance left? Enluo was equally astonished. Jin Shihang had become so formidable. It seems that Gue Zi and others have a keen eye. Who else but him should be the target of such a great opportunity? Young man, are you really a fortune teller? Can you see if I have financial luck? Zhao Zhao believed him. Enluo requested her to show her hand, intending to examine her palmistry. Just as Zhao Zhao opened her hand, a notification chimed. Congratulations. Host, you have unlocked complete palmistry practical deception. This is an assessment of the host's review of the theoretical chapters of palmistry. Results are categorized into A and B. A, passed. B, failed. The result was A, with a reward of 230,000, unlocking all practical chapters of complete palmistry. Palmistry Experience 1, Wisdom 1, Eloquence 1. If the result were B, the reward would be 120,000, unlocking only some practical chapters, Appearance 1, Vitality 1, Confidence 1. Therefore, regardless of the exam results, the rewards were substantial. The comprehensive palmistry was a theoretical chapter unlocked by Enluo after encountering Master Shenxi. He had studied the theories contained within, but had longed for practical opportunities, which he fortuitously encountered today. Observing the lines and patterns on Zhao Zhao's palm, Enluo was inspired, exclaiming, "You are a woman devoted to love." This single statement brought tears to Zhao Zhao's eyes. Ah, that is precisely right. I fell in love at first sight with old Wang. Although I work at a KTV, I have never had such feelings for any other man. This feeling. Zhao Zhao sighed. Enluo was merely fabricating, having discerned through their brief conversation that Zhao Zhao genuinely cared for old Wang. Furthermore, which woman would willingly admit to being incapable of devotion? This conclusion was obvious without needing to think. Your social relationships are quite good. You are well liked by those around you. Zhao Zhao's face blossomed with joy. Truly, my sisters adore me. And Luo hadn't even needed to read her palm. He could tell from the name tag on Zhao Zhao's attire, which bore a unique color at the Huangqiao KTV, indicating a person who could navigate social circles adeptly and was well liked. Chapter 64. You are destined to be busy throughout your life, yet rarely accumulate wealth. After years of work, savings are scarce, and even debts accumulate. This statement utterly shattered Zhao Zhao's bliss. In truth, Enluo's observation was astute. Zhao Zhao earned a decent salary, bringing in around 20 to 30,000 a month, but Zhao Zhao was fond of gambling and led a lavish lifestyle, which left her with no savings and burdened with online loans, suffocating under the weight of her debts. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved an A in the test. Reward, 340,000. Advanced theoretical chapters of palmistry unlocked. Successfully unlocking all palmistry tests. Random activation. Palmistry 1, Wisdom 1, Judgment 1. Note: the essence of palmistry lies in observation and judgment. The host possesses exceptional observational and judgmental skills, allowing for profound conclusions in palmistry. Truly a remarkable talent. The aforementioned conclusions were derived from Luo's analysis of Zhao Zhao's palm in conjunction with his observations of her. Although it consisted of merely a few phrases, each left a deep imprint on Zhao Zhao's heart, especially the final judgment. The more Zhao Zhao pondered, the more disconcerted she became. Young man, can this be changed? And Luo thought to himself, since he was doing a good deed, why not go all the way? Perhaps a significant gift for teacher Wang wouldn't he hurt. Despite the fact that old Wang had once mocked him, he was still a former language teacher. You need not fear excessively. Your destiny calls for a man of the fire element, which will aid you in thriving. And you also possess the fortune of becoming a star. And Luo did not wish to frighten Zhao Zhao, so he spoke to lighten the mood. Fire element? And Luo, analyze my birth chart. Is it of the fire element? Wang Zhongxia provided his birth details, and Luo calculated. Oh, what a coincidence. You two are a match made in heaven. Teacher Wang possesses the fire element while you, Miss Zhao Zhao, embody the earth element. How wonderful indeed. And Luo stated, young man, what does that mean? Are we well suited? And what of this fortune of becoming a star? Zhao Zhao inquired. Well, you are indeed compatible. Teacher Wang's fire element perfectly compensates for the shortcomings in your wealth palace, while your career and love fortunes will nurture teacher Wang's fate. Therefore, you are very compatible. As for the star fortune, you merely await an opportunity. Embrace your destiny. And Luo said with feigned seriousness. Yet, if his fortune were so prosperous, how could he have lost nearly 1 million? Young man, that seems a bit implausible. Zhao Zhao retained some semblance of intelligence, but that is not absolute. It seems you two have not met for quite some time. Haven't you? I surmise, at least 3 months. And Luo's remark left Zhao Zhao utterly astounded, as did Wang Zhongxia. This is truly remarkable. The two have not seen each other for 3 months, which explains their intense chemistry. How could Luo deduce this? There was no need for deduction. During the past 3 months, teacher Wang Zhongxia was preoccupied with preparing his students for the college entrance examination, while teacher Mei kept a watchful eye on him, resulting in their relationship being at a standstill, making their chances of meeting virtually non-existent. Furthermore, based on the encounters between Lao Wang and Zhao Zhao, it is evident that Zhao Zhao is aware of Lao Wang's financial struggles. Yet upon meeting, they immediately became inseparable, indicating a significant time apart. And Luo's preliminary conclusion of over 3 months seems reasonable. Some truths are merely common sense. Those that remain elusive are the mysteries of fate. Regarding Zhao Zhao's destined fortune of becoming a star, and Luo arrived at this conclusion through intricate reasoning derived from Zhao Zhao's overall appearance. Fate dictates. Eyes like deities convey emotions. A nose long like a rainbow signifies fortune. A generous mouth brings abundance, and virtue accumulates blessings. Zhao Zhao's birth chart includes the elements of Zi, Wu, Mao, and Yu, which can be interpreted as a profusion of romantic prospects. Although these prospects should not be misconstrued as mere romantic entanglements. Further astrological insights suggest that a birth chart with prominent food and injury elements indicates potential for stardom, while a female chart with mixed influences can also lead to celebrity status. Zhao Zhao's palmistry reveals a notably long ring finger, robust mounts of the sun and moon, and a deep wisdom line, all of which indicate strong appeal to audiences, suggesting she possesses the makings of a star. Moreover, her palm bears signs of benefactors and crosses, both of which are auspicious indicators for a flourishing career in showbiz. However, this assessment seems too forward-looking, especially considering Zhao Zhao is currently just a lowly KTV attendant. Juxtaposing her with a top celebrity feels somewhat far-fetched. Nevertheless, this is merely a temporary situation. Upon first glance at Zhao Zhao, and Luo's initial impression was one of regret. Not solely because she is wasted on someone like Wang Zhongxia, but because a woman of such charisma ought to shine on screen, akin to Marilyn Monroe. Thus, this prediction is grounded in 70% astrological reasoning and 30% in Luo's subjective desires. The notion of becoming a star seems impossible. Yet gratitude is due to the young gentleman. Many of his insights have proven accurate. Astrology is indeed wondrous. Zhao Zhao herself harbors no belief in her potential for stardom, though she trusts other aspects as they have been validated by time. And Luo had no intention of elaborating further. Predictions either reflect past experiences or foretell future events, and the only standard for such matters is the passage of time. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall leave you for now. In any case, blessings to you all, Buzz. And Luo blew a kiss to the two, having achieved her aim. What more was there to do? Wang's bald head certainly does not require such a bright light. Moreover, Gei Zi was urging in Luo. It had been less than a day, and he was already calling for her. There was a somewhat tricky situation that required her attention. Hurry to the usual place. Gei Zi personally drove the Lamborghini to pick up in Luo. Since this car was awarded to her, Li Mu rarely drove it, as he was occupied with the tasks in Luo had assigned him. The den of deceit. All five were present, including Cat Fungus and Cat Yi, as they continued to refine the specifics of their appraisal strategy. Perhaps Gei Zi had come to a realization that his plan had significant flaws and required further refinement. The current dilemma was that Xiaohu and Shi Lang were scheduled to meet for the appraisal of the celestial bead. Xiaohu had his own appraisal teacher, Cat Yi, while Shi Lang had Cat Fungus. The outcome would directly influence the profits of Fox and others involved. There were essentially two possible results. If the appraisal yielded a false verdict, Xiaohu would demand substantial compensation, creating animosity between Fox's team and Shi Lang. Conversely, if the appraisal proved true, Xiaohu would become the unwitting victim, leading to a rift between Fox's team and Xiaohu. Regardless of the outcome, Fox would profit but must choose an adversary. However, the ideal scenario would involve a result that was both true and false, allowing them to profit from Xiaohu while also gaining from Shi Lang without fostering enmity. Achieving such a state seemed nearly impossible. The group brainstormed vigorously, seeking to maximize profits without incurring costs. The summer god was still formidable in Chunlu, not to be trifled with. Fox remarked, "You are aware of the influence behind Shi Lang. His son-in-law, Su Can, is equally formidable, especially given the Su family's deep connections in both the legitimate and underworld spheres. This situation is daunting," Zhou Xin lamented. "The risks involved are too great. Perhaps we should abandon the endeavor, especially since we have already profited considerably," Old Fourth Du Feng suggested. Previously, Enluo had contemplated this issue but had struggled to devise a solution. Now it appeared these fraudsters were not significantly brighter than themselves, as evidenced by their furrowed brows. Ding! It seemed the host encountered a challenging problem, stimulating their mind and activating the brainstorm map, yielding 170,000 rewards and resources, IQ 1, Enlightenment 1, Awakening 1. The brainstorm map was entered into the system, granting 160,000 rewards, Experience 1, Happiness 1, Rational Reasoning 1. A cerebral cloud map materialized within Enluo's system repository. Concurrently, Enluo sensed an invigorating clarity in their thought process, akin to a refreshing cleanse for the brain. This sensation was exhilarating, as if a gentle cerebral breeze was caressing their neurons. Given the substantial risks, we can only choose between Xiaohu and Shi Lang. We will assess the situation as it unfolds. After much deliberation, Fox resolved to abandon the most idealistic plan. Suddenly, Enluo experienced a surge of inspiration, and a strategy leaped into their mind: time differential. Enluo blurted, and upon uttering those words, everyone gazed at him in astonishment, unclear of his intent. Zhou Shun, dubbed Lu Jishin, seemed to grasp a fragment of the idea, but did not fully comprehend it. "Are you proposing to use the difference in time to deal with both individuals?" "Yes, precisely. Let Xiaohu and Shi Lang complete their transaction first." And Luo's suggestion was met with Gei Zi's opposition. "Wait, we've already made arrangements with Xiaohu. Will he agree to this?" Xiaohu can only proceed with his substantial compensation claim after the transaction with Shi Lang is completed. If the process is halted midway, he stands to gain nothing and can explain the situation to him. And Luo's statement appeared to unlock a collective epiphany among the group. Cat Yi slapped his thigh. "Brilliant! Once the transaction is completed, Shi Lang will be informed, and then we can exploit the time differential to turn the tables on him, compelling Shi Lang to compensate. thus avoiding conflict with either party. Ingenious, profiting from both sides. Young man, you possess remarkable talent. In truth, Enluo had merely said 3 words, yet these words pertain to a business worth millions. Thus, the first step is to arrange for Cat Fungus's appraisal, ensuring the result is true, facilitating the completion of the transaction, and providing Shi Lang with a clear explanation. Du Feng stated, yes. Then after collecting the final service fee from Shi Lang, have Xiaohu arrange for another appraisal, with Cat Yu presiding, ensuring the result is false, demanding Shi Lang refund all money and provide compensation. This money would return to Xiaohu, perhaps with an additional profit, which would undoubtedly please him. At last, everything was clarified through Enluo's cerebral insights. Yes, indeed. Let us proceed as such. The final decision-making authority naturally rests with Fox. Coincidentally, at that moment, Guizi's phone rang. It was Xiaohu. Hello, the appraisal is scheduled for tomorrow. How should we proceed? Do you have a plan in mind? Xiaohu inquired. Chapter 65. 2 hours later, Guizi and Enluo appeared beside Xiaohu, accompanied by Cat Yi. Xiaohu appeared quite haggard, but Guizi wasted no time in delivering a blunt reprimand. Have you prepared the cash for tomorrow's transaction? Xiaohu was left bewildered by the question. Why is cash necessary? Wasn't it agreed that? Oh, you truly are oblivious to the law. Let me put it plainly. The result of tomorrow's celestial bead appraisal must be true, and you are obligated to pay in full. Upon hearing this, Xiaohu leaped up in a panic. I'm not paying for that counterfeit. Are you out of your mind? He shouted at Guizi. Enluo gently patted Xiaohu's shoulder and said, if the transaction is not completed, what grounds do you have to claim compensation? You must settle the payment first. Only then can the transaction be deemed legally valid. Otherwise, it is considered an attempt that has failed. It would be wise for you to familiarize yourself with some legal principles. Xiaohu was utterly bewildered. Yet there seemed to be a kernel of truth in what was said. What are you afraid of? Whatever you invest, Shi Dalong will have to return it to you obediently, and you might even manage to profit a little in the process. What is not to like? So, you mean to first acknowledge that this authentication is genuine, and then? Xiaohu appeared to grasp the concept. Then, you present reasons for your distrust and request a secondary authentication. The result of this second appraisal will reveal it as counterfeit. Now that the transaction is complete, it is no longer a failed attempt. You can straightforwardly demand a price from Shi Dalong. Oh! Xiaohu seemed to understand. The 2 appraisals. The first confirming the nature of the transaction as valid, and the second decisively striking down Shi Dalong. But, Xiaohu suddenly pondered, once the first transaction is completed and the Tianju is in my possession, how credible will the second appraisal be? What if Shi Dalong insists that it is not the Tianju he sold? Enluo seemed to have perceived Xiaohu's concerns and promptly added, you truly wouldn't contemplate settling the entire amount with Shi Dalong in one go, would you? Leaving a little leeway is just a jest. Xiaohu instantly understood. Leaving a small margin and promising to make an additional payment in 3 days would not only affirm the nature of the transaction, but also ensure that the Tianju remains with Shi Dalong during that period. Only then could he rightfully request a second appraisal. However, Enluo's kindness made Xiaohu wonder if there were ulterior motives behind it. Why are you helping me? Xiaohu inquired. No, I am not helping you. I am here to correct your worldview. Upon hearing this, Xiaohu was infuriated, and Guizi was equally astonished. Enluo was seemingly sabotaging their carefully structured plan. What do you mean? It means nothing. Investment isn't approached in this manner. Today, having encountered old Wang, you nearly jumped off a building. Xiaohu, do you have any conscience left? Deceiving teachers and classmates like this. You, Wang Zhongxia's scoundrel of a character, was brought up. In truth, Enluo had been aware long before, but it was peculiar that he brought it up at this moment. Guizi was anxious. However, as Xiaohu was about to claim his status as a victim, he caught a glance at Enluo, who was suppressing his urge to speak, and reluctantly admitted the truth. In my eyes, teachers and classmates are merely pawns. Xiaohu said this with a straight face. Guizi nudged Enluo's arm, subtly reminding him, haven't you heard that Jin Shihang is also dabbling in investments? Initially, I intended to draw you in, but now, you still fail to recognize the gravity of the situation. Guizi began to comprehend that Enluo was setting a scheme to pull Xiaohu into Jin Shihang's fold. Why should I trust you? What connection does Jin Shihang have with you to involve you in this? To be frank, I am a pivotal figure in Jin Shihang. Their current success is entirely due to my contributions. Xiaohu was baffled by this claim. Opening his mouth to question, but unsure how to proceed. Since the boast had already been made, and Luo saw no harm in elaborating further. Throughout my 3 years in high school, you all regarded me as a mere country boy. However, it's time to reveal my other identity. I am the disciple of the Wuyan Taoist from Baiyun Mountain. Upon hearing this, Xiaohu burst into laughter. A fortune-telling charlatan. This remark, while not overly damaging, was deeply insulting. Ding! The system detects that someone dares to belittle the traditional profession of fortune-teller. The host must provide a vivid education. Reward: 200,000. Fortune-telling experience: 1. Wisdom: 1. Hair density: 1. Fair skin: 1. Information on the belittler Xiaohu is as follows. Xiaohu, from Chunlu, son of the prosperous merchant Xia Yuan, with a wealthy background. His stepmother, Shun Zhaoxue, had a colorful past before marrying into the Xia family. Xiaohu has an elder brother and a younger sister. His brother Xia Tian is currently pursuing a doctorate in Europe, but has some issues with his sexual orientation. His younger sister Xia Tian dreams of entering the film industry. A rebellious teenager who dropped out of school in middle school. The family situation is complex. Yes, I am indeed. It seems you are woefully uninformed about the Wuyan Taoist. And Luo mocked. Anyone with a modicum of experience in the underworld would recognize the name. Yet here you are, completely oblivious. And Luo thought it better to drop the pretense of his fortune-teller identity and unveil the truth to clear the path ahead. I don't believe you at all. Since you claim to be so remarkable, why not predict something? Isn't it said that fortune-tellers are known for their accuracy? I won't say a word. Go ahead and read me. Xiaohu declared, and then Luo was unfazed. He scrutinized Xiaohu's features, while Gizi curiously craned his neck to observe how Luo would navigate this awkward situation. Well, I shall dare to try. It is said that fortune-telling can be hurtful, as the truth can be quite harsh. Are you able to accept it without becoming furious? And Luo inquired. I can. Go ahead. I don't believe you at all. Xiaohu replied. And Luo closed his eyes and, with a flourish, declared, Your mother is a prostitute. Xiaohu's face turned pale, and Gizi was equally shocked. Is there such a thing as crossing the line? And Luo had taken the joke too far. This was genuinely hurtful. Your mother indeed. And Luo clarified. You're the one who is a prostitute. Don't joke with me. Xiaohu clearly lacked the courage to admit this truth. Still, will you deny it? And Luo pressed. This is already incorrect, but I will give you another chance. Try again. Although Xiaohu said this, the beads of sweat on his forehead belied his anxious heart. Your brother is gay. And Luo declared mercilessly. You and Luo? Are you trying to sabotage me? Don't make such international jokes. Xiaohu pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his face, drenched in sweat. And you have a useless younger sister, who dreams of being a star, a rebellious girl. And Luo continued his relentless tirade. Stop, don't say any more. Each of these revelations was something Xia, who believed in Luo, could not possibly know, and now, being exposed one by one, he could hardly bear it. Your grandfather, at the age of 80, is having a late-life romance with a college student in her 20s. These were all results derived from the system's assessment of Xiaohu, and Luo merely articulated them at the opportune moment. Xiaohu slumped onto the sofa, gasping for breath, realizing the terror that Luo embodied. Previously, at the class reunion, Xiaohu had resisted Luo's teachings, but now he was even less inclined to challenge him. How did Luo uncover such intimate details about his life? The thought was chilling. Gizi was also astonished, observing Xiaohu's reaction. It was evident that Luo's assertions were accurate, but Xiaohu was unwilling to accept the truth. How was Luo capable of this? Although it was true that Luo was masquerading as a disciple of the Wuyan Taoist, Gizi firmly believed that Luo was not a genuine fortune-teller. Now, her judgment of him was entirely shattered. Oh, I almost forgot. I should speak about you. Would you like to hear? And Luo provocatively asked. Yes. Oh no. Wait, yes. Xiaohu was in conflict. Then I shall dare to speak. The following judgments are based on your features, palmistry, and aura. Please be forgiving if I err, and Luo said. Xiaohu nodded and shook his head, oscillating between disbelief and curiosity. The system's assessment data on Xiaohu amounted to thousands of words, but Luo could only highlight the key points. You almost caused the death of your birth mother at your birth. She was severely ill for 3 years, which resulted in your sister being once. There was a thought of pushing him off a cliff. Enough, stop talking. No one believes you. Let's leave it at that. Xiaohu was on the verge of a breakdown. The more they spoke, the more absurd it became. However, their words had struck a chord deep within him. There were many things in Luo had yet to reveal, and he could not fathom how the system could be so astute, uncovering details with such precision. There were numerous other incidents, such as when Xia, who had secretly gifted his stepmother a diamond ring the previous year, taken her to the movies, and even stolen a kiss while she was asleep. Although Shen Zhaoxue was employed in a lively establishment, her beauty was unparalleled, rivaling that of Bai Chenxi. For this reason, the unattainable Bai Chenxi had led Xia, who into a state of longing, mistaking his stepmother for Bai Chenxi. I don't believe you. Leave now. Just remember to show up tomorrow, and let's proceed as you suggested. Xia, who, rubbing his heart, dismissed in Luo. As Luo departed with Guizi, she inquired, did you investigate him? Guizi was skeptical that Luo had predicted anything. Previously, she had merely heard rumors from classmates, but later, she had pursued the matter further. You're quite the ghost. Just for him. Who told him to look down on me? So, all of that is true? Goodness, this is too chaotic. Where's the bottom line? Guizi exclaimed. Well, those are just minor episodes. Inform Cat Master to bring the tools and be punctual tomorrow, Luo instructed. Guizi called Cat Master. After Luo left, Xiaohu consumed at least 6 or 7 bottles of beer, still unable to calm his tumultuous emotions. What fortune teller, what divination, curse it all. Chapter 66, however. How could Luo know his affairs so clearly? It was terrifying to realize that she had grasped the foundations of 3 generations. What did she intend to do? Cold sweat broke out in waves, and it was then that Xia, who truly understood what fear meant. True fear is not the pain of the body, but the gradual revelation of one's inner secrets by someone one despises, merciless and cruel. The next day at the stone hearth, a business vehicle entered the parking lot carrying 35 million in cash. Boss Shi Dalong was accompanied by a group of individuals, including Luo, Guizi, and Cat Master. As the car door opened, Xiaohu emerged alongside Cat Master, with 2 bodyguards transporting the cash. The cash was stacked on the ground, 3 boxes high. That string of heavenly beads was placed in a precious box. Shi Dalong held onto it tightly with both hands. I also found an appraiser myself. It's the rule, Shi Dalong stated. This was a situation Xia had not anticipated, as it was not Cat Master conducting the appraisal. Suddenly, a young appraiser appeared, and what if the appraisal revealed a fake heavenly bead? How could the subsequent proceedings continue? However, he could not prevent them from doing so. The appraisal must either come from a reputable third party, or each party must select their own appraiser, as per the rules. Cat Master whispered to Xiaohu, don't worry. That appraiser is my son. Xiaohu glanced at Cat Master in astonishment, then at Cat Master's son, realizing they were cut from the same cloth. Though Cat Master merely bore a few more years. Let us begin. Xiaohu felt reassured. He feigned a question to Shi Dalong. Why are they present? Naturally, he referred to Luo and Guizi, whose previous identities were Xiaohu's competitors. In truth, he was already aware, merely feigning ignorance. The turtle shell heavenly bead has always been my most desired collection. Witnessing this transaction is an honor for me, and Luo stated, neither servile nor overbearing. Xiaohu was merely speaking for effect. The appraisal commenced. The first round was conducted by Cat Master's son, who opened his professional tools and proceeded with the evaluation. The item is genuine, he concluded. In the second round, Cat Master followed suit. Genuine, he confirmed. Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten a professional tool. My apologies. I'm getting old and forgetful. Cat Master chuckled. Are you certain it's genuine? Xiaohu inquired. The determination is indisputable. It's nearly certain, Cat Master assured. Very well, it's a deal. However, I don't have that much cash on hand. I can pay 35 million today and settle the rest within 3 days. What do you think, Boss Shi? Xiaohu proposed. Shi Dalong did not expect things to unfold so smoothly. It was too easy. He immediately replied with a smile. Let us draft a receipt. After Xiaohu penned the receipt, he intended to retrieve the heavenly bead, but Shi Dalong suddenly seized it. You can see it once the payment is complete. Xiaohu gritted his teeth and snapped at Shi Dalong, you miser. After Xiaohu left, Shi Dalong opened several bottles of fine wine in celebration, even extracting tens of thousands as a reward for Luo and the others. This young Master Xia is quite the fool. However, I'm curious, how could someone as formidable as Cat Master not have identified it? Shi Dalong questioned. He lacked an essential element, which naturally hindered his ability to ascertain the true result. Old fool, this could be considered heaven granting you face. Such a thing occurring is quite the divine will. You should ponder how he lacked that essential element. Cat Master deliberately remarked. Subsequently, everyone congratulated Shi Dalong, who was elated. This single transaction could sustain him for several years without needing to open shop. 3 days later, Xiaohu returned with company, bringing cash. Cat Master also arrived, equipped with a toolbox. However, this time, Enluo and the others were absent, as the previous transaction had concluded. And after receiving Shi Dalong's reward, the matter was settled, leaving only the dealings between Shi Dalong and Xiaohu. Xiaohu pushed the cash before Shi Dalong, smiling. Please count it. Shi Dalong's associates confirmed the amount without doubt. The bead should be mine now. I have dreamt of possessing it. Shi Dalong presented the heavenly bead to Xia, who, beaming congratulations, young Master Xia. The heavenly bead is a perfect match for you. Oh, Cat Master, your efforts are appreciated. Cat Master stepped forward to open the toolbox. Shi Dalong was bewildered. What is going on? Wasn't he appraised already? At that moment, Shi Dalong realized the gravity of the situation. Last time, Cat Master had forgotten his tools, and now, 3 days had passed. How could he know if the bead presented was the same one? High-quality replicas abound. This is basic knowledge. Do you not understand? Xiaohu stated. Shi Dalong had not considered this problem. He had been completely swept away by joy after receiving over 30 million from Xiaohu. Cat Master wasted no time and began the appraisal. Young Master Xia, this is a high-quality replica. Cat Master revealed the conclusion. Xiaohu exploded with rage. Shi Dalong, what do you mean? You gave me a counterfeit? And the real one? Shi Dalong was flustered. This is the same one from last time. Cat Master, did you make a mistake? In terms of appraisal, I am the expert. If you doubt me, you can send it to an official appraisal institution. Shi Dalong knew all too well the outcome of an official appraisal. He was now sweating profusely. Humph. Shi Dalong, prepare for a lawsuit. Xiaohu uttered no further words. Wait, young master. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Alas, it's all my fault. Can we cancel the transaction? Cancel? You think you can just cancel? What about my cash, my losses? I'll return the cash and compensate you 50,000. Please spare me. Shi Dalong nearly knelt in supplication. 50,000? Do you think I'm a beggar? Xiaohu scolded. Then, how much do you want? Shi Dalong asked. If this goes to the authorities, you will owe compensation, and it won't be less than 50,000. You could face over a decade in prison. You won't be able to negotiate without 500,000. After a moment of thought, Xiaohu realized that extorting Shi Dalong for 1,500,000 was impossible. There are ways in the underworld. 500,000? You. That's extortion. Yes, it is extortion. Who told you to sell me a counterfeit? 300,000 is acceptable. Business is tough. 550,000. Xiaohu demanded exorbitantly. 400,000. 600,000. Deal, it's settled. Please don't raise it anymore. Shi Dalong lamented, heartbroken. Xiaohu tossed the heavenly bead in front of Shi Dalong. I have recorded this transaction. If the transfer does not appear by tomorrow, be prepared to receive a lawyer's letter. As for the money, it must be returned in the same manner it was received. Although the cash previously received still lies in Shi Dalong's warehouse, the rewards meant for Enluo and others were taken from there. When it came time to count, it was indeed short by several 100,000. Shi Dalong had no choice but to cover the deficit himself. In this back and forth, Shi Dalong suffered the greatest loss. With hush money and actor fees totaling over 10 million, Xiaohu was ruthless, demanding 6 million up front. As Shi Dalong watched Xiaohu leave with the cash, his mind swirled in confusion. The joy from days prior now mingled with despair. He pondered the comings and goings of this affair, but his thoughts were insufficient. Suddenly, it struck him, this was a trap. How could someone as dedicated as Cat Master forget an essential tool and leave behind a loose end? Why would Xiaohu take less than 13 million in cash? Was this mere coincidence? No, nothing was coincidental. Understanding this, Shi Dalong immediately dialed Guizi's number, only to find it switched off. Clarity washed over him. He comprehended everything. Xiaohu, Enluo, Cat Master, and even the appraiser assigned to him were all part of an elaborate ruse, and he was merely the unsuspecting victim. A cold sweat broke out as he collapsed onto the sofa, everything finally making sense. Yet, one thing remained unclear. Xiaohu genuinely desired to purchase his celestial pearl. However, when Xiaohu realized that Shi Dalong intended to sell a counterfeit, he became truly enraged. Xiaohu would not let go without extracting a few million in revenge. But where could he turn? Confront Xiaohu? He had leverage over him. Approach Enluo and Guizi, they could simply deny everything, leaving him with no recourse. Seek out Cat Master? He only provided appraisal services, and his evaluations were impeccable. As for Cat Xian, the results he provided were undeniably true and met all requirements. Who could he possibly turn to? After a moment of contemplation, he realized he dared not approach anyone, yet his agitation festered within. He picked up the phone, his voice breaking as he spoke. "Brother, I've been deceived. Come back quickly and help me take revenge." It was an overseas call. A soft voice on the other end inquired, "How much did you lose?" "Almost 20 million. Stay calm and mature. Wait for me to return. My training is not yet complete." The call ended. "I want you to return everything you took from me. Just wait and see," Sir Dalong muttered fiercely, burying his face in his hands and weeping. Meanwhile, a celebratory gathering commenced, with Xiaohu opening several fine bottles of wine and distributing 1 million from the 6 million to each participant. Cat Master received 500,000, Cat Xian 5,000, Gui Zi 200,000, and Enluo merely 10,000. The latter felt greatly slighted. Was this a mere pittance meant for a beggar? Ding! The system detected that the host was being belittled, originating from Xiaohu, who dared to insult the host. An educational lesson was in order. Reward 200,000. New chapters of the art of deception unlocked. Please study. Wisdom 1, Eloquence 1. As the saying goes, Enluo, great kindness need not be mentioned. We are classmates. Do not mind the meager sum. Even grasshopper meat is still meat, Xiaohu said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Little did Xiaohu know, Enluo had gained several times more than he had from this scheme. With such a facade, how could Enluo not take the opportunity to retaliate? However, there would be ample chances later. After some contemplation, Enluo smiled slightly. "You mentioned that I should not accept this 10,000. Instead, let us open another bottle of wine and celebrate together." He requested a 5,000 bottle of wine from the bar, contributing a few thousand of his own. Given that this bar belonged to Xiaohu, it was almost akin to generating revenue for him. Chapter 67 Yet, to deal with Xiaohu, Enluo understood he must wait for the right opportunity. After the revelry, Guizi and Enluo departed. Guizi advised, "The boss wants us to take it easy. For now, keep an eye on Jin Shiheng, but do not rush things." The fox had relayed the recent task objectives to Guizi. Enluo noticed over 300,000 had appeared in his account, likely his share of the spoils from this scheme. However, he transferred the entire amount to Guizi, as he had no need for the money at the moment. Besides, the shelter was preparing for numerous endeavors that required funding. "Take a good rest for a while, Enluo. Wait for my call." Guizi vanished once more. The true architect of this scheme was undoubtedly Enluo, for it was his idea to exploit the timing. Otherwise, they would not have known how to conclude the affair. Life was not merely about deception. Enluo had many matters to attend to. The competition for the title of newcomer king had cost him precious time, not to mention the land deed issue and how to secure a parcel for Shinmei. These were pressing matters that required resolution. Lost in thought, another payment arrived. This time, it was nearly 3 million from Baichensi. Instantly, Enluo's account swelled. He made a call, and Li Mu arrived in a Lamborghini to report on his surveillance of Jin Shiheng. Li Mu had followed Enluo's instructions diligently. Recently, his luck had been remarkable. He had profited handsomely from stock investments and had formed an investment group requiring millions to join. He was living lavishly. This fellow had recently set his sights on the Su family's daughter, who had reportedly been jilted by them, leaving him in a foul mood. Su Qing? Do you know her? Yes. What are his intentions? Given his unscrupulous nature, he likely intended to force the issue, but unfortunately, she was not easily swayed. Moreover, the Jin family had recently secured a parcel of land. Is it the one where Shun Jiai's restaurant is located? You know about it? Yes. I saw Jin Han collecting the land previously. How is that progressing? I heard demolition is set to begin early next month without any documentation. Is Jin Han really so brazen? This revelation startled Enluo. Early next month? So soon? With the deed in his hands? Was Jin Han truly prepared to disregard it and demolish Shun Jiai's restaurant? No, this could not be allowed to happen. For Shinmei's sake, for the sake of old Master Shun, Enluo resolved to take action. I've noticed the Fox's people have been close to you lately. Be cautious, Li Mu warned, referring, of course, to Guizi. As someone who moved through the underworld, he understood many things. My other identity is Fox 5, and Luo's revelation shocked Li Mu. Young master, no boss, you must be careful. The Fox's crew is quite cunning. As soon as Li Mu spoke, he regretted it. However, they have done many noble deeds. In truth, I admire and support them. Congratulations, boss, he added. Let us not celebrate too early. You know my second uncle was deceived. Behind this lies a setup by Guazi and the Fox. I infiltrated the Fox to investigate this matter. I looked into your second uncle's case. There is a story behind it, Li Mu replied. Oh, what story? The Fox has 3 principles. They do not deceive honest people, those in dire straits, or the just. Your second uncle once committed an act that aroused the Fox's deep resentment. This was the first time Luo had heard such a thing. What could his uncle have done to provoke such ire from the Fox? Please, elaborate. Your uncle's construction company forcefully demolished a public welfare site, which housed a shelter for the homeless, resulting in many lost children. And Luo was indeed taken aback. The image of Peng Jia suddenly surfaced in her mind. She hadn't expected her uncle to be involved directly. He was merely a contractor, and Luo still wished to salvage her uncle's reputation. Originally, the demolition of this land was postponed for at least 8 months, yet your uncle, in a rush to meet deadlines, executed the demolition 8 months ahead of schedule. Coincidentally, this piece of land was remote, and by the time the shelter staff realized what had happened, it had already been reduced to ruins, with your uncle personally overseeing the operation and flattening the shelter with a crane. Thus, a grudge was born. Could her uncle really do such a thing? Absolutely. Despite being just a small contractor, he was remarkably decisive in his actions. No wonder the people from the shelter viewed him as a negative example. While her uncle tore down shelters, and Luo was dedicated to building them, and at least the funds obtained from previous deceit had all been invested into the shelter. Well, she acknowledged that he was, after all, her uncle, and she had conducted several transactions with them. The money they acquired had indeed been put towards the shelter and other charitable causes. Fox was truly a cunning deceiver, and Luo remarked objectively. In any case, righteousness aside, deceit is still deceit. I fear for the young master. Oh no, the boss. I dread the trouble it may bring. Li Mu spoke from the heart. You need not worry about that. I am eager to safeguard the land belonging to Xinjiai. Li Mu, is there any way to prevent the demolition? And Luo inquired. Li Mu pondered for a long while, shaking his head continuously. There should be no legitimate means. Jin Han has social connections, which complicates matters, yet it seems there is nothing Fox cannot resolve. Li Mu's thoughts mirrored in Luo's. She had considered the same. But is it prudent to involve Fox in personal matters? Not at all. There is another possibility. Unless that land is a non-material cultural heritage site of significant cultural importance, in which case the authorities would hesitate to demolish it. Li Mu's imagination ran wild, and Luo had entertained this notion before, but it was unfeasible. That place was the ancestral hall of the Shun family, a matter from centuries past, later requisitioned for a collective office building, with documentation established at that time. From then on, it had been legally recognized as not belonging to the Shun family. I heard that the Little Sun Charitable Foundation is currently seeking land. If we could persuade them to acquire that plot, Jin Han would be deterred. Li Mu remarked. Little Sun Charitable Foundation? Yes, this is still the Su family's enterprise. Su Qing's mother is the most renowned philanthropist of Chunlu. She single-handedly founded Little Sunday. Li Mu's words astonished in Luo. Previously, she had learned from Jin Xingtan that Su Qing's mother was a significant figure in both politics and business, particularly in charity. It seemed her name was also among the list of national philanthropists. Zhimei, the titles she bears are astonishingly numerous. Subsequently, Luo had researched her background. This woman was exceptional, possessing both compassion and business acumen, a true winner in life. The scheme proposed by Li Mu appeared promising. Zhe Meihui was someone the Jin family was eager to ally with. What could be more persuasive than the words of a family member? The decision to demolish or not, and when, was entirely at Jin Han's discretion. The individual capable of influencing such decisions was either his most trusted confidant, or the one whose words carried the most weight. Zhe Meihui might indeed be a splendid choice. However, Luo was acutely aware that she had no connection to the Su family. How could she possibly persuade them? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Su Qing unexpectedly called, her voice urgent. Luo, hurry here. Benjamin has made a significant discovery. Luo's heart raced. Could it be that Benjamin had cracked the database and discovered her true identity behind the scenes? The Red Warehouse, a dilapidated facility seemingly owned by the Su family, was where Su Qing and Benjamin had established their base. All the equipment Benjamin required was already in place. and Luo dismissed Li Mu and entered the base to meet the two, preparing to swiftly implement the patch for Benjamin, ensuring he would not uncover that she was the one manipulating him. Dozens of machines were in operation. Benjamin's face was flushed, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Tapping out code, Su Qing gazed at him with utter admiration. Upon Luo's arrival, Su Qing exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Benjamin has identified the database's shortcomings. Look, this is a detection model." Su Qing pointed to a data model, which Luo could not comprehend, as countless lines of data scrolled across the screen. After the flu machine collected and modeled all data, it would filter and analyze, further determining the trajectory of data flow, allowing them to trace back to which account on a certain platform it originated from. In essence, this time, the perpetrator would be revealed to the world. Ha ha ha! Su Qing was ecstatic, dancing with joy, and Luo felt a twinge of embarrassment at Benjamin's remarkable efficiency. Moments later, two overzealous individuals rushed into the base, representatives from a certain platform, Chun Jian and Hao Jian. This time, Chun Jian was notably more subdued in Luo's presence. He even pulled her aside to ask why Bai Chenxi had been avoiding him recently, suspecting Luo of meddling. She was a busy person. You must respect her, and even more so her work. And Luo had no interest in listening to this old man's grievances about his loneliness and fiery passions. Ding! The most opportune moment has arrived. Please make a choice, host. Option 1. Activate the patch code, release chaotic information, and prevent the other party from uncovering the truth. Reward: 150,000, Knowledge 1, Hacking Experience 1. Option 2. Maintain the stealth of the patch code, allowing the other party to continue their fruitless efforts while obstructing their investigation. Reward: 170,000, Social Skills 1, Willpower 1, Attractiveness 1. To choose 1 or 2. That is the question. Option 1 would eradicate the issue entirely, while Option 2 would prolong manipulation of Benjamin, albeit with increased risk. Regardless of the choice, Luo would receive considerable rewards, but when would there be results? Our leader is awaiting. Hao Jian raised his voice. Soon? Do you see those red data areas? When they turn green, our trajectory device will activate, retroactively revealing the data entry point, or rather, the source of the account. Benjamin spoke with conviction. This certainty dispelled Luo's inclination towards Option 2. She pressed the button for 1. The hacking patch commenced its operation, and the dormant code began to activate. However, in the database, Luo did not observe any changes. She could only see Benjamin sweating profusely, muttering what the repeatedly